Chapter 1. The Return of the Disciple. The Primordial Sword Body. Peak Master. I wish to withdraw from the peak. As Lin Xian gazed upon the departing figure of the young man from the Starfall Peak of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he shook his head, yet felt little sorrow this scene had replayed. Countless times over the past 3 years that he had grown somewhat numb to it. Now, Starfall Peak is left with only 5 individuals, isn't it? Lin Xian murmured to himself. These 5, including himself. 3 years prior, Starfall Peak was thriving, with over 10,000 disciples, ranking 13th within the Qingyang Sword Sect, even poised a challenge for a position among the top 10 peaks. Yet in less than 3 years, Starfall Peak had plummeted from 13th to its current 33rd place. It is worth noting that there were only 36 peaks throughout the entirety of the Qingyang Sword Sect. All of this stemmed from an incident that transpired 3 years ago. Lin Xian's most esteemed disciple, Nangong Yaoyue, had not returned from an excursion for training. Initially, Lin Xian was frantic, fearing that something had happened to her. However, 3 days later, upon receiving a letter delivered to the Qingyang Sword Sect and handed to Lin Xian, he learned that his concerns had been unwarranted. The letter, penned in Nangong Yaoyue's own hand, was a farewell note addressed to Lin Xian. She had not encountered any peril, but had met an individual during her training, who claimed to be the master of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace and, recognizing her exceptional talent, wished to take her as a disciple, and she had consented. Staring at the letter, Lin Xian remained silent for a long while before finally managing a self-deprecating smile. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, one of the dominators of the Xian domain, had its master, the Fairy of Yaoqi, among the top 10 formidable figures within the domain, a being of immense power at the level of a venerable. In contrast, although the Qingyang Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects of the Qing Empire, the two bear no comparison whatsoever. The Xian domain is vast and expansive, with countless nations akin to the Qing Empire. The Yaoqi Heavenly Palace stands as a colossal force even within the Xian domain, while the Qingyang Sword Sect cannot even claim the title of the foremost sect within this small Qing Empire, illustrating the vast disparity between the two. From body tempering, energy gathering, earth profound, heaven profound, calamity realm, king realm, emperor realm, venerable emperor realm, to saint realm. In the expansive Qing Empire, there exists not a single emperor, whereas within the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, not only are there emperors, but also multiple venerables. The impact of this event on Lin Xian was profoundly significant, becoming a source of inner turmoil. He had always regarded Nangong Yaoyue as his pride, pouring forth his utmost efforts in her training since she had entered his tutelage, only to receive such an outcome in return. This incident directly led to Lin Xian suffering a backlash during his subsequent attempt to break through to the King realm, resulting not only in failure, but a fall of 2 realms. Since then, he had spent most of his time in seclusion, healing his wounds, leaving him no time to attend to matters within the peak. Consequently, Starfall Peak began its gradual decline year after year. Not only were there no new disciples joining, but even those who were originally part of Starfall Peak gradually departed for other peaks. In a mere 3 years, everything had changed. Regarding Nangong Yaoyue's betrayal, there were 2 distinct perspectives within the Qingyang Sword Sect. One faction deemed her ungrateful, while another believed that Nangong Yaoyue's choice was not without merit. After all, it was a revered master who personally extended an invitation. One must ponder how many could resist such a tantalizing allure. In the wake of Nangong Yaoyue's ascension to the Hidden Dragon, ranking 6 months prior, the news spread throughout the Qingyang Sword Sect, leading an increasing number to believe that her decision to depart from the Starfall Peak and become a disciple of Master Qi Yao was indeed a most prudent choice. To remain at Starfall Peak would have been a squandering of her extraordinary talents. As for Lin Xian, the sentiments were largely one of lamentation. Once the most sought-after peak master within the sect, he harbored great potential to ascend to the kingly realm, yet now found himself in such dire straits. As Lin Xian watched the departing disciple, a soft exclamation escaped his lips, for above Yang Hao's head, a virtual frame gradually materialized. Name: Yang Hao. Age: 17. Realm: Qi Gathering First Layer. Identity: true inherited disciple of Qiyang Peak. Fate: possesses enlightened roots, green grade 6. Recent events: Recruited by Elder Huang of Qingyang Peak, he has decided to leave Starfall Peak, planning one last attempt to persuade his beloved junior sister, Su Lianxin, to depart with him. What is this? A system? Leaning against the wooden chair, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. System. Such a familiar, yet foreign term. Ever since he traversed into this world, he had not encountered any semblance of a system or golden finger. All his cultivation achievements to the current tribulation realm were solely the fruits of his own labor. Consequently, Lin Xian had long since abandoned any hope regarding systems or golden fingers. Yet astonishingly, after 27 years, this long-buried term resurfaced in his mind once more. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes, and a virtual frame gradually emerged in his consciousness. Investment Return System. Host, Lin Xian. Age, 27. Realm, 7th layer of Tribulation Realm. Identity, Peak Master of Starfall Peak. Fate, Innate Sword Bearer Blue Grade. 3. Disciples, 110. The Investment Return System. For Lin Xian, who had perused numerous fantasy novels in his past life, this was not an unfamiliar concept. In an instant, he comprehended the system's utility. Investment return, as the name implies, allows one to select an individual for investment, triggering a return. However, the current investment targets are limited to Lin Xian's disciples. The higher the disciple's aptitude, the more valuable the return triggered. Furthermore, Lin Xian's cultivation speed will be closely linked to that of his disciples. The combined cultivation speed of all his disciples would determine Lin Xian's own speed of advancement, a truly overpowered feature. Lianxin, summon all the disciples within the peak. I have matters to discuss. An exhilarated Lin Xian, eager to experiment with the system's investment return functionality, directly conveyed his message to one of the disciples within the peak. Su Lianxin, one of the few disciples remaining at Starfall Peak, possessed average talent, yet Lin Xian had once rendered her assistance, which explained her continued presence. Though her aptitude was unremarkable, she possessed an enchanting visage that could cause chaos in the realm. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, many were enamored with her, including Yang Hao, who had recently taken his leave and was among her suitors. Yes, Peak Master. In the plaza of Starfall Peak. Upon receiving Lin Xian's telepathic message, Su Lianxin set off to notify the other disciples. Along her way, she encountered Yang Hao, who had just exited the main hall and was preparing to leave Starfall Peak. Yang Hao, you have arrived just in time. The Peak Master has sent word, instructing all disciples to convene at the main hall for an important announcement. However, Yang Hao gently shook his head, replying, I have just come from the Peak Master. I am no longer a disciple of the Starfall Peak. Su Lianxin was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. Her expression turned icy as she bypassed Yang Hao, intent on notifying others. Sister Su, are you truly not coming with me to Qingyang Peak? Elder Huang has already agreed, and for my sake, he can grant you a position as a core disciple. The opportunity to become a core disciple at Qingyang Peak is sought after by many. Remaining at Starfall Peak serves no purpose yet. Before Yang Hao could finish his statement, Su Lianxin had already departed without looking back. She cared not for the opinions of others, for she was resolute in her decision to remain at Starfall Peak, unless one day Lin Xian personally expelled her. Despite her average talents, she understood the value of gratitude. 3 years ago, she had witnessed a significant event unfold. Su Lianxin lamented her lack of aptitude. Throughout these 3 years, she had devoted herself tirelessly to cultivation, yearning for the day she could assist the Peak Master in delivering a resounding blow to Nangong. Yao Yu. Yet, the disparity in innate talent could not be compensated for merely through diligence. Soon after, within the main hall of Starfall Peak, Lin Xian had opened his eyes upon sensing someone's entrance, only to find it was Su Lianxin alone. I am unsure where senior brother Wang Yan has gone. Senior sister Chu is also absent, having traveled to Qingyang City, but I have already sent messages to them. They should arrive shortly. In an apparent effort to alleviate any misunderstandings, Su Lianxin hastily explained. Nodding, Lin Xian mused that since they had yet to arrive, he might as well commence with her and test this investment return system. He had a relatively strong impression of Su Lianxin. Although her innate talent was modest, her dedication to cultivation was commendable. However, when Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the virtual framework above Su Lianxin's head, he was taken aback. Name: Su Lianxin. Age: 17. Realm: Body Refinement. 9th Stage. Status: Disciple of Starfall Peak. Fate: Su Ancestors. Imperial Bloodfoy. Golden Grade. Recent concerns: troubled by her inability to break through to the gathering Qi realm. Su Ancestors. Imperial Blood. Golden Fate. Lin Xian nearly questioned his own vision. It is known that his own fate was merely blue. From the system, he had learned that above blue was purple, then orange, and only then came gold. Even his most esteemed direct disciple, Nangong Yaoyu, likely possessed only an orange fate. This seemingly unremarkable Su Lianxin possessed a golden fate? No, that cannot be right. The fate following her golden fate suggested it was a discarded one. Indeed, if she truly held a golden fate, she would not be merely at the body refinement 9th stage at the age of 17. The furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lin Xian began to piece together the situation. Su Lianxin must have once possessed a golden fate, that is, the Su ancestors' imperial blood, but had been forcefully taken from her. To validate his suspicions, Lin Xian proceeded to inquire about Su Lianxin's family circumstances. After listening, Lin Xian was nearly certain that his conjecture was remarkably accurate. In the Xin domain, there existed ancient clans with long-standing legacies. Although they had since fallen into decline, their ancestors had once basked in glory. The Su clan was one such lineage. While the Xin domain's Su clan may not have matched the prominence of the Qiyao Heavenly Palace, even this dominant power dared not provoke an ancient clan with a heritage spanning over a millennium. Lightly. Of course, Su Lianxin was not from the Xin domain's Su clan. She was merely a branch of it within the Tang Qing Empire. The Xin domain's Su clan had numerous similar branches. Children born into these branches were required to participate in the ancestral land assessment at the age of 10, that if they earned the recognition of the ancestral land, they could remain in the main lineage to cultivate, a dream cherished by many descendants of the Su clan's branches. Su Lianxin had also undergone the ancestral land assessment, but her talent was deemed average, leading to her return to the Su branch of the Tang Qing Empire. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. The main Su clan was indeed ruthless. They not only seized Su Lianxin's awakening of the Su emperor bloodline in the ancestral land, but also altered her memories. Su Ditian. Lin Xian suddenly recalled a rumor he had once heard. This Su Ditian was quite remarkable, that he hailed from the ancient Su clan of the Xin domain, the son of the current clan leader. A few years ago, he emerged with great force, decisively defeating the then number 1 of the Qianlong ranking. Even now, he remained the top of the Qianlong ranking, unassailable. It was said that he had awakened the Su clan's imperial bloodline and was viewed as the hope for the Su clan's resurgence to the pinnacle of the Xin domain. If Lin Xian's conjecture was correct, then Su Ditian's imperial bloodline rightfully belonged to Su Lianxin. Such was the cunning of the Su clan, akin to a cat swapping a prince. All that Su Ditian possessed should have been Su Lianxin's. When Lin Xian revealed this truth to Su Lianxin, she was utterly bewildered. It turned out she was not merely of ordinary talent. No wonder she had always felt something was amiss with her memories of the ancestral land, yet she could not pinpoint what was peculiar. Was it truly so? Lianxin, would you be willing to become my disciple? Observing Su Lianxin's complex expression, Lin Xian asked suddenly. Although Su Lianxin was a disciple of the Starfall Peak, she was not yet Lin Xian's disciple. Today, Lin Xian intended to formally accept her as his pupil. Though her golden destiny had been nullified, it still lingered in the destiny column. Did this imply? Lin Xian wished to test it. But my talent, Su Lianxin stammered, flustered. She certainly desired to become Lin Xian's disciple, as it had been her goal for many years. While she once possessed imperial blood, that was in the past. Now, she was merely a 17-year-old who had yet to break through to the Qi gathering stage. I only ask if you are willing. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's eyes reddened as she nodded emphatically. I am willing. Master, I bow to you, she declared, kneeling before Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not impede her, but instead tossed out a small jade vial. Within the vial was a drop of phoenix blood that Lin Xian had obtained in a secret realm. When infused into one's bloodline, it could catalyze a transformation, enhancing one's innate talent, a treasure of great rarity and value. Gazing at the small jade vial, Lin Xian let out a sigh. The blood of the phoenix sparrow was originally intended for Nangong Yaoyue. This is your master's gift accepted. Thank you, master. Just as Su Lianxin accepted Lin Xian's token of apprenticeship, the voice of the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in the Phoenix Sparrow's blood, receiving a return of Ice Phoenix True Blood Golden Ninth Grade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being favored by fortune, triggering a critical hit, receiving an additional return of Innate Primordial Sword Body Crimson, First Grade. Chapter 2. Imperial Level Techniques. The Golden Core of the Tao. What on earth? Ice Phoenix True Blood. Innate Primordial Sword Body. One is of the Golden Ninth Grade Destiny, and the other is of the Crimson First Grade Destiny. How remarkable. Could this truly be exploiting a system bug? After all, strictly speaking, Su Lianxin no longer possessed Imperial blood. She was merely an ordinary person, yet the system still granted her a return of golden quality. Overwhelmed by joy, Lin Xian contemplated another potential loophole. If the rewards given by the system could be gifted to disciples, would that trigger further returns? If so, could this not lead to an infinite cycle of rewards? As he gazed at his newly accepted disciple, Lin Xian felt as though he were staring at a vast treasure trove. Meanwhile, Su Lianxin, under Lin Xian's gaze, felt somewhat uneasy, her cheeks flushing slightly. Disciple, consume the contents of this jade vial. Lin Xian tossed another vial, containing the Ice Phoenix True Blood. Receiving the vial, Su Lianxin was curious but did not hesitate. She opened her mouth and swallowed it without a trace of concern for Lin Xian's intentions. Not to mention that she did not believe Lin Xian would harm her even if he did wish to, given the disparity in their strengths. He could achieve his aim without such elaborate measures. Indeed, it does not work. The system's notification failed to sound, leaving Lin Xian somewhat disappointed. It seemed that his desire to exploit the system was overly ambitious. Such an evident flaw. How could the system possibly permit it? However, shortly after swallowing a drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood, Su Lianxin felt an icy sensation envelop her body. Yet, this state did not last long before she returned to normal. This indicated that the Ice Phoenix True Blood had been fully assimilated into her being. Su Lianxin also sensed something amiss. The speed at which her spiritual energy absorbed was astonishingly rapid, far quicker than her previous absorption rate, by countless multiples. Master, what exactly have you made me ingest? Master, what was contained in that jade vial you gave me? Su Lianxin could not suppress her curiosity. A single drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood. Not be deceived by its singularity, it is Phoenix True Blood, far more precious than the Imperial blood that was drawn from you. This was evident, as the Su ancestral Imperial blood was indeed remarkable, yet only of the Golden First Grade. In contrast, the Ice Phoenix True Blood was of the Golden Ninth Grade, a full 9 levels superior. More valuable than the Imperial blood that was taken from her? Master, this is too precious, disciple. Before Su Lianxin could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Lin Xian. I will give you a goal. In the future, I wish to see you trample Su Ditian beneath your feet. If you can achieve this, it will justify my bestowal of such invaluable Ice Phoenix True Blood upon you. Rest assured, Master, I will never disappoint you. Not only Su Ditian, but also Nangong Yaoyue shared this sentiment. Of course, Su Lianxin kept the latter part of her thoughts to herself. Though she was unaware of the origin of that drop of Ice Phoenix True Blood, Su Lianxin understood well what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Regardless, Lin Xian began to take on an aura of profound mystery in her mind. Ice Phoenix True Blood. Such a precious treasure could scarcely be expected from a mere sect like the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the Su clan's main lineage would find it impossible to produce. This was a treasure that ought not to exist within the Xian domain. After merging with the Ice Phoenix True Blood, Lin Xian could distinctly perceive that his absorption of spiritual energy had accelerated tremendously, truly deserving of the title of Golden Ninth Rank. Upon reviewing Su Lianxin's profile once more, he noted the addition of the Ice Phoenix True Blood Golden Ninth Rank under the Destiny column. With this, it seems my newly accepted disciple's talents have indeed been elevated. Lin Xian mused, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He still possessed a remarkable item in his storage ring. A fragment of a cultivation method, titled Dongxuan Jinju. Lin Xian had spent a considerable amount of spiritual stones to procure this through auction years ago. He had hoped to glean some insights from it, but its incompleteness had thwarted his efforts. He had been pondering over it for many years without any significant progress. Lin Xian was certain that this Dongxuan Jinju was of no low grade were it not a fragment. It would at least belong to the esteemed rank of cultivation methods. Alas, it was indeed incomplete. However, one could only wonder how it came to be in Lin Xian's possession if it were not flawed. The worth of a complete esteemed rank cultivation method was beyond Lin Xian's means. This is a fragmented cultivation method. Despite my years of contemplation, I have gained little from it. I shall give it to you as well. With that, Lin Xian retrieved the fragment of Dongxuan Jinju from his storage ring, offering it to Su Lianxin under a casual pretext. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in the Dongxuan Jinju fragment. The reward is the Qing Dijing fragment. Lin Xian inwardly cursed at the system. How cunning it was! I invest in a fragment, and you return another fragment to me? Fortunately, upon glancing at the returned Qing Dijing, he noted that although it too was a fragment, it differed from the Dongxuan Jinju. The latter was flawed from the onset, with bits missing here and there, rendering it nearly impossible to cultivate. In contrast, the Qing Dijing, Lin Xian observed that only the latter sections were incomplete, while the earlier portions remained intact. At least you possess some semblance of integrity, broken system. The Qing Dijing was a holy rank cultivation method. The first 5 levels were complete, while the 6th and 7th levels were incomplete. Holy rank cultivation method. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. Is this the result of Su Lianxin's soaring talents? You truly are a remarkable disciple. I merely bestowed upon you a fragment of an esteemed rank cultivation method, and you return to me a holy rank cultivation method? Though it too had its flaws, it would not significantly impact Lin Xian at this point. Glancing at his storage ring, Lin Xian sighed. Over the years, in pursuit of healing, he had depleted his resources. He lacked both spiritual stones and medicinal pills. Currently, there was scarcely anything of value left to invest in, save for a few medicinal pills. Without further thought, Lin Xian directly took them out and gave them to Su Lianxin, gathering Qi pills, enhancing origin pills, breaking realm pills. Beep. Invest in the gathering yuan pill. Receive a rebate of the 6th turn Xianling pill 7 patterns x1. Beep. Invest in the enhancing yuan pill. Receive a rebate of the sword intent pill 4 patterns x2. Beep. Invest in the breaking through pill. Receive a rebate of the Great Tao Golden Pill 9 patterns x1. The patterns on the pills. The return pills from the rebates are all above the 6th grade. Pills are classified into 9 grades, corresponding to various realms, such as the Gathering Qi Pill, Enhancing Yuan Pill, and Breaking Through Pill invested by Lin Xian. Except for the Breaking Through Pill, which is a 4th grade pill, the rest are all 3rd grade. Moreover, the return pills are all of the pattern level. Among them, even the 9 pattern pills have emerged. A single pattern, no matter how few, is exceedingly rare. Ordinary alchemists cannot concoct them. Each enhancement of a pattern brings immense benefits. Pills commonly found in the market rarely exhibit patterns. Even when they do, most possess only 1 or 2 patterns. The 6th turn Xianling pill, a 6th grade pill that can significantly enhance cultivation, usable below the Emperor realm. The sword intent pill, a 7th grade pill that aids individuals in comprehending the true essence of the sword path, a treasure long sought after by countless sword cultivators. This pill is merely a legend. No one has ever witnessed it, and some believe it to be a mere myth, not truly existent. The Great Tao Golden Pill, a 6th grade ancient spirit pill, long lost to time, which can assist the user in comprehending at least 9 great paths when attempting to break through to the Qing realm. The Great Tao Golden Pill, and it possesses 9 patterns. For Lin Xian, who had previously attempted to break through to the Qing realm, he naturally understood the significance of this Great Tao Golden Pill. Though it is only a 6th grade pill, its rarity surpasses that of ordinary 8th grade pills. Typically, those at the Tribulation realm, when breaking through to the Qing realm, must comprehend at least 1 great path. The vast majority of Qing realm cultivators, when breaking through, only grasp a single great path, as Lin Xian did when he attempted to comprehend the Sword Tao to break into the Qing realm. However, he ultimately failed. Qing realm cultivators who comprehend 2 great paths are exceedingly rare, and they are significantly stronger than ordinary Qing realm cultivators who only grasp 1 path during Their breakthrough.as for those who comprehend 3 great paths. They're even fewer in number. Even if they have just entered the King realm, their power rivals that of 2nd or even 3rd level King realm experts. The Great Tao Golden Pill can allow Lin Xian to comprehend at least 9 great paths. Moreover, this does not even include the great paths he has comprehended himself. This is no mere 6th grade pill, it could very well rival a 9th grade imperial pill. 8T this moment. Lin Xian's emotions are beyond the capacity of words to convey. Just then, the other 2 disciples, whom Su Lianxin had recently informed, arrived, compelling Lin Xian to suppress his excitement. Wang Yan and Chu Yumeng. Among the 2, Wang Yan is Lin Xian's disciple, possessing commendable talent. Chu Yumeng is not Lin Xian's disciple. She joined the Starfall Peak a year ago. Lin Xian found it somewhat peculiar when she chose to join Starfall Peak despite her talent being only moderately good, as she could have gone to peaks ranked higher than Starfall. However, at that time, Lin Xian was focused on healing and did not pay her much mind. Utilizing the system's probing function, Lin Xian examined their profiles. Name: Wang Yan. Age: 19. Realm: Gathering Qi 2nd layer. Identity: Disciple of Starfall Peak. Lin Xian's disciple. Fate: Unyielding Strength. Green grade 1. Recent events: Engaged in rigorous cultivation, preparing for the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect scheduled for 6 months hence. Name: Chu Yuming. Age: 17. Realm: Earth. Profound 3rd layer. Identity: Disciple of the Starfall Peak. Destiny: Profound Water. Mystic Body. Orange grade 8th rank. Recent events: Recently acquired a prestigious cultivation method from the soul of a celestial sovereign, now preparing for its practice. Wang Yan's information appears to be relatively normal. But what is the case with Chu Yumeng? Earth. Profound 3rd layer? Goodness, if it weren't for the system's probing function, Lin Xian might have been truly deceived by her. The realm she displays on the surface is merely the gathering Qi 1st layer. Moreover, a celestial sovereign's soul? Could it be that she harbors the soul of a fallen celestial sovereign within her? The ranks of sovereigns are divided into 3 realms: sovereign, earth sovereign, and celestial sovereign. At this level, the disparities between each realm are immense. While there are some sovereigns within the profound domain, the majority are at the sovereign realm, with only a select few reaching the earth sovereign realm. And as for celestial sovereigns, that there is not a single one in the profound domain that a celestial sovereign's spirit accompanying her. This Starfall Peak truly harbors hidden talents. With individuals like Su Lianxin and Chu Yumeng, only Wang Yan remains an ordinary person. Chu Yumeng, at 17 years of age, holds the Earth Profound 3rd layer. Such talent is not merely extraordinary. Even compared to Lin Xian's former disciple, Nangang Yaoiwe, she stands on equal footing, if not surpassing her. With her caliber, which great sect in the profound domain could she not affiliate with? Why would she choose to join this modest Qingyang Sword Sect? Perhaps she is plotting something. Nevertheless, Lin Xian does not plan to expose her for the time being. Regardless, during her year with the Starfall Peak, she has not committed any acts detrimental to it. A celestial sovereign soul, quite intriguing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, addressing Chu Yumeng. I have summoned you here to formally take you as my disciple. Do you wish to accept me as your teacher? Though he is unaware of her true intentions, Lin Xian is unconcerned. He only values the immense acceleration in his cultivation speed that Chu Yumeng can provide. With an orange grade, 8th rank destiny, her talent likely surpasses that of the past Nangang Yaoiwe. To not take her as a disciple and thus enhance his cultivation speed would indeed be a pity. As for what lies ahead, that is a matter for later. To become a disciple? Lin Xian's words left Chu Yumeng momentarily stunned. Evidently, she had never considered taking Lin Xian as her master. She had endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible, her displayed talent akin to that of an ordinary disciple, all in an effort to keep herself hidden from prying eyes. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly returned to her normal demeanor. Yet, this subtle change did not escape Lin Xian's notice. Fear not. Accept his proposal. We shall remain at the Qingyang Sword Sect for a while longer. An ancient voice echoed within Chu Yumeng's consciousness. Master, I humbly bow to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yumeng ceased her hesitation and knelt to accept her apprenticeship. After her bow, Lin Xian could distinctly sense that his ability to absorb spiritual energy had accelerated significantly. Previously, his cultivation speed was comparable to that of Su Lianxin. Now, it has surpassed her by a considerable margin. Subsequently, Lin Xian bestowed upon his 3 disciples the first layer of the Qingdi Sutra's cultivation method. With the system in place, in the future, one will undoubtedly acquire superior cultivation methods. Hence, there was no reluctance in sharing this initial layer of the Qingdi scripture. Nevertheless, Lin Xian cautioned the trio against disseminating it. Lin Xian refrained from declaring the Qingdi scripture as a sacred-level technique, as such a revelation would be too astonishing. The mere existence of a cultivation method surpassing the imperial grade within this modest Tangqing Empire was indeed remarkable. Once they embarked on their training, they would naturally discern the extraordinary nature of the Qingdi scripture. Su Lianxin, possessing the bloodline of the true phoenix, paired with this sacred-level technique, would likely experience an exponential surge in her cultivation speed to an astonishing degree. Consequently, Lin Xian's own cultivation speed would also ascend several tiers. As for Chu Yuming, she might not necessarily engage with the Qingdi scripture. Indeed, her actions aligned perfectly with Lin Xian's expectations. Upon receiving the technique bestowed by Lin Xian, Chu Yuming did not even cast a glance at it, carelessly tossing it into a corner of her storage ring. In her eyes, Lin Xian was merely the master of a peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Not even at the king's level, what could he possibly provide that was of any value? Compared to the esteemed level technique just conferred by her master, the technique gifted by Lin Xian paled in comparison, akin to refuse in her estimation. She could hardly muster the enthusiasm to glance at it, and if not for the superficial necessity to appear courteous, she would have preferred not to accept it, thereby conserving space in her storage ring. Upon learning that the entity within her sea of consciousness had once been a formidable figure at the celestial sovereign level, Chu Yoming's standards had risen considerably. Ordinary items held no allure for her. Observing Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, both overwhelmed with shock and elation upon receiving Lin Xian's technique, Chu Yuming found their reactions somewhat amusing. A technique she could not even be bothered to look at had rendered them utterly ecstatic. With less than half a year remaining until the sect competition, I hope you both diligently cultivate to secure a commendable outcome for your teacher, she remarked. After conveying a few more instructions, Lin Xian dismissed them. He was now prepared to begin assimilating the treasures he had obtained, such as the 3 spiritual pills and the red grade destiny, along with the innate primordial sword body. Chapter 3. The Realm of Combat Kinks. Comprehending 18 Pathways. The innate primordial sword body, minor achievement, grants a 1000 increase in sword comprehension speed and 1000 enhancement in sword techniques power. When Lin Xian fully merged with the innate primordial sword body, he was genuinely astonished by its augmentation. 1000% increase in the comprehension speed of sword principles. 1000% increase in the power of sword techniques. What an extraordinary feat. Is this what they call a red destiny? This is merely the initial stage of the innate primordial sword body. How incredibly formidable. However, the extraordinary nature of this transformation did not end there. As Lin Xian endeavored to comprehend sword intent, ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first layer of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the second layer of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the third layer of sword intent. 3 layers of sword intent. It is essential to note that Lin Xian, being a sword cultivator, had devoted countless years to understanding sword intent. Yet, he had not even grasped its rudimentary form, highlighting the arduous nature of comprehending true sword principles. But now, in an instant, he had attained the 3rd layer of sword intent. What does it mean to possess 3 layers of sword intent? Even within the Qingyang Sword Sect, only one individual has comprehended sword intent, the esteemed elder, the ancestor of the mysterious sword. He had merely grasped the 1st layer of sword intent. Even the sect leader of Qingyang Sword Sect had only achieved the rudimentary form of sword intent, not the true essence. Now, Lin Xian had not only comprehended sword intent, but had attained the remarkable 3rd layer. Sword cultivators have always been renowned for their formidable killing power, and those who have grasped sword intent are regarded as formidable adversaries that countless practitioners are reluctant to provoke. The Qingyang Sword Sect's position among the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire owes much to the presence of an unparalleled sword cultivator, the ancestor of the mysterious sword. Now, even a true Qing realm powerhouse could be challenged. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes. This was the absolute confidence derived from the innate primordial sword body, coupled with the 3rd layer of sword intent. Of course, If this notion were to be revealed to others, it would only invite ridicule. The seventh layer of the catastrophe realm challenging the Qing realm? What a ludicrous jest. The chasm between the catastrophe realm and the Qing realm is akin to an insurmountable abyss. Not to mention the seventh layer of the catastrophe realm. Even a perfect ninth layer catastrophe realm practitioner would be effortlessly subdued by a true Qing realm powerhouse. Below the Qing realm, all are but ants. This has never been mere rhetoric. Even 10 perfect ninth layer catastrophe realm practitioners could not stand against a single Qing realm powerhouse. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Lin Xian had been diligently refining the immense cultivation power derived from the 6-turned Xianling pill. In just 3 short months, Lin Xian's realm ascended from the 7th layer of the catastrophe realm to the perfect 9th layer. Upon returning to this realm, Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. Initially, after failing to break through to the Qing realm, his cultivation had plummeted from the perfect 9th layer to the 7th layer of the catastrophe realm. He had thought it would be impossible to return to this realm in his lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, after several years, he once again found himself at this stage, ready to challenge the Qing realm once more. But this time, unlike the last, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence. For the past 3 months, Lin Xian's accomplishments have surpassed mere expectations. His sword intent has ascended from the initial 3 levels to a remarkable 4. He retrieved the precious 9-pattern Dao Golden Pill from his storage ring. His next endeavor is not only to breach the Qing realm, but to do so through multiple paths. The Dao Golden Pill will enable Lin Xian to comprehend 9 distinct Dao paths. Moreover, leveraging the formidable insight speed bestowed by his innate primordial sword body, he has additionally grasped 7 more paths within the sword category, including Fire Sword, Water Sword, and Ice Sword. Combined with the Lightning Sword and Wind Sword he is currently deciphering, he now engages with a total of 18 Dao paths. To enter the Qing realm with 18 Dao paths is an unprecedented feat throughout history. For those at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Tribulation realm, comprehending even a single Dao path is an arduous challenge, let alone a second. Those who manage to grasp 2 Dao paths to ascend into the Qing realm are truly exceptional. A Qing realm expert who has mastered 2 Dao paths possesses significantly greater strength than one who has only grasped a single path. The number of those who ascend the Qing realm with 3 or 4 Dao paths is even scarcer, with the difficulty increasing exponentially. Thus, Lin Xian's ambition to enter the Qing realm with 18 Dao paths is likely unparalleled. Once he successfully comprehends the Lightning Sword and Wind Sword, he will commence his pursuit of the Qing realm. With such thoughts, Lin Xian eagerly anticipates the spectacle of his breakthrough into the Qing realm. He placed the Dao Golden Pill away and produced a jade vial containing 2 sword intent pills. These pills, once exceedingly valuable, have now lost much of their significance for Lin Xian, who has already attained the 3rd level of sword intent. The sword intent pills merely assist the user in comprehending a single level of sword intent. After some contemplation, Lin Xian resolved to bestow them upon Su Lianxin and Wang Yan. As for the reason he chose Wang Yan over the more talented Chu Yumeng, it was due to his lingering mistrust. Although she had taken him as her master, the situation regarding the celestial soul within her remains uncertain. After summoning Wang Yan and Su Lianxin, Lin Xian presented the 2 sword intent pills to them. Over the past 3 months, their cultivation has advanced at an astonishing pace. Akin to a rocket's ascent, particularly for Su Lianxin, who possesses the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, with a golden 9th grade fate and a sacred grade cultivation method. Her training speed is nothing short of remarkable. In a mere 3 months, Su Lianxin has surged from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 9th layer of qi gathering. Throughout this period, she has felt as though she were living in a dream. Everything seems so surreal. To break through 8 or 9 realms in just 3 months. The Ice Phoenix bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, the cultivation method bestowed by her master, the Qingdi scripture, though its grade remains unknown, is undoubtedly far superior to the techniques she previously practiced at the Qingyang Sword Sect. The more she cultivates, the more awestruck Su Lianxin becomes. Just who is her master? As for Wang Yan, although his innate talent pales in comparison to Su Lianxin's, his dedication to the sacred grade cultivation method has yielded considerable progress. In 3 months, he has advanced from the 1st layer of qi gathering to the 5th layer. Lin Xian is quite pleased with these developments. In approximately 3 months, the grand competition of the sect will commence. Lin Xian, however, is not overly concerned with the superficial accolades. Rather, it is the extraordinary rewards associated with this event that captivate his attention, particularly those reserved for the top 3. After receiving the sword intent pills bestowed by Lin Xian, Wang Yan and Su Lianxin chose not to inquire further. They possess an unwavering trust in Lin Xian and respect his discretion regarding the gifts he provides. These 2 sword intent pills may very well enable them to grasp the essence of sword intent before the competition. Even if they do not fully comprehend sword intent, they are certain to attain at least the rudimentary form of it. While Wang Yan's potential remains uncertain, Su Lianxin, should she grasp even the nascent form of sword intent, is destined to secure a place among the top 3 in the upcoming competition. If she were to fully understand sword intent, none would be able to rival her for the first position. Conversely, Qi Yuming has spent minimal time at the peak over the past 3 months, returning only once or twice. Her advancement has been the least among Lin Xian's 3 disciples, progressing from the 3rd to the 4th level of the Earth realm. This rate of growth is not inherently slow, but it is all relative. In comparison to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who have cultivated the Qingdi Sutra, her progress can be deemed remarkably sluggish. Even Wang Yan, whose innate talent does not match her own, has surpassed her growth significantly over these 3 months. This is no exaggeration, considering that he has been practicing a transcendent sacred level technique that exceeds the imperial tier. Even at its first level, it cannot be compared to any of the esteemed techniques that Qi Yuming has been practicing. Clearly, she has not undertaken the sacred level technique, the Qingdi Sutra, that Lin Xian offered her. Nevertheless, that remains her choice. The technique was presented to her, and whether she chooses to cultivate it is entirely her affair. One wonders, however, what expression will cross her face when she eventually realizes that Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, who were once beneath her, will soon eclipse her prowess. Subsequently, Lin Xian resumed his seclusion, delving into the insights of the Thunder Sword and the Wind Sword. Yet, scarcely 2 days into his retreat, an unexpected visitor arrived at Qingyang Peak, the master of Tianyuan Peak. Chapter 4, Coaxing or Threatening. Tianyuan Peak ranks 9th among the 36 peaks of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The leaders of the top 10 peaks are all at the Qing realm, although the majority are at the first level of the Qing realm. Qing realm is still Qing realm. To those at this level, even a perfect 9th layer of the Tribulation realm is no different from an ant. The arrival of the Tianyuan Peak master puzzled Lin Xian. He had little interaction with this individual and was uncertain about the purpose of the visit. Nonetheless, it was essential to show respect to a genuine Qing realm expert. Lin Xian greeted the Tianyuan Peak master, apologizing for not welcoming him properly. However, the Tianyuan Peak master merely nodded in acknowledgement before taking the initiative to enter the main hall, as if this place were not the Qingyang Peak, but rather his own Tianyuan Peak. This action caused Lin Xian to furrow his brow slightly. Once inside the main hall, before Lin Xian could inquire about the purpose of the visit, the Tianyuan Peak master spoke first. I have come here solely for one matter. Qingyang Peak master, are you interested in joining the Saint Sun's faction? This statement left Lin Xian momentarily stunned. Joining the Saint Sun's faction? Was this an attempt to recruit him? He was somewhat aware of the ongoing rivalry between the Saint Sun and Saint Daughter within the sect. The Qingyang Sword Sect was not united, but rather divided into 2 major factions, each maintaining a delicate balance, the faction of the Saint Sun and that of the Saint Daughter. The Saint Sun, Lu Tianqing, was supported by the master of the second peak, while the Saint Daughter, Li Fufeng, had the backing of the master of the first peak. Rather than a simple struggle between the Saint Sun and Saint Daughter, it was, in truth, a contest between the masters of the second and first peaks. The covert and overt conflicts had persisted for quite some time, with the Saint Daughter's faction generally holding the upper hand until a year ago when the master of the second peak broke through to the 3rd level of the Qing realm, which altered the dynamics significantly. The Qingyang Sword Sect boasted over 10 experts at the Qing realm, yet most were at the 1st level, with only the masters of the top 3 peaks reaching the 2nd level or higher. The Saint Daughter's faction had maintained its advantage largely due to the support of the master of the first peak, a formidable 3rd-level Qing realm expert, second only to the sect leader and the elder. The master of the second peak, being at the 2nd level, had been at a disadvantage in terms of top-tier combat strength. However, this equilibrium shifted 6 months ago when the master of the second peak achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Particularly noteworthy was a rumor circulating within the sect that the traditionally neutral 3rd peak had begun leaning towards the 2nd peak, which not only stripped the Saint Daughter's faction of its advantages, but also placed it in a precarious position, should the rumors prove true. And the master of the 3rd peak indeed allied with the Saint Sun's faction, their advantage would become overwhelming. All this time, Lin Xian had maintained a neutral stance, or rather, a forced neutrality, as no one had sought to recruit him, especially after his failed breakthrough to the Qing realm. which had resulted in a decline to the 7th layer of the tribulation realm. Now, however, he was being courted. It seemed the struggle between the factions was approaching its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian inquired, "What benefits would I gain if I were to join?" The Lord of Tianyuan Peak cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xian and replied, "Benefits? Once your highness becomes the young sect master, you will still retain your position as the master of Starfall Peak." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned icy. He was not foolish. He discerned the underlying implication in the Lord's words. Was this a benefit? Rather, it felt more like a veiled threat. The Lord's insinuation was clear. Should Lin Xian agree to align with the Son of Heaven, he would maintain his role as master of Starfall Peak once the Sun triumphed over the Saintess and was proclaimed young sect master. Conversely, should Lin Xian refuse to join the Sun's faction, then he would face the revocation of his position as master of Starfall Peak. What kind of recruitment was this? It felt more like intimidation. It must be noted that within the sect, there were not many at the 7th level of the Calamity Realm like Lin Xian, yet there were certainly several who coveted his position as master of Starfall Peak. Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he solemnly asked, "Is this your decision, or the Sun's?" The Lord of Tianyuan Peak scoffed, "It is both my decision and His Highness's. Now, I require your answer." The Lord exhibited signs of impatience. As a formidable figure of the royal realm, he considered it a significant concession to personally recruit Lin Xian. To leave empty-handed and resort to threats was unacceptable. Even a clay figure possesses a degree of indignation, let alone Lin Xian. The Lin Xian of the past would never acquiesce, and the current Lin Xian was even less inclined to do so. Oh? Lin Xian's response evidently took the Lord of Tianyuan Peak by surprise. In his estimation, despite not offering any tangible benefits, allowing Lin Xian to continue as master of Starfall Peak after the young master's ascendance was already a substantial advantage. Yet, Lin Xian appeared somewhat unappreciative of this gesture. "Very well. I hope you do not regret your decision today." With that, the Lord of Tianyuan Peak departed without lingering. "You as well?" Lin Xian coldly remarked as he observed the Lord's retreating figure. In response, the Lord of Tianyuan Peak merely smirked dismissively, disregarding Lin Xian's words. Would he regret it? What a jest! Upon returning and informing the Son of Heaven, Lu Tianqing, about this matter, the Lord smiled faintly, showing no concern. "It matters not. A mere 7th level of the Calamity Realm cannot sway the grand scheme of things. If he is unwilling to pursue the role of Master of Starfall Peak, I shall not press him. Elder Jane, I have heard that you recently achieved a breakthrough?" The Lord of Tianyuan Peak suddenly directed his gaze towards a white-robed elder standing nearby. The elder, upon hearing this, offered a slight bow in response, reporting to the Lord, "I have recently advanced to the 6th level of the Calamity Realm." The Lord of Tianyuan Peak nodded and then turned to Lu Tianqing, "Your Highness, how about we appoint Elder Jean as the Master of Starfall Peak?" Lu Tianqing paused for a moment, then quickly comprehended the Lord's subtle intentions, smiling and shaking his head. "That would be acceptable." The Lord of Tianyuan Peak let out a hearty laugh. The position of the Master of a Peak, despite being the 6th realm, is somewhat beneath what one might expect. This move is primarily aimed at irritating Lin Xian, a consequence of the Mountain Lord of Tianyuan's refusal to accept his own fate. Regardless of one's lower realm, it matters not. With the right patron, one can indeed ascend to the role of a peak master. The Mountain Lord of Tianyuan harbors a certain anticipation when the Master of Qingyang Peak witnesses Elder Jean, whose realm is inferior to his own, usurp his position. The expression on his face will undoubtedly be most delightful. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin's aged countenance flushed with excitement as he bowed fervently to Lu Tianqing and the Mountain Lord of Tianyuan. Chapter 5. The 22 Paths of the Great Way. After bidding farewell to the Master of Tianyuan Peak, Lin Xian resumed his contemplation of the Great Way. However, merely a few days into his seclusion, another visitor arrived at Qingyang Peak. The newcomer was none other than the Master of the 8th Peak, a formidable figure in the realm of kings. Even stronger than the Master of Tianyuan Peak, who had come before. If Lin Xian recalled correctly, this 8th Peak Master was aligned with the Saintess Li Fufeng. Was he here to court his favor? When did his status as a 7th-layer judging become so sought after? Unlike the Master of Tianyuan Peak, the 8th Peak Master exhibited no air of disdain towards Lin Xian. On the contrary, he approached with genuine sincerity. The Saintess had promised that, should he choose to join, he would receive a Yunjin pill. The Yunjin pill, a 5th-grade elixir, though classified as such, was highly valuable due to its connection to soul restoration, making it particularly beneficial for Lin Xian, who had suffered soul damage from a previous tribulation failure. Although he no longer required it, The gesture demonstrated the 8th Peak Master's earnest intent. In comparison, Lin Xian could not help but feel a surge of resentment towards the earlier master of Tianyuan Peak. Now, this was what true sincerity looked like. Initially, Lin Xian had no desire to involve himself in the conflict between Li Fufeng and Lu Tianqing. Their struggle was of no concern to him. He merely wished to swiftly comprehend the remaining 2 paths of the Great Way and then ascend beyond the realm of kings. The outcome of their battle held no significance for him. Once he transcended the realm of kings, the vast world would be his to explore. However, Lin Xian's perspective began to shift. I accept your offer. However, might I request a different elixir? My injuries have healed, and I no longer require the Yunjin pill. The 8th Peak Master narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Certainly, what elixir would you prefer? The Xindao pill. The Xindao pill? The 8th Peak Master pondered for a moment. The Xindao pill, also a 5th grade elixir, was even more precious than the Yunjin pill, primarily used to aid in the comprehension of the Great Way. It was highly coveted by those at the pinnacle of the 9th layer Jiejing who were attempting to grasp the Great Way and seek a breakthrough into the realm of kings. It appeared that this master of Xingyun Peak, having just recovered, was already preparing for another attempt at ascending to the realm of kings. Yet, the 8th Peak Master held reservations. The difficulty of breaking through the realm of kings often escalated upon a second attempt, with greater risks involved, leading many to shy away from another venture. Frequently, those who failed the first time lacked the courage to try again, unless they were desperate, facing imminent demise. If you cannot make a decision regarding this elixir, feel free to discuss it further and provide me with a response later, Lin Xian said slowly. Not to worry. While this elixir is indeed precious, I am capable of making the decision. I will agree on behalf of the Saintess. Half an hour later, the 8th Peak Master departed from Xingyun Peak with satisfaction. Lin Xian, too, felt a profound sense of contentment. The Xindao pill, for Lin Xian, who has already comprehended several paths, holds little significance and pales in comparison to the 9-pattern Dao Golden pill he possesses. However, the Xindao pill can serve as an investment, offering returns when bestowed upon Su Lianxin. The Dao Golden pill, on the other hand, is the fruit of Lin Xian's investment in a 4th grade breakthrough pill. If such a modest 4th grade pill yields such results, one can only imagine the prospects of investing in a 5th grade pill, which brings a glimmer of anticipation to Lin Xian. Meanwhile, upon the return of the 8th Peak Master to report to the Saintess, he found Li Fufeng wearing a troubled expression. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for her. Should the 3rd Peak Master truly side with the Holy Sun, it would deal a significant blow to both her and her faction. She had sought out the 3rd Peak Master numerous times, not to win him over, but merely to keep him neutral. Yet, she was repeatedly rebuffed. After several attempts, she finally managed to gain an audience, but the 3rd Peak Master's demeanor confirmed the rumors that were likely true. He was indeed contemplating joining the Holy Sun's faction. Despite the meeting, the 3rd Peak Master remained aloof, stating plainly that in his eyes, Lu Tianqing's potential surpassed that of the Saintess. While it was not impossible to maintain neutrality, it required Li Fufeng to demonstrate equal or superior potential to the Holy Sun in the forthcoming sect competition for any reconsideration. Observing Li Fufeng's distressed countenance, the 8th Peak Master sighed. The pressure on the Saintess was indeed considerable. Your Highness, good news, Master Lin has agreed to her terms. However, the pill has been exchanged for a comprehension pill, which I have consented to. At this moment, another individual stood beside Li Fufeng, the Master of the 14th Peak. Though not at the king level, he had attained the 9th level of the tribulation stage, and not just any 9th level tribulation stage. Hearing the Tianyuan Peak Master's words, he could not help but snort disdainfully. Their strength is unimpressive, yet their demands are substantial. A comprehension pill is nearly equivalent to 2 spirit-nourishing pills. From the outset, he had harbored doubts about the Saintess's recruitment efforts, particularly now when the other party was demanding a comprehension pill. In his view, a mere 7th-level tribulation cultivator did not warrant such a hefty price for recruitment. A 7th-level tribulation cultivator is inconsequential. Whether he joins or not will hardly make a difference. However, we are currently at a disadvantage. If we do not make some sacrifices, how can we expect others to risk antagonizing Lu Tianqing by joining us? Li Fufeng spoke slowly. At Xingyun Peak, Lin Xian received the promised comprehension pill from the Saintess without fail. The moment he acquired it, he summoned Su Lianxin, presenting her with the pill while advising her to consume it when she attempts to break through to the king level in the future. In truth, this pill was not something Su Lianxin could yet utilize, but Lin Xian could not wait until she reached the 9th level of the tribulation stage to present it. So he concocted a convenient excuse to navigate the matter. However, Su Lianxin did not dwell on it too much. She merely felt that her master was exceedingly kind to her, having just recently broken through to the Earth Profound realm. He was already preparing her for future advancements to the King realm. Observing Su Lianxin's moved expression, Lin Xian's face flushed slightly, and with a gentle cough, he encouraged her to focus on her cultivation. Ding. Investment in the insightful pill has yielded a return of 1 array Dao Profound Pill, 8 patterns. The array Dao Profound Pill, a 7th grade spiritual pill, when consumed, grants comprehension of 4 sword array pathways: the Azure Dragon Sword Array, the White Tiger Sword Array, the Vermilion Bird Sword Array, and the Black Tortoise Sword Array. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his breathing grew rapid. For more pathways. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare sword array pathways. In this manner, with 18 pathways leading to the King realm, it was no longer his limit. With the addition of these 4 sword array pathways, that would mean 22 pathways. Lin Xian dared not even contemplate the magnitude of strength he would possess upon breaking through to the King realm. Chapter 6. The progress of the disciples. Time flies, and 2 months have swiftly passed. On this day, Lin Xian awakened from his seclusion, his eyes radiating brilliance. 2 months prior, he had consumed the Dao Golden Elixir and the Array Mystical Elixir, and his comprehension of the Dao had reached 20 paths. He was merely 2 paths away from mastery, the Thunder Sword and the Wind Sword. Once he successfully comprehended these, Lin Xian would embark on his ascent to the King realm. Even without having broken through to the King realm, Lin Xian, having grasped 20 paths of the Dao, possessed an incredibly formidable strength. Now, what level of power do I possess? Lin Xian shook his head slightly, uncertain and unable to gauge. However, it was clear that the Tianyuan Peak Lord, who had recently come to invite him, would fall before his sword with ease. Of course, this was merely Lin Xian's own estimation, as he had yet to engage in combat with a true King realm powerhouse, leaving him oblivious to his actual standing. In high spirits, Lin Xian extended his consciousness throughout the peak. Over the past 2 months, both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin had made significant advancements in their strength. Wang Yin had broken through from the 5th level of Qi gathering to the current 9th level, while Su Lianxin's progress was even more astonishing. Leaping from the 9th level of Qi gathering to the 3rd level of Earth Profound, now only 1 realm apart from the enigmatic Chu Yuming, whose soul harbored the essence of a celestial sovereign. Reflecting on just a few months ago, when they had been separated by a staggering 10 realms, the gap had nearly vanished within a mere 3 months. This remarkable progress was not solely attributed to Su Lianxin's possession of the true blood of the Ice Phoenix, but also to the sacred class technique, the Qingdi Sutra, which he had bestowed upon her. Had Chu Yuming also practiced the Qingdi Sutra, her cultivation would undoubtedly have surpassed this point in half a year. Moreover, Lin Xian had gifted both of them sword intent pills, which they had consumed. To Lin Xian's surprise, he had anticipated that the more talented Su Lianxin would be the first to comprehend the sword intent. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Su Lianxin had only grasped the embryonic form of the sword intent, while Wang Yin, whose talent paled in comparison, had successfully comprehended the sword intent itself. Lin Xian's gaze turned peculiar. He had not expected Wang Yin to possess such aptitude in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, despite comprehending the sword intent, Wang Yin still lagged significantly behind Su Lianxin in terms of overall strength. Of course, the sword intent had slightly narrowed the gap between them. As the upcoming sect competition approached, Lin Xian had initially placed his hopes solely on Su Lianxin to secure first place. However, it now appeared that Wang Yin also harbored the potential to vie for a spot among the top 3. In addition, fresh from his seclusion, Lin Xian had just received news that the rewards for the sect competition had been announced. The sect had spared no expense. The champion of the sect competition would be awarded a single Xianlong pill, adorned with a unique pill pattern. The Qingyang pill was a 6th grade elixir, exceedingly precious even for the Qingyang Sword Sect, making it astonishing that it would be offered as a reward for the competition. Furthermore, the first place winner would also receive an opportunity to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm, where all treasures acquired would belong to them. The Qingyang Secret Realm, established by the founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, is imbued with numerous opportunities and treasures, yet it has never been accessible to disciples. Only the sect master and the supreme elders possess the privilege to enter, and even the holy sons and holy maidens are excluded. In contrast to the 6th grade Xianlong pill, the chance to enter the Qingyang Secret Realm is the true highlight. Upon the announcement, the entire sect was set abuzz. Not only the others, but even the holy son and holy maiden, Lu Tianqing and Li Fufeng, felt a surge of fervent excitement upon hearing this news, as they were determined to secure the first place in the upcoming sect competition. In a secluded corner of Qingyang Peak, the reclusive Chu Yuming also learned of this development. Before she could react, the celestial soul within her stirred with excitement, its voice resonating with gravity. Disciple, you must seize this first place. The reason she had come to the Qingyang Sword Sect and remained hidden in Qingyang Peak was precisely for this Qingyang secret realm. Chu Yuming's beautiful eyes flickered as she assured her master, rest assured, be it Li Fufeng or Lu Tianxing, none can rival me. This first place is mine to claim. Her voice, though soft, brimmed with unwavering confidence. The so-called prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect, whether it be the holy son Lu Tianxing or the holy maiden Li Fufeng, had never truly captured her regard, not only within the Qingyang Sword Sect, but even across the whole Tangqing Empire. None could hold her interest. Only the exceptional talents from beyond the Tangqing Empire, those listed on the Xian domain's potential dragon rankings, were worthy adversaries in her eyes. As for this modest Qingyang Sword Sect, should she desire it, the position of the foremost among the younger generation would be effortlessly within her grasp. As the sect competition drew nearer, the atmosphere within the sect shifted notably. Disciples from various peaks seldom ventured outside, devoting themselves to intense preparation for the impending contest. Every ounce of strength gained could potentially elevate their standing in the competition and yield greater rewards. Yet, with less than a month remaining until the sect competition, an unexpected piece of news ignited excitement throughout the Tangqing Empire and even the surrounding nations. The Burning Heaven secret realm was showing signs of activity and was about to open. This revelation swiftly overshadowed the approaching sect competition, becoming the focal point of discussion among the sect members. The Burning Heaven secret realm is the site of the fall of a powerful being, the Burning Heaven Sovereign, thousands of years ago. Within it lie countless opportunities and treasures, including the potential legacy of the Burning Heaven Sovereign, located in the Innate mountain range, which spans 7 great empires. This area is commonly referred to as the 7 nations of Innate. The Tangqing Empire is one among them. There are 3 realms of sovereigns: sovereign, earth sovereign, and celestial sovereign. The existence of an earth sovereign is a rarity in the entire Xian domain. For instance, the leader of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, one of the top 10 powers in the Xian domain, is merely at the peak of the sovereign realm, not an earth sovereign. This highlights the allure of the Burning Heaven secret realm for the surrounding nations. When the time comes, not only the 7 nations of Innate, but also forces from beyond them are likely to come seeking this opportunity. Legends surrounding the Burning Sky secret realm are countless. For instance, the Dawn Empire, the foremost of the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection, owes its ascendance to its sovereign, Emperor Shi, who acquired a modicum of the earthly sovereign's legacy within the Burning Sky secret realm. In merely a few decades, he propelled the Dawn Empire from the nadir to the pinnacle among the 7 nations. Emperor Shi is celebrated as the mightiest figure of the present era within these realms. Such instances abound, which fuels the fervor of the populace for the Burning Sky secret realm. Each time it opens, it draws an innumerable throng. However, the timing of its openings is not fixed. They may occur every 10 or even 20 years, typically exceeding a decade. Yet, this time, a remarkable deviation has occurred. Only 7 years have elapsed since its last opening. For the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, this secret realm holds far greater significance than the sect's grand competition. This is especially true for the ordinary disciples within the sect. The rewards for this grand competition are indeed substantial, yet they primarily benefit the top 10 or the first place, leaving ordinary disciples with little hope of contention for such ranks. In stark contrast, within the Burning Sky secret realm, even those of their standing might stumble upon extraordinary fortunes. Upon receiving this news, the Qingyang Sword Sect promptly convened its elders and disciples to set forth. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, upon emerging from his seclusion, also learned of this development. However, by this time, the 36 peaks had nearly all departed, with only a handful remaining. The circumstances of these peaks mirrored Lin Xian's. Either their leaders were in seclusion or other matters had delayed them from joining the main contingent of the sect. Although he was a few days late, Lin Xian had no recourse, as he had reached a critical juncture in comprehending the path of the Wind Sword. To withdraw prematurely would risk nullifying his hard-earned progress. Now, having successfully grasped the path of the Wind Sword, only the final avenue, the path of the Thunder Sword, remains before he can begin his ascent toward the King realm. Upon his emergence, a female elder, who had patiently awaited him on the Starfall Peak for several days, approached Lin Xian, her expression rife with dissatisfaction. Having grown increasingly impatient, she was on the verge of departing. Should Lin Xian remain in seclusion any longer, she would return to report to the Peak Master. no longer willing to wait at Starfall Peak. Chapter 7. You? Guiding me? Ah, the esteemed Lin Feng, you have kept this old bone of mine in eager anticipation. Upon sighting Lin Xian, an individual let out a cold snort, the dissatisfaction in their tone unmistakable to all who were present. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly, apologizing for making Elder Quan wait. This elder, hailing from the 10th peak of the 36 peaks, known as Qingwei Peak, was familiar to Lin Xian. Qingwei Peak predominantly consists of female disciples, with male disciples being a rarity. It is renowned for producing enchanting beauties and is highly esteemed within the sect. The peak's master. The Qingwei Fairy is a recently ascended king-level powerhouse, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Qingyang Sword Sect, with admirers scattered throughout the sect, including several peak masters. Notably, both Qingwei Peak and Xingyun Peak stand in solidarity with the saintess, Li Fufeng. The reason Qingwei Peak did not accompany the main force to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm was due to Li Fufeng's directive. The Burning Heaven Secret Realm lies at the heart of the Yingwei mountain range, a perilous journey fraught with dangers, particularly within the mountains where even king-level figures risk falling. In Xingyun Peak, only Lin Xian, a 7th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator, would face tremendous peril on the way to the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. Aware of this, Li Fufeng arranged for the master of Qingwei Peak to remain behind, allowing her to journey alongside Xingyun Peak. Thus, Elder Quan awaited at Xingyun Peak for quite some time. Despite his current strength rendering him capable of traversing the perilous path alone, Lin Xian acknowledged Li Fufeng's thoughtful intentions. Now that the master of the peak has emerged from seclusion, I shall return to report to her. I kindly ask that you prepare, as we shall depart tomorrow. Elder Quan stated with a stern countenance before departing from Xingyun Peak. After Elder Quan's departure, Lin Xian sent a message to his 3 disciples, urging them to make preparations as well. However, as he scanned Xingyun Peak with his divine sense, he noticed the absence of Chu Yuming. Subsequently, Lin Xian learned from Su Lianxin that Chu Yuming had left the sect after the announcement of the rewards from the sect's grand competition, leaving behind a letter for her to convey to Lin Xian. This development was not unexpected for Lin Xian. He had never truly regarded her as a disciple, having taken her in merely for the substantial enhancement she could provide to his cultivation speed. The following day, early in the morning, the flying vessel of Qingwei Peak docked at the square of Xingyun Peak. The colossal vessel resembled a floating mansion, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. Such a vessel is not possessed by just any peak within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Only the top 10 peaks, which have king-level powerhouses, are entitled to such a luxury. This is not only due to the exorbitant cost of the vessel itself, but also the steep maintenance expenses, as each activation consumes a significant amount of spirit stones. Observing the magnificent vessel before them, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin exhibited expressions of astonishment, for it was their first encounter with a sect flying vessel, having only heard tales of it previously. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingwei Peak aboard the vessel regarded Wang Yin and Su Lianxin's Na'vi expressions with a hint of pride. After leading his 2 disciples onto the vessel, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon a serene woman standing on the deck. Her enchanting eyes shimmer like autumn waters, and her visage is as delicate as white jade, an unparalleled beauty that seems to have emerged from the realms of painting. Deserving of the title of the most exquisite maiden of the Qingyang Sword Sect, she is none other than the esteemed leader of the 10th peak, Qingwei Peak, known as the Qingwei Fairy. Moreover, she is the youngest in the realm of kings within the sect. A few days ago marked a crucial moment of enlightenment, which caused a slight delay, leading to her companions awaiting her return. Lin Xian, addressing the Qingwei Peak master and others, offered a slight bow and a brief explanation. Yet, upon his explanation, the Qingwei Fairy's brows furrowed delicately. Before she could voice her thoughts, several elders from Qingwei Peak beside her burst into laughter. Enlightenment? What wisdom could a mere 7th realm practitioner attain? One middle-aged elder remarked with a tone dripping in sarcasm. Pray tell, Master Lin, what grand path are you contemplating? Perhaps we could engage in a discussion? The mockery was palpable, evident to all present. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at the elder, but chose silence. Engage in discourse with you? Are you worthy? His rationale had already been conveyed. Whether they believed it or not was their concern. He offered a slight bow to the Qingwei Fairy before departing the deck, making his way to the quarters he had arranged at Qingwei Peak to resume his cultivation. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, the Qingwei Fairy shook her head. She was aware of his circumstances, a once favored disciple suffering betrayal, leading to a failed breakthrough and a fall from grace. Initially, she felt a tinge of sympathy for him. However, his recent words had drastically shifted her perception. A few days' delay was trivial. She had no intention of placing blame. Yet, to err and refuse to acknowledge it. To fabricate tales of enlightenment for the sake of pride, how truly disheartening. Let us depart. With a thunderous roar, the flying vessel ascended, piercing through the clouds toward its destinations. The Yingwei mountain range. Within the lofty chamber, numerous disciples of Qingwei Peak congregated in small clusters, but two figures appeared somewhat uneasy, Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. The brother and sister duo. Lin Xian had long since attained the realm of fasting, no longer requiring sustenance, unlike Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, who still did. Feeling the curious glances from the surrounding disciples, the two siblings were somewhat uncomfortable. Is this young lady a disciple of Master Lin? At that moment, a male voice interrupted, causing Su Lianxin and Wang Yin to turn their gazes. A delicate young man, clad in pure white, approached with a broad smile and casually took a seat across from them. Su Lianxin's beauty rivaled that of the Qingwei fairy, though she had yet to fully blossom. Nevertheless, even amidst the sea of stunning women at Qingwei Peak, she was among the most striking. The young man's gaze toward Su Lianxin was unmistakably one of admiration. Furrowing her brows, Su Lianxin found him exceedingly rude. She chose not to respond verbally, merely nodding, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Upon hearing this, the young man remained undeterred. Continuing to press forward with a bold demeanor, I am Yongzhen, a true disciple under Elder Quan of Qingwei Peak. May I inquire about your esteemed name, fair maiden? Su Lianxin, she replied. Ah, so you are Miss Su. It appears you are a swordsman, just as I am. I humbly believe that I possess some expertise in the way of the sword, and perhaps I could offer you a few pointers, Yongzhen remarked, fanning himself gently with a folding fan. His words instantly ignited a fervor among the onlookers, who cast envious glances towards Su Lianxin. Goodness, Brother Yang is being overly modest. With his prowess in swordsmanship, he ranks among the finest on Qingwei Peak. To claim he has merely some expertise is an understatement, one admirer exclaimed. Indeed, if Brother Yang has merely some expertise, then what does that make us? Mere wastrels who cannot even wield a sword? Another chimed in. This junior sister is fortunate to receive guidance directly from Brother Yang. Such an opportunity is rare. Many have sought it in vain, including numerous elders who come to discuss swordsmanship with him. If any disciple on Qingwei Peak is destined to comprehend the essence of sword intent, it is undoubtedly Brother Yang. The flattery was abundant, for they believed Yongzhen's earlier words were far too humble. Su Lianxin glanced at the effeminate young man and exchanged a knowing look with her senior brother, Wang Yin, both nearly stifling their laughter. Chapter 8. The Frightening Return of the Demon King Swordsmanship? You? To advise me? A person who has yet to comprehend the essence of the sword dares to offer me guidance? Su Lianxin, having recently grasped the principles of sword intent, knew that within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect, the only one capable of mentoring her was her master, Lin Xian. No other individuals, not even the sect leader or the esteemed Elder Xianjian, possessed such qualifications. The effeminate youth before her had not even begun to understand the rudiments of sword intent. Yet he had the audacity to instruct her? What a farce. Indeed, Yongzhen's mastery of swordsmanship was not insignificant among the younger generation of the Qingyang Sword Sect. He ranked among the finest. However, comparisons matter, and when juxtaposed with Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, he paled in comparison. Thank you for your offer, senior brother. But I must decline your guidance, she declared, rising from her seat and departing with Wang Yin. This left Yongzhen, as well as the surrounding disciples of Qingwei Peak, in a state of astonishment. Neither Yongzhen nor the disciples had anticipated Su Lianxin's outright rejection, especially delivered so resolutely. Yongzhen's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion as he tightly gripped his folding fan. Days later, the flying vessel finally departed the Tangqing Empire, entering the realm of the Yingwei Mountains. The protective array surrounding the vessel quietly activated, and the elders and disciples of Qingwei Peak no longer engaged in light-hearted banter as before. The mere mention of the Yingwei Mountains instilled a sense of trepidation. It was a haven for demonic beasts. Even those at the king or emperor level faced the peril of demise within its confines. As the flying vessel glided over the dense forest, it attracted the attention of countless demonic beasts below, their ghostly eyes hidden among the foliage, quietly observing everything. Humph. On board the vessel, the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. A palpable warning to any demonic beast contemplating an attack. Before making any move, they ought to consider their worthiness. The terrifying pressure caused the restless beasts to retreat in fear. While the Yingwei Mountains were indeed formidable, this was primarily confined to the inner regions, the outer areas. though teeming with beasts predominantly housed those beneath the king level. Such creatures could easily be subdued by a 9th-level tribulation expert. However, before the members of Qingwei Peak could breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling sound of something piercing through the air jolted everyone to their core. Emerging from the forest ahead was a massive golden spike, hurtling towards the flying vessel with an eerie swiftness, crashing into the protective array surrounding the vessel. Crack! The array shattered like a spider's web, fracturing rapidly before disintegrating completely. The once swiftly moving vessel came to an abrupt halt, as if it had collided with a mountain. Puff! Some of the weaker disciples aboard spewed forth blood, their faces as pale as parchment. This is the Demon King. The elders of Qingwei Peak gasped in horror, their eyes widening as they beheld the source of the spike. There, in the direction of the attack, loomed a colossal purple-red scorpion, towering several dozen feet high, now visible to all. A single strike shattered the defensive formation of the flying vessel, an achievement unattainable even by a perfected 9th realm cultivator. Only a demon king corresponding to the human royal realm could accomplish such a feat. Therefore, this crimson giant scorpion was undoubtedly a demon king. Yet, this was the periphery of the Qingyang mountain range. While it was not impossible for a demon king to be found in the outskirts, their numbers were exceedingly rare. What extraordinary luck must they possess to encounter a demon king upon merely entering the Qingyang forest? The obsidian eyes of the crimson giant scorpion fixated intently on the Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak, stationed at the forefront of the flying vessel. Under its relentless gaze, the Grand Elder felt an icy shiver run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, he was filled with despair, fully aware of how he had provoked this demon king. Previously, he had released his pressure merely to warn the low-tier demon beasts that lurked hungrily nearby. Who could have anticipated that a demon king lay hidden in this place, interpreting the Grand Elder's pressure as a challenge? Boom. The sudden turn of events naturally startled the Grand Master of Qingwei Peak, who was meditating within the vessel, as well as Lin Xian. The pressure of the royal realm erupted from within the vessel, and the Grand Master of Qingwei Peak appeared above the flying craft, his gaze heavy as he observed the nearby demon king. Lin Xian, on the other hand, manifested on the deck of the vessel, an overwhelming sword intent swirling in his eyes as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Master. The appearance of the Grand Master of Qingwei Peak allowed the elders and disciples to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Master, I. The Grand Elder of Qingwei Peak bowed his head in shame, but the Grand Master waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This matter is not your fault." Indeed, it was not the Grand Elder's fault. It was merely a matter of their unfortunate luck. Roar! The Demon King Scorpion let out a low growl, its enormous eyes darting about as if wary of something, refraining from launching another attack. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fury. The Demon King, unwilling yet resigned, emitted a reluctant howl before burrowing into the earth below. This action left everyone aboard the vessel, including the Grand Master, momentarily stunned. Previously, the Demon King had appeared furious, seemingly intent on a relentless confrontation with the members of Qingwei Peak. Yet, upon the Grand Master's emergence, it had retreated. What? The Master is formidable. The Master's might. The disciples and elders turned their gaze toward the Grand Master, their expressions filled with reverence. Some disciples even exclaimed in excitement. In their eyes, the Grand Master of Qingwei Peak exuded an unparalleled aura, effortlessly repelling a demon king simply by standing there. The Grand Master opened his mouth but felt a strange sensation. Though the royal realm and demon king belonged to the same tier, within that realm, demon beasts generally surpassed human cultivators in strength, and demon kings were even more formidable. Under typical circumstances, to defeat or kill a demon king of the same realm, at least 2 or even 3 human royal realm experts would need to join forces. And even then, it would merely be a possibility. Just moments ago, the Grand Master had been contemplating how to shield the Crimson Scorpion Demon King to ensure the safe departure of the other members of Qingwei Peak. However, before she could contemplate any feasible solutions, the opposing party had already faltered, which was entirely beyond her expectations. She had considered numerous possibilities, yet never anticipated that they would retreat. With a sense of perplexity, the leader of Qingwei Peak, accompanied by her followers, departed from the site. Unbeknownst to her, 3 individuals had chosen not to accompany her, namely, Lin Xian and his 2 disciples. After leaving a note, Lin Xian discreetly descended from the flying vessel with Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. A purple scorpion demon king ought to be worth a considerable sum, he mused, as he guided Su Lianxin and Wang Yin toward the location where they had previously encountered the purple scorpion demon king. Chapter 9. The Peerless Sword Master. Typically, Only those at the Qing realm possess the ability to soar through the skies. However, Lin Xian is an exception, although he does not belong to the Qing realm. The immense spiritual power within him is by no means inferior to that of a true Qing realm expert. Moreover, he has successfully comprehended 21 paths. With the exception of not having reached the Qing realm, Lin Xian is indistinguishable from an ordinary Qing realm master and perhaps even surpasses them. At present, Lin Xian is in dire need of resources. Su Lianxin and Wang Yin are unaware of Lin Xian's intentions after he disembarked from the flying vessel with them. They do not inquire further, but as they observe Lin Xian guiding them back through the air, a sudden thought crosses their minds. Could it be? Master, are we returning to confront the purple scorpion demon king? As this notion arises, the two exchange a glance, their hearts racing. As they approach the vicinity where they previously encountered the purple scorpion demon king, their speculation solidifies into certainty. Master, we are indeed heading back for that formidable foe. Their hearts pound anxiously. This is no ordinary beast, but a bona fide demon king. They are aware of their master's true cultivation level, which is not the 7th level of the tribulation realm as the outside world believes, but rather the 9th level. Yet, even at the 9th level of the tribulation realm, before a demon king, one is but an ant, though they recognize their master's enigmatic nature. A sense of trepidation lingers as Wang Yin and Su Lianxin follow Lin Xian back to the site of their encounter with the purple scorpion demon king. Boom. Upon arrival, Lin Xian cleaves the ground with his sword. A terrifying sword chi rends the earth, creating a deep chasm. Immediately, an enraged roar emanates from beneath, and a colossal purple scorpion, towering several dozen feet high, bursts forth from the ground, fixating its furious gaze upon the trio, more specifically, upon Lin Xian. Human, I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? The purple scorpion demon king speaks with human-like articulation, its voice laced with an uncontrollable fury. This declaration astonishes Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who are standing behind Lin Xian. What did they just hear? I spared you once before. Do you truly believe this king fears you? Suddenly, a realization dawns upon Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, their eyes wide with disbelief. During their initial encounter with the purple scorpion demon king, they had assumed that it was the master of Qingwei Peak who had intimidated the demon into retreat. Yet, listening to the demon king's wrathful words, it seems that the truth is quite the opposite. What the purple scorpion demon king fears is not the master of Qingwei Peak, but their master. So it is. So that is the case. You fear me. Of course you do. If you were not afraid, you would not be exchanging idle words with me, but would have attacked directly. Lin Xian replies with a smile. Human, you seek death. The purple scorpion demon king ascends into the air, its long, pointed tail detaching from its body and hurtling towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the demon king makes no hesitation and swiftly flees in the opposite direction. This scene leaves Wang Yin and Su Lianxin utterly astounded, their jaws agape. They had anticipated an inevitable clash. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. After launching a sharp spike, the purple scorpion demon king chose to flee instead. In its hasty retreat, the demon king was oblivious to the thoughts of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. It only recognized that it was no match for Lin Xian. Having lived for many years, it could easily discern who was formidable and who was not. Lin Xian, a human, exuded an air of strangeness. Despite being merely at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm, he imposed significant pressure on the purple scorpion demon king. The terrifying sword intent emanating from his gaze was enough to instill fear in the demon king's heart with just a single glance. Clang. As the spike approached, Lin Xian remained utterly still. A flash of sword light flickered in his eyes, and he unleashed a sword chi that cleaved through the spike effortlessly. Then, with a delicate gesture, he pointed towards the void. Instantly, a colossal frost sword erupted from the ground along the path the demon king was fleeing, piercing it and encasing its massive form in ice. The ice sword, one of the sword principles that Lin Xian had comprehended. Initially, he believed that this strike would not be sufficient to slay the purple scorpion demon king, yet he underestimated the sword's potency and his own current strength. The demon king, at the 1st level of the sovereign realm, fell, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lin Xian. This profoundly shocking scene was witnessed solely by Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, their minds shaken to the core. One sword, and a demon king perished. That was a demon king, equivalent to a sovereign of the human race. Nay, even stronger than many of their kind, yet it could not endure a single blow from its master. How powerful was their master, truly? This was the first time the two had witnessed Lin Xian in action since they had become his disciples. A calamity realm striking down a sovereign realm with merely one sword. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. It is well known that as one ascends in rank, surpassing levels becomes increasingly arduous. Achieving several levels of transcendence in the earth and heavenly profound realms does not guarantee the same in the calamity and sovereign realms. The magnificence of that singular strike was deeply etched in their hearts. After storing the Demon King's remains and inner core in his storage ring, Lin Xian chose not to proceed to the burning heaven secret realm with his disciples. With several days still remaining before the secret realm's opening, there was little distinction between arriving early or late. Arriving too soon would merely result in waiting outside the realm. Linyu City, located at the juncture of the reflecting Moon Mountain Range, derived its name from its proximity to the mountains and was Lin Xian's next destination. The remains and inner core of the purple scorpion Demon King held immense value, yet they were of little use to Lin Xian personally. He feared that if he bestowed them upon his disciples, they would merely return with an inner core. Through several investment returns, Lin Xian had gleaned an understanding of the system's patterns. Items returned by the system were likely to be of a higher tier than those invested in. For instance, if he gifted an inner core, it was highly probable that the return would also be an inner core. While not absolute, this was often the case. Lin Xian had no need for the inner core. It would be wiser to auction it off or exchange it for other items of equivalent value to bestow upon Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. In the city of Linyue, nestled near the Yingyuan mountain range, many adventurers have found refuge. The lord of the city is reputed to be a powerful figure of the third level of the Qing realm, whose mere presence deters any troublemakers or factions from causing unrest within Linwei. At this level, he stands as a formidable force in the region. Even within the esteemed Qingyang Sword Sect, only the sect master and the venerable Xianjian surpass him in strength. Although the masters of the first and second peaks also hold the third level of the Qing realm, they have only recently entered that stage and would likely falter in a true confrontation against the Lord of Linwei. With the imminent opening of the Finchen secret realm, the already bustling city of Linwei has seen an influx of cultivators and factions preparing to embark on this journey, including individuals like Lin Xian from the Tangqing Empire and others from the 6 neighboring nations. The largest auction house in the city, known as the Muyu Auction House, is situated in the northern part of the city. Upon entering, Lin Xian made his way directly there, while Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, who seldom ventured beyond their sect, were left to explore the wonders of the outside world. The Muyu Auction House is an imposing tower of approximately 30 stories, prominently rising in the northern section of the city. As Lin Xian stepped inside, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful female attendant who smiled and inquired, "Welcome to Muyu Auction House. May I ask if you wish to consign items?" Or, "Consign," he replied. "Certainly, I will just." However, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze caught sight of a young man in purple attire entering the auction house, and her expression shifted to one of excitement. Leaving her words unspoken, the elegantly dressed young man, moving with an air of nobility, drew not only the attention of Lin Xian's attendant but also several other staff members, all eager to approach him. Yet it was the attendant who reached him first, seemingly fearful of losing the opportunity. "This young master, I apologize, but I am in a bit of a rush. Qinghe, come here and assist this guest," she called out, promptly bypassing Lin Xian to hasten towards the noble youth, as if fearing he might be whisked away by someone else. Oh, the girl, referred to as Qinghe, appeared to be around 16 years old. Upon being summoned, she hurriedly grabbed a registration form and rushed toward Lin Xian, flustered by the sudden task. This scene momentarily startled Lin Xian, yet he soon smiled, not overly concerned. He understood well the reason behind the attendant's eagerness. The young man in purple possessed an identity of significance, promising her rewards that far exceeded those from attending to him. Lin Xian bore no ill will, recognizing the natural inclination to seize such an opportunity, especially since the attendant had maintained a courteous demeanor throughout their interaction. Before long, the attendant was engaged in conversation with the young man, laughing and preparing to ascend to the second floor. This spectacle elicited envious glances from several surrounding staff members at the auction house, who lamented their own timing, having missed the chance to approach the distinguished guest first. The beautiful young lady, known as Qinghe, who had been summoned by the elegant shop assistant, hurriedly approached Lin Xian. "Greetings, my lord. I am Qinghe. Are you here to consign items for auction?" "Indeed. You want to run off again, will you?" Lin Xian teased lightly. "Ah, my apologies. My apologies." Qinghe's face flushed crimson as she repeatedly expressed her contrition. "Not to worry, it's of no consequence. Here's the item I wish to auction. Please take a look. If you find it difficult to decide, you may call upon the head of your auction house. Lin Xian replied, shaking his head and tossing a storage ring. Upon receiving the storage ring, Qing had dealt her consciousness inside. A gasp escaped her lips, resonating throughout the first floor of the auction house, drawing the attention of many onlookers who turned to her in confusion. Even the shop assistant and the young man in purple, who were about to ascend the staircase, halted in their tracks, bewildered by Qing's reaction. This is... Qing stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. What had she just seen? An extraordinarily massive creature, though lifeless, emanated an overwhelming presence that rendered Qing breathless. This is a king-level beast, Qing exclaimed in dismay, certainty flooding her mind. The aura was unmistakable. It bore a striking resemblance to the Demon King's remains auctioned off 6 months prior. Yet, it felt even more oppressive than that. Most astonishingly, this was a complete Demon King's corpse, and she could even see a gigantic inner core nestled within its chest. Her heart raced with exhilaration. She had never anticipated the honor of attending to a distinguished guest bringing forth the remains of a Demon King for auction. Moreover, this guest was none other than the one whom her tormentor, Sister Li Qin, had insisted she accommodate. The commission from this Demon King's remains was beyond her wildest dreams. Qing had dared not fathom the wealth it could bring her. She realized that even a lifetime spent in the auction house would not yield such a fortune in spirit stones. A king-level beast, an elderly man, slowly descending from the second floor, uttered in perplexity. Elder Yuan, it is an honor to meet you. The staff greeted him with deep bows, recognizing him as one of the auction house's overseers. Elder Yuan, your timing is impeccable. This young master has presented me with a storage ring containing a complete Demon King's corpse, along with its inner core. Qing, fully aware that this matter exceeded her capacity to manage, hurriedly informed Elder Yuan as he descended the stairs. What? A Demon King's corpse? And a complete one at that? Elder Yuan, initially composed, upon hearing Qing's words, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He took a decisive step forward, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before Qing, promptly seizing the storage ring from her hand. As he probed within, the sight of the Demon King's remains, towering like a small mountain, left even the worldly wise Elder Yuan momentarily stunned. The Muyu auction house, being the largest in Linwei City, had indeed auctioned king-level beasts before, yet most were merely fragments of such creatures, whether it be scales of creatures, bones of beasts, or horns or claws. The essence elixirs are relatively scarce. As for a complete corpse of a Demon King, even since the establishment of the Twilight Auction House, such specimens have rarely been auctioned. It is crucial to understand that a Demon King of the same rank as a human sovereign possesses strength that surpasses that of their peers. Even a first-tier Demon King requires the combined efforts of several human sovereigns of equal rank to have any chance of defeat. Yet, that merely signifies a possibility of defeat, while the prospect of killing remains exceedingly arduous. Even for a second-tier Demon King, one can hardly claim absolute certainty in slaying a first-tier Demon King. Gazing into the storage ring, the Elder Yuan was struck with astonishment at the sight of a breathtaking sword scar across the chest of the Demon King. This purple scorpion Demon King had been slain by a single sword strike, sensing the faint remnants of sword intent lingering at the fatal wound. Elder Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The one who had vanquished this Demon King was undoubtedly an extraordinary swordsman who had mastered sword intent. Elder Yuan had encountered sword cultivators who comprehended sword intent before, and not merely a few, such as the Sword King of Li Yuan from the Dan Empire and the Sword King of Baihong from the Zhonglu Empire. They were all superlative swordsmen who had grasped the profound truths of the second-tier sword path. However, the sword intent emanating from this purple scorpion Demon King imparted a sensation of dread that eclipsed even those two individuals, and indeed all swordsmen he had ever encountered. This was unequivocally a swordsman who had attained the third tier of the sword path's true essence. Elder Yuan's heart was resolute in this conviction. Chapter 10. Taking Disciples? Young Master, please follow me to the 7th floor. Elder Yuan's voice was grave as he led Lin Xian and the other two up the stairs, leaving the crowd below in stunned silence. They had clearly heard Elder Yuan's earlier words, the complete remains of a king-level beast. Many in the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hurriedly departed the auction house to report this matter. The presence of a complete king-level beast's corpse was indeed an extraordinary event for any faction in this region. In the stairwell, Li Qin's face was as pale as paper, regret washing over her like a tidal wave, her lips bitten raw. She was acutely aware of the opportunity she had missed. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Numerous staff members cast envious glances at Qing, lamenting her fortuitous luck, although Qing had merely attended to the esteemed guest for a brief moment. This transaction would undeniably be credited to her. Elder Yuan guided Lin Xian to the VIP room on the 7th floor, instructing him to wait briefly before departing. However, it was not long before he returned, accompanied by an alluring and coldly beautiful woman, though she did not intentionally exude any pressure. The aura of a king-level presence was unmistakable. "I am Mu Yu, the owner of this auction house. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, scrutinized Lin Xian, her voice soft and inviting. Lin Xian. "Ah, so it is young Master Lin. I have heard from Elder Yuan that you wish to auction off the remains of a king-level beast. Might I have the honor of viewing it?" Lin Xian nodded and tossed the storage ring containing the corpse of the purple scorpion king to her. As Mu Yu received the ring and probed its contents with her consciousness, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock, the smile fading from her face. The purple scorpion king? What astonished her was not merely the presence of a king-level beast remains, as she had been informed prior to her arrival, but rather that she recognized this particular beast. In fact, she was intimately acquainted with it. The injuries it had inflicted upon her years ago were still not fully healed. Once, she and 3 of her companions, all at the king level, had attempted to hunt the purple scorpion king, believing it would be an easy feat, yet to their astonishment, the beast proved far more formidable than anticipated, wounding 2 of them in the process, herself included. The venom from its stinger had yet to be entirely eradicated from her body. Never had she imagined she would encounter the remains of the purple scorpion king within a storage ring. The sight of the ghastly scar across the beast's chest further shook her to her core. "May I ask, young Master Lin, how did you come by the remains of the purple scorpion king?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, only if you are willing to share. If not, I shall consider my question unasked." "I killed it," Lin Xian replied, his tone casual, as if recounting a trivial matter. At this, the beautiful woman paused. And Elder Yuan beside her was taken aback as well, though he soon offered a slight smile without further comment. Regard this as merely an excuse that Lin Xian is reluctant to articulate. The purple scorpion demon king, even when confronted by the combined forces of 4 or 5 royal realms, remains an arduous adversary. The aura emanating from Lin Xian is merely that of a tribulation realm, which understandably raises skepticism in the beautiful woman. Indeed, no one would believe such a claim if it were to be disseminated. In light of this, Lin Xian refrained from elaborating further. The veracity of his statements is of little concern to him. Subsequently, after a discussion with the beautiful woman regarding the commission, he departed from the auction house. A commission of 1% was indeed a generous offer, and she informed him that the auction would commence in 3 days, kindly requesting Lin Xian to remain in the city during this period. Over the next few days, the Twilight Auction House would utilize its various channels to publicize the remains of the royal-level demon beast, striving to secure the highest possible bid. In the city, several grand arenas towered, providing a venue for combat and skill exhibition. With the impending opening of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, a multitude of outsiders flooded into Lin Yu City, creating a lively atmosphere filled with numerous prodigies from the 7 nations, all eager to demonstrate their prowess. Amongst them, a striking young woman donned in white captured particular attention. Her allure stemmed not only from her stunning appearance but also from the fact that she had just vanquished a formidable opponent who had achieved 5 consecutive victories with a single stroke of her sword. This young woman was Su Lianqing. After parting ways with Lin Xian, she had begun to meander through the city and, upon arriving at the arena, found herself itching to engage in the battles unfolding before her. While her strength had been rapidly advancing during her time at Starfall Peak, Su Lianqing had little practical combat experience. Therefore, her intention to step onto the stage was twofold: to find opponents of comparable strength for sparring and to accumulate practical experience. The woman is indeed remarkable. Nearby, atop a pavilion, a middle-aged man in splendid attire and an elder with a rosy complexion and white hair sat across from one another, sharing a drink while occasionally casting their gazes towards the arena below. Behind them stood several young men and women, presumably their disciples. The middle-aged man spoke first, having witnessed Su Lianqing's recent triumph. "Ha ha ha, this young girl is truly impressive. What, are you considering taking her as a disciple?" he inquired. The elder, stroking his beard, replied with a chuckle, "To aspire to be a disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, her current performance is still insufficient." Thankfully, their conversation remained unheard by others. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir. The Yuan Su Sword King, one of the few sword cultivators of royal realm in this place, had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent, yet he had perfected the initial form of sword intent, rendering him a formidable opponent for any ordinary royal realm cultivator. Countless sword cultivators sought to become his disciple, yet the Yuan Su Sword King maintained exceptionally high standards, dismissing most ordinary talents. It seems that this young girl must indeed strive to exhibit her capabilities in the times to come, the elder mused with a knowing smile. Fully aware of his old friend's discerning eye, hoping that the young girl would demonstrate even greater prowess in the future. Subsequently, Su Lianxin faced several challengers. Yet to her disappointment, the opponents who took the stage were all mere bluster. They claimed to be true disciples of renowned sects from various nations, each boasting a more illustrious reputation than the last. However, the outcome was disheartening, as not one of them could withstand even a single strike from her, even under the circumstances where she had shown considerable restraint. Lu Han, you shall go forth. If she can endure a single strike from you, I shall accept her as my disciple today, declared the elegantly dressed middle-aged man in the loft to one of his disciples behind him. Yes, master, replied the youth named Lu Han, who then respectfully cupped his fist towards the Yuan Su Sword King before leaping gracefully onto the arena where Su Lianxin stood. Lu Han, the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, possesses the strength of the third layer of Earth Profound. My master intends to accept you as his disciple, however. This is contingent upon your ability to withstand a single strike from me. As long as you can endure my attack, you will be deemed qualified. Given that we are of the same realm, this request should not be considered excessive. Chapter 11. Who will receive the sword? The appearance of Lu Han instantly stirred the surrounding crowd into a frenzy. Clearly, both the Yuan Su Sword King and Lu Han were figures of great renown. As one of the few sword cultivators in the realm of kings, Yuan Su Sword King was a superlative sword master who had achieved perfection in the embryonic form of sword intent, mere steps away from comprehending true sword intent. Once he grasps it, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the Lord of Lingyuan City, a peak powerhouse. Even in his current state, lacking full comprehension of sword intent, his strength surpassed that of the leaders of auction houses like the Mu Yu auction house. Countless individuals aspired to become his disciple. Yet the Yuan Su Sword King held exceedingly high standards, having accepted only 2 students thus far, with Lu Han being one of them. Upon Lu Han's declaration, many turned enviously towards Su Lianxin. Truly, this young woman was fortunate. It remained to be seen if she could catch a sword from the esteemed Lu Han. As the second disciple of the Yuan Su Sword King, Lu Han possessed extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. It was said that even those of higher realms might find themselves outmatched by him. The seemingly simple request to receive a sword from him was, in fact, a formidable challenge. Observing the brash youth who had begun to speak for himself, Su Lianxin was left utterly speechless. When did I ever express a desire to take your master as my teacher? Fixing her gaze upon him, she slowly replied, First, I am unaware of who your master is and have never contemplated seeking him as a mentor. Second, her words trailed off abruptly, replaced by a magnificent sword light that suddenly sliced through the air beside Lu Han, the fierce wind cutting against his face with painful intensity. The unexpected strike silenced the arena. Lu Han stood on the platform, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the white-clad maiden not far away. His expression filled with incredulity. That sword strike, he had barely registered it. In other words, had that strike been aimed at him, he would have perished without a chance to react. However, that was not the most significant revelation. The true shock lay in the fact that within that sword light, Lu Han sensed an incomprehensible essence of sword intent. That fleeting essence sent shivers down his spine, causing his sword at his waist to tremble as if it had encountered some unspeakable terror. As a sword cultivator, he was intimately familiar with that essence, the very sword intent he had longed to comprehend. This was not merely the embryonic form of sword intent, but genuine sword intent. The sensation it imparted to him was incomparably more potent than that of his master. His master, the Yuan Su Sword King, had already achieved perfection in the embryonic form of sword intent, with the next step leading to true sword intent. Yet, within the sword light unleashed by Su Lianxin, he distinctly felt that the sword intent contained within surpassed that of his master. What did this signify? It indicated that the white-clad girl before him had not merely grasped the embryonic form of sword intent, but had attained true sword intent. A girl of merely 16 or 17, wielding sword intent? Lu Han would never have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. It was worth noting that even his master, a sword cultivator of the king's realm, had yet to comprehend true sword intent. Before the young maiden clad in white, whose realm matched his own, he was astonished to discover that she had comprehended a sword intent that even his master, the Sword King Yuan Su, had never grasped. In that fleeting moment, not only Lu Han, but even the Sword King Yuan Su atop the pavilion, was taken aback, his teacup reduced to mere powder under his grip. The astonishment of the Sword King was hardly less than that of his disciple. The closer one drew to the understanding of sword intent, the more one realized the monumental difficulty in achieving it. Despite external rumors suggesting that Sword King Yuan Su was merely a step away from enlightenment, he alone understood the arduousness of that final step. Countless individuals remained trapped at this stage, with the majority of sword cultivators failing to grasp sword intent throughout their lifetimes. But what did he witness? A mere girl of 15 or 16 had actually comprehended sword intent. What kind of prodigy was this? How could such a genius possibly emerge from the kingdom of Yingwe? This transcended the mere description of talent. One sword, seeking a master? After executing a single strike, Su Lianxin turned and departed, leaving behind two statements that deeply pierced the hearts of both Lu Han and the Sword King Yuan Su. Ironically, the Sword King harbored ambitions to take her as a disciple. Who was to take whom as a disciple? A mere fledgling in sword intent dared to consider taking someone who had truly comprehended it as an apprentice? It was utterly absurd. It would be more fitting for Su Lianxin to accept him as her disciple. 3 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. The people of Linyue City could distinctly feel an influx of visitors, notably including several formidable figures from the royal realm. Lin Xian similarly brought along his 2 disciples to the auction house. Upon presenting the token bestowed upon him by the auction house's proprietor, Lin Xian and his companions were courteously ushered into a private box to await the commencement of the auction. This is the auction list for this session. Please peruse it. Young master. A servant attending to Lin Xian handed him a tome that detailed all items slated for auction, including Lin Xian's purple scorpion demon king's remains, which was to serve as the finale of the event. Glimpsing the contents, Lin Xian noted an abundance of valuable items. The Muyu auction house undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as one of the largest in the region. As time passed, the semicircular, tiered auction hall quickly filled with patrons, signaling that the auction was about to commence. As all lights converged upon the main stage, a graceful and beautiful woman emerged from behind the curtain. Welcome, everyone, to the Muyu auction. I am Su Yi, the auctioneer for today's event. Without further ado, let us proceed directly to the main event. The first item for auction is the Lingyian grass. Lingyian grass is a mid-level 4th-tier spiritual herb, serving as the primary ingredient for crafting Lingyian pills, and can also be used for. Following the auctioneer Su Yi's introduction, bids began to echo from all corners of the auction house. However, the Lingyian grass merely served as an appetizer for the auction, failing to ignite fervent competition, and was ultimately purchased for 3,600 spirit stones. Lin Xian did not participate in this auction, as this item was not among his objectives. However, he soon became intrigued by the second item up for bid. The second item, a spirit-gathering pill of the 4th tier, was the quintessential elixir for accumulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the speed of cultivation. This pill was crafted by the renowned Qingmu Pill King and entrusted to our establishment for auction, with a starting bid of 80,000 spirit stones. The opening bid for the first item was merely a few thousand, making the leap to 80,000 for this second item quite substantial. Su Yi did not elaborate much on this pill. The name of Qingmu Pill King was sufficient to convey its significance. As anticipated, a stir erupted in the auction hall upon the announcement that this pill was crafted by the esteemed Qingmu Pill King. Truly, he was a master of the craft, and his creations were of the highest caliber. 90,000, 100,000, 120,000. The spirit-gathering pill immediately ignited fierce competition among numerous cultivators. The pill itself was already exceedingly precious, and coupled with its inscription level and the prestigious craftsmanship of Qingmu Pill King, its value soared. The price rapidly escalated to 200,000 spirit stones, and at this point, many had withdrawn, leaving only a handful still vying for the prize. 200,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum. It was roughly equivalent to the worth of an average Tribulation Realm cultivator. 230,000. The voice came from a young girl seated in the VIP box number 26, accompanied by a young man and several attendants, all of whom were evidently in the Tribulation Realm, highlighting the esteemed status of the duo. As the girl declared the bid of 230,000 spirit stones, a hush fell over the auction hall. While a one-inscription spirit-gathering pill was indeed rare and valuable, 230,000 spirit stones clearly surpassed its intrinsic worth. 250,000. Just as everyone believed that the spirit-gathering pill was destined to belong to the young girl, a voice emerged from VIP box number 67, revealing Lin Xian's calm demeanor. Although Lin Xian had little need for the spirit-gathering pill for his own use, he considered the possibility of leveraging it as an investment, potentially yielding a return that would benefit him in the future. Chapter 12, A Fool's Errand. 270,000. The maiden furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze directed towards the VIP seat number 67. 300,000. Lin Xian stood his ground resolutely. Though he possessed little in the way of spirit stones at present, he anticipated an influx of at least 3 to 4 million spirit stones following the auction's conclusion. As the value of the purple scorpion demon king's remains could not possibly be underestimated. 310,000. A voice emerged from the 26th VIP seat. No longer that of the maiden, but rather that of the young man clad in a dark robe beside her, who spoke up now. This action deepened the maiden's frown. Mu Lang, refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Yet, Mu Lang chuckled and replied, how can this be deemed meddling? As long as it is something you desire, I shall do everything in my power to procure it for you. What is a mere gathering spirit pill worth? The maiden fell silent. Observing this, Mu Lang turned to Lin Xian in seat number 67 and declared, I am Mu Lang, of the Mu family from the Holy Sun Empire. Might I request, in light of our family standing, that you grant me a modicum of favor and allow me to acquire this pill? Though the young man in the dark robe appeared courteous, his tone was unmistakably laced with veiled menace. The names Holy Sun Empire and Mu family resonated with familiarity among those present. Among the 7 kingdoms of the moon, the Dawn Empire reigned supreme, followed closely by the Holy Sun Empire. The Mu family was one of the most prestigious clans therein, boasting no fewer than 10 formidable warriors at the king's realm, with their ancestral patriarch being a presence at the 4th level of the king's realm. A being of this caliber, within the vicinity of Lingyue City, was nearly invincible. The young man in the dark robe smiled at Lin Xian, convinced that Lin Xian would honor him with his compliance. However, the words that followed from Lin Xian caused his expression to shift dramatically. 320,000. Lin Xian merely glanced at him before speaking again. The young man in the dark robe fixed his gaze intensely upon Lin Xian, his countenance darkening. Yet he refrained from raising the bid any further. Instead, he instructed a servant behind him, once the auction concludes, notify Elder Lu to come forth. Understood. The servant clasped his hands in acknowledgement, internally lamenting the fate of the youth in VIP seat 67. Was it worth risking one's life for a mere pill? Meanwhile, the maiden scoffed inwardly, deeming him foolish. That individual, fully aware of your Mu family lineage, still dared to bid with such audacity, clearly was not an ordinary person. His background likely held considerable weight. However, the maiden refrained from warning Mu Lang. In fact, if she could leverage this person. With this thought, the maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. This minor interlude did not disrupt the auction that followed. Ultimately, Lin Xian secured the gathering spirit pill for the sum of 320,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, it elevated the perception of Lin Xian among the attendees. For he had dared to offend even the Mu family. Such audacity warranted admiration, yet it remained uncertain whether he could safely depart from Lingyue City thereafter. The demeanor of the Mu family scion indicated that he had no intention of letting this matter rest. Subsequently, several items were auctioned off one after another. Yet none captured Lin Xian's interest. He decided to close his eyes and began to rest. As the auction approached its climax, the final item was brought onto the stage. It was a storage ring. At that moment, it became evident to everyone that the Pai Si De assistants of this auction had arrived. Many present had likely come specifically for this item. With a graceful wave of the auctioneer's delicate hand, a colossal figure appeared on the auction platform, nearly overwhelming the entire stage. The visual impact was astounding. This was the remains of a king-level beast. Many were shaken, despite its demise. The immense presence of its body continued to instill fear among the cultivators in attendance. However, what was even more startling was the horrifying sword mark located on the chest of the king-level beast. This mark seemed to cleave the creature in two. The faint sword intent emanating from the mark sent shivers down the spines of all present. That sword mark was the manifestation of sword intent. Among the crowd were numerous sword cultivators who instantly sensed the subtle sword intent radiating from the mark. This king-level beast had been slain by an extraordinary sword cultivator who comprehended sword intent. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction house. The eyes of all present reflected a mix of shock and awe. Although this king-level beast was merely at the first level of the king realm, to achieve such a swift kill would be a daunting task even for those at the second level. Defeating it and killing it were two entirely different matters. King-level beasts are not easily vanquished. Otherwise, the remains of such a creature would not evoke such a tremendous commotion and be deemed so precious. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the auctioneer, still smiling, announced, "First up for auction is the inner core of this king-level beast, with a starting price of 2 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000. Let the bidding commence." Boom. Just as the auctioneer's words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire auction house, causing a palpable heaviness in everyone's hearts. 2,100,000. I shall take the inner core of this king-level beast. All eyes turned to a bald old man rising slowly from seat number 1361, the source of the immense pressure emanating from him. This sudden turn of events sent a chill through those who had been poised to bid, causing them to swallow their words. This pressure was certainly that of a completed second level in the king realm. It was the king of the underworld. A sense of dread filled the gazes directed at the bald old man. The king of the underworld held a fearsome reputation in this place. His notoriety was profound. His methods were exceptionally cruel, and those who had crossed him rarely met a good end. Offending him could lead to the annihilation of entire families. For the king of the underworld, exterminating clans was as effortless as drinking water. Due to possessing an extraordinary evasion technique acquired within the Burning Heaven secret realm, even those formidable beings of the king realm, whose strength surpasses his own, find themselves unable to capture him. This has emboldened him to act with unrestrained audacity. Previously, the king of the underworld had been elusive in this location for quite some time, leading some to speculate that he had either perished or vacated the area. However, unexpectedly, he has reemerged. At this very moment, those individuals who initially sought the inner elixir of the king-level beast felt a heavy sense of foreboding. They had prepared millions of spirit stones, hoping to secure the beast king's inner elixir, yet now they find themselves confronted with this unforeseen predicament. Truly, it is a situation where wealth offers no solace. What is the meaning of this, king of the underworld? The figure of the auction house master, Mu Yu, appeared on the auction stage, his expression grave as he regarded the bald elder at the pinnacle of the steps. Moon King. Sui bowed to Mu Yu, her countenance reflecting distress. This sudden turn of events was beyond her capacity to manage. Within the auction hall, many recognized the Moon King, yet they could only muster a bitter smile. The Moon King is among the pinnacle of powerhouses in Lingwei City, but the crowd did not believe that his presence could alter the situation. After all, it was the king of the underworld, even the city lord of Lingwei. A formidable figure at the third level of the king realm could do nothing against him, let alone her. What's the fuss? Am I not allowed to participate in the auction? Have I violated any rules? Is there any prohibition against them bidding? What do you say? The king of the underworld scanned the room, noticing no one dared to respond, and let out a hearty laugh, his mirth laced with a palpable arrogance. All present felt a mixture of indignation and helplessness. Just then, a beam of pure white sword light answered him. Chapter 13. You shall perish too. Buzz. In the 67th VIP seat, Lin Xian unleashed a sword strike, aiming directly at the king of the Nether Void. The pure white sword light, akin to a shooting star, illuminated the dim auction hall, casting it in a brilliance reminiscent of daylight. This strike drew the attention of everyone present. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to challenge the king of the Nether Void. What audacity! Likewise, this strike took the king of the Nether Void by surprise. He had never imagined that anyone within the auction house would dare to defy him. It was simply a death wish. His gaze fixated on the youth in the 67th VIP seat, intending to disregard the incoming sword light and crush the young man with his bare hands. However, the king soon sensed something amiss. The sword light. As it drew nearer, the terrifying sword intent contained within it finally registered with the king of the Nether Void. In an instant, a wave of deathly chill swept over him, as if he were being targeted by an unspeakable horror. This is bad. The king of the Nether Void had no time for further contemplation as he activated his escape technique, retreating at breakneck speed. But he was fast. The sword light was faster. Swoosh! In the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, the king of the Nether Void's right arm was severed by the sword light. Blood gushed forth, staining the crimson carpet beneath him even more vividly. This scene unfolded too rapidly, occurring far too suddenly. You, clutching his severed arm. The king of the Nether Void looked at Lin Xian in horror, his eyes filled not only with fear but also with profound confusion. Who was this youth? What a terrifying strike. Others may not comprehend. But the king of the Nether Void alone understood that had he not swiftly employed the advanced escape technique acquired from the infernal realm, He would not merely have lost an arm at this moment, but his very life. Everyone present, including the auction house owner, the Moon King, was rendered speechless by Lin Xian's strike, particularly the Moon King. She recognized Lin Xian as the youth who had brought the remains of the Scorpion Demon King and entrusted her with their auction. She vaguely recalled having inquired where the remains came from, to which he had replied that he was the one who had slain it. At that time, she had dismissed his words, thinking it merely an excuse born from his unwillingness to reveal the truth. But now, she could only offer a bitter smile. It turned out that was no jest nor an excuse. It was simply too outrageous for her to believe. The truth was, he had not lied. The sword intent contained in the strike directed at the King of the Nether Void was identical to the faint sword intent lingering in the scar across the chest of the Scorpion Demon King. It was evident he was indeed that unparalleled sword cultivator. In the 26th VIP seat, Mu Lang and the young maiden beside him were equally stunned. Filled with trepidation, cold sweat soaked their garments, and a chill ran down their spines. A profound sense of dread welled up from the depths of their hearts. To incapacitate a perfected King Realm warrior with a single strike? How could he have entertained the notion of seeking revenge against such an individual moments ago? Indeed, what a reckless act. It is futile to say that even the 6th elder or the 2nd elder could intervene. The young girl beside him was equally astonished. Initially, she believed that Lin Xian must have an extraordinary background or some form of support. Otherwise, he would not dare to offend Mu Lang. Little did she know, the support he possessed was none other than himself. The elegance of that sword strike made her heart race uncontrollably, caught in a whirlwind of fear and trepidation. He managed to withstand my strike. Impressive, but what of the second? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xian's face as he prepared to unleash his second sword strike. Wait, we have no enmity. Why must you bring me to ruin? The king of the underworld, in a state of panic, pleaded for mercy. That single strike not only severed his arm, but also shattered his pride, for he recognized the youth before him was superior in more ways than one. No enmity? Perhaps that is not the case. Allow me to enlighten you. The corpses of the royal level monsters on the stage are mine. With that declaration, Lin Xian delivered his second strike without a moment's hesitation. You have obstructed my means of livelihood. If you do not perish, who shall? In that moment, the king of the underworld grasped the truth. Ah, so that is it. The onlookers in the auction house finally comprehended Lin Xian's sudden aggression towards the king of the underworld. You suppressed the auctioned item to merely 2 million spirit stones. How could the other party not be enraged? How could they not be furious? What was once valued at 3 to 4 million spirit stones now languished at a mere 2 million. The second sword light surged forth, cleaving across the entire auction house towards the king of the underworld. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the venue. Hold on. Following closely was an oppressive force more vast than that of the king of the underworld. And for many present, this overwhelming presence was all too familiar. The Lord of Linyu City. Indeed, the newcomer was the Lord of Linyu City, a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of the King Realm. However, he arrived a moment too late. By the time he manifested, Lin Xian's sword light had already completely pierced through the king of the underworld. The life force of the king of the underworld was fading rapidly. Hold on. With all that done, Lin Xian cast a menacing glance at the Lord of Linyu City. He then struck again, but this time, the blade was not aimed at the already deceased king of the underworld, but rather at the Lord of Linyu City himself. Moreover, this strike was far more terrifying than the one that had slain the king of the underworld. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, unsure of the reasoning behind this turn of events. Yet, Lin Xian's subsequent words clarifying the situation rang out clearly. You remained absent when this man caused chaos. Yet now that I wish to slay him, you choose to appear? You and he are not in collusion, are you? Thus, you shall meet your end as well. Chapter 14, Rebate. The Emperor's Realm, shadow of the demon, the sword light cleaved through the vast expanse, and the Lord of Linyu City reacted with remarkable swiftness. A shield emerged from his storage ring, rapidly enlarging until it stood protectively before him. The clash echoed with a piercing sound, reverberating through the air. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the sword light sliced through the shield as if it were but mere tofu, severing it instantaneously. A profound bewilderment etched itself upon the Lord's face. This was his most formidable line of defense, yet it could not even withstand a fraction of the assault. Confounded, the Lord of Linwei City was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. The Lord, a formidable figure of the 3rd realm, had met his demise. The expansive auction hall fell into an eerie silence, the spectators still reeling from the shocking spectacle they had just witnessed. First, the 2nd realm pinnacle, King Mingkong, had fallen. And now the Lord of Linwei City, a standout among the Third Realm practitioners, had been dispatched by Lin Xian with a single strike. Such figures as King Mingkong and the Lord of Linwei City were not to be trifled with. How could they have perished so easily? The astonishment within the hearts of the crowd was beyond articulation. It was conceivable that the balance of power in Linwei City would soon shift dramatically. The auction proceeded undeterred. Paying no heed to the stunned crowd, Lin Xian, after claiming the storage rings of the two fallen figures, returned to his seat. His voice resonated with a distinct clarity in the hushed auction hall. "Young master, should we still contact Elder Lu?" inquired the hesitant servant seated in the VIP area behind Mu Lang. At this, Mu Lang shot a fierce glare at the servant. "Contact your mother." The anger that had surged within him dissipated entirely in the wake of Lin Xian's two decisive strikes against King Mingkong and the Lord of Linwei City. Reflecting upon his earlier warning to Lin Xian, Mu Lang felt a wave of trepidation. He had indeed brushed perilously close to the gates of death. In another VIP section of the auction house, the Sword King Yuan Sua and his disciples had witnessed the entire scene unfold. "Master, do you see that young lady behind the esteemed elder? Is she not the one you wish to take as your disciple?" Lu Han remarked slowly, his gaze fixed upon Su Lianxin, who stood behind Lin Xian. Previously, their attention had been solely on Lin Xian, causing them to overlook the presence of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin. It was only now that they recognized the girl behind Lin Xian was indeed the prodigious young lady who had comprehended sword intent at the tender age of 16 or 17 on the arena. "It is she." The Sword King Yuan Sua, too, immediately recognized Su Lianxin. "So, she is the disciple of this esteemed elder. No wonder, no wonder." The Sword King couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety regarding his previous thoughts. Following the conclusion of the auction, Lin Xian departed the Muyu auction house with his two disciples, graciously escorted by the auction's host, King Yu. During this auction, Lin Xian's consignment of the Purple Scorpion Demon Kings remains fetched an impressive 563,000 spirit stones. After deducting the 32,000 spirit stones from the sale of a spirit gathering pill, he was left with 531,000, a substantial fortune. Moreover, he had gained unexpected treasures in the form of the storage rings from the two powerful kings. However, the storage ring obtained from the King of the Void contained nothing of great value, save for a tome entitled Heavenly Rock Shadow, a king-tier evasion technique. A truly impoverished individual, no wonder he resorted to such nefarious activities. Lin Xian silently scoffed, then delved into the storage ring of the Lord of Linwei. In stark contrast, the Lord's ring was replete with wealth. It contained over 7 million spirit stones. Additionally, there were numerous valuable items, such as spirit armor, medicinal pills, and spiritual herbs. What a windfall! The possessions of the Lord of Linwei surpassed the value of the Purple Scorpion Demon King's corpse that Lin Xian had auctioned off. From initially possessing a mere few 100,000 spirit stones to now holding tens of millions, how astonishing! 10 million spirit stones could procure a 7th-grade medicinal pill. Albeit a low-grade one, it still held the designation of 7th grade. If invested in disciples, would it not at least yield an 8th-grade pill? With the possibility of even a 9th-grade return? The more Lin Xian pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Upon returning to the inn, he summoned Su Lianxin privately and bestowed upon her the spirit-gathering pill and the mysterious shadow step. It was not that Lin Xian favored her excessively, but rather that Su Lianxin's talent far surpassed that of Wang Yin. While bestowing items upon Wang Yin would also trigger returns, the rewards would pale in comparison to those granted to Su Lianxin. Naturally, Lin Xian would compensate Wang Yin in other ways. After all, they were both his disciples. Although he would not claim to be entirely impartial, he would strive to be as fair as possible to Wang Yin. Ding! Congratulations to the host. For investing in the Spirit Gathering Pill, you have received the Gathering Heaven Mysterious Pill, 7th pattern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in the Mysterious Shadow Step. You have received the Heavenly Demon Shadow Imperial. What a splendid disciple! You never fail to impress your master. The Gathering Heaven Mysterious Pill possesses effects akin to that of the Spirit Gathering Pill, though the latter is a 7th-grade elixir while the former is merely a 4th-grade pill. As for the Heavenly Demon Shadow, it is an Imperial-level evasion technique that serves not only for escape, but also for combat. The Heavenly Demon Shadow comprises 9 layers. The first layer allows the user to condense 10 shadow clones, each possessing 1/10 of the original strength. Though these are clones, they are indistinguishable from the original except for their diminished power, making it challenging for opponents to discern any flaws. This technique can be employed for both evasion and deception during attacks, particularly against foes whose realms are not overwhelmingly superior. Moreover, this is merely the effect of the first layer. As Lin Xian examined the subsequent layers, he found that the imperial evasion technique became increasingly formidable. The fourth layer allows for the condensation of 10 shadow clones, each wielding 2/10 of the original strength. The seventh layer enhances this to 3/10, until the ninth layer, which heralds a qualitative transformation. The ninth layer of the heavenly demon shadow can condense a single shadow clone. Yet it possesses an astonishing 90% of the original's combat prowess. This is indeed rather extraordinary. Chapter 15. Senior Brother. It is time to depart after a day of rest. They would set off the following day. Once Su Lianxin had withdrawn, Lin Xian eagerly commenced his practice of the celestial demon shadow. As for the gathering celestial Xian pill, Lin Xian intended to reserve it for his impending breakthrough into the Qing realm. The spiritual power required for such a breakthrough was extraordinarily formidable during his previous attempt. Lin Xian had nearly exhausted all his resources. Although he had not yet begun the challenge, it was imperative to prepare the necessary elixirs in advance. This endeavor to break into the Qing realm was markedly different from the last. Previously, Lin Xian had merely attempted to comprehend a singular path to reach the Qing realm. This time, however, he was confronted with a daunting 22 paths. The spiritual power needed was terrifying. While it may not be 22 times greater than before, it would certainly be at least 5 or 6 times as demanding. Lin Xian had to ensure he was thoroughly prepared, lest he find himself weeping in vain due to an insufficient supply of spiritual power leading to failure. Meanwhile, while Lin Xian was immersed in his contemplation of the celestial demon shadow, Wang Yan encountered a few familiar faces in a dining establishment within the city. Hunger? Following Wang Yan's gaze, one could see a circular table in a corner of the hall occupied by 5 or 6 individuals. Among them was a woman adorned in a deep crimson gown. Although her beauty was not striking, her figure was exquisite, as evidenced by the lingering glances from surrounding patrons. Upon hearing her name called, the woman in red looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see Wang Yan. Yingge? Her voice was tinged with unexpected delight. Clearly astonished to encounter Wang Yan in this place. The individuals seated beside the woman also recognized Wang Yan, but their expressions were not of joy. Instead, they furrowed their brows. Who would have thought it was that lad Wang Yan? Is he also heading to the Burning Heaven secret realm? One of the men beside the woman, who bore a slight resemblance to her, spoke slowly. His tone was neither cold nor particularly warm. Wang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. He hailed from a small town named Yunxi City, situated at the edge of the Tangqing Kingdom. Though modest in size, the town boasted considerable power, being home to the 8 prominent families, one of which was the Wang family to which Wang Yan belonged, alongside the Li family, of which the woman in red was a member. The middle-aged man beside her, who bore a resemblance to her, was Li Yuan, her father and the head of the Li family. However, there was a stark difference in their standings. The Wang family ranked 7th among the 8 families, while the Li family held the esteemed 2nd position. Li Hong, originally named Li Hong, had grown up alongside Wang Yan, and they had long since pledged their hearts to one another. Yet, within the Li family, including Li Yuan, there existed considerable opposition to their union. This resistance was understandable. As the second-ranking family in Yunxi City, the Li family possessed greater resources and stronger warriors compared to the Wang family. As the daughter of the Li family's patriarch, Li Hong marrying Wang Yan would undoubtedly be seen as a step down. In contrast, from Li Yuan's perspective, young Master Yang Song of the City Lord's manor was a far more suitable match for his daughter. Not only was he the eldest son of the City Lord, but he had also exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, making him unrivaled among the youth of Yunxi City. Most importantly, the other party held a considerable fondness for their daughter. In comparison, Wang Yan, in their eyes, fell far short of Yang Song, the eldest son of the City Lord. Had it not been for Li Hong's unwavering insistence on marrying only Wang Yan, Li Yuan would have reluctantly acquiesced to their union. Even a year prior, upon learning that Wang Yan had entered the Qingyang Sword Sect and taken on a master of the 7th realm of tribulation, Li Yuan remained resolute in his stance, only to feel a deeper sense of regret. The reason was simple. Not long ago, the City Lord's son, due to his exceptional talent, was accepted as a personal disciple by the 6th elder of the Xuanji sect. The Xuanji sect, like the Qingyang Sword Sect, is one of the top 10 sects of the Tangqing Empire, and it holds a higher rank than the Qingyang Sword Sect. The 6th elder of the Xuanji sect is a genuine powerhouse of the Qing realm. Upon receiving this news, Li Yuan was overwhelmed with remorse. Had he not softened his heart at the time, perhaps the Li family would have been able to ally with the City Lord's mansion. Being taken as a personal disciple by a Qing realm expert heralded a boundless future, and in the throes of regret, Li Yuan found himself increasingly displeased with Wang Yan. Uncle Li, have you encountered some difficulty? Wang Yan had noticed earlier that the members of the Li family were sitting together, their dishes cold, silent, and seemingly lost in thought. Was it not that person who had gone too far? At this juncture, Li Hong could no longer contain her fury. It turned out that the journey from Lingwest City to the entrance of the Burning Heaven secret realm necessitated traversing several perilous areas. For low-tier cultivators, the risks were immense. Only those of the Qing realm possessed a modicum of self-protection. Numerous cultivators sought to venture into the Burning Heaven secret realm, prompting some Qing realm experts to see an opportunity. By paying a certain amount of spirit stones, one could secure the escort of a Qing realm expert to the secret realm. The Li family had also negotiated a price with a personal disciple of a Qing realm expert. However, just as they were about to set off, the other party suddenly raised the price. What was initially a mere 50,000 spirit stones now escalated to 100,000. Even 50,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum for the Li family. 100,000 was beyond their means. Despite being ranked second among the 8 prominent families in Yunqi City, the city itself was merely a small town with a population of around 200,000. The strongest among them, Li Yuan, was only at the 8th level of the Tianxin realm, not even at the level of tribulation. 50,000 spirit stones represented their entire fortune, so how could they possibly gather another 50,000? The sudden change in the agreed price ignited Li Yuan's fury, prompting him to demand a refund and seek alternatives. Yet, the personal disciple merely sneered and uttered one sentence. You have 2 options, pay an additional 50,000 spirit stones or leave. The implication was clear. A refund was out of the question, as the spirit stones had already lined their pockets. In response, Li Yuan felt a mix of anger and helplessness. A Qing realm expert was not someone they could afford to offend. This bitter pill had to be swallowed. With 50,000 spirit stones gone, and their remaining total barely amounting to a few thousand, how could they possibly find another Qing realm expert for an escort? Without the escort of a powerful Qing realm expert, these few individuals, bound by the heavens and the earth, would likely fall prey to the jaws of ferocious beasts before they had even traversed half the distance. This situation is utterly unacceptable. How could a dignified Qing realm expert indulge their disciples in such a breach of trust? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was, understandably, filled with immense fury. How could he not feel enraged when his beloved suffered such indignities? Where is that person now? I shall implore my master to seek justice on your behalf. Brother Yan, please don't, Li Hong hurriedly interjected, grasping Wang Yan's arm. The individual in question is a Qing realm expert, one we cannot provoke. Furthermore, they have already set off for the Burning Heaven secret realm and are not in the city. Young Yan, did you mention that your master is also in the city? Is your sect's team here as well? Li Yuan inquired, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes upon hearing Wang Yan mention his master. The sect's team is not here. My master and senior sister did not accompany the main force, Wang Yan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Yuan's gaze. If his memory served him correctly, Wang Yan's master was merely at the 7th level of the tribulation realm. Nevertheless, Li Yuan understood that, given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Having a 7th level tribulation expert nearby was certainly better than having none at all. He immediately suggested, Young Yin, do you think you could consult your master about bringing us along? Wang Yan nodded, as he too had been contemplating this matter. He believed his master would not refuse. He promptly sent a message to Lin Xian, receiving a response of approval. For Lin Xian, accommodating a few more individuals posed no inconvenience. Within the storage ring of the Lord of Lingwei City, he had even discovered a large flying vessel, not inferior to the small one previously used at Qingwei Peak. After receiving his master's consent, Wang Yan announced, My master has agreed. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Yin Honger. Must we express gratitude between us? Suddenly recalling something, Wang Yan asked, By the way, Uncle Li, has my father arrived? Yes. But before we did, they set off for the Burning Heaven secret realm, Li Yuan replied, casting a deep glance at Wang Yan. Did your father not mention what transpired at home? Wang Yan froze, looking utterly perplexed. What happened at home? Your grandfather returned from an outing gravely injured and has fallen into a coma. No one knows what happened. In an attempt to treat your grandfather's wounds, your father has already sold several family assets, yet it remains insufficient. The early opening of the Burning Heaven secret realm has offered your father a glimmer of hope. A hint of worry flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. How did they make their way there? They joined forces with several adventure groups to set off together. Not everyone possesses the wealth to hire a Qing realm expert for protection. Individuals like Li Yuan, who offered 50,000 spirit stones to join a Qing realm experts team, are but a minority. Those lacking sufficient spirit stones but wishing to venture into the burning heaven secret realm began banding together for safety. As it is certainly preferable to traverse the Yingwei mountain range alone, thereby increasing their chances of safely reaching their destination. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's unease deepened. Yet he remained uncertain about what course of action to take. The vastness of the Moonshadow mountain range renders the search for his father akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the journey to the burning sky secret realm, hoping to encounter his father along the way. "Yingu, let us take a stroll," suggested Li Hong, sensing something amiss with Wang Yan's mood. It had been a year since their last meeting. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. "Do not wander too far. The city of Linwei has become somewhat unstable. It is rumored that the city lord perished within the Twilight Auction House, plunging the city into chaos." Though they had not seen each other for a long time, Li Yuan did not object, merely offering a word of caution. Indeed, the current state of Linwei was precarious. The city lord's demise had stirred the forces within, leading to a noticeable decline in public order. Initially, when they heard of the city lord's slaying, Li Yuan and the others were skeptical, but as more witnesses corroborated the tale, disbelief was no longer an option. Many claimed to have witnessed the act, stating that the one who killed the city lord was an unparalleled sword cultivator who dispatched him with a single strike. This news served as a stark reminder of their own insignificance. If even a Qing realm powerhouse could fall so easily, what hope did they, mere cultivators of the celestial and earthly realms, possess? Simultaneously, they were left pondering the true strength of that extraordinary sword cultivator. A mere third-tier Qing realm lord of Linwei had been slain with such ease. How terrifying indeed. On the following dawn, several members of the Li family arrived at the city gates early, awaiting the arrival of Wang Yan's master. The gates were already crowded with numerous cultivators preparing to embark on the perilous journey to the burning sky secret realm. The solemn expressions on their faces reflected the dangers that lay ahead, where survival until reaching the entrance of the secret realm was left to fate. With a resonant sound that shattered the silence, a grand flying vessel, akin to a castle in the sky, surged towards them, drawing the envious gazes of countless onlookers. The Li family members beside Wang Yan shared in this admiration. Such a vessel could only belong to a Qing realm powerhouse or someone of considerable stature. This vessel seemed oddly familiar. Was it not the flying vessel of the city lord? Many locals quickly recognized it as the very vessel belonging to the deceased lord of Linwei. If the city lord had fallen, then the owner of this vessel must be the legendary sword cultivator who had slain him. Awe and reverence filled the gazes of the multitude. Yet they lamented their inability to behold the figure in person and witness their grandeur. To their surprise, just as they expected the vessel to soar past the city gates, it suddenly came to a halt upon reaching them. This unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned. As the crowd puzzled over this, a stunning maiden appeared on the deck of the vessel, clad in white, with a frosty demeanor. Her gaze swept across the assembly before finally settling on a young man, Wang Yan. "Brother, we are setting off," she called out, drawing the collective attention of all present to Wang Yan, including Li Yuan and the others beside him. Chapter 16. Who elevated whom? Li Yuan and others found themselves somewhat bewildered, while Li Hong stood in shock, unable to utter a word. That stunning maiden referred to Wang Yan as, "Brother? Wait a moment." Recently, the tales of the unparalleled swordsman who had slain the lord of Linwei City had reached their ears incessantly. They had thought such figures were impossibly distant from their own lives. Yet unexpectedly, Brother Yan, the one who vanquished the lord of Linwei City, is your master? Li Hong voiced the question that lingered in the minds of Li Yuan and the others. Wang Yan nodded in affirmation. As the flying vessel ascended rapidly towards the entrance of the burning heaven secret realm, the Li family members on the deck felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, perceiving everything before them as surreal. The prospect of riding a royal flying vessel was something they had never dared to imagine. Li Hong gazed at Wang Yan with a hint of reproach. "Brother Yan, you have deceived me so profoundly. When you returned a year ago, did you not claim to have taken a peak master of the 7 tribulations from the Qingyang Sword Sect as your teacher? What is the meaning of this?" Li Hong pointed towards the highest chamber of the vessel, where Lin Xin was currently in seclusion. Wang Yan scratched his head, at a loss for an explanation. Indeed, a year ago, his master had only been at the 7 tribulations stage. At that moment, Li Yuan regarded Wang Yan with a complex expression. Previously, Wang Yin had seemed far inferior to young Master Yang Song from the City Lord's mansion. Not by a small margin either. However, now, was Wang Yin truly lesser than Yang Song? Had Wang Yin elevated himself above his own daughter? Who was to say who surpassed whom? Clearly, at that moment, the answer had become quite apparent. As the sun began to set, the sky was painted in resplendent hues of orange and yellow. Wang Fu gazed at the twilight before him, letting out a soft sigh. Nightfall was approaching, heralding the imminent arrival of danger. After conferring with several adventuring groups to form a team, they set forth from Linwei City, entering this perilous realm, the Yingwei Mountain Range. A paradise for demonic beasts, held regions where even those of royal status risked perishing upon entry. Initially, the outskirts of the Yingwei Mountain Range were manageable. Though there were many demonic beasts, the vast majority were below the tribulation stage, with more than 10 cultivators of the heavenly profound realm among their party of over 20. They could contend even with demonic beasts at the 9th tribulation stage, provided they avoided those of the tribulation stage. However, upon venturing deeper into the Yingwei Mountain Range, Wang Fu and his companions discovered that nearly all the demonic beasts encountered were above the tribulation stage. The temporary team of over 20 found themselves severely hindered. Particularly at night, they dared not light a fire, for any spark could attract the attention of a demonic beast, leading to their utter annihilation. Thus, their cautious approach resulted in a painfully slow journey. Surrounded by beasts of the tribulation stage and above, to proceed without stealth would surely spell disaster for the entire group. It was merely the second day of entering the moonlit mountain range, and the entrance to the burning heaven secret realm still seemed a distant dream. At this moment, a haze of confusion enveloped the faces of the crowd. Could they truly survive long enough to reach the entrance of the secret realm? Brother Wang, do not dwell on such thoughts. We shall undoubtedly arrive at the burning heaven secret realm safely. Here, have a drink. A burly man approached Wang Fu, clapping him on the shoulder and offering a cup of strong liquor, displaying a more carefree demeanor than Wang Fu. This man, named Qingyang, was the leader of one of the 3 adventure groups present, the Fierce Tiger Adventure Group. Having attained the 8th level of the Celestial Profound Realm, he was the most formidable among the 20-odd members of their temporary team. With years of experience navigating the moonlit mountain range, he was well versed in the dangers that lay ahead, and it was his presence that allowed Wang Fu and the others to avoid numerous perils. Due to their camaraderie, he often took care of Wang Fu during their journey, frequently inviting him for a drink during their rest periods. Just as Wang Fu was about to clink cups with him, a piercing cry suddenly ignited tension among the group. They turned their gaze towards the western horizon, where a massive bird, entirely snow-white, was soaring swiftly towards them, its dark eyes fixated intently on Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the others nestled within the forest below. The cloud-soaring bird, a Tier 2 beast of the Calamity Realm. For those accustomed to the moonlit mountain range, the adventurers recognized the creature in an instant. Their eyes reflected not only fear but also a profound sense of despair. It was this very recognition that bred their hopelessness. The cloud-soaring bird, a mid-tier beast of the Calamity Realm, was dubbed the nightmare of adventurers due to its astonishing speed. Once it had marked its prey, escape became a mere fantasy. Even practitioners of the human race at the late stage of the Calamity Realm would find themselves at a loss against it, for its sheer velocity and ability to fly could exhaust them to their demise. Cloud-soaring birds were not social creatures and were relatively rare, making encounters with them exceedingly unusual unless, of course, one experienced an inordinate stroke of bad luck, like Wang Fu and Qingyang at this moment. Qingyang could hardly fathom that just after he had reassured Wang Fu, the next moment would bring such peril. But, just as despair cast its shadow over Wang Fu and Qingyang, a blood-red sword, akin to a shooting star, surged from the east. Slicing through the air with astonishing speed, and to the astonishment of all present, it struck the cloud-soaring bird with pinpoint accuracy, without the slightest chance to resist. The formidable sword brought the creature crashing down to the earth, where it lay pinned, as an overwhelming wave of sword pressure radiated outward in an arc, sending countless beasts fleeing in terror. What a domineering strike! As Wang Fu and Qingyang stood in stunned amazement, trying to comprehend the unfolding events, a grand flying vessel, enveloped in ethereal light, appeared from the east, growing larger as it approached, eventually hovering above the treetops. On board the vessel stood a young man clad in white, his hands clasped behind his back. As he observed the scene, the sword that had slain the cloud-soaring bird shimmered with a ghostly glow before being retrieved into his ring. To dispatch the cloud-soaring bird with a single strike, it had not even had the opportunity to resist. What level of power was this? The realm of the tribulation is utterly unattainable, even for those at the 9th level of tribulation. The speed of the cloud-striding bird enables it to escape even when confronted by formidable adversaries of the 9th level, despite the likelihood of defeat. Only the royal realm is formidable. This young man in white is undoubtedly of the royal realm. Thank you immensely for your intervention, Senior. The first to regain composure was Qingyang, who immediately clasped his hands in gratitude for the life-saving assistance. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a simple-minded youth standing behind the white-clad swordsman. Father! The exclamation left everyone below momentarily stunned, including Qingyang. Wang Fu was also jolted back to reality by this impassioned call, turning his gaze towards the boy beside the white-clad swordsman. Yenner? Chapter 17. You may take this sword. This spring shall belong to you. Wang Fu opened his mouth, his expression filled with disbelief. Not only was he astonished by Wang Yan's unexpected presence, but he was also taken aback by the fact that Wang Yan had appeared aboard this flying vessel. It was not just Wang Yan on the deck of the vessel. He also recognized several familiar figures, Li Yuan and his future daughter-in-law, Li Hong. The individuals aboard the flying vessel were none other than Lin Xian and his companions. After departing from Lingwei City, Wang Yan had conveyed his concerns to Lin Xian. Upon learning of this, Lin Xian had flown over, deliberately extending his spiritual sense. It was not long after entering the depths of the Yingwei mountain range that he discovered the traces of Wang Yan's father, which led to the earlier swift strike of the sword. Lin Xian felt a twinge of sentiment, grateful that his spiritual sense had detected the situation in advance. Had he been a moment later, the outcome might have been dire. Qingyang and the others exchanged glances between Wang Fu and Wang Yin, engulfed in profound astonishment. How could Wang Fu possibly know the esteemed individual aboard the vessel? No, it was more than mere acquaintance. Throughout their journey, Wang Fu had revealed that he hailed from a small town on the fringes of the Tangqing Empire, with the strongest in his clan barely reaching the threshold of the catastrophe realm. How could he possibly be connected to a figure of Wang realm stature? If such a connection existed, Wang Fu would not have fallen to travel alongside them. Soon, Wang Yin leaped from the flying vessel and engaged Wang Fu in conversation. Observing the two, Lin Xian refrained from urging them on. Yenner, who is this esteemed elder? Wang Fu finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind, his gaze shifting toward the exceptionally handsome swordsman clad in white at the forefront of the deck. Father, allow me to introduce my master, Wang Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded at Wang Fu, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Fu, taken aback by Lin Xian's slight smile, hastily cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Wang Fu pays his respects to the esteemed elder. It was no wonder he was so flustered. A figure of Wang realm was beyond his realm of experience. Although he had seen such individuals before, he had never conversed with one, nor had any of them ever acknowledged his presence. To such beings, even those of the catastrophe realm were but ants, let alone he, who barely reached the heavenly Xian level. There is no need for such formality. As you are Wang Yan's father, you are one of us. Please, come aboard, Lin Xian invited. Thus, Wang Fu, accompanied by several equally astonished members of the Wang family, boarded the flying vessel. Come aboard, all of you. Lin Xian's voice rang out as Qin Han and the other members of the adventuring party wore expressions of envy. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. After retrieving the corpse of the cloud shuttle bird, the flying vessel soared through the skies once more, speeding toward the direction of the burning heaven mountain range. Lin Xian had retreated to his chamber to resume his seclusion, sensing that he was on the brink of comprehending the final path. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, Wang Yin, and the others stood on the deck, gazing at the receding scenery, their hearts filled with profound emotion. In times past, they found themselves struggling to traverse the treacherous mountain range, perpetually gripped by fear, unable to sleep soundly at night, and tensing at the slightest sound. Yet now, a sword suspended above the flying vessel emanates an aura of formidable sword intent. It is this very essence that allows the vessel to glide unhindered, compelling the beasts to flee in terror as it soars above them. This was once an inconceivable scenario for Wang Fu, Qingyang, and the other members of the adventurer group. Previously, even a solitary beast encountered below would prompt them to retreat, fearful of inciting its wrath. But now, they glide directly above, and the creatures dare not stir. It is indeed a poignant reflection. Within the perilous interior of the Yingwei mountain range, it now resembles a private garden for the flying vessel. Brother Wang Fu, thanks to your fortune, I, old Qin, am fortunate enough to ride on a royal-grade vessel, ha ha ha. Qingyang mused with a hint of nostalgia. 2 days later, the flying vessel arrived at the entrance of the burning heaven secret realm. Contrary to expectations of a bustling crowd, Only a handful of cultivators, like Lin Xian and others, had just arrived. It seems the opening of the entrance was ahead of schedule, though not by much. Wang Fu gazed at the entrance radiating a violet glow and spoke slowly. Fortunately, we boarded Yin Ur's Master S royal grade vessel. Otherwise, even if we managed to arrive safely, we would likely have missed the closing of the realm. Master, we have reached the entrance of the secret realm. Su Lianxin communicated to Lin Xian, who was situated in the vessel's loft. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he had grown significantly stronger compared to a few days prior. In the intervening days, he had thoroughly comprehended the Thunder Sword path. All 22 paths had been grasped. Everything was in place. He merely needed to find a location rich in spiritual energy and prepare sufficient recovery elixirs to attempt a breakthrough to the royal realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian had also achieved the 4th level of the Heavenly Demon Shadow, an imperial-level evasion technique. Now, he could manifest 10 shadow clones, each possessing 2 layers of Lin Xian's original combat power. Lin Xian's twofold combat power. It is important to note that he has already comprehended 22 paths. Even with just this fraction of power, he surpasses the average Royal Realm cultivator. This implies that, should Lin Xian desire, he could summon 10 shadow clones of Royal Realm caliber at any moment. Whether for combat or retreat, they would be exceedingly effective. Let us proceed inside. Take these 2 black jade stones. Should you find yourselves in dire straits, shatter them. Within each stone lies one of Lin Xian's shadow clones, though he refrained from elaborating, hoping that Wang Yin and Su Lianxin would never need to resort to them. After speaking, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light, darting into the secret realm, not accompanying Su Lianxin and Wang Yin. Upon entering the Burning Heaven secret realm, one would be randomly transported to any location within, rendering the act of entering together inconsequential. Even if they entered simultaneously, they would not necessarily appear in the same place within the realm. Upon stepping into the entrance of the Burning Sky secret realm, Lin Xian was immediately enveloped in darkness. When his surroundings came into focus once more, he found himself amidst a desolate desert, nothing but yellow sand stretching infinitely before him. He swiftly extended his spiritual perception, only to be taken aback. Within this secret realm, his awareness seemed severely constrained. Capable of sensing only a few miles around, an experience markedly different from his usual abilities in the outside world. Yet, even under such limitations, Lin Xian discovered an area within his range of perception that was remarkably rich in spiritual energy. Was this a spiritual spring? Not far ahead lay a small oasis. However, the true significance lay in the fact that hidden within this oasis was a spring of extraordinary purity. What incredible fortune! Lin Xian was astonished by his own luck. He had thought that if he could gather half of what he needed to break through to the Qing realm during this expedition, it would not be in vain. Little did he expect to encounter such a pristine spiritual spring upon entry. After assessing the situation, Lin Xian concluded that this spring would more than suffice for his breakthrough needs. In fact, it would far exceed them. This meant he could directly attempt to ascend to the Qing realm right here. How could he contain his excitement? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the oasis and the spring. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the several miles, arriving before the oasis and the spring. However, before he could examine it closely, the sound of rushing air followed him, heralding the arrival of 2 young female cultivators, who had just reached this spot a moment later than he. To his surprise, the leading figure, a woman clad in green, appeared ethereal and transcendent. Seemingly in her early 20s, she carried a green longsword on her back and regarded Lin Xian with a somewhat playful gaze. Following her was a younger girl dressed in white, whose beauty paled in comparison. Upon closer inspection, although their garments differed in color, the patterns were identical, indicating they hailed from the same faction. Despite their youth, both possessed astonishing power, each at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm. Achieving such mastery at this age was an unprecedented feat within the 7 kingdoms of the Moonlit Reflection. These 2 were likely not from any of the 9 kingdoms, but rather from beyond them, even across the entire Xin domain. Individuals who reached the 9th level of the Calamity Realm at such a young age were exceedingly rare. Sister Chu, I'm going. The girl in white, trailing behind the green-clad woman, was about to step forward when she was halted by her companion. The white-clad girl pouted, visibly displeased, to her. It seemed unnecessary for Sister Chu to intervene in dealing with such a minor character, as she could easily handle it herself. Although she was not a prodigy of the Xian ranking, ordinary 9th level cultivators posed no challenge for her. This spiritual spring was discovered by me first. I suggest you both seek elsewhere, Lin Xian asserted. Had it been anyone else, Lin Xian would have simply dismissed them. However, the two before him were evidently not ordinary individuals. Such prodigies, not only within the moonlit 9 nations but even in the Xian domain, were not easily nurtured by common forces. To his surprise, Lin Xian's words elicited a laugh from the green-clad maiden behind Sister Chu, her laughter laced with profound derision. Chu Wuchan narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian and remarked, "You jest, my lord. Indeed, this spiritual spring was first discovered by you. But treasures in this realm have always belonged to the capable, rather than those who arrive first. Since you have cultivated to such a level, you must surely understand this principle. Therefore, I shall not deny you an opportunity. I observe that your realm is on par with mine. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall grant you 30% of this spring. Should you fail, I would ask you to relinquish your claim to this place. What do you say?" The green-skirted maiden could hardly contain her amusement, casting a sidelong glance at her elder sister. "Sister, is this what you call giving an opportunity? Withstanding one of your strikes may be conceivable, but yours? A blow from a prodigy of the Xian ranking? The Xian domain is vast. Nations akin to the Moonlit Seven are numerous, if not in the thousands. Certainly in the hundreds, teeming with geniuses. Yet, there are but 100 on the Xian ranking. Each individual who ascends to it is an unparalleled prodigy. Though your realm stands at the 9th level of the Tribulation realm, your true strength rivals that of a legitimate sovereign. To withstand your strike is akin to facing a sovereign's blow, or perhaps even stronger. In this diminutive realm of the Moonlit 7 nations, few dare assert they could endure a blow from Sister Chu under equal conditions. What kind of opportunity is this, Sister Chu? You are quite mischievous." From her words, it was evident that the white-clad woman possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. However, Lin Xian, too, was exceedingly confident in his capabilities. Shaking his head, he declined her proposal, stating, "No, I have a suggestion of my own." "Oh?" Chu Wuchan looked at Lin Xian with mild surprise. "What is your suggestion? Please, do share." Lin Xian met her gaze directly, a white jade longsword having appeared in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. "If you can withstand a single strike from me, this spring shall belong to you." Chapter 18. The Impact on the Sovereign Realm. The Crimson Thunder Tribulation. Upon hearing these words, Chu Wuchan and the maiden in the green dress behind her were taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Lin Xian would utter such audacious claims. "You dare to challenge me with a single strike? Do you not comprehend who stands before you?" However, before she could utter her scornful remarks, Lin Xian's sword had already sliced through the air, abruptly interrupting her words. Intriguing. Chu Wuchan found Lin Xian to be quite fascinating, despite his apparent weakness. He exuded remarkable confidence. Yet, she soon realized that the situation was, perhaps not as entertaining as she initially thought. At first, she dismissed Lin Xian's strike as insignificant, believing that such a mundane attack could scarcely breach her protective sword aura. But as the radiant sword light approached within 10 paces, a chilling realization dawned upon her. A terrifying sword intent erupted from the brilliance of that blade, sending shivers down her spine. Was this sword intent? Her lips parted slightly. The composure she had previously maintained was replaced by a profound astonishment. The aura emanating from that sword light was all too familiar to her, for she had also comprehended sword intent, granting her an acute sensitivity to its presence. What astonished her further was that the sword light contained not merely sword intent, but one far more formidable than the level she had attained. How could this be possible? In this humble realm of the 7 nations of Ingwe, could there truly be someone capable of grasping sword intent beneath the sovereign realm? Moreover, judging by Lin Xian's age, he could not be older than 30. Could it be that he hailed from beyond the 7 nations, just like herself? There was no time for contemplation, as Lin Xian's sword was already upon her. With urgency, Chu Wuchan drew her own sword and unleashed a powerful sword aura in response. In that moment, she dared not underestimate him any further. She poured all her strength into this strike. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Chu Wuchan's slender figure was propelled like an arrow, blood spurting from her mouth. The scene left the maiden in the green dress nearby in a state of disbelief. What had she just witnessed? Chu Wuchan, who she had always regarded as an unparalleled prodigy, had been sent flying by a single strike. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Sister Chu, the green-dressed maiden, questioned her own senses, doubting whether she was hallucinating. Puff! Now far from the clash, Chu Wuchan clutched her chest, her shock matching, if not surpassing, that of the maiden. In the final moments, she recognized her inability to withstand that strike and had decisively crushed a life-saving talisman. Yet, this talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a sovereign realm's 3rd level, had proven ineffective against Lin Xian's blade. What manner of monster was this? A ninth level of the Tribulation Realm? A strike that surpassed the full force of a sovereign realm's third level? Such prowess would be a challenge even for those among the top 10 of the Xian ranking. Previously, her father had always warned her that there are people beyond people and realms beyond realms, urging her never to underestimate anyone. Yet, as a prodigy, she had seldom taken this to heart. However, today, she truly grasped the essence of his words. The terrifying sword intent she faced, was it merely a double layer? Certainly not. A double layer of sword intent could not possibly be this fearsome. A triple layer, perhaps? It was highly probable. At the ninth level of the Calamity Realm, one not only comprehended sword intent but also wielded a triple layer of it. Such an absurd notion would be met with disbelief if uttered aloud. Yet, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Moreover, it was far beyond that, even at the ninth level of the Calamity Realm. Possessing triple sword intent should not enable one to unleash a strike surpassing the full might of a triple-layered king. This individual was nothing short of a monster. Recalling her earlier words, challenging him to receive her strike, Chu Weichan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She clasped her fist toward Lin Xian, refraining from lingering any longer, and departed with the girl in the green dress, feeling profoundly shaken by the day's events. The girl in the green dress appeared dazed, evidently still reeling from the shock of Lin Xian's victory over Chu Weichan. As Lin Xian watched the two women depart, he shifted his gaze towards the spiritual spring below. The value of this spring, if placed in the outside world, would be immeasurable. The Burning Heaven's secret realm truly lived up to its reputation as the resting place of revered beings. Of course, it was also a testament to his extraordinary fortune. The rarity of this spiritual spring placed it among the most precious treasures within the entire Burning Heaven secret realm. Now, it was time to strive for the King realm. A fervent glimmer flickered in his eyes. After several years, he had reached this pivotal moment once more. However, this time was entirely different from the last. Previously, he had attempted to ascend to the King realm solely through swordsmanship but had failed. This time, he had comprehended 22 paths. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian began to channel the sacred level technique, the Green Emperor scripture. Above, dark clouds gathered ominously as thunder rumbled, heralding an impending doom. Below, the waters of the spiritual spring transformed into mist, seeping into Lin Xian's body. A crystal-clear spiritual pill soared from his storage ring, which he promptly swallowed. This pill was the Gathering Heavenly Xian pill. Upon ingesting the pill, Lin Xian's rate of absorbing the spring's essence surged dramatically, and the spring itself visibly diminished. As he gazed at the sky illuminated by purplish-red lightning, Lin Xian felt a chill run through him. The intensity of this tempest was exponentially greater than when he had last attempted to break into the King realm. The purplish-red lightning seemed poised to reduce all creation to dust, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a thunderous crash, the first bolt of purplish-red lightning struck down, illuminating the darkened sky. Lin Xian retaliated with a sword strike aimed directly at the descending lightning. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Lin Xian's arm slightly bent, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. Once more, boom. The second bolt of lightning followed swiftly, even more terrifying than the first. Above the oasis, a figure stood resolute, enduring the relentless baptism of the thunderstorm. A series of heart-stopping calamities rained down relentlessly, their singular aim being none other than to eradicate Lin Xian from existence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the ominous clouds gradually dispersed. A beam of sunlight pierced through the heavens, illuminating the utterly disheveled figure of Lin Xian. Yet, despite his disarray, a hint of a smile graced his face, betraying the elation he felt at that moment. He had achieved the pinnacle of the first level of the Wang realm. Chapter 19. Regrettably, I must disagree. Casting a glance at the nearly depleted spiritual spring below, Lin Xian felt a profound sense of reflection. He had indeed underestimated this spiritual source. Initially, he believed that merely breaking through to the King realm would be a remarkable achievement. Little did he anticipate that he would ascend directly to the pinnacle of the first level of the King realm. Of course, his crimson destiny, innate primordial sword body, and the sacred grade technique, the Qingdi scripture, had all played a significant role in this accomplishment. Furthermore, this time, Nangong Yaowen no longer served as his inner demon. He had long since relinquished the bonds of their master-disciple relationship. Examining his current physical condition, Lin Xian let out a wry smile as he gazed at the dissipated thunder tribulation in the sky. Such a fierce thunder tribulation, even the one that descends upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, could hardly rival its ferocity. This tribulation was not one that simply allowed passage. Had it been anyone else in Lin Xian's place, they would likely have perished beneath its might. Even Lin Xian, endowed with the Crimson Destiny and the innate primordial sword body, who practiced the sacred grade Qingdi scripture and comprehended the fourfold sword intent, could barely withstand this trial. Yet, conversely, had Lin Xian not been such an extraordinary talent, entering the Qing realm through the mastery of 22 pathways, he would not have drawn forth such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Beyond the Qing realm lies the understanding and fusion of the Tao. Lin Xian had some knowledge regarding the cultivation that follows the Qing realm. Typically, comprehending a single Tao allows one to ascend to the Qing realm, which represents the most common form of this stage. Subsequently, one begins to merge that which has been comprehended, a process commonly referred to as the fusion of the Tao. In ancient times, the Qing realm was also known as the fusion realm. Once one has completely integrated a singular Tao, they attain the first level of the Qing realm. Thereafter, they commence the understanding of a second Tao, culminating in the second level of the Qing realm upon successful comprehension. This process continues until one has fused 9 Taos, achieving the 9th level of the Qing realm. Naturally, there are prodigies who, while in the Qing realm, can comprehend and fuse more than 9 Taos. Their strength far surpasses that of a typical 9th level king. Strictly speaking, they belong to the Qing realm, yet they also transcend it. After all, the Qing realm comprises only 9 levels, yet they have already fused and comprehended beyond 9 Taos. Upon reaching the 9th level of the Qing realm, one may begin to sense the thunder tribulations. To break through to the Emperor realm, a king must endure 9 thunder tribulations, each corresponding to the 9 Taos they have comprehended, with increasing ferocity as one progresses. Countless 9th level kings have perished beneath these 9 tribulations. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with difficulty, akin to scaling the heavens. This is precisely why, within the 7 kingdoms of the moonlit reflection, no emperor has emerged. However, due to Lin Xian's comprehension of 22 Taos, while other 9th level kings require only 9 tribulations to ascend to the emperor realm, Lin Xian must endure 22. This is assuming he does not comprehend and fuse additional Taos in the future. Should he continue to grasp more Taos, the number of tribulations he must face will only increase. He mused that perhaps he should consider bathing in the thunder tribulations instead. First, he resolved to recover. Presently, Lin Xian's physical condition is abysmal, barely able to summon a trace of spiritual energy, rendering him as powerless as a feather. Within the perilous confines of the Burning Sky secret realm, danger lurks at every corner, with no one able to predict what may unfold in the next moment. After consuming 2 elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, Lin Xian cast his gaze downward at the dwindling spiritual spring. Taking out a small jade vial, he prepared to collect the precious remnants of the spring, intending to offer them to Su Lianqing. Although Lin Xian was unaware of the exact nature of this spring, its potential to facilitate his breakthrough to the first level of the Qing realm was undeniable, and its value was immeasurable. Should it be put up for auction, it could easily fetch millions or even more, a prospect that would hardly surprise him. This spring was undoubtedly extraordinary, its worth comparable to a 7th-tier spiritual object. If bestowed upon Su Lianqing, it could potentially yield an 8th-tier item in return. With a stroke of fortune, even a 9th-tier item might not be out of reach. A 9th-tier item that equates to a sacred artifact of the Emperor realm. Even if one were to consider a more modest return of an 8th-tier item, it would still be akin to a treasure of the respected tier. However, just as Lin Xian retrieved the jade vial and prepared to collect the spiritual spring, a series of piercing sounds shattered the air as several silhouettes arrived in an instant, coming into Lin Xian's line of sight. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. There were 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, bringing the total number of people present to 6, including Lin Xian and his shadow clone. Each of the newcomers exhibited formidable strength, all being of the Qing realm. Lin Xian's previous breakthrough had generated a significant commotion, leading onlookers to believe that a great treasure had emerged. The 4 individuals, being the closest and capable of flight, naturally arrived here ahead of others. Upon witnessing the spiritual spring radiating an exceptionally dense aura of spiritual energy, a fervent glimmer ignited in their eyes. Although none recognized the spring, the profound spiritual energy emanating from it was sufficient for them to grasp its rarity. Lin Xian's brow arched slightly as the shadow clone appeared behind him. Having just endured a harrowing thunder tribulation, his condition was at its nadir, rendering him almost powerless. Yet, he was not entirely without recourse. He had the heavenly demon shadow. Although the shadow clone possessed only 1/5 of Lin Xian's power prior to his breakthrough, when he was at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, it was adequate to contend with ordinary Qing realm practitioners. As for the reason why the shadow clone retained only 1/5 of Lin Xian's former strength, it was because the clone had yet to be updated. Lin Xian had just achieved his breakthrough, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it impossible to mobilize the heavenly demon shadow. The current shadow was a manifestation formed before Lin Xian's ascent to the Qing realm. Thus its strength was reflective of his previous state, not his current one. Despite the fact that all present were of the Qing realm, they were merely at the first level, posing no significant threat to Lin Xian. However, the commotion caused by his earlier breakthrough had undoubtedly attracted more than just these 4 individuals. Others, still at a distance, were likely on their way. In the present circumstances, Lin Xian could still maintain control, but that might not last much longer. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. His spiritual energy and injuries were gradually recovering. As long as he could gather a modicum of spiritual force to rejuvenate his shadow clone. At that point, even beings of the 1st or 2nd rank in the Qing realm, or those above the 5th rank, would not intimidate him. Although he was uncertain of his full potential during his prime, he was confident that ordinary 3rd or 4th rank Qing realm practitioners were no more significant than ants in his eyes. Even against formidable opponents of the 5th rank or higher, Lin Xian felt entirely capable of engaging in battle, perhaps even vanquishing them. This confidence stemmed from his absolute power. With a perfected 1st rank in the Qing realm, having comprehended 22 paths and fused one, combined with his innate primordial sword body and the 4th level of sword intent, Lin Xian dared not imagine how terrifying his current strength truly was. This spring, I shall take 30%. I trust you have no objections? The enchanting woman among the 2 men and 2 women narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Boom. Perfected 1st rank in the Qing realm. Feeling the might of this pressure, the other 3 exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus to acquiesce to the enchanting woman's claim. I will take 20%. I too shall take 20%. The other 2 men chimed in simultaneously. Their auras, though not as potent as that of the enchanting woman, were formidable nonetheless. Thus, only 30% remained. The enchanting woman and the 2 men turned their gazes toward Lin Xian's shadow clone, shrouded in a black robe, obscuring its features, as well as the final figure, the woman in purple. As for Lin Xian, he was naturally overlooked. His current aura was so weak that he might be mistaken for a junior of the black-robed figure, the shadow clone. The remaining 30% shall be divided between the 2 of you. What say you? The enchanting woman suggested. None of the group were fools, thus, they refrained from engaging in a fierce struggle over the treasure. Should a conflict arise over the spirit spring, they would likely end up with nothing when reinforcements arrived. The woman in purple nodded. Her strength, while slightly inferior to that of the enchanting woman and the 2 men, rendered her comfortable with taking a lesser share. I'm afraid I cannot agree. Lin Xian, undeterred by their disregard, shrugged and stepped forward. Chapter 20. The farce must come to an end. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xian, the others furrowed their brows slightly. From the very beginning, they had not regarded Lin Xian with any seriousness, merely viewing him as the junior of the dark-cloaked figure. However, it appeared that the dynamics had shifted. With the white-clad youth, Lin Xian, seemingly taking the lead. There was no time to linger. Reinforcements were imminent. Very well, I shall allocate you another 5%, leaving you with 20%. The enchanting woman expressed her impatience, fearing that further delays would result in the arrival of other formidable beings. Simultaneously, the other 3 turned their gaze toward Lin Xian. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Xian merely shook his head. Young man, do not overreach. Do you believe that we cannot eliminate the one behind you before others arrive? The middle-aged man with a malevolent aura fixed a cold, piercing stare upon Lin Xian. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xian maintained an unyielding smile, his eyes reflecting disbelief towards the sinister man. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the middle-aged man, who had already grasped the long knife behind him, poised to strike at Lin Xian. Wait! The alluring woman raised her hand to halt the malevolent man. Despite his calm demeanor, the truth was that even if the 4 of them united, they might not be able to subdue the figure behind Lin Xian in a short span of time. Those who had cultivated to the realm of kings were not to be underestimated. With a frigid gaze fixed on Lin Xian, the enchanting woman resumed. What do you propose for the division? Instead of answering directly, Lin Xian looked at her with a perplexed expression, his words striking. Division? Who said I would share with you? This spiritual spring is entirely mine. As for you, depart. Share with me. You think you deserve a portion? Even before breaking through to the realm of kings, Lin Xian had no fear of these few individuals, let alone now. You appear rather arrogant, Lin Xian remarked, directing his gaze at the malevolent middle-aged man, a smirk playing on his lips as he commanded his shadow clone. Go, eliminate him. Buzz. Upon receiving the command, the shadow clone unsheathed its sword and charged towards the malevolent man without a hint of hesitation. The shadow clone lacked independent will. It simply executed Lin Xian's orders. Bang! None had anticipated that Lin Xian would act so swiftly, and by the time they reacted, the malevolent man had already been sent flying by the shadow clone's strike. The trickle of blood from his lips indicated the ferocity of that single blow. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Join me in subduing this pest. You heard the little brat's words. We must eliminate them to claim this spiritual spring. Coughing a few times, the malevolent man appeared somewhat intimidated. Fully aware that he was no match for the shadow clone, and thus began to rally the others. The enchanting woman and the other two exchanged glances. Hesitating not a moment longer, and almost simultaneously launched their assault on the shadow clone. Unfazed, the shadow clone transformed into a streak of black light, surging forth to confront the four of them, showing no signs of yielding. As for Lin Xian, he tossed 2 recovery elixirs into his mouth, continuing to heal his wounds, observing the unfolding events like a mere spectator. Several times, the enchanting woman attempted to shake off the shadowy doppelganger to attack Lin Xian, but each effort proved futile. Whenever anyone attempted to disengage from the doppelganger to strike at Lin Xian, the doppelganger would retaliate with fervor. Among the 4, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly the sinister middle-aged man. He narrowly escaped being decimated by the doppelganger's blade on multiple occasions. Had it not been for the distraction caused by the enchanting woman and her companions, he would have likely been slain. Suddenly, after the enchanting woman unleashed a formidable wave of fire, momentarily pushing the doppelganger back, the sinister middle-aged man seized his opportunity, vanishing from sight and reappearing a short distance from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling, eyes glistening with dread. Observing this scene, the sinister man reveled in delight, his eyes gleaming with madness and malice, the crimson orbs fixated on Lin Xian, and he erupted into frenzied laughter. You little beast. Are you afraid now? Where is that arrogance you had just moments ago? You still wish to kill me? I shall be the one to end you. With a furious roar, the sinister middle-aged man lunged at Lin Xian. In terror, Lin Xian took 2 steps back, but in the next instant, fear dissipated, replaced by a subtle smirk. I was merely jesting. As he spoke, a dark figure abruptly appeared before him, intercepting the sinister man, who was now just a few steps away. Yet, those few steps represented an insurmountable chasm in this lifetime. Clad in a black robe, the features obscured, the doppelganger's presence startled the sinister middle-aged man. This black-robed figure, wasn't it entangled with the enchanting woman and her companions? The sinister middle-aged man turned to look, and indeed, the 3 women were engaged in a fierce assault against the black-robed figure. How then did this doppelganger appear before him? Despairing, are we? Lin Xian's voice echoed softly. The heavenly demon shadow had been cultivated to the 4th level by Lin Xian, allowing the summoning of 10 doppelgangers. Discounting the 2 already summoned to assist Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, 8 remained. Lin Xian had initially thought that a single doppelganger would suffice to handle the group, but that had proven to be an overestimation. Summoning another doppelganger required a portion of his vital energy, and given his pressing need to restore his own injuries, he was reluctant to summon a second one unless absolutely necessary. Despairing, are we? Upon hearing this, the sinister middle-aged man's heart sank into a profound sense of helplessness. One black-robed figure was already a significant headache. Now, there was another. The fear and pallor that had graced the little beast's face were merely a fade. With a self-deprecating smile, he realized the true jester in this scenario was himself. Meanwhile, the 3 enchanting women, engaged in their assault against the other doppelganger, were left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing this turn of events. Originally, the 4 of them combined could contend evenly with the figure in the black robe. However, with the absence of the middle-aged Ian Vulture, the pressure had increased significantly. They could only hope that Ian Vulture would swiftly deal with Lin Xian. Who would have thought? As they cast a glance toward Lin Xian's position, they were met with the sight of another figure clad in black robes. In that moment, the 3 enchanting women were rendered speechless, a profound sense of despair blossoming within their hearts. This fleeting distraction was seized upon by the shadowy doppelganger engaged in battle with them, delivering a devastating strike with an unparalleled sword. The woman in purple was instantly engulfed by the blinding sword light. Subsequently, under the combined might of the 2 shadowy doppelgangers, the remaining individuals found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Moments later, only the enchanting woman was left standing. She was in a dire state, having exhausted all her life-saving cards. Gazing at the 2 figures in black robes blocking her escape, her eyes filled with hopelessness. just as despair enveloped the enchanting woman, making her feel certain of her impending doom. A series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. More individuals had arrived, and not just a few. There were as many as 8. All of them were of the Qing realm. This was to be expected, as only those of the Qing realm could reach this place in such a short time. Everyone, that unparalleled treasure resides within this person, she exclaimed, urgently pointing at Lin Xian. Just moments earlier, while the 2 shadowy doppelgangers were mercilessly attacking the enchanting woman and her companions, Lin Xian had already secured the spiritual spring into a small jade bottle and placed it within his storage ring. Truly, this seemed never-ending. Lin Xian couldn't help but remark. Yet his face betrayed no hint of tension. The spiritual energy within him was recovering, although the pace was slow. As long as he could gather some spiritual energy, he would fear not just these 10 or so kings, but even dozens of them. The newly arrived 8 were acutely aware that the longer they delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive, and without hesitation, they charged directly at Lin Xian. The 2 shadowy doppelgangers showed no fear either, engaging them head-on to shield Lin Xian. Furthermore, Lin Xian summoned 2 additional shadowy doppelgangers. Facing the 8 individuals, or rather, counting the enchanting woman, there were 9, including one at the 2nd level of the Qing realm. And it seemed daunting for the 2 shadowy doppelgangers to stand against them. Soon, the 4 shadowy doppelgangers clashed with the 9, and for a time, the outcome was indecisive. Before long, more and more individuals began to converge. Upon learning that the source of the commotion was the treasure within Lin Xian's possession, they too joined the fray against him. As the 4 shadowy doppelgangers began to retreat under the relentless assault of over 10 kings, Lin Xian summoned 4 more shadowy doppelgangers. With their addition to the battlefield, the previously unfavorable situation was once again turned in their favor. Damn it, how are there still more? Roared one king, who had been sent flying and was now spitting blood. However, as his words fell, a vast sword light surged forth, cleaving him in 2, annihilating both body and soul. A fierce battle unfolded, involving over 20 formidable monarchs, leaving the assembled cultivators from all directions utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. Such a level of conflict was typically reserved for the grand confrontations among the top 10 sects of various nations. Patriarch, should we truly refrain from intervening? You have witnessed the disturbance caused by that treasure. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact, and if we miss this opportunity. Yet, not all monarchs present chose to partake in the fray. For instance, the Yin family of the Silver Frost Empire observed the battle from a distance. The Silver Frost Empire, one of the 7 nations of the Moonlit Realm, was home to the Yin clan, a prominent royal family within the empire, boasting 4 monarch-level warriors, including the patriarch Yin Song, who had mastered 2 paths and attained the 2nd level of monarch strength. At that moment, he and the clan's 2nd elder stood far off, watching the battle unfold without joining the assault on Lin Xian. In truth, the 2nd elder was eager to join. He had witnessed the preceding disturbance, recognizing it as an extraordinary treasure, capable of invoking such phenomena. However, Yin Song had firmly restrained him, preventing any action, leaving the 2nd elder in a state of anxious frustration. Although Lin Xian, accompanied by 8 shadowy figures clad in black, appeared to be holding his own against nearly 20 monarchs, the increasing number of challengers made their eventual defeat inevitable. The youth in white could not continuously summon these black-robed figures. It was highly likely that the 7 he had summoned were his limit. Defeat was merely a question of time, and if they did not seize a share of the spoils now, there would be nothing left for the Yin family once the battle concluded. The 2nd elder's words caused Yin Song's eyes to flicker with conflict. After some deliberation, he shook his head. He vividly recalled the scene in Linyu City, where Lin Xian had effortlessly slain King Mingkong and the city lord with a single sword strike. It was not that he was unwilling to partake, but rather that he was fearful. Indeed, Yin Song had been present during that incident at the Twilight Auction House, and witnessing such a display of power had compelled him to restrain the 2nd elder. Treasures may be precious, but what value do they hold if one loses their life? Everyone believed the youth in white relied solely on his 8 shadowy figures, unaware that the true terror lay within him. Alas, the 2nd elder of the Yin family sighed deeply, feeling profound disappointment towards his patriarch. As more and more monarchs converged upon the scene, Lin Xian's 8 shadowy avatars began to falter. Despite their strength, these avatars were merely reflections of Lin Xian's power before he ascended to the monarch realm, possessing only 2/10 of his full potential. To have endured so long under the assault of over 20 monarchs was already a remarkable feat. With the first shadowy avatar vanquished, the tide of battle began to shift decisively. The remaining 7 avatars succumbed one after another. Eventually, the last shadowy figure was slain, marking the conclusion of a fierce battle involving over 30 monarchs. This battle was nothing short of devastating. The majority of the besieged kings sustained injuries, whether grave or slight. And during this conflict, 5 formidable kings perished at the hands of those 8 enigmatic figures in black robes. In the realm of the 7 nations of Innate, a king is regarded as an absolute powerhouse. Yet, in this confrontation, 5 fell. It was over. Observing Lin Xian, who no longer summoned the black-robed figures, it became evident to all that this was likely the limit of his capabilities. Stripped of the black-robed entities, Lin Xian was akin to a fish on a chopping block. Indeed, it was over. Lin Xian shook his head. It was time for it to conclude. Stepping forward, Lin Xian instantly ascended into the air. And in that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth. Boom. Under the weight of this imposing presence, all were seized by an instinctual urge to prostrate themselves. The 20 or so kings, locked in the grip of this overwhelming force, coughed up blood and collapsed to their knees, struggling to lift their gazes towards the ethereal youth. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heaven, what an awe-inspiring pressure. How could mere pressure compel so many kings to kneel? What staggering strength must one possess? It became clear that the true terror did not lie with the 8 black-robed figures, but rather with the young man clad in white. Senior, among the assembly of kings, the most powerful elder of the second realm was about to plead for mercy. However, Lin Xian did not allow him the opportunity to finish his words before he unleashed a sword strike. Chapter 21. The Deputy Home Master, a terrifying sword energy swept across, claiming the lives of over 20 warriors of the King realm. Those who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock. That was 20 warriors of the King realm. Patriarch, in the distance, at the residence of the Yin clan, the second elder of the Yin clan spoke bitterly at this moment. He finally understood that the patriarch's intervention was, in fact, an act of salvation. Yin Song shook his head, the astonishment in his heart rivaling that of anyone else. He knew Lin Xian was formidable, having witnessed his prowess at the Twilight Auction House, yet he never anticipated Lin Xian's strength would reach such heights. After departing from the oasis, Lin Xian began to wander aimlessly through the desert, simultaneously recovering from his injuries. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulation could not heal in a short period. To regain his former peak condition would require at least a day, or even several days. However, with each moment of recovery, his ability to protect himself within the secret realm would increase. After breaking through to the King realm and acquiring the spiritual spring, Lin Xian no longer felt urgency, even if he were to gain nothing further. The benefits he had obtained from this expedition into the secret realm had already far exceeded his expectations. Yet, fortune seemed to abandon Lin Xian. After several hours without encountering any further opportunities, he found himself confronted by a few cultivators attempting to rob him. Boy, hand over everything you have. Several cultivators of the Earth realm blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. His injuries had yet to heal, and at this moment, his aura was exceedingly weak. Even weaker than that of the Earth realm, which was precisely why they had targeted him. What if I refuse? Lin Xian chuckled. The Earth realm cultivators were simply too feeble, so weak that he could hardly be bothered to engage. Then you shall die. The leader of the group snorted coldly and made his move. However, at that very moment, a sword energy surged from afar. In an instant, it sent the Earth realm cultivator, who had intended to strike Lin Xian, flying. Who dares to lay a hand on a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Following the voice, several figures swiftly approached, both male and female, their attire identical to that of Lin Xian, clearly indicating they were all disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian, who had just raised his hand, slowly lowered it. Were the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect referring to him? After a moment's thought, he realized that although he was the master of the Starfall Peak, he had rarely shown himself in the sect since the incident involving Nagong Yahweh a few years prior. Consequently, most of the new disciples who had joined during these years were only aware of the existence of the Starfall Peak Master, but had never seen his true visage. Get lost. Among the Qingyang Sword Sect disciples, a slightly older and gentle woman reprimanded sharply, glaring at the one she had just sent flying with her sword. You've picked the wrong fight. Leave. Realizing they were no match, the group of assailants fled in disarray. Before departing, they cast a fierce glare at Lin Xian, as if to say he was fortunate this time. But was it truly luck on Lin Xian's part? Junior brother, are you all right? Among the Qingyang Sword Sect disciples, the gentle woman, seemingly the leader, turned to Lin Xian with genuine concern after witnessing the retreat of the assailants. Lin Xian shook his head. Yet an odd feeling lingered in his heart. Junior brother? However, upon reflection, ever since his breakthrough to the Qing realm, his lifespan had significantly increased, making him appear indeed younger than her. Junior brother, to which peak do you belong? Starfall Peak. So he hails from Starfall Peak. Upon learning that Lin Xian was from Starfall Peak, their expression shifted slightly. They were aware of its reputation as one of the lowest peaks in the sect, reportedly with very few disciples. It was quite rare to encounter one in the secret realm. The woman named Yihan displayed little reaction, while the others, upon discovering Lin Xian's origin, could barely conceal a hint of disdain in their eyes. Within the Qingyang Sword Sect, the hierarchy was unmistakable. It was entirely normal for disciples from higher-ranking peaks to look down upon those from lower ones, especially considering that Starfall Peak ranked among the least esteemed. Ah. So you are a junior brother from Starfall Peak. I am Yihan, a disciple of Sheshui Peak, and this is junior sister He Jing, a disciple from Jingwei Peak. Yihan, the leader, merely exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise before warmly introducing Lin Xian, showing no signs of disdain for his origins. In her eyes, competition within the sect was one matter, but outside, all disciples, regardless of their peaks, represented the Qingyang Sword Sect. Junior brother, why not join us? We can look out for each other, Yihan suggested earnestly. However, as soon as her words fell, He Jing and the others behind her furrowed their brows, evidently less than welcoming of Lin Xian's inclusion. Aside from Lin Xian's association with Starfall Peak, his aura suggested he had yet to reach the earthly profound realm. Frankly, having him along would be more of a burden than a boon. The notion of mutual support was merely a polite formality from senior sister Yihan. Naturally, they were reluctant to venture into such a perilous secret realm with an encumbrance like him. Yet, given that the speaker was Yihan, the strongest among them from the fifth peak, they refrained from voicing their discontent, though their dissatisfaction was palpable to anyone observing. My name is Lin Xian, but I think I shall decline your offer. I am accustomed to solitude. Lin Xian shook his head, unwilling to be accompanied by burdens, and without waiting for a response, turned to leave. Lin Xian's rejection took Yihan and the others by surprise. They had not anticipated such a response. Logically, one would expect him to be overjoyed and accept without hesitation. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Yihan felt a mix of astonishment and concern, but did not grow angry. Senior sister Yihan, do not fret over him. This man is quite rude. You previously saved him, and he did not even utter a word of thanks. Now he has declined your invitation. In my opinion, let him fend for himself. Lin Xian's actions stirred great discontent among the others. They believed that had they not arrived in time, not only would Lin Xian have lost his possessions, but his very life might have been in jeopardy. After all that, no expression of gratitude was offered. Truly, good intentions treated as mere folly. Sister Yihan, despite her formidable strength, possesses a flaw in her excessive kindness, while not inherently wrong. Such a disposition may ultimately lead to her detriment. After parting ways with Yihan and others, Lin Xian resumed his exploration within the mystical realm. However, it wasn't long before he sensed a potent reaction emanating from the sect token within his storage ring. This is a distress signal from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Nearby, members of the Qingyang Sword Sect are in peril. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian hastened towards the source of the signal. As the master of Xingyun Peak, he could not stand idly by. In the midst of a desolate wasteland, a towering tree, over 10 zhang high, stood resolutely, its lush greenery in extraordinary sight amidst the endless yellow sands. The tree bore numerous crystal-clear fruits, tantalizingly ripe, at least several hundred in number. Beneath the tree, two factions faced each other, neither yielding an inch. Each side had a formidable Qing realm expert. And if Lin Xian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of the female Qing realm practitioners as the master of Qingwei Peak, who had previously guided Lin Xian and his companions to the entrance of the Finchan secret realm. Behind her stood several disciples of the Sword Sect, familiar faces indeed, including Yihan and He Jing, whom Lin Xian had recently parted with. Shortly after their separation from Lin Xian, the group encountered the master of Qingwei Peak engaged in a fierce battle with another Qing realm practitioner, swiftly joining the fray. At present, each of them clutched several fruits, freshly plucked from the tree in the midst of the chaos. The master of Qingwei Peak furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she gazed at the opposing faction, particularly at a middle-aged man in a blue robe leading them. This individual, like her, was also a first-tier Qing realm expert. During their previous skirmish, the master of Qingwei Peak had found no advantage over him. These individuals hailed from the Lingxiao Palace of the Holy Sun Empire, with the blue-robed elder being a Qing realm elder of that sect. The master of Qingwei Peak had heard of the Lingxiao Palace, While it did not rank among the top 10 powers of the Holy Sun Empire, it could be placed around the 15th or 16th position, unlike the Qingyang Sword Sect, which proudly stood as one of the top 10 powers within the Qing Empire. The Holy Sun Empire is the second empire, only surpassed by the Dawn Empire, the foremost among the 7 nations, thus possessing significantly greater overall strength than the Qing Empire. As such, while the Lingxiao Palace may not rank within the top 10 of the Holy Sun Empire, its power is not markedly inferior to that of the Qingyang Sword Sect. After a fierce battle, both the Master of Qingwei Peak and the blue-robed King Realm Elder found themselves at an impasse, compelled to send out distress signals and await reinforcements. Initially, the Master of Qingwei Peak had proposed a fair division of the fruits from the tree, but the opposing party was unwilling, offering only a meager 10%. How could the Master of Qingwei Peak accept such an affront? Now, both parties awaited assistance. The Master of Qingwei Peak and the blue-robed Elder had each issued their calls for aid, and it remained to be seen whose luck would prevail. Which side's reinforcements would arrive first? My esteemed friend, heed my counsel. Clutching those spiritual fruits in your possession, it would be wise to depart from this place swiftly. Should you linger, once the Deputy Master of the Lingxiao Palace arrives, you may find yourselves unable to carry even a single spiritual fruit away with you. As the blue-robed middle-aged man from the Wang realm chuckled, awaiting reinforcements, the Master of Qingwei Peak let out a cold snort. We are not fools. Such clumsy tricks are best abandoned. Do you truly believe I would claim that the Master of my sword sect is on his way? The blue-robed man shrugged. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing both parties to hold their breath. At this moment, the arrival of reinforcements would spell disaster for the opposing side. Gazing into the distance, upon the yellow sands, a young figure gradually materialized. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Master of Qingwei Peak was taken aback. Lin Peak Master? Indeed, the arrival was none other than Lin Xian, who had hastened to this location upon receiving the distress signal. Is it really him? Not only the Master of Qingwei Peak, but also disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect, such as Yihan and Yijing, felt their previously hopeful gazes dissipate into despair, akin to a deflated balloon. The deep disappointment on the face of the Master of Qingwei Peak was unmistakable. She had yearned for the arrival of a Peak Master from the top 10. For only they possessed the strength to alter the tide of battle. The good news was that the newcomer was indeed from the Qingyang Sword Sect. The bad news was that he was merely at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. While formidable, he could not sway the current situation. On the opposing side, the blue-robed middle-aged man, who had previously exhibited some concern, sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Xian. Although he was from the opposing faction, his presence emitted a notably weak aura, not even approaching the earthly profound realm, merely a false alarm. Junior brother, come over here. Yihan beckoned to Lin Xian. Junior brother? The Master of Qingwei Peak was taken aback. Peak Master, we recently encountered this junior brother and even extended an invitation to travel together, which he declined. Yihan explained with a wry smile. The Master of Qingwei Peak's gaze turned peculiar as she glanced at the slowly approaching Lin Xian, and then back at Yihan and the others, stating, You seem to be under some misapprehension. He is not your junior brother, but rather the Peak Master of Qingyang Peak. Upon her revelation, Yihan and the others were left speechless. What? Peak Master? The Peak Master of Qingyang Peak? They had previously regarded Lin Xian as merely a junior brother from Qingyang Peak. Now, the Master of Qingwei Peak informed them that he was, in fact, the Peak Master. A Peak Master? Surely he must be a high-level expert of the Tribulation Realm? Wait, hadn't she previously intervened to rescue him, rendering her efforts rather redundant? Yihan's fair complexion visibly flushed crimson, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Yijing and the others were equally dumbfounded. Their so-called junior brother had transformed into the Peak Master of Qingyang Peak? How ironic that they had once looked down upon Lin Xian. What a twist of fate this was. No wonder that after Yihan rescued him previously, he did not utter a single word of gratitude. It was not mere rudeness. Rather, it was a profound sense of self-sufficiency. He simply did not require their assistance. A few individuals from the Earth-profound realm attempting to rescue a formidable figure from the Calamity realm was nothing short of absurd. Whoosh! As Lin Xian arrived, a formidable aura followed closely behind. The newcomer was a venerable elder with flowing white hair. His presence was akin to a deep abyss. Merely standing there exerted immense pressure on Qishui Peak's master and the others. This individual was no less than a sect leader. A shiver ran down Qishui Peak's master as she realized the gravity of the situation. The leader of the Qingyang Sword Sect was a formidable figure at the 4th level of the monarch realm. The oppressive sensation the elder exuded was not inferior to that of the sect leader. signifying that the elder before them was undoubtedly an entity surpassing the fourth level of the monarch realm. The Deputy Hall Master, initially on high alert upon the elder's arrival. Qishui Peak's master and her companions felt their spirits plummet at the utterance of Deputy Hall Master by the elder in blue robes. The realization struck Qishui Peak's master like a thunderbolt. This elder was, in fact, the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall. A wave of despair washed over her, and her visage was etched with bitterness. She had awaited the arrival of a monarch from the Qingyang Sword Sect, only to find herself confronted by the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall, at the fourth level of the monarch realm. Even the sect leader might not stand a chance against this elder. Regret surged within Qishui Peak's master. Had she known this would transpire, she should have consented earlier to the middle-aged man in blue, departing with the spiritual fruits she had gathered. Despair and reluctance. The arrival of a fourth-level monarch signified much, a truth well understood by Qishui Peak's master and her companions. However, what left them utterly astonished was that the very first words uttered by the Deputy Hall Master of Lingxiao Hall were not an accusation directed at them, but rather, "Let us depart from this place." Chapter 22. Can we go elsewhere? You are disturbing me. Shall we leave? Upon the utterance of these words, not only did the Master of Qingwei Peak and his companions stand in stunned silence, but even the blue-robed middle-aged figure from Lingxiao Palace appeared dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at the Deputy Palace Master. He even questioned whether his ears had deceived him. "Deputy Palace Master, is this?" I said. "Follow me away from this place. Do you not comprehend human speech? Shall I repeat myself?" The Deputy Palace Master cast a cold glance at the blue-robed man and turned to depart, seemingly oblivious to the spirit fruits adorning the giant tree, leaving without a trace of reluctance. Yes, the blue-robed man and the other practitioners from Lingxiao Palace were utterly perplexed, their minds a whirl of confusion. After the arrival of the Deputy Palace Master, the situation had clearly tilted in favor of Lingxiao Palace. Under such circumstances, wide apart, confusion and doubt filled their hearts. Yet regardless of their bewilderment, the words of the Deputy Palace Master were not to be disregarded. Resignedly, they cast lingering glances at the multitude of spirit fruits on the giant tree, reluctantly preparing to follow the Deputy Palace Master. What on earth was happening? The Master of Qingwei Peak and his companions were equally bewildered. Though the departure of their adversaries was undoubtedly a positive turn, the reasoning behind it was utterly inscrutable. Did they fear the Qingyang Sword Sect? That seemed impossible. While the Qingyang Sword Sect was formidable, it was confined within the borders of the Tangqing Empire. The Master of Qingwei Peak could not fathom that Lingxiao Palace would be intimidated by them. Racking their brains, the Master of Qingwei Peak struggled to grasp the rationale behind the withdrawal. Just then, a faint voice resonated beside him. "Did I permit you to leave?" Instantly, the gazes of the Master of Qingwei Peak and Yihan converged upon Lin Xian, the speaker of those words. Yihan nearly burst out in disbelief. "Are you mad? Although we do not understand why they retreated, it is a monumental stroke of fortune for us. Why do you obstruct them? Do you wish for your life to be forfeit?" "Lin Master, you mustn't tea," the Master of Qingwei Peak exclaimed, alarmed. However, what transpired next left them even more astounded. As Lin Xian's voice faded, the Deputy Palace Master genuinely halted his departure. "Put down the spirit fruits and leave." What? The already frustrated members of Lingxiao Palace were on the verge of spewing blood in disbelief. "Put down the spirit fruits. We are leaving." As they witnessed the Lingxiao Palace members discarding the spirit fruits one after another, the Master of Qingwei Peak and his companions found themselves at a loss for words. They truly complied? This series of anomalies exceeded the limits of their comprehension. When did a formidable being of the fourth level of the King realm become so amenable? No, my mind is in turmoil. Once they had distanced themselves, the Deputy Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace gradually came to a halt, having left the vicinity of the giant tree. Casting a glance back, he noted the expressions of reluctance and confusion on the faces of the blue-robed middle-aged man and his companions. "Are you perplexed? Despite our undeniable advantage, why do we depart in such a disheartened manner?" the Deputy Palace Master inquired. The blue-robed man and the other disciples of Lingxiao Palace nodded in agreement. Not merely perplexed, they were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The Deputy Hall Master raised his chin slightly, signaling several individuals to observe the direction of the colossal tree. From this vantage point, one could clearly see a streak of luminous energy racing towards the giant tree. Undoubtedly, this was a figure of the King realm, and moreover, one of superior strength, at least a second-level king. The middle-aged man in the blue robe mused inwardly. What followed was astonishing. Upon reaching the giant tree, The second-level king was overwhelmed with excitement, completely disregarding the presence of Qingwei Peak Master and others. He reached out to pluck a spirit fruit for examination. But before he could do so, the young man in white beside the Qingwei Peak Master struck. A magnificent sword light cleaved through the heavens, and that second-level king, who was incomparably stronger than himself, plummeted from the sky, the vitality within him dissipating rapidly. In a single stroke, a second-level king had perished. "Do you understand now?" came the Deputy Hall Master's calm voice from behind. Those from Lingxiao Hall, having witnessed this spectacle, fell into a profound silence, and in that moment, they all comprehended. A second-level king had been vanquished with but a single sword strike. What extraordinary power was this? Even the Deputy Hall Master, at the fourth level of the King realm, could scarcely achieve such a feat earlier. I had witnessed him annihilate over 20 figures of the King realm with a single stroke. The Deputy Hall Master's voice echoed again, sending a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. Over 20 kings in one single strike. This was undeniably terrifying. At that moment, the blue-robed men found themselves devoid of confusion or complaint. They even felt a profound gratitude that the Deputy Hall Master had led them away. Otherwise, the fallen second-level king could well have been their fate. Half a day later, Qingwei Peak Master, Yi Han, and the others gazed silently at Lin Xian's departing figure, their expressions contemplative. Lin Xian had taken 7/10 of the spirit fruits harvested from the giant tree, leaving them with merely 3/10. Yet Qingwei Peak Master and the others harbored no grievances or dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Lin Xian, they likely would have obtained not a single fruit. Though he had departed, the impact Lin Xian left upon them was indelibly etched into their hearts, impossible to forget, particularly for Qingwei Peak Master. She finally grasped why the purple scorpion demon king had mysteriously retreated when they approached the entrance of the burning heaven secret realm. At that time, she had been perplexed. Doubting her own strength could intimidate a demon king. Now, everything was elucidated. It turned out, what the purple scorpion demon king feared was him. The contention between the Saint Son and the Saint Daughter had reached its conclusion, Qingwei Peak Master mused. After witnessing Lin Xian's prowess, she no longer believed the Saint Son had any hope of triumph. In the past, the Saint Son had even sent emissaries to court Lin Xian's favor, but to no avail. As for the Saint Daughter, while she had successfully allied with this master of Starfall Peak, she did not consider him to wield much influence. Being below the King realm, he ultimately could not play a decisive role in this struggle. Yet who could have anticipated that such an unassuming master of Starfall Peak harbored such profound strength, such might? Perhaps even the ancestral figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect would not stand a chance against him? Today's events must not be mentioned to anyone, cautioned the master of Qingwei Peak to Yi Han and the others behind him. The group felt a chill in their hearts. Today's occurrences were to be etched in their memories, but they dared not spread the word. No one knew if this master of Qingyang Peak would wish for others to be informed. Should they carelessly relay the information and incite the displeasure of this esteemed individual, the repercussions would be unbearable. After departing, Lin Xian resumed his aimless exploration within the secret realm. He estimated that the substantial harvest of spiritual fruits he had previously gathered was sufficient for him to break through to the second level of the King realm. However, now that he was ensconced in the secret realm, he felt no urgency. The secret realm had only been open for a few days. If he squandered too much time on his breakthrough, he might miss out on numerous treasures contained within, which would be a regrettable loss. In the following days, although Lin Xian did come across some items, they were rather mediocre and paled in comparison to the spiritual springs and fruits he had encountered earlier. Just as he believed his journey in the secret realm was nearing its conclusion, his consciousness detected a location radiating an exceptionally potent spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he hastened towards it. Upon arrival, he discovered a considerable number of individuals gathered there, seated in a circular formation around a withered tree at the center. The source of the powerful spiritual energy waves was indeed this tree, positioned at the heart of the assembly. Lin Xian marveled, despite its near-dead state. The tree still emanated such robust and pure spiritual energy. It was hard to fathom what it must have looked like before it began to wither. Soon, Lin Xian observed that the nearer one sat to the inner circle, the more refined the spiritual energy became. However, it was evident that not just anyone could occupy a place within this inner circle. Nearly all present were beings of the King realm. There was, however, one exception, a woman who, despite being in the inner circle, was not of the King realm, radiating merely the aura of the 9th level of the Calamity realm. Strangely, none dared to cast their eyes upon her, not even the kings in the outer circle. This baffled some of the newly arrived cultivators. Yet, only those who had witnessed her strength understood her formidable nature. They could scarcely forget the scene where she had decisively vanquished two formidable kings. Defeating kings while still in the Calamity Realm transcended the bounds of mere talent. This was precisely why even kings refrained from targeting her. She was an extraordinary prodigy, potentially a figure listed on the mysterious rankings of the Qin domain. Though not yet a king, her prowess far surpassed that of many kings. Her presence rendered those who prided themselves as geniuses from the Seven Nations dim and ashamed. Compared to her, did they truly deserve to be called geniuses? Even the numerous kings in the inner circle regarded her with considerable trepidation. Such an individual could not possibly hail from the Innate Seven Nations. Nor could she be nurtured by any ordinary force. She undoubtedly had a formidable backing. After surveying the scene, Lin Xian's gaze ultimately settled upon the woman. For he recognized her, she was the very sister, Chu, who had attempted to contend with him for the spiritual spring upon his initial entry into the secret realm. Lin Xian recalled that beside her at that time was a girl in a green dress, who has now vanished without a trace, leaving her alone. A hint of amusement flickered across Lin Xian's expression as she strode directly towards the white-dressed woman. Those who witnessed this scene, after a brief moment of astonishment, broke into cold laughter. Another fool seeking death had arrived. Did she truly believe that her status as a Tribulation Realm cultivator would render her an easy target? Did she not consider why the inner circle was filled with kings, while she alone stood as a Tribulation Realm? There were several kings in the outer circle who dared only to watch, refraining from provoking her. Some in the crowd scoffed inwardly. Yet they began to silently mourn for Lin Xian. There had been previous attempts to usurp the woman's position, including one by a king. Yet all had ended in failure, either death or severe injury. Notably, that king had been defeated by the woman in 3 strikes, fleeing grievously wounded. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have lost his life. Lin Xian had not fully recovered from the injuries inflicted by the Thunder Tribulation, her aura barely matching that of a 9th-level Tribulation Realm cultivator. As she approached the woman in white, many turned their gazes towards her, regarding Lin Xian as if she were a fool, their eyes gleaming with mockery, eager to witness the impending farce. When Lin Xian reached the front, the previously meditative Chu Wuqian slowly opened her eyes, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation. Why was there still someone seeking death? Yet, upon lifting her gaze and recognizing the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback. It was him. How could Chu Wuqian possibly forget Lin Xian? He was the only person to have ever defeated her within the same realm, and he did so with but a single sword strike. The blow to her pride was undeniably immense. Arrogant as she was, she had never anticipated being bested by someone of her own level. At that moment, Lin Xian simply gazed at her in silence, yet the message was unmistakable: yield your position. Just when everyone expected Chu Wuqian to suppress Lin Xian as she had the previous king, she turned and walked away, relinquishing her rightful position to Lin Xian before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers experienced a momentary mental lapse, mouths agape, rendered speechless by shock. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. When had Chu Wuqian become so accommodating? Previously, in the face of other challengers attempting to seize her position, she had not acted this way. Each one of those who sought to claim her place had met with a dismal fate, with only that king managing to escape, albeit severely injured. Yet Lin Xian's aura was not even that of a king. This was unfathomable. Confusion filled the minds of the spectators. They could not comprehend why the situation had unfolded in such a manner. They envisioned countless scenarios, yet none aligned with this outcome. As for Lin Xian, she remained oblivious to the peculiar gazes surrounding her, settling down cross-legged to commence her cultivation of the Qingdi Sutra, simultaneously focusing on mending her internal injuries. Thus, half an hour passed. Boom. The once tranquil atmosphere of this place was swiftly disrupted by the arrival of a formidable figure of royal stature. An elderly man, his hair entirely white, emanated an aura far superior to that of the ordinary first-level royal. He was none other than the esteemed elder of the Holy Sun Empire's Mingwei sect, the elder of the Ming Bone. A gasp escaped the lips of someone in the crowd, clearly recognizing the venerable figure. It was rumored that his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of royal perfection, merely a step away from comprehending the 3rd path to ascend to the 3rd level of royal power. Although a considerable number of royal-level beings were gathered here, most were merely at the 1st level. The arrival of a 2nd-level royal would inevitably displace someone from the inner circle, causing a palpable unease among the 1st-level royals as the elder of Ming Bone made his entrance. However, their apprehension soon proved to be unwarranted. Upon arriving, Ming Bone's gaze swiftly fixed upon an individual within the inner circle. Without uttering a word, he launched a powerful palm strike. That individual, An elderly man appearing even more decrepit than Ming Bon was also one of the few second-level royals present. His cultivation was not in the least inferior to that of the elder of Ming Bon. "You old fool, you seek death," he bellowed, engaging in fierce combat with Ming Bon. This elder was known as Qing, also hailing from the Holy Sun Empire, and he was the esteemed elder of the Yuanming sect, which bore a bitter enmity towards the Mingwei sect. Any encounter between them was destined to be a life-or-death struggle. A cultivator from the Holy Sun Empire spoke slowly, elucidating to the crowd the reason behind Ming Bon's immediate aggression towards Qing. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The inner circle predominantly consisted of first-level royals. Had Ming Bon set his sights on them, their positions would surely be jeopardized. Observing the two combatants clashing in midair, the mere residual energy from their confrontation sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. This exemplified the stark disparity between the first and second levels of royalty. Each level within the realm of royalty represented a vast chasm of difference. Someone lamented the reality of the royal hierarchy, noting that there were 9 levels of royal power, each level representing a celestial divide. Although reaching the royal tier made each breakthrough exceedingly arduous, the corresponding increase in strength post-breakthrough was nothing short of terrifying. A second-level royal could easily crush several first-level royals, underscoring the magnitude of the disparity. The clash between the two disrupted the spiritual energy of the area. Yet none dared to intervene. Both combatants were far beyond the reach of those present. "Could you perhaps conduct your battle elsewhere? Your disturbance is hindering my cultivation," one observer remarked, seeking peace amidst the chaos. Chapter 23. How powerful is he? Yet, their hesitance does not imply that others share the same fear. Lin Xian's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly through the air, amplified by his spiritual energy, reaching the ears of all, including the combatants, Ming Gu and Song He. Both were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that someone would dare to intervene at this moment. They halted their confrontation and turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, where Lin Xian, clad in white, appeared before them. The audacity of this individual astounded not only Ming Gu and Song He but also those who had been spectators. Who would be bold enough to speak so directly to these two? When they recognized that the speaker was Lin Xian, the very person who had compelled Chu Yuechan to relinquish her position in the inner circle, an expression of disbelief washed over their faces. "What is this peculiar situation? You dare to speak?" Ming Gu's gaze turned icy as he sensed Lin Xian's aura, which revealed him to be merely at the 9th level of the tribulation realm. This realization ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Clearly, he was one who could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. As Lin Xian's words hung in the air, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, and under the astonished eyes of the crowd, unleashed a strike. The sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, slicing through the heavens with the swiftness of thunder. A resonating hum echoed as the torrent of sword energy engulfed the elder Ming Gu entirely. And then, silence ensued. When the sword energy dissipated, there was no trace of the elder Ming Gu left in the sky, his presence, along with his essence, having vanished forever from existence. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, including Song He, who had been engaged in battle with Ming Gu. He could scarcely believe that the elder, who had eluded him for years and whom he had desperately sought to eliminate, had fallen in such a manner, struck down by a single sword. The gazes of all present turned to Lin Xian, as though they were beholding a monster. A monster indeed. It was only now that they comprehended why Chu Yuechan had yielded her position to Lin Xian. Everything fell into place. So this is how it is. So this is how it truly is. I do not wish for any further conflict to occur here. Lin Xian's words were not solely directed at Song He, but served as a stern warning to all present. If one desires to fight, let it be elsewhere. Otherwise, one may meet the same fate as the elder Ming Gu. A chill surged from the depths of Song He's being, rendering him numb. Fortunately, his temperament was not as volatile as that of Ming Gu. Yet, he had previously felt immense dissatisfaction towards Lin Xian's audacity. How dare a mere 9th-level tribulation cultivator speak to them in such a manner? He had intended to confront Lin Xian. But alas, he was a moment too late. Now, reflecting upon the event, he felt a profound sense of dread. How close he had come to death. He did not believe he could withstand the strike that had felled Ming Gu. After bowing respectfully to Lin Xian, Song He returned to his rightful place. At last, silence enveloped the area around the withered tree, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, as everyone feared to make a sound that might disturb this enigmatic figure. How powerful is he? Chu Yuechan's emotions were conflicted. How could such a monster emerge from the humble realm of the 7 countries of Yingwei? In her eyes, Lin Xian had become an unfathomable abyss, inscrutable and deep. As one might believe they have reached their limits, Lin Xian, through his actions, proves that is merely the tip of the iceberg. After defeating himself with a single strike, he subsequently vanquishes a fully realized second realm king with another blow. In comparison, even the top 10 on the Xian list pale in the face of his genius. It must be noted that the spiritual energy contained within the withered tree is remarkably vast, despite the collective efforts of over 10 kings drawing from it. Nearly half a day passed before it was completely depleted. Gazing at the lifeless tree, the onlookers still felt a lingering desire for more. This half-day of cultivation equated to what they could achieve in months or even years in the outside world. Lin Xian also reaped significant rewards. Not only was his injury nearly healed, but he also made great strides in his cultivation, having originally reached the first realm of kinghood. He now ascended directly to the second realm, merely a step away from complete mastery. He merely awaited the fusion of his second path. It is worth mentioning that only a few days had passed since his breakthrough into kinghood. Of course, this was also due to Lin Xian's early comprehension of the 22 pathways, which spared him the most arduous task of understanding the path itself. As the lifeless tree stood before them, the remaining few cultivators gradually departed. After a time, only a handful remained. Once Lin Xian's injuries were fully healed, he too prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a loud crash halted his departure. The once lifeless giant tree exhibited signs of revival, and soon after, it shattered before their eyes, transforming into a bronze-armored wooden figure atop a massive wooden platform. It stood at one end of the platform, seemingly awaiting a challenger to ascend and engage in battle. This bizarre scene astonished the few remaining cultivators. What was this? A bronze-armored wooden figure, made of gold, silver, and bronze? Some expressed confusion, while others widened their eyes in astonishment. The Ancestor Tree Trial. Indeed, it was right to remain here. The Ancestor Tree Trial? The legendary Ancestor Tree Trial? My goodness. Some had heard of it, while others had not, yet those familiar with the legend could not help but exclaim. It is said that within the Burning Heaven secret realm lies an ancestor tree, reportedly acquired by the Burning Heaven monarch from the Desolate Sea, and that the last sighting of this tree was hundreds of years ago. Since then, it seemed to have vanished without a trace. Who would have thought that it has now transformed into a withered tree? No wonder it still harbored such pure and rich spiritual energy even in its decayed state. It is said that those who pass the Ancestor Tree Trial will receive exceedingly precious rewards, and this so-called trial must be embodied by this bronze-armored wooden figure. The figure's strength would vary according to the Challenger-S realm. It would match the Challenger-S level. Several individuals were eager to try their hand, their eyes glinting with determination as they gazed at the bronze-armored figure. The thunderous crash had also attracted many surrounding cultivators, who hastily made their way over. And soon the area once again began to swell with people. A figure suddenly appeared on the wooden platform of the bronze-armored wooden man, having arrived before anyone else. This individual was none other than Lin Xian. It is him. At this moment, the people present had changed in waves, leaving only a handful who recognized Lin Xian. Among those few, each one held their breath and focused intently, directing their gaze towards him. Chapter 24. Unrivaled in the same realm upon ascending the wooden platform. Lin Xian wasted no time. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and struck at the wooden figure with great ferocity. The resplendent sword light surged forward at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the bronze-armored wooden man. The wooden figure, quick to react, unleashed a powerful punch, attempting to counter the blade with sheer force. Boom. Alas, this proved to be a futile endeavor, akin to a manish trying to stop a chariot. Under the blinding brilliance of the sword light, the wooden figure was sent flying, shattering into countless pieces. With a single stroke, it was vanquished. Soon after, a diagram of a sword formation gradually imprinted itself into Lin Xian's consciousness. Was this the reward for defeating the bronze-armored wooden man? Lin Xian paused, astonished that the prize was indeed a diagram of a sword formation. Without further contemplation, he descended from the platform and closed his eyes to delve into understanding it. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in disbelief. Was the bronze-armored wooden man truly that weak? They had anticipated that the legendary trial of the ancestral tree would be exceedingly challenging, yet it was so effortlessly conquered. As the bronze figure began to reassemble, someone finally could no longer contain their eagerness and leapt onto the wooden platform following Lin Xian. This was a robust man, muscles rippling, wielding a broad blade, exuding an aura of ferocity. He was Qinwu, the blade demon of the Silver Frost Empire. The blade demon Qinwu? The one from Yin-Dao sect? Indeed. He was among the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation in the Silver Frost Empire. It was said that 6 months prior, he had grasped the rudimentary essence of blade intent, and now his strength was unfathomable. My anticipation for the competition among the 7 nations grows ever stronger. The imposing figure on the platform was no ordinary contender. As soon as he ascended, some recognized him immediately. Those unfamiliar with him came to appreciate his significance upon hearing the mention of blade intent. On the platform, Qinwu brandished his massive blade, the wind howling as he struck fiercely at the wooden figure. The attack from the bronze-armored wooden man mirrored the punch that had previously clashed with Lin Xian's sword light. Boom! The collision of the massive blade against the wooden fists erupted in a thunderous clang, akin to the sound of metal on metal. Qinwu let out a muffled groan, feeling a terrifying force surge through the blade into his hands, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably, the world around him a blur. Slam! Qinwu was sent flying, leaving behind a long trail of blood on the ground, his body entirely beyond his control. The spectators watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was Qinwu defeated? And without even enduring a single strike from the bronze-armored wooden man? This left the cultivators from the Silver Frost Empire, who shared his background, in utter disbelief. If it had been someone else, it might have been acceptable. But this was Qinwu, a prodigious talent ranked among the top 10 of the Silver Frost Empire. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Lin Xian, who sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The implication was clear. It was not that the wooden man was too weak, but rather that Lin Xian, who dared to challenge the bronze-armored wooden man, was simply too powerful. With the same technique, one emerged victorious while the other faced defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, engrossed in deciphering the sword formation diagram, showed little interest in such matters. Subsequently, more skeptics took the stage to challenge, but they met with fate similar to that of Qinwu, if not worse. It quickly became apparent to the gathered audience a singular truth: the prowess of the bronze-armored wooden man far exceeded their expectations. Not only was it nearly impossible to vanquish it, but even to survive a single blow from it was an arduous task. Thus far, only Lin Xian had achieved this feat. Others, including the distinguished Qinwu, a top-tier talent from the Silver Frost Empire, had failed to endure even a single strike from the bronze-armored wooden man. As time progressed, the crowd swelled, drawing remarkable talents from all directions. Among them, the arrival of a young man clad in splendid garments ignited a stir amongst the spectators. It was Prince Qingyang, unlike Qinwu, whose recognition was primarily confined to the Silver Frost Empire. The renown of Prince Qingyang transcended borders. The Great Qing Empire, one of the 7 nations of the Moonlit Realm, boasted this prince as the 9th son of the emperor and the unequivocal first prodigy of the Great Qing Empire, his fame echoing even into the other 6 nations. Before the audience could fully process this revelation, another heavyweight prodigy graced the scene, a breathtaking woman carrying an ancient zither. She was the celestial maiden of the Spirit Truth Empire. The Spirit Truth Empire ranked 4th among the 7 nations of the Moonlit Realm. Though her lineage may not match that of Prince Qingyang, her reputation was equally formidable. She did not practice sword or blade, but rather the art of musical resonance, having steadfastly held the title of the foremost prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire since her emergence, unchallenged by any. Her appearance sparked intrigue among many in attendance. Recently, Prince Qingyang had stirred considerable discussion by inquiring about the younger generation of the Spirit Truth Empire. From the 10th position onward, he had challenged and triumphed over its prodigies in succession. Just prior, he had defeated Guyu, the second prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire, with 3 strikes, a spectacle that sent ripples across the 7 nations. Guyu, renowned as the second talent after the Celestial Maiden, had been anticipated to falter. Yet none expected such a devastating defeat. He had not withstood even 3 moves against Prince Qingyang. This triumph catapulted Prince Qingyang to fame. Everyone knew that his next challenge would undoubtedly be the Celestial Maiden, the celebrated first prodigy of the Spirit Truth Empire. Indeed, this was the case. But just as Prince Qingyang was poised to confront the Celestial Maiden, the unexpected opening of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm delayed this anticipated duel. Upon the Celestial Maiden's arrival, Prince Qingyang raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with a hint of provocation. However, the Celestial Maiden never once cast her eyes upon him. Prince Qingyang had already bested the 9 foremost prodigies of the Spirit Truth Empire, including Guyu, who fell to him in just 3 moves. The external world widely believes that the impending battle will favor the Prince of Qingyang. However, what the public fails to comprehend is that she has never regarded the prince as a rival, ever since she grasped the essence of the zither. Yunyi's vision has transcended the confines of the 7 kingdoms of Yingwei. Whether it is the Prince of Qingyang or the one from the Dawn Empire, they appear pitiably weak in her eyes. Naturally, this fact remains unknown to the outside world. which is precisely why they eagerly anticipate her confrontation with the prince. As Yuni disregarded him, the Prince of Qingyang let out a disdainful snort. Had it not been for the sudden opening of the secret realm of burning heaven, which disrupted his plans, she would have already fallen to him. Their failure to engage in direct combat left many onlookers, who thrived on drama, feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, they soon found themselves harboring a renewed sense of expectation, although there was no immediate clash. The forthcoming trial of the ancestral tree would likely witness a series of indirect confrontations between the two. The presence of these two individuals quickly became the focal point of the gathering, with only a handful occasionally casting glances at Lin Xian, who was absorbed in his own enlightenment. The crowd now assembled was several times larger than before, predominantly composed of newcomers who had yet to witness Lin Xian's remarkable feat of vanquishing the bronze-armored wooden man with a single strike. Consequently, they perceived the Prince of Qingyang and Yun Yi as the foremost contenders capable of overcoming the wooden guardian. Unbeknownst to them, however, someone had already triumphed over the bronze-armored wooden man prior to their arrival. To the onlookers, the seemingly invincible wooden guardian was an entity that few could withstand even a single blow from, yet not long ago, it had been effortlessly crushed by Lin Xian, who rendered it utterly powerless. The atmosphere of excitement peaked with the arrivals of the Prince of Qingyang and the celestial Yun Yi. The first to take the stage was the Prince of Qingyang. Upon his arrival, he heard incessantly about the formidable strength of the wooden guardian, and how it was nearly impossible to defeat it, as few had even lasted a single strike. In the eyes of the Prince of Qingyang, however, it was not that the wooden guardian was overwhelmingly strong, but rather that the challengers who came before him were simply too weak. He had heard that the strength of the wooden figure would adjust according to the realm of the challenger. Thus, whatever realm the challenger possessed, so too would the wooden guardian. The prince mused to himself. Regardless of whether the wooden guardian could comprehend his words, this means it is of the same realm as I am. How fortunate, for within this realm, I have yet to encounter any worthy adversary. With that, a glimmer sparkled in the prince's eyes, and a long spear materialized in his hands. Chapter 25. Unconquerable? Buzz. A glimmer of cold light pierced through the air as Prince Qingyang shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. In the face of the oncoming Prince Qingyang, the copper-armored wooden figure remained utterly expressionless, delivering a simple yet forceful punch, reminiscent of its previous victories over other challengers. Clang! The clash of fist and spear reverberated with astonishing intensity. A muffled grunt escaped Prince Qingyang's lips. The grip on his spear sent waves of fiery pain coursing through his hands, forcing him to stumble back 3 or 4 steps before he could finally regain his footing. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Initially, he had assumed that the prior challengers had been too weak, attributing the wooden figure as strength to their inadequacies. Now, however, it became evident that this was not the case. Although his earlier thrust had not been executed with his full strength, it still possessed 70% of his power. Such a strike would have instantly defeated even the most gifted prodigies from the 3 upper tiers of the 7 kingdoms. Yet the copper-armored figure not only withstood it but also repelled him. This scene was anticipated by some. The previous challengers who had faced the wooden figure were all proud and self-assured, believing that it was not the wooden figure as prowess that was formidable, but rather their own shortcomings. One by one, they were met with harsh reality, and now, even the foremost prodigy of the great Qin Empire was no exception. The more formidable the wooden figure appeared, the more it highlighted the terrifying strength of Lin Xian, who had previously defeated it with a single sword strike. Once more, the battle spirit surged within Prince Qingyang, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward the copper-armored figure anew. The two combatants clashed once again, and this time, Prince Qingyang held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. As he wielded his spear, the faint sound of a dragon's roar resonated in the air. Yet, while Prince Qingyang was powerful, the wooden figure was even stronger. There were no extravagant moves to be seen. Instead, it executed the most ordinary of punches and strikes, yet it effectively forced Prince Qingyang to retreat time and again. Ultimately, after nearly 10 exchanges, Prince Qingyang was finally sent flying from the wooden platform, defeated. The spectators were left in a state of profound shock. They were not only astonished by Prince Qingyang's formidable prowess, but also by the terrifying capability of the copper-armored figure. In his full strength, Prince Qingyang, at the 7th level of Tianxian, was capable of contending with those at the 9th level. Even the pinnacle practitioners of the 9th level would hesitate to claim they could defeat him. Yet the wooden figure had accomplished just that. At this moment, the surroundings fell eerily silent, especially for those who had only recently arrived. If even Prince Qingyang had been vanquished, Who else could possibly defeat this copper-armored figure? Meanwhile, the defeated Prince Qingyang was engulfed in deep self-doubt. This was the first time he had faced defeat against an opponent of equal standing. Although the adversary was not a living entity, he still found it difficult to accept. "Your Highness, do not question yourself," an elder advised. To be frank, the esteemed Burning Heaven Master created this trial with no intention of allowing anyone to succeed. Even if the Burning Heaven Master were still alive, would he dare claim he could defeat this wooden figure among equals? Indeed, Your Highness, do not succumb to despondency. The trial of the ancestral tree may not solely rely on brute strength, but rather on cunning intellect. To endure until the 10th strike before being bested, who among us could achieve such a feat? Your Highness has already demonstrated remarkable prowess. Observing the distressed Prince of Qingyang, who now grapples with self-doubt, many cultivators from the Great Qin have begun to voice their encouragement. The Prince of Qingyang has long been a source of pride for countless cultivators in the Great Qin Empire and is even designated by the Emperor as the next sovereign. It would be a grave loss if his resolve were to falter at this juncture, prompting their consolations. There exists indeed a possibility. While such words may serve as mere comfort, they also serve as a reminder that triumph through wit rather than mere strength is not entirely implausible. The wooden figure is formidable beyond imagination, and none can conceive who might vanquish it. Thus, could it be that the trial does not demand brute force? Quite right. How had I not considered this before? Someone smacked their thigh, convinced it must be so. Equally lost in contemplation was Yuni. She had observed the clash between the Prince of Qingyang and the bronze-armored wooden figure, and she could not help but realize she had underestimated him. The prince, despite his arrogance, indeed possessed certain merits. Although she could still defeat him, achieving victory in 10 strikes as the wooden figure had done would likely prove arduous. If she were to engage, she might endure longer than the prince, yet ultimately, she would still struggle to defeat the wooden figure. Thus, her thoughts mirrored those of many others. Perhaps the trial of the ancestral tree requires not brute force, but rather some other method? Had I not witnessed it myself, I might have believed such claims. Only those who beheld Lin Xian's singular sword strike that felled the bronze-armored wooden figure could shake their heads in wry amusement. Had they not witnessed Lin Xian's triumph, they might have been swayed by these fanciful notions. It is absurd to seek such excuses to reassure themselves. Just as their gaze shifted to Lin Xian, who was immersed in contemplating the dragon chart, they noticed that he had opened his eyes and was now gazing intently at a particular direction. Following his line of sight, they beheld a breathtaking maiden, adorned with a long sword, gracefully approaching. The young woman's beauty was unparalleled, rivaling even the esteemed Yuni of the Lingzhen Empire, perhaps surpassing her. Her arrival elicited little notice from the gathering, save for Lin Xian and those who followed his gaze. Lin Xian's attention was drawn to her because, moments prior, a familiar aura had registered within his perception. That familiar essence belonged to the maiden bearing the long sword, none other than his disciple, Su Lianxin. However, given the throngs assembled, Su Lianxin had not yet recognized Lin Xian's presence. Observing Su Lianxin as she made her way toward the wooden platform housing the bronze-armored figure, Lin Xian refrained from calling out to her immediately. Although her cultivation had not visibly progressed, remaining at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound realm, she emanated a stronger presence than when she had entered the Burning Heaven Secret realm, evidently having encountered significant opportunities within that mystical domain. This indeed stirred a flicker of anticipation within him regarding Su Lianxin's forthcoming performance. As the young maiden ascended the wooden platform, all eyes were drawn toward her, a collective gaze imbued with a hint of astonishment. Since the tragic defeat of the Qingyang Prince of the Great Qin Empire at the hands of the copper-armored wooden man, no one had dared to step onto that stage again, not even Yuni of the Lingzhen Empire, who had evidently accepted the undeniable truth that the wooden man was insurmountable. Its might was far beyond what any contender of the same realm could hope to overcome. Even a genius like the Qingyang Prince had faltered within 3 exchanges, and anyone who dared to challenge the wooden man was merely courting humiliation, with the grim possibility of meeting their demise at its fists. Thus, Su Lianxin's ascent to the platform was met with sheer astonishment. Moreover, upon surveying her surroundings, they realized that none could identify this maiden, indicating that she was not among the renowned prodigies of the 7 kingdoms. It was clear she had recently arrived and was blissfully unaware of the copper-armored wooden man's terrifying reputation. "Hey, little girl, I suggest you descend quickly. The copper-armored wooden man is beyond your capabilities." Even the Qingyang Prince suffered a crushing defeat, some compassionate cultivators urged, unable to bear the thought of such a delicate flower meeting an untimely end. Yet, the young woman clad in white remained unmoved, slowly drawing the longsword from her back. As she disregarded their warnings and prepared for battle, the crowd shook their heads in resignation, already envisioning her impending tragic fate. However, what transpired next was utterly divergent from their expectations. The long sword emitted a low hum, an ominous sword intent swirling around the blade. As it struck fiercely at the copper-armored wooden man, contrary to their assumptions of Su Lianqing being sent sprawling off the platform, she stood her ground. While the copper-armored wooden man was violently propelled backward, soaring over 10 meters away, this moment starkly contrasted the earlier encounter of the Qingyang prince, who had staggered back 3 or 4 steps after a single exchange with the wooden man. Here stood a nameless maiden, whose identity was unknown to all, yet she had succeeded in sending the copper-armored wooden man flying in their fierce confrontation. The onlookers gaped, their mouths agape as if a duck egg could fit within. In that very moment, even the Qingyang prince and Yun Yi wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the white-clad sword-wielding maiden on the platform. But, amidst their astonishment, the maiden unleashed another strike. A sword wave that sent the copper-armored wooden man, still in the midst of regaining its stance, hurtling off the platform. The copper-armored wooden man was defeated by 2 strokes. Chapter 26. The Sacred Stage, the Slaying Immortal Sword Formation. The astonishing scene rendered the surroundings utterly silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the place. Just moments ago, they had confidently proclaimed that the bronze-armored wooden figure was invincible, asserting that no one within the same realm could possibly defeat it. Invincible? Then what transpired before their very eyes at this moment? Su Lianqing, through her actions, demonstrated an undeniable truth. The bronze-armored wooden figure is not invincible. Their belief in its invincibility stemmed solely from their own inadequacies. At this moment, Prince Qingyang's expression was one of utter dismay, while the previously comforting cultivators from the great Qin Empire felt an acute embarrassment, wishing to burrow into the ground. The young girl's formidable prowess turned Prince Qingyang, who had previously suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the wooden figure, into a complete laughingstock. Indeed, one must remember that for a swordsman, the emergence of the sword is enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Thus, one must advance fearlessly. For even the slightest hesitation is a grave misstep. A voice shattered the tranquility, and it was none other than Lin Xian who spoke. The girl's dual strikes to defeat the bronze-armored wooden figure were, to the onlookers, flawless. Yet, to Lin Xian, there remained a minor flaw. She possessed the strength to vanquish the wooden figure with a single strike but ultimately resorted to 2. Lin Xian's critique, to the crowd, was painfully jarring. The girl's ability to conquer the wooden figure with 2 strikes seemed preposterous to them. Yet Lin Xian suggested there was still a flaw. Was he deliberately seeking fault? Who did he think he was, to offer such commentary? Before they could voice their derision, the subsequent statement from the white-clad girl silenced their retorts. My master has taught me well. She offered a slight bow to Lin Xian, embodying an attitude of gratitude that left those who had previously harbored mockery for him utterly bewildered. Master, master? Some gasped in astonishment. This young man is her master? Let us depart. There are no opportunities left for us here, Lin Xian said, turning to lead Su Lianqing away. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Lianqing presented to Lin Xian the reward she had received for defeating the bronze-armored wooden figure, a tome of illustrations, profoundly grateful for his immense kindness. Throughout her journey, it had always been her master bestowing treasures upon her. Now, she finally had the chance to reciprocate, and she held nothing back. With a deep glance at Su Lianqing, Lin Xian allowed a smile to grace his lips, accepting the tome from her hands. Upon inspection, he discovered that this illustration differed from the sword formation diagram he had previously acquired after defeating the bronze-armored wooden figure. It appeared that each victory yielded distinct rewards. The tome Su Lianqing received contained insights from the esteemed swordmaster of the burning heavens, indicating that he too must have been a sword cultivator. Having committed the contents of the tome to memory, Lin Xian returned it to Su Lianqing, while also bestowing upon her the sword formation diagram he had obtained after his own triumph over the wooden figure. The contents of the sword formation diagram had been firmly etched in Lin Xian's mind. Retaining it served little purpose. It would be more beneficial to bestow it upon Su Lianqing and see what returns might be garnered. After all, to a certain extent, the stronger the disciple, the stronger Lin Xian would become. Ding! Investing in the Star Sea sword formation diagram yields the sacred grade technique, the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation. The notion of the Slaughter Immortal Sword Formation stirred Lin Xian's heart. A sacred grade technique, daring to proclaim itself as the Slaughter Immortal? He was uncertain whether mastering it to perfection would indeed allow one to slay immortals, but he was acutely aware that this was A sacred grade technique. A. Complete sacred grade technique. It is worth noting that the Qing Emperor Sutra Lin Xian had previously acquired, although also of sacred grade, was merely a fragmented technique. Master, what is the matter? At that moment, even Su Lianxin vaguely sensed Lin Xian's emotional fluctuations and thus inquired. Lin Xian composed himself and shook his head. In the time that followed, aside from continuing to explore the secret realm with Su Lianxin, Lin Xian dedicated himself entirely to comprehending the Slaughter Immortal Sword formation. Once unleashed, within the formation, Lin Xian could transform his spiritual energy into countless slaughter immortal swords, annihilating all adversaries that dared to approach. Though Lin Xian was not yet capable of such feats, the prospect filled him with boundless imagination. The might of the Slaughter Immortal Sword formation depended on the caliber of swords that Lin Xian could utilize as the foundation of the formation. As it stood, the highest tier sword Lin Xian possessed was merely a 5th grade sword, which he had painstakingly acquired through substantial expenditure and by enlisting the services of a renowned swordsmith from the Qing Empire. Using this sword as the foundation, Lin Xian could summon only a little over 100 Slaughter Immortal Swords. However, if he were to replace it with a 6th grade sword, he could simultaneously command 1,000 or even several thousand Slaughter Immortal Swords, each more formidable than the last. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle wryly, in essence. He was still impoverished. The 5th grade sword had been barely sufficient for his past self, yet it now felt rather inadequate after his breakthrough into the Qing realm. But a 6th grade sword, especially one of exceptional quality, often came with staggering costs. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xian's current prowess had seen a significant enhancement after acquiring the Slaughter Immortal Sword formation. Presently, it was difficult for Lin Xian to estimate the level his full power could attain. He had yet to encounter an opponent capable of compelling him to exert his utmost strength. As Lin Xian and Su Lianxin intended to continue their exploration, they suddenly felt a powerful suction pulling at them. Lin Xian recognized this as a sign that the secret realm was about to close. Sure enough, merely a moment later, they felt a darkness envelop them, and then they emerged from the secret realm. At the entrance of the Burning Sky secret realm, individuals were being teleported out in succession. Lin Xian and Su Lianxin were no exception, and upon exiting, Lin Xian extended his spiritual sense, noticing Wang Yin among them. The three had entered simultaneously and, almost as if by fate, exited together. However, Wang Yan's countenance appeared somewhat grim. As Lin Xian and Su Lianxin approached him, he seemed flustered, avoiding their gaze. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the matter?" Wang Yan stammered, "Master, I seem to have caused a problem." Lin Xian remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "In the secret realm, I discovered a high-level spirit herb. Just as I was about to harvest it, another person arrived and, without a word, attempted to seize it from me. Naturally, I refused, leading to a conflict. Blades are blind. I never expected him to be so weak that he could not withstand even a single strike from me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian found it somewhat amusing. "Is it not possible that he is not weak, but rather, you are exceptionally strong?" Although Wang Yan's prowess does not match that of his senior sister Su Lianxin, his cultivation of the Qingdi Sutra and his comprehension of sword intent render him far more formidable than an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Earth Profound realm. Despite being merely at the 9th level of Qi gathering, with a tone weighted with gravity, Wang Yin continued. "Only later did I learn that the person I had slain hails from the Morning Star Empire, a figure of considerable stature with an exceedingly noble lineage. Master, I have brought great calamity upon the sect and upon you. Please punish me." As he spoke, Wang Yin knelt before Lin Xian in contrition. "I had assumed it was a matter of great consequence. Punishment? Who said I would punish you?" With a wave of my hand, a tremendous force lifted Wang Yin from the ground. "Not to mention, the fault does not lie with you, and furthermore, his audacity to strike at you indicates he was prepared to face death himself. Had he been significantly stronger than you, it would have been you who perished. Therefore, what wrongdoing have you committed?" Wang Yin stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. In his heart, he believed he had caused a grave misfortune for the sect and for his master by killing someone he should not have. Yet he heard not a trace of reproach from Lin Xian. This realization left him both shocked and deeply moved. "Rest assured, should the sky fall, I shall bear it for you. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your cultivation and do not allow this incident to hinder your progress." Lin Xian reassured him, patting Wang Yin on the shoulder. Days later, Lin Xian returned to the Qingyang Sword Sect with his 2 disciples. The other members of the sect also gradually returned. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. Many returned from the expedition with abundant rewards, while others came back empty-handed and disappointed. However, Lin Xian still did not see the figure of Chu Yuming within the Starfall Peak. Could it be that she perished in the secret realm? Unlike Su Lianxin and Wang Yin, there was no master-disciple bond between Lin Xian and Chu Yuming. Their relationship was merely titular. Lin Xian had accepted her as a disciple simply because he recognized her potential to enhance his own cultivation speed. Nevertheless, when Lin Xian glanced at the system's disciple section, Chu Yuming's name remained, indicating she had not fallen. She simply had not returned. Following the Burning Heaven secret realm, the grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect was imminent. The rivalry between Saintess Li Fufeng and Saint Sun Lu Tianxing made this iteration of the sect's competition quite extraordinary. With the expectations of countless individuals, the sect competition commenced as scheduled. Both Su Lianxin and Wang Yin achieved breakthroughs just before the commencement of the competition. Su Lianxin first advanced from the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm to the 5th level. Wang Yin also successfully transcended from the 9th level of Qi Gathering to the Earth Profound Realm. Such astonishing advancements left both of them in awe. Upon the Grand Plaza of the sect's main hall, platforms constructed of gold and stone rose majestically from the ground. Surrounding the arena stood a multitude of disciples from the Sword Sect, eagerly rubbing their hands and gazing with anticipation, their eyes glimmering with fighting spirit. Years of arduous training had culminated in this moment. Atop the elevated platform, the leaders of various peaks and high-ranking members of the sect took their seats. Among them Lin Xian, albeit positioned towards the back. This was a consequence of the seating arrangement, determined by the rankings of each peak. And given that the Falling Star Peak ranked 36th from the bottom, a forward position was simply unattainable. As a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, it finally settled upon the high platform, prompting a hush to fall over the multitude of disciples below, all eyes converging upon the newcomer. This was a refined, middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, exuding an innate aura of authority simply by standing there. His arrival compelled all peak masters and high-ranking officials seated in the observation area to rise, offering respectful salutes. The identity of this dignitary could not be more apparent. He was none other than the master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Xianyang. In the absence of the venerable sword ancestor, he was the most formidable figure in the Qingyang Sword Sect. It was said that his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Qing realm, having entered the mid-stage of that realm. The grand competition of the Qingyang Sword Sect was about to commence. Following Xianyang's arrival, the elder presiding over the competition wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the contest. As for the rules, they had been elaborated upon sufficiently prior. The first round of the competition would be determined by a drawing of lots, with each disciple possessing their own token. Whoever's number was drawn would take to the arena. Number 136 versus number 225. As the elder called out the two numbers, Su Lianxin, situated among the crowd, was taken aback. For she was indeed the one designated as 225, and she had not anticipated that her first match would be against herself. From the 5th peak, the Xianling Peak, a figure leaped onto the stage. Naturally, Su Lianxin, unwilling to be outdone, gracefully stepped onto the arena as well. Was that not Yang Jin? TSK. The young lady from Falling Star Peak truly had unfortunate luck. While the disciples from various peaks knew little of Su Lianxin, they were quite familiar with Yang Jin, the prodigy of the 5th peak, whose prowess was sufficient to place him among the top 5 disciples of Xianling Peak. Some suggested that it might be wise for Su Lianxin to concede outright, preserving her strength for later rounds, particularly if she could draw opponents of lesser or equal strength, which might provide her a chance to advance. While many lamented Su Lianxin's misfortune, others began devising strategies for her. Almost everyone believed that Su Lianxin had no chance of victory. They did not know her, but they knew Yang Jin. It was clear who was strong and who was weak. Given that one hailed from a bottom-ranked Falling Star Peak while the other was a top 5 prodigy from the 5th peak. Yet, standing opposite Su Lianxin, the prodigy from the 5th peak, Yang Jin held a contrasting sentiment. As he ascended the arena, he brimmed with confidence, determined to secure an auspicious victory in his inaugural match. However, upon recognizing the contender before him as Su Lianxin, a chill coursed through him, and his scalp tingled with apprehension. How could it be her? Indeed, Yang Jin was well acquainted with Su Lianxin, and his memories of her were indelibly etched in his mind. He had witnessed her prowess firsthand in the Burning Sky Secret Realm, where, against overwhelming odds, she had single-handedly vanquished 5 adversaries with a mere stroke of her sword, leaving them gravely wounded. The elegance of that singular strike continued to reverberate in Yang Jin's thoughts to this day. It was essential to note that among those who besieged Su Lianxin, each possessed strength far superior to his own. At that moment, he had been filled with curiosity about this remarkable swordswoman. Dressed in the garb of the Qingyang Sword Sect, she was an enigma to him, for he had no recollection of such an exceptional talent emerging from the sect. Could she possibly be the cherished disciple of a revered elder? Now, Yang Jin could scarcely fathom that in the opening bout of this sect competition, he would be pitted against her. His fortune seemed exceptionally grim, especially as he overheard the flattery directed towards him from the surrounding spectators. A twitch of his lips betrayed his discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jin appeared to arrive at a resolute decision. I concede. Chapter 27. Chu Yuming versus Su Lianxin. 3 simple words escaped from Yang Jin's lips, silencing the cacophony surrounding the arena. Almost everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the stage where Yang Jin, having declared his defeat, leaped down with an expression of incredulity. Wait, what? Surrender? Did they truly hear that? They anticipated that someone would concede in this battle, yet they never expected it to be Yang Jin. The one yielding was Yang Jin, not the female disciple from Qingyang Peak. How could this be? How could it possibly be him? Confusion and bewilderment filled the air. At this moment, even the esteemed elders and peak masters on the platform were momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected outcome. Surrender? How dare he utter such words, bringing shame upon Qianling Peak. Among the disciples of Qianling Peak, a younger, strikingly handsome youth, named Chu Xiao, cast a cold gaze at the returning Yang Jin. Like Yang Jin, he was a true disciple of Qianling Peak, possessing strength that matched Yang Jin's. Their rivalry was well known, and now, witnessing Yang Jin concede without a fight, he could not help but mock him. Yang Jin, however, merely shot a cold glance in his direction, choosing to ignore him. His surrender was grounded in his own reasoning. Against Su Lianxin, victory was unattainable. Even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, there was a real possibility that he might not withstand even a single strike from her, resulting in serious injury and forced withdrawal. Rather than face such a fate, it was wiser to conserve his strength for the upcoming matches. What others thought of him, whether they deemed him cowardly or believed he disgraced Qianling Peak, was their concern. Did he truly bring shame upon Qianling Peak? That remained to be seen. Soon enough, when the true prowess of this woman became known, they would recognize the wisdom of his choice. Finally catching up, phew. Just as the grand event of the sect was unfolding fervently, a radiant figure appeared at the periphery of the square, panting heavily. It was none other than Chu Yuming, who had not been seen at Qingyang Peak, or even within Qingyang Sword Sect, for quite some time. Lin Xian, situated on the high platform, sensed her presence immediately and turned a glance, momentarily taken aback. It was not Chu Yuming's arrival that astonished him, but rather the fact that he could not perceive the fluctuation of the celestial realm soul within her. Had Chu Yuming's celestial realm soul perished? Or was it? With such questions in mind, Lin Xian scrutinized Chu Yuming's current state once more. Her realm remained at the 4th level of the earthly realm, unchanged. Yet her aura was undeniably stronger than it had been a few months prior. It was evident that she had encountered significant opportunities during this time. However, upon reflecting on this, Lin Xian found himself amused. While Chu Yuming's opportunities over the past months might have been considerable when compared to Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, had Chu Yuming trained in the Qingdi Sutra back then, her innate talent could have potentially led her to the celestial realm, but alas. Still, it was ultimately her own choice. At this moment, Chu Yuming seemed to sense something and glanced over. Upon realizing it was Lin Xian, she immediately cupped her fists and bowed, performing a respectful gesture from a distance. Although this benefactor of a master was merely a nominal teacher to her, they were still within the Qingyang Sword Sect, and appearances had to be maintained. Her master was in a deep slumber, with no indication of when he might awaken. However, Chu Yuming felt little concern. With her current strength, securing the top position in this grand competition would be effortlessly achievable. Master, await the good news from your disciple. Chu Yuming thought, brimming with confidence. The master she referred to was, of course, not Lin Xian, but rather the celestial soul originally residing within her being. On Arena 1, Contestant 365 faced off against Contestant 255. When Su Lianxin ascended the stage and recognized her upcoming opponent, both were momentarily taken aback. Senior sister? Junior sister? Su Lianxin gazed at Chu Yuming across the arena, offering a wry smile. Despite both having entered their master's tutelage simultaneously, she knew little about this enigmatic junior sister, who rarely appeared within the sect and maintained an air of mystery. Though they were technically sisters in name, they had exchanged scarcely a handful of words over the past few months. With only 3 disciples from the Qingyang Peak, the odds of drawing a match against a fellow sect member were exceedingly slim. To encounter such an improbable circumstance was indeed surprising. Chu Yuming, too, had not anticipated that her inaugural battle would be an internal contest. Senior sister, I beg your pardon, she thought. Although they were merely sisters in title, Chu Yuming had no intention of holding back. After all, she was determined to claim the top spot in the sect competition and had vowed to her master to achieve first place. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted around them. It turned out that Arena 5 was hosting a highly anticipated battle. Shi Hao from the 5th peak was set to face Jiang Lan from the 6th peak. Both were formidable opponents, Shi Hao, acclaimed as the foremost disciple of the 5th peak, and Jiang Lan, equally recognized as the leading disciple of the 6th peak. Their impending duel instantly became the focal point, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even the elders and peak masters seated in the elevated area shifted their gazes towards Arena 5, rendering the outcomes of the other 4 arenas irrelevant. This clash not only represented the confrontation between the strongest disciples of the 5th and 6th peaks, but also marked the first high-stakes contest between the factions of the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sun. Indeed, the 5th peak allied with the Holy Maiden, while the 6th peak stood with the Holy Sun, which was the primary reason for the intense interest surrounding this battle. The outcome would significantly impact the morale and reputation of each faction, and regardless of who emerged victorious, it would deliver a substantial blow to the opposing side's spirit. Chu Yuming was acutely aware of the significance of this match, yet she merely shrugged. The attention of others was inconsequential to her. Fixing her gaze on the girl across the arena, who wielded a long sword, Chu Yuming found it somewhat amusing. If her nominal senior sister were aware that her own cultivation was not merely at the initial stage of Qi gathering, but rather at the 4th level of Earth Profound, would she still dare to draw her sword against her? Junior sister, be cautious, she mused. In the eyes of Chu Yuming, there was a palpable disdain that Su Lianxin could not help but perceive. Naturally, she possessed her own sense of pride. At the 4th level of the Earth Profound realm, had it not been for the precious Ice Phoenix blood bestowed upon her by her master and her cultivation of the Qingdi Sutra, she might not have matched up against her junior sister, Chu. However, it was a pity that the person she was now was no longer the same as she had been 6 months prior. With a slight tremor of her sword, Su Lianxin took the initiative, sweeping her blade with a swift motion that resonated with the sound of a phoenix's cry, striking towards Chu Yuming with remarkable speed. The suddenness of her assault momentarily caught Chu Yuming off guard, yet she quickly regained her composure, lightly tapping her foot against the ground. Rather than retreating from the incoming strike, she advanced, raising her sword to meet it head-on. This bold maneuver revealed Chu Yuming's unwavering confidence in her own strength. Although Su Lianxin's swift strike had surprised her, Chu Yuming, brimming with self-assurance, chose not to evade, but to confront the challenge directly. She did not wish to squander time and intended to conclude the battle with a single stroke. As for revealing her true capabilities, she was unperturbed, after all. She had no intention of concealing her strength any longer. To claim the title of champion in the competition, revealing her prowess was an inevitable outcome. Clang! The clash of metal erupted in a sharp, resonant cacophony as a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing out of the arena and leaving a long trail upon the ground. In just one strike, the victor was determined. The slight numbness in her right arm persisted, trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to maintain her grip on the sword. Chu Yuming stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Su Lianxin, who remained steadfast and unyielding upon the stage. The shock within her pupils was impossible to mask. Did I lose? Chapter 28. Regret. She could scarcely fathom her defeat, especially at the hands of Su Lianxin, a senior sister whom she had never regarded with any respect, and to think it was accomplished with but a single stroke. This was an unbearable truth for her. Moreover, the surge of spiritual energy that erupted when Su Lianxin unleashed that strike surpassed her own earthly mystique. It was at least the 5th level of earthly mystique. Chu Yuming's mind went blank. 5th level of earthly mystique. How could this be possible? Just a few months prior, she distinctly remembered her junior sister being merely at the 9th level of body refinement, not even having reached the level of Qi gathering. How could she have ascended to the 5th level of earthly mystique in such a short span of time? She was utterly bewildered. How was this transformation achieved? In half a year, from the 9th level of body refinement to the 4th level of earthly mystique? What a staggering leap in realms. What on earth was happening? The speed of this advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Ironically, she had just considered ending the fight with a single strike. Indeed, the battle had concluded with one stroke. But the victor was not she, Chu Yuming junior sister, I concede. Gazing at Chu Yuming, who who had been flung off the stage by her own sword. Her face a mask of disbelief, Su Lianxin shook her head. If my junior sister had practiced the Qingdi Sutra, I would undoubtedly have been no match for you. Indeed. Her junior sister had been at a higher level just a few months ago. Now, it was utterly inconceivable that she had surpassed her. Contemplating this, Su Lianxin turned her gaze to their master, Lin Xian. This was all a gift from her. The Qingdi Sutra? Chu Yuming was no fool. Su Lianxin's words clearly hinted at the reason for her remarkable progress over the past half-year. But what exactly was the Qingdi Sutra? Wait a moment, Chu Yuming suddenly recalled something. 6 months ago, Lin Xian, her so-called master, had bestowed upon the three of them a certain scripture. At that time, having just received the supreme technique granted by her master, Yunjing Tianzuan, she had dismissed Lin Xian's scripture without a second thought, carelessly tossing it into a corner of her storage ring as though it were mere refuse. After all, to her, Lin Xian was merely a peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, and one of the least esteemed at that. What could his scripture possibly be worth? Surely not even on par with royal-level techniques. It was nothing compared to the revered techniques bestowed upon her by Yunjing Tianzuan. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Yoming's consciousness suddenly penetrated her storage ring, swiftly locating the scripture that Lin Xian had granted her. The words Qingdi Sutra were distinctly visible, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. As she opened the scripture, her astonishment deepened with every line she read. Since becoming a disciple of Yunjing Tianzuan, her perspective had broadened significantly. Ordinary scriptures no longer captured her interest. Yet, the Qingdi Sutra, the further she delved, the more it astonished her. No, it could be said to have left her utterly stunned, for she discovered that the caliber of this scripture far exceeded her expectations. Even the Xianbing technique bestowed by her master could not compare. It is essential to recognize that the Xianbing Ju has already reached the pinnacle of supreme-level martial arts. Beyond this lies the realm of imperial-level techniques. Imperial level? This tome, the Qingdi Jing, is an imperial-level technique? Chu Yoming's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Xian had bestowed upon the three of them this technique merely half a year ago, and it is an imperial-level technique? Is this not the very reason why her junior sister, Su Lianxin, has experienced such remarkable progress over the past 6 months? Yet, how could Lin Xian, the modest peak master of the Qingyang Sword Sect, possess an imperial-level technique? Regardless of her disbelief, the evidence was irrefutable. The Qingdi Jing, an imperial-level technique. Chu Yuming suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why had she not perused this text upon receiving it? A mere glance would have unveiled its extraordinary nature. Just as Su Lianxin had remarked, had she also practiced the Qingdi Jing back then? Perhaps now. A profound sense of regret washed over her. As for the contest on the first arena, aside from Lin Xian and a few others, it garnered little attention. Disciples and elders alike were predominantly focused on the battle between Shi Hao and Jiang Lan on the fifth arena. At this moment, their duel was nearing its conclusion. As both sides revealed their hidden strengths, it was ultimately Jiang Lan who emerged victorious, sending Shi Hao flying from the stage. The sixth peak rejoiced in Jiang Lan's triumph. Jiang Lan, hailing from the Saint Sun's faction, was indeed impressive. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan. Well done, brother Jiang Lan. The morale of the Saint Sun's camp surged, as this marked the most significant clash between the factions thus far, culminating in a victory for them. In stark contrast, the spirit of the Saint Lady's faction plummeted. Even Li Fufing's beautiful eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment. This battle was crucial for her and her faction. Shi Hao had several opportunities to vanquish Jiang Lan, but ultimately failed to seize them. Closing her eyes, Li Fufing endeavored to shield herself from the disheartening reality. It was not yet time for despair. If she could defeat Lu Tianqing, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Upon reopening her eyes, she found Lu Tianqing gazing at her with a sardonic smile, as if to taunt her with the notion that this was merely the beginning. The tension between their gazes ignited sparks of animosity. Just then, the elder on the platform called out 2 numbers once more. Arena 1, 13, against 79. As the elder announced the numbers, a hint of uncertainty laced their voice. The audience fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes were fixed in shock upon Li Fufing and Lu Tianqing. While they might not remember others' numbers, they were acutely aware of Li Fufing's and Lu Tianqing's. Indeed, Li Fufing was number 13, while Lu Tianqing was 79. What was happening? Such coincidence? Li Fufing facing off against Lu Tianqing? Had the final battle commenced ahead of schedule? Chapter 29. Master Lin Feng, are you satisfied? At that moment, even Li Fufing and Lu Tianqing wore expressions of slight astonishment. Yet, in the next instant, The two of them swiftly appeared simultaneously on Arena 1. A terrifying aura erupted from both of them. Li Fufeng was at the 5th level of Earth Profound, and Lu Tianxing was too. In terms of cultivation, they stood unparalleled among the younger generation of the Qingyang Sword Sect, achieving such a level at this young age. Their talents were indeed unique within the sect. Unexpectedly, this battle arrived with such swiftness, yet it aligned perfectly with my intentions. It is time for a resolution between us. In the presence of the esteemed elders and disciples, I shall demonstrate to all that I, Lu Tianxing, am the most qualified candidate for the position of young sect master, while you are unworthy. Lu Tianxing smiled, seemingly unconcerned by the hastened timing. In his eyes, the outcome of this battle was inevitable. For Li Fufeng, it was merely a matter of early defeat or late defeat. As for qualifications, let us see the truth through our skills. As he spoke, a chilling sword intent erupted from Li Fufeng's body, causing many observing disciples to feel a shiver, as if the surrounding temperature had plummeted. This was the nascent form of sword intent. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, even drawing the attention of several high-ranking officials within the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. Only the Grand Elder, Shen, had comprehended sword intent. Moreover, those who grasped the nascent form of sword intent were few, numbering less than 10. Li Fufeng and Lu Tianxing were among them. The Qingyang Sword Sect has always been predominantly composed of sword cultivators, and grasping sword intent is the pinnacle dream of countless disciples. However, the difficulty of comprehending sword intent is akin to ascending to the heavens. Many devote their lives to the pursuit, yet scarcely scratch the surface. For instance, among the elders seated on high platforms, the majority, having studied the sword path for years, have not even grasped the nascent form of sword intent. Sovereign Xianyang felt the chilling sword intent from Li Fufeng and raised an eyebrow. Impressive. At such a young age, he has reached this level of comprehension of the nascent form of sword intent. The leaders and elders of the Saintis faction exchanged knowing smiles. The stronger Li Fufeng became, the more it proved they had not erred in their choice. However, Lu Tianxing, facing this sword intent on the arena, exhibited no fear or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his long sword quivering lightly. In an instant, an even more piercing sword intent erupted, directly aimed at Li Fufeng, sweeping across the entire square in a heartbeat. Compared to Li Fufeng's sword intent, Lu Tianxing's was colder, sharper, and more sinister. Although both were merely in the nascent form of sword intent, discerning eyes could see that, at least in this contest of sword intent, Li Fufeng fell short. Such sword intent surpassed that of the Saintis. With the Holy Sun present, the future ranking of our Qingyang Sword Sect within the Tangqing Empire may very well shift. The clash of sword intents occurred in the blink of an eye. The exchanges among the spectators and the leaders did not affect Li Fufeng in the slightest. Her gaze remained steady, her footwork intricate and profound, akin to a soaring phoenix, as she aimed directly for Lu Tianxing's vital point. If she did not strike, she would not, but once she did, she would leave no room for mercy. Such was Li Fufeng's sword. Indeed, Lu Tianxing is not to be underestimated. With sword in hand, he charges forth, wielding his 5th-tier spiritual sword, conjuring a dazzling array of afterimages, unleashing a tempestuous aura that indiscriminately assaults all living beings within the arena. In an instant, the two engage in fierce combat. Their realms are comparable, yet Li Fufeng finds herself at a slight disadvantage due to her inferior sword intent, leading to an impression that she is continuously being overwhelmed by Lu Tianxing. Although Lu Tianxing enjoys a marginal advantage, he struggles to defeat Li Fufeng. For the moment, neither can gain the upper hand over the other. Suddenly, the more passive Li Fufeng lets out a soft sigh. She had prepared for this moment for so long, yet in terms of cultivation and sword intent, she still cannot surpass Lu Tianxing. Reluctantly acknowledging his superior talent, she bites her lip, drawing forth a crimson hue, her expression a mix of determination and reluctance. Reveal all your trump cards. Otherwise, you may well face defeat. A taunting remark escapes Lu Tianxing's lips. Throughout their journey, he and Li Fufeng have been hailed as the twin prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Sect. While he is oblivious to her feelings about this title, he harbors a deep disdain for it, believing she is unworthy of standing alongside him. Today, he intends to demonstrate to all that the Qingyang Sword Sect has never had two prodigies. The only one deserving of the title of genius is Lu Tianxing himself. After a fierce clash, Li Fufeng retreats to the edge of the arena. In response to Lu Tianxing's provocation, her expression remains impassive as she inhales deeply, closes her eyes, and upon reopening them, an aura that sends shivers down the spine emanates from her being. As you wish, she softly intones. And a sudden surge of spiritual energy causes many onlookers to change color in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even an elder rises abruptly, trembling with disbelief and excitement. With a sharp crack, Lu Tianxing has no time to react, as he witnesses Li Fufeng elegantly grasping the hilt of her sword intent escalating dramatically. Countless sword lights and phantoms fill the arena, nearly engulfing Lu Tianxing, spilling over the edge of the platform. The disciples gathered at the periphery, filled with trepidation, instinctively retreat while still straining to observe the battle, only to behold Li Fufeng standing gracefully above, her aura transformed into tangible sword intent. Is this sword intent? No. This is the Qingyang Sword Technique, the ultimate secret art of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the last form of the Qingyang Sword Technique, long sword waterfall. Inconceivable. The saintess has actually comprehended the pinnacle of the Qingyang Sword Technique? At this moment, even the sect master of Qingyang finds it difficult to remain seated, his eyes shimmering as he gazes upon the serene maiden on the arena. The Qingyang Sword Technique, one of the sect's ultimate arts, possesses the ability to cleanse sword intent, transforming it into a tangible force, akin to an extension of one's own arm. However, the requirements for comprehension are exceedingly high. Even a slight deficiency in talent renders one incapable of grasping it. Once successfully understood, the likelihood of truly comprehending sword intent in the future will significantly increase. Elders within the sect, whose abilities are somewhat inferior, often find themselves stymied at the third level of the Qingyang Sword Technique, yet Li Fufeng, at such a tender age, has reached the fifth pinnacle. What an astonishing prodigy! The fairy Qingwei murmurs softly, her joy palpable in her expression. As the third peak master witnessed Li Fufeng unveil her extraordinary skills, a subtle furrow appeared upon his brow. He had underestimated her. However, to his astonishment, she had mastered the Qingyang Sword Technique. The saintess, silent and unassuming, had learned a profound sect skill that many among them had yet to comprehend. Such depths of concealment were unprecedented. It was evident that the saintess outshone them all. The elders on the stage were left in awe, while the disciples below were utterly astonished, as they beheld the myriad sword shadows cascading like a waterfall. The dazzling light of the blades filled their hearts with reverence. The Qingyang Sword Technique. Furthermore, it was the fifth level of this technique. Such comprehension was terrifyingly impressive. No envy could arise. Indeed, it was impossible to feel envy. If the saintess did not fall, she would undoubtedly become the second of the Xianyuan sword ancestor, a true blessing for our sect. The elevated threshold meant that even though the Qingyang Sword Technique could be exchanged for contributions to the sect, many disciples remained stuck at the first or second levels, unable to grasp its essence. The saintess, having regained her confidence, shook off her earlier despondence. Lu Tianxing was destined to lose without a doubt. Just as they thought this, a subtle unease crept in. Where was Lu Tianxing? Each sword shadow cascading like a waterfall was no mere illusion. To touch them would bring certain harm. The sword shadows enveloped the arena, dense and impenetrable. Yet, Lu Tianxing was nowhere to be seen. Could he have already been defeated by the saintess? The crowd speculated in hushed tones, but below, the Tianyuan peak master raised an eyebrow. Amidst the thousands of sword shadows, a figure emerged, unscathed. The calmness that radiated from Lu Tianxing as he brushed his palm across his face was astonishing. He had not only evaded injury but had emerged from Li Fufeng's cascading sword technique with ease, even as his aura surged higher. Impossible. At that moment, Li Fufeng's fingers trembled. Her gaze quaked as if she were witnessing the unfathomable. She had comprehended the fifth level of the Qingyang Sword Technique and was the one best acquainted with its terrifying power. But why? Not only had she failed to defeat him, but she had also not inflicted any injury. Lu Tianxing effortlessly disentangled himself from the sword shadows. His sword pointed at Li Fufeng, his expression betraying no astonishment, only a calm certainty. Are you surprised? The Qingyang Sword Technique is not solely yours to master. Clad in white and striking as a cold pine, Lu Tianxing wore a light smile as he emerged from the storm of sword shadows, only to vanish in an instant. When he reappeared, it was already behind Li Fufeng. Drip. Another drop of blood fell from the tip of Lu Tianxing's sword. A horrifying crimson mark appeared upon Li Fufeng's collarbone. Li Fufeng had been defeated. The Qingyang sect master, feeling the scattered sword intent around him, suddenly burst into laughter. This was the sixth level of the Qingyang Sword Technique, though only a glimpse had been caught. Tianxing had perfectly fused sword intent with the sword itself, penetrating deeply into its essence. Though no sword intent was visible, it was everywhere. The Xianyu peak master descended beside Qingyang, his expression inscrutable. But isn't the Qingyang Sword technique limited to 5 levels? Where did the 6th level come from? Had it not been for this, the match would have undoubtedly been a certain victory for the Saints. For individuals of their formidable caliber, the outcome of the duel was all too apparent without the need for further observation. Yet, this very knowledge bred an even deeper sense of dissatisfaction. Within the scripture repository, the Qingyang Sword technique was purportedly documented to consist of merely 5 levels. This assertion, however, was misleading. The master of Tianjin Peak, in a state of elation, cast a glance at his opponent, noting the ashen hue of their countenance, akin to experiencing a chilling draft of ethereal spirits on a sweltering summer day. Unable to conceal his delight, he offered an explanation with a smile. Indeed, when the revered ancestor of Qing originally devised the Qingyang Sword technique, it encompassed only 5 levels. The so-called 6th level, representing the Sword of Inner Peace, had yet to be codified. The fact that Tianjin could comprehend this elusive 6th level revealed an extraordinary aptitude. Implicit in his words was a pointed critique of the Saintess's wavering resolve. The master of Xian Peak discerned this implication, yet, stifled by her own inadequacies, a flicker of anger crossed her face as she coldly remarked, "A petty individual reveling in their triumph." The master of Tianjin Peak responded with a chuckle, "No matter, feel free to vent your frustrations. I cannot deny the vanquished their moment of triumph." This single remark only served to darken the expression of the master of Xian Peak further. Meanwhile, on the platform, Li Fufeng's lips turned pale as she uttered, "I have been defeated." Overwhelmed, she found herself utterly unable to retaliate against Lu Tianqing's relentless assault, reducing her previous struggles to mere folly. A profound sense of bitterness flickered in her eyes as she clenched her fists, knuckles whitening, only to eventually release them in resignation. The notion that the Qingyang Sword technique was confined to 5 levels was rendered absurd by Lu Tianqing's mastery of the 6th level, provoking disbelief. Had she encountered a fortuitous encounter to grasp the 5th level? While what of Lu Tianqing? Did he too possess such an opportunity? Or was his innate talent simply unparalleled? Lu Tianqing savored the changing expressions on Li Fufeng's face for a moment before sheathing his sword, tauntingly declaring, "Did you truly believe victory was assured for you? Alas, in terms of strength, you fall short, and in sword intent, I surpass you. Even the Qingyang Sword technique has reached its zenith in my hands. Is it not utterly despairing?" He relished the spectacle of her fluctuating emotions, feeling as though the frustrations accumulated over the years in comparison to her had finally found an outlet, lightening his heart and elevating his spirit. As if the slightest opportunity could lead to a breakthrough in his current realm. Witnessing Lu Tianqing's slight elevation in realm, Li Fufeng shut her eyes heavily, concealing her despondency. Her form trembled lightly as she forced a self-deprecating smile. After striving so diligently, it all culminated in futility. Everything she had hoped for dissipated like an ephemeral mirage, transforming the sect competition into a mere garment for another, effectively elevating someone else to the position of junior sect master. How lamentable! Yet tragically ironic, the abrupt shift in the battle left not only the surrounding disciples of various sects reeling, but also momentarily stunned the peak masters. Initially, the support for the Saintess surged as Li Fufeng revealed her hidden prowess, yet following Lu Tianqing's decisive victory over her with a single strike, the atmosphere rapidly cooled, plunging to a frigid low. The Saintess is lost. Peaks 1, 5, and 14, along with all others that had rallied behind the Saintess, were engulfed in disbelief, their morale plummeting instantaneously, leaving countless disciples in a state of disarray. They are acutely aware of what the defeat of the Saintess signifies for her devoted disciples. A wave of sorrowful despair spreads, yet no one can stem the tide. In stark contrast, the supporters of the Saint's son are ablaze with excitement. At last, the contest for the position of the young sect leader has drawn to a conclusion. The Saint's son, deserving of his illustrious title, has astonishingly comprehended the 6th level of the Qingyang Sword technique, a revelation that is truly breathtaking. It is evident that the title of young sect leader is rightfully his. Though Li Fufeng has made every effort to conceal his emotions, the disappointment that flickers in the eyes of those close to him as he departs the stage is inescapable, causing his gaze to waver. On the high platform, the master of the 3rd peak shakes his head gently. He had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. Earlier, he had promised the Saintess that if she triumphed in the sect competition, he would consider remaining neutral. However, despite his assurances, he never held much hope for her victory over Lu Tianqing. Now, it is clear that she has failed to astonish him. Indeed, it is a matter of timing, fate, and destiny. The heavens have favored the Saint's son. Although the elders have yet to announce the final results, those with discerning eyes can see the victor has already emerged. The master of Xian Yu Peak exhales a heavy sigh, her countenance darkening as she gazes at the spirited Lu Tianqing. This contest, seemingly a mere competition among the younger generation, is far more complex. It is a contest between her and the master of the second peak, a battle both open and clandestine. The defeat of the saintess leaves her unwilling to accept such an outcome. She is filled with resentment. The duel between the saint's son and the saintess has captivated the attention of all within the sect. With the outcome now apparent, the master of the ninth peak laughs heartily, casting a provocative glance at Lin Xian, who stands nearby, sneering. What say you? Are you satisfied with this contest, Master Lin? Following this, he feigns a look of regret, yet his eyes brim with malice as he mocks without reservation. Ah, my memory fails me. I almost forgot, Master Lin, that you allied with the saintess. I wonder, do you now regret your choice? Your position as peak master may well be coming to an end, alas. It is a pity that the elixir of regret is not for sale, and it is too late for you to lament your decision. Chapter 30. Su Lianqing. Prepare for battle. Regret? Lin Xian chuckled inwardly. Throughout the encounter, his gaze remained steadfastly averted from the ninth peak master, whose sardonic remarks failed to elicit any emotional response from him. Instead, he continued to observe the unfolding battle on the arena with keen interest. Noticing Lin Xian's blatant disregard, treating him as though he were but a wisp of air, the ninth peak master felt a flicker of indignation. He exhaled sharply, his heart seething with malicious thoughts. Just wait and see. You may feign indifference now, but I look forward to witnessing your composure when your position as peak master is usurped by an elder of lesser caliber than yourself. The thought of such a scene provoked an involuntary smirk upon the ninth peak master's lips, filling him with delight. After a brief interlude of despondency or fervent excitement, the disciples within the sect rallied their spirits, battling for their rankings. The 5 arenas were once again filled, a dazzling display of clashing swords and brilliant lights. Some disciples of considerable talent caught the eye of the elders, who nodded in silent approval, subtly contemplating the prospect of taking them on as apprentices. Everything began to return to a semblance of normalcy, as the first arena was cleared of competitors, with victors and vanquished alike departing. The elder on the high platform soared forward, calling out the next number. Arena 1, Contestant 79 faces Contestant 129. Contestant 79, naturally, was the Holy Son. Lu Tianqing, surprised by the swiftness of his next draw, bore a look of astonishment that quickly melted into a relaxed smile. He casually cast aside his snow-white crane cloak, exuding an air of contentment, and with a few graceful steps, he took to the stage, demonstrating a flourish of swordplay. The poise and grandeur unique to the Holy Son were unmistakable, and aside from the expressionless faces of the Holy Maiden's faction and Li Fufeng, most disciples regarded him with admiration and reverence. Who could Contestant 129 be to encounter His Holiness? One could only hope for a worthy opponent, lest the Holy Son defeat him with a mere stroke of his sword, allowing us to witness more of the Holy Son's swordsmanship. Each viewing is an invaluable experience for us. You think too highly. Even the Holy Maiden fell effortlessly to the Holy Son. What chance do others have? Indeed, His Holiness stands as the paragon among us. And who is Contestant 129? Which junior disciple is this? With Li Fufeng's defeat, nearly no one within the sect believed anyone could rival Lu Tianqing. Each subsequent call was merely a formality for him, as all disciples facing Lu Tianqing promptly conceded. The title of champion of the sect's grand competition was undoubtedly destined for Lu Tianqing, with no room for doubt. Even Lu Tianqing himself regarded the upcoming match with little concern. Below the arena, Su Lianqing glanced at her own number card, 129. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, she nodded slightly in the direction of Lin Xian. Master, I shall take my leave. In the next moment, Su Lianqing soared onto the platform, neither servile nor arrogant. And with a respectful bow, she declared, I am Su Lianqing, the direct disciple of the Starfall Peak Master. I seek guidance from the Holy Son. Standing tall, her sword poised in readiness for combat, she exuded determination. Starfall Peak? Lu Tianqing's eyes darkened slightly, marring his previously buoyant mood. Is this not the infamous 33 Peaks, which has spurned his overtures and shown such a lack of discernment? Indeed, from top to bottom, both Lin Xian and this Su Lianqing are particularly irksome. Su Lianqing's ascent to the stage has caused quite a stir, primarily due to her rare beauty, which is seldom encountered within the sect, and secondly, due to the weight of her proclaimed title. The Starfall Peak holds a notorious reputation within the Qingyang Sword Sect, though it is hardly commendable. The Peak Master failed to break through, resulting in a decline in his realm, and the most talented disciple, Nangang Yaoyue, abandoned him, leaving behind a congregation of ordinary and mediocre disciples. To some disciples, the fall of Starfall Peak from the brink of breaking into the top 10 peaks to its current position, nearly at the bottom, alongside Nangang Yaoyue's departure, points to the incompetence of Peak Master Lin Xian. Were it not for his ineptitude, how could Nangang Yaoyue have left? Of course, this is merely the perspective of a small faction. As for Su Lianxin, she is not entirely unknown within the sect. But her only claim to fame lies in her beauty, which is starkly contrasted by her meager strength and limited talent. Her decision to challenge the Holy Sun without conceding is indeed unexpected. Is this junior sister perhaps lacking in judgment? What audacity possesses her to confront the Holy Sun? Does she believe that her beauty will elicit mercy from him? How foolish. The decline of Starfall Peak seems to have rendered its disciples quite deluded. While courage is commendable, it is hardly wise. With the Holy Sun's prowess, even a casual strike would be beyond her capacity to withstand. Should she sustain injury, her prospects in subsequent matches would be dire. To concede and conserve one's strength would be the sagacious course of action. The unexpected scene momentarily stunned Lu Tianqing, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. You refuse to concede? He questioned, receiving a gaze from Su Lianxin that suggested he was a fool. Why should I concede? Merely because you are the Holy Sun? This provocation only intensified Lu Tianqing's displeasure, though he maintained a facade of amusement. He shrugged and remarked, interesting, but I shall not hold back. Yet, in light of your commendable courage, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first. He feigned contemplation and added, with Starfall Peak's decline, if you can force me back within 10 strikes, I shall personally invite you to join the second peak. Su Lianxin laughed. 10 strikes? No. 1 sword will suffice. As her words fell, without waiting for Lu Tianqing to utter another syllable, she unswervingly executed a swift strike. This sword seemed to stir not a ripple. It lacked the hidden malice of Lu Tianqing's calm demeanor, nor did it possess the overwhelming force of the Holy Maiden's might. It was light and unassuming, yet in the blink of an eye, the sword light had reached Lu Tianqing's presence. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to counter, only to feel an abrupt heaviness in his hand and an icy sensation in his chest. In stunned disbelief, he looked down and found himself at the very edge of the arena. He had unknowingly been struck off the platform. A tearing pain radiated from his palm, pulling him back to reality. He had been defeated? Lu Tianqing could hardly believe it, his eyes wide with astonishment. Su Lianxin calmly sheathed her sword and said, Thank you, Your Highness. After speaking, she immediately turned to glance at Lin Xian. Upon seeing the admiration in his eyes and his gentle nod, she finally allowed a small smile to grace her lips. Yet, the crowd had lost interest in this master-disciple moment. When Lu Tianqing stepped off the stage, they were all taken aback, rising in astonishment, the entire arena enveloped in shock. Even the head of Qingyang sect was no exception. Defeated, Lu Tianqing had comprehended the 6th form of the Qingyang Sword technique and effortlessly vanquished the Saintess, ascending as the foremost figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The Holy Sun Lu Tianqing. He actually lost? And to Su Lianxin, no less, in a single stroke. How could this be possible? Chapter 31. A stinging defeat. Li Fufeng was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. She stood abruptly from her seat, only to realize her faux pas and slowly sat back down. Yet, the astonishment in her gaze did not wane in the slightest. The prodigious Saint's son, Lu Tianqing, had lost? It was beyond belief. Her eyes remained fixed upon the enchanting maiden on the stage, unable to fathom how she could possibly vanquish Lu Tianqing. Yet, the reality was undeniable, compelling her to accept it. Moreover, she had only utilized a single move to send Lu Tianqing tumbling from the arena, rendering him utterly defenseless. This was a being she had believed could never be defeated, even when she exerted her utmost effort and revealed all her trump cards. How could he have lost so effortlessly? The immense disparity left Li Fufeng struggling to come to terms with it. The master of the Sword Peak, too, was so overwhelmed by shock that he nearly tore his own magnificent beard. He fought to maintain his composure as the leader of the peak, but the astonishment and disbelief in his pupils were transparent. Had it not been for the other elders of the sect, who stood as stunned as he was, he might have thought himself to be dreaming. Lu Tianqing had easily triumphed over the Saintess, yet succumbed to a disciple of the Falling Star Peak? A complete rout. Defeated by a single sword strike from a disciple of Falling Star Peak. He hadn't even had time to react before he was cast aside. How could this be possible? The Saint's son had actually been vanquished. He had comprehended a hidden form of the Green Mountain Sword technique, had never tasted defeat since his initiation. and had grasped the rudimentary essence of sword intent long ago. Yet, no amount of words could alter the fact of Lu Tianqing's defeat. I have lost. Lu Tianqing gradually regained his senses. The three words that suddenly emerged in his mind nearly short-circuited him, striking him like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He could not conceal the shock on his face as he raised his gaze to Su Lianqing, who still stood upon the stage. He had to admit that even from a position of admiration, Su Lianqing's features were flawless, radiant as jade, and as alluring as a peach blossom. But what a joke. He felt as if his earlier words had transformed into slaps, mercilessly striking his face, causing him immense pain. Surrender. Repel me within 10 moves, and I shall allow you to enter the second peak. Your bravery is commendable. I grant you this opportunity. Reflecting on these absurd statements, the reality was that it had taken only one move to dismiss him from the arena, not to be defeated by him. The gazes around him seemed to morph into mockery, derision, their stares piercing him like daggers. Anger and humiliation engulfed him. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. With disheveled hair, he resembled a madman, struggling to maintain his composure. Su Lianqing, observing the Saint's son's dramatic change of countenance, had no interest in savoring the spectacle. She sheathed her sword, turning away as she leapt off the stage with swift steps. As she passed by Lu Tianqing, she left him with a single remark: excessive pride is not a virtue. With that, she waved her sleeve and departed, while the others remained ensnared in disbelief. The astonishing sword strike shattered Lu Tianqing's defenses and transformed the long-held perceptions of the Starfall Peak among the sect members. It was only when Su Lianqing descended onto the arena that they collectively regained their senses, erupting into a flurry of discussions. This junior sister is a disciple of Starfall Peak? Is that not the renowned weakest among our sect's 36 peaks? How come we have never heard of Su Lianqing before? It seems rather inconceivable. As Chu Xiao listened to the exclamations around him, he remained momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Su Lianqing, filled with an uncontrollable astonishment. Is this the reason for Yang Jin's concession? Previously, he had claimed that Yang Jin's surrender was a disgrace to Xianling Peak. At that moment, he had yearned to replace Yang Jin and personally compete to restore the honor of Xianling Peak. Now, reflecting upon it, Chu Xiao was drenched in a cold sweat. If even the Holy Sun could not withstand the might of Su Lianqing's strike, what chance did he stand? The realization dawned on him and the others. Yang Jin, a genius of Xianling Peak, ranked within the top 5, had surrendered to Su Lianqing, an obscure disciple of Starfall Peak, not out of cowardice or weakness, but rather in acknowledgement of his inevitable defeat. As the crowd lingered in disbelief, they recognized that with the Holy Sun defeated by a single strike, Yang Jin would only face a more dire fate if he had engaged. Did you already perceive Su Lianqing's true strength? Chu Xiao could not help but whisper his inquiry. The other disciples of Xianling Peak also leaned in, eager for Yang Jin's explanation. Yet, deep down, they all grasped the answer. Yang Jin must have known Su Lianqing's prowess all along, thus choosing to concede. Surrender may be an act of the weak, deserving of scorn, yet yielding in the face of an insurmountable opponent to preserve one's strength is undeniably a prudent decision. After all, defeat was inevitable. It would be wiser to conserve energy for future contests in hopes of achieving a commendable rank and bringing honor to Xianling Peak. The disciples of Xianling Peak gradually came to this realization. Initially sharing Chu Xiao's sentiments, they had cast disparaging glances at Yang Jin after his surrender, feeling that he had disgraced their 5th peak. Now, they comprehended that they had been gravely mistaken. Yang Xiong, I apologize. Yang Xiong, each voice was laced with regret. And those who had previously been hesitant to speak now cast apologetic glances. Yang Jin remained silent, letting out a cold snort. He had awaited this moment for a long time. He was no sage, and thus would not be impervious to the mockery and derision of others. In the face of a being of Su Lianqing's caliber, his concession was a sagacious choice. If anyone felt the most incredulous and distressed, it was undoubtedly the master of the 9th peak. Just moments ago, the master had been smugly mocking Lin Xian, never anticipating that the slap of reality would come so swiftly, nearly causing him to choke on his own words. Such a blow to his pride was resounding. He stood there, awkward and rigid, his face creased with discomfort, unable to find tranquility, as waves of humiliation surged within him like a spring. From beginning to end, Lin Xian never cast a glance at him, indifferent to his previous grandiose proclamations or the humiliation he now endured. Having been thoroughly disgraced, it was as if, for Lin Xian, everything was merely fleeting smoke, devoid of distinction. In that moment, The master of the ninth peak truly grasped the essence of profound shame and indignation. He felt like a jester, performing a ludicrous spectacle all alone, while the audience remained unmoved, not even deigning to acknowledge him with a single glance. The face of the master of the ninth peak turned a deep crimson. Chapter 32. The True Essence of the Sword. The Holy Sun has been defeated. The elders upon the high platform remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to accept the horrifying reality that had unfolded before them. They were still immersed in the recent duel, recalling every move executed by Su Lianxin, and, most painfully, the Holy Sun's defeat. Lu Tianqing stood rigidly beneath the arena for an extended period. As time passed, his complexion grew increasingly grim, his fingers pressing so forcefully together that they stained with crimson. Even after some time had elapsed, he could not come to terms with the fact that he had been bested by an ordinary disciple. How could he accept this? He was the Holy Sun, the very hope of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Years of arduous training, a relentless pursuit of mastery over the Qingyang sword technique, and countless trials that nearly led him to madness had culminated in the acquisition of the sixth form, only to be met with a stinging slap to the face within half a day, defeated by a disciple from an obscure peak, a nameless female disciple. How could he reconcile such a reality? How could he bear it? The Holy Sun. The entourage that usually surrounded Lu Tianqing dared not breathe, some cautiously offering his cloak, careful not to provoke his wrath. Upon hearing their murmurs, Lu Tianqing cast a cold glance, their anxious expressions nearly igniting his fury anew. Yet, recalling that this was a grand competition of the sect, he suppressed his boiling anger, darkening his expression as he turned to take his seat. He could not unleash his frustration here. Seated amidst the scrutinizing gazes from all around, Lu Tianqing's inner turmoil surged, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The atmosphere of the entire sect competition grew increasingly peculiar. Even when others took the stage to duel, the fervor was lacking, their swordplay imbued with an air of trepidation. After all, it was evident to everyone just how deeply Lu Tianqing's mood had soured. With a cold demeanor and silent lips, the joy of defeating his old rival had long dissipated. His fingers tapped restlessly against the chair's back, an expression of his anxiety and agitation, revealing the turmoil within. He desperately sought an outlet to vent his pent-up rage. The announcement for the first arena, match number 79, had arrived. At the moment the number was called, Lu Tianqing straightened, his intense gaze sweeping over the disciples of other sections. Who could it be? Regardless of the identity, at last, he had a means to release his wrath. Match number 222. Upon hearing the number called, Wang Yin, standing beneath the arena, was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with joy. Finally, it was his turn. He rose and, emulating Su Lianxin, bowed towards Lin Xian with a smile, saying, "Master, your disciple shall secure a victory for you." With Lin Xian's nod of approval, Wang Yin joyfully leaped onto the stage, bowing with his sword in hand. "Disciple Wang Yin of the Starfall Peak, I humbly seek your guidance, Holy Sun." Lu Tianqing, upon his arrival on the stage, felt a surge of animosity as he uttered the word Starfall Peak with a tone steeped in resentment, his gaze fixed on the unremarkable Wang Yin not far away, his murderous intent swelling within him. Once again, it was Starfall Peak. Lu Tianqing, furious and incredulous, nearly lost his composure as the Holy Sun. Su Lianxin dealt him a crushing defeat. This setback disrupted all his meticulously laid plans, reducing to ashes everything he had worked so hard to achieve in what had seemed an assured victory. As he ascended the stage, he instinctively cast a glance at the master of the third peak above. However, fate was unkind. Upon meeting Lu Tianqing's gaze, the third peak master abruptly averted his eyes, fixating instead on the distant sect monument. This evasive demeanor extinguished any flicker of hope remaining in Lu Tianqing's heart, plunging him into despair. Uncontrolled fury nearly erupted within him as he turned back to the stage, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. The Starfall Peak. Everything stemmed from the Starfall Peak. They thwarted his ambitions. Caught off guard, Lu Tianqing recalled a recent incident when he had dispatched the master of the ninth peak to court Lin Xian. Lin Xian's refusal had not concerned him then. Whether the attempt succeeded or failed was of little consequence. A peak ranked at the bottom, like Starfall Peak, could sway either way without affecting the grand scheme. At that time, he had never envisaged that Lin Xian and his Starfall Peak would become the greatest obstacle to his ascension to the position of the lesser sect master. Gazing at the unremarkable Wang Yin before him, his old grievances and new resentments intertwined, Lu Tianqing's defenses crumbled, and his fury found an outlet. With a sharp sound, his fifth-tier sword was unsheathed, a violent aura sweeping across the arena, akin to the wrath of a deity, causing many weaker disciples to shrink back in fear. It was evident that this battle would not merely be a straightforward endeavor for Lu Tianxing to conquer his opponent. Wang Yan, confronted by Lu Tianxing's ferocity, remained unfazed. This level of sword intent was nothing compared to what his master had unleashed upon a certain scorpion, standing resolutely against the oncoming torrent of savage sword energy. The warmth of Wang Yan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a steely resolve. He scoffed, raising his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, determination hardening his gaze. Indeed, his prowess paled in comparison to that of senior sister Su Lianqing, and his talents were ordinary. But what was Lu Tianxing to him? If he could not best senior sister Su, must he unleash his wrath upon Wang Yan? Slowly, Wang Yan drew forth his long sword adorned with azure tassels. Recognizing that Lu Tianxing had chosen the wrong adversary, Wang Yan, was not to be trifled with. Senior sister Su was not easily bullied, and neither was Starfall Peak. No one paid heed to Wang Yan's inner thoughts. Upon witnessing his entrance and recognizing him as a disciple of Starfall Peak, many spectators silently mourned for him. Sensing the disparity in strength, they knew Wang Yan was in for a grim fate. A mere first-tier practitioner facing a furious fifth-tier Saint's son was likely to end in either death or dismemberment. As anticipated, upon their arrival, the enraged Lu Tianxing wasted no time. He unleashed a brutal assault without uttering a single word. The nascent sword intent coiled around him as he initiated the attack with the sixth form of the Green Mountain Sword technique, denying Wang Yan any opportunity to respond. His unleashed wrath rendered Lu Tianxing almost frenzied, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers, many of whom retreated several steps to escape his menacing presence. In this tumultuous atmosphere, Wang Yan's stillness became all the more conspicuous. Why did he not move? Perhaps he was too stunned to react. One can only attribute blame to his origins from the Starfall Peak. There are those who, in disdain for Lu Tianxing's actions, vent their frustrations upon the disciples of Starfall Peak, a behavior that certainly invites contempt. Only the recent master of Qingyang seemed to sense something amiss. Furrowing his brow in silence, yet no one noticed. On the arena, confronted by the imminent and silent sword light, Wang Yan exhaled softly, retreating his right leg to anchor himself firmly in place. With a tightening grip, he abruptly drew his longsword, standing resolutely, emanating an aura of immense terror that surged forth. Lu Tianxing initially believed that with this strike, he would effortlessly crush Wang Yan and avenge his previous defeat. After all, he could not best Su Lianqing. How could he be outmatched by someone at the first level of Earth Profound? However, an inexplicable sensation arose within him, causing his hand to tremble slightly around the sword, as if it were no longer under his command. In his astonishment, Lu Tianxing could only hear Wang Yan's murmured words from across the arena. I may not match junior sister Su, thus I shall exert my utmost effort. Su Lianqing's astounding victory over Lu Tianxing was a display of pure swordsmanship, though Wang Yan did not consider himself weaker than Lu Tianxing. He recognized the slight disparity in their realms. Even with the cultivation of the Azure Emperor's scripture, uncertainty lingered in his heart, and he dared not underestimate his opponent. Consequently, Lu Tianxing unleashed his strongest blow from the outset, and Wang Yan did likewise. As his sword was fully drawn, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Particularly on the high platform, numerous elders stood in astonishment, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief. The nascent form of sword intent. No, it was true sword intent. Chapter 33. Who regrets? The essence of the sword is familiar to all. The Qingyang Sword Sect, bearing the title of a sword sect, naturally focuses its teachings predominantly on the art of the sword. Among the elders within the sect, the vast majority are also practitioners of the sword. However, while becoming a sword practitioner is relatively easy, merely requiring a sword, the path to mastering the sword's profound essence is incredibly arduous. Within the entirety of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the number of individuals capable of comprehending even the rudimentary form of sword intent is exceedingly scarce, with only a few rare exceptions. Only one individual has truly grasped the essence of sword intent throughout the entire sect, the venerable Qingyang ancestor, the strongest among them. As for the others, even the sect leader, Qingyang, has only managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of sword intent. Even if one were to achieve a complete understanding of this rudimentary form, it remains merely a shadow of the true sword intent, lacking its divine resonance. All the elders and peak masters stood in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief fixed upon the figure in the arena. There could be no mistake, as they absorbed the overwhelming aura of sword intent surrounding them. Calmness dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable jealousy that surfaced on the faces of some peak masters. This young man, barely 20 years old, at the first level of the Earth Profound Realm, had already comprehended sword intent. This was simply astounding. The disciples of all sects gathered around the arena could hardly believe their eyes. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have accepted the notion that a 19-year-old at the first level of the Earth Profound Realm had grasped sword intent. This was no mere triviality. This was the essence of the sword. Even upon witnessing it firsthand, they struggled to accept that someone could quietly comprehend sword intent, only revealing their prowess during the sect competition. Qingyang, the sect leader, gazed intently at Wang Yin, feeling the increasingly rich and profound sword intent in the air. After the initial shock, admiration and delight were etched on his face. Standing at the edge of the arena, his gaze towards Wang Yin was filled with fervor and excitement. How could there be such a prodigy within their sect? Following the earlier triumph of Su Lianxin, who had defeated the Holy Sun with a single sword strike, now stood Wang Yin, who had grasped sword intent at such a tender age. Truly, the heavens were favoring the Qingyang Sword Sect. Xianyang's eyes flickered with contemplation, his thoughts racing. In stark contrast to his appreciation and joy, the elders and peak masters of the Holy Sun faction quickly regained their composure, their expressions betraying their unease. Faced with Wang Yin, who had comprehended sword intent, did the Holy Sun stand a chance? Despite holding several levels of cultivation above Wang Yin, the disparity in their current abilities was insurmountable. In the arena, a tempest of sword intent erupted as Wang Yin, with his sword poised before him, surged forward with a single step, unleashing a torrent of sword intent with unrestrained ferocity. In that moment, he embodied the sword itself. The sword was he. The ferocity of the sword intent was terrifying. Upon realizing Wang Yin's mastery of sword intent, Lu Tianqing felt a wave of panic wash over him. Even with a few levels of cultivation advantage, he was no match for the current Wang Yin. Under Wang Yan's relentless and swift onslaught, Lu Tianqing found himself forced to retreat, his body soon adorned with numerous shallow wounds, his splendid attire soaked in crimson. Boom, boom, with each sword strike, each move. The power was unyielding, and the momentum was sharp. In less than half a stick of incense, Lu Tianqing, who had been desperately holding on in the arena, was sent flying out of the ring by a single sword strike. Unlike his previous battle with Su Lianxin, where he at least managed to stand and leave the arena, this time he was sent flying. Upon landing, a dull thud echoed as Lu Tianqing braced himself on his arms, collapsing partially to the ground. He immediately flipped over and expelled a mouthful of blood, his breath following suit in a significant weakening. A disastrous defeat. Not only was it a crushing loss, but he also sustained severe injuries. Unfortunately, the blades are merciless, and the sole rigid rule of the sect competition is to refrain from taking the lives of fellow disciples. Regardless of how much resentment Lu Tianqing harbored, he could only swallow it down. The bright crimson blood on the bluestone slab was striking, and Lu Tianqing gazed with profound shock, his emotions fluctuating wildly as he looked up at Wang Yin, with frustration and hatred flashing fiercely in his eyes. He had intended to vent his anger on Wang Yin, but instead found himself utterly humiliated and in a pitiful state. The overwhelming malice and humiliation nearly drove Lu Tianqing to madness. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. Was this still the familiar Qingyang Sword Sect? One Su Lianxin was not enough. Now there was a Wang Yin. How could he be so utterly disgraced? Lu Tianqing clutched his chest, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Others assumed it was merely stagnant blood. Only he knew it was the result of pent-up fury manifesting as bloodshed. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Saint's son," Wang Yin said, clasping his hands and leaping down from the arena. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Saint's son would prove so fragile, unable to withstand his own sword intent and instead spitting blood. There was a significant disparity in their realms. He had overestimated the Saint's son while underestimating the might of the Qingdi Sutra and sword intent. Victory for contestant number 222. The judge's expression was peculiar, as if he had just regained his senses, wiping cold sweat from his brow while announcing the next match. Next up, on the second arena, contestant 65 versus contestant 89. Assisted back to his position and administered a healing pill, Lu Tianqing gradually calmed the tumultuous energy within him. His internal injuries healed swiftly. After all, as the Saint's son, his resources were far from lacking. However, while his wounds mended, the humiliation he endured would not fade, but rather was etched deeply into his heart. His fingers tightly curled into a fist as he expelled the stagnant air from his chest, secretly soothing his restless spirit. On the third arena, Contestant 79 versus Contestant 255. The draw concluded, and both summoned participants wore expressions as grim as the deepest waters. Upon stepping onto the stage, Lu Tianqing squinted at the opponent who leapt up before him. Whether it was sheer luck or misfortune, he had drawn yet another disciple from the Starfall Peak. This time, it was Chu Yuming. Yet again, Starfall Peak. Unable to shake it off? This was Lu Tianqing's singular thought at that moment. This time, could he possibly avoid defeat? The surrounding watching disciples were already numbed. Lu Tianqing had lost twice. If he were to lose once more, the truth proved that the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Confronting Chu Yuming, Lu Tianqing met an even swifter defeat this time. Just 2 strikes. Chu Yuming dispatched him with a mere 2 blades, and had it not been for timely intervention, a chunk of flesh from his neck might have been severed. She sheathed her sword, casting not a single glance at Lu Tianqing, and gracefully descended from the stage. There was no joy within her. Her thoughts lingered on the sword that had previously defeated her at the hands of Su Linqi. The disciples and elders of the surrounding sects had grown numb. The leaders of Tianjin Peak wore expressions as heavy as lead, their faces etched with disbelief and resentment. It was at this moment that a realization struck them sharply. The Holy Sun had suffered 3 consecutive defeats, rendering him unqualified for the final battle. How would they reconcile the contest for the position of the young sect master now? Lu Tianqing, he was the Holy Sun, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, yet he had not even advanced to the finals. His 3 defeats becoming a tale so incredulous that few would dare believe it. As for Lu Tianqing, his fate was now sealed, forever barred from the final contest. Before the grand competition commenced, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Who would have dared to envision it? Prior to this, Lu Tianqing was heralded as a contender most likely to seize the top prize. After he vanquished Li Fufeng, his victory seemed a foregone conclusion, as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Yet now, he found himself unable to even enter the finals. Surely, this must be a dream. The disciples of the second peak were lost in a daze, pinching their thighs in denial of the reality before them, feeling a profound sense of regret. As if caught in a fleeting illusion, they were consumed by a singular thought: how could this be possible? Their gazes drifted towards Qingyang Peak, filled with a deep sense of shock and reverence. 3 prodigies from a single peak had triumphed over the Holy Sun, with one surpassing the majority of the other peak leaders and elders, having comprehended the essence of swordsmanship at the tender age of 19. How had Qingyang Peak achieved such feats? Why had they remained obscure until now? It was perplexing, unfathomable. Many turned their attention to Lin Xian on the high platform, their expressions growing increasingly intricate. This seemingly inconsequential leader of a lesser peak had seen his 3 disciples defeat the sect's most favored Holy Sun. A tale so fantastical it bordered on the absurd. Particularly those disciples who had left Qingyang Peak for what they believed to be more promising prospects were now engulfed in complex emotions. Did others not know? Were they unaware? Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, once deemed mediocre, now stood apart, leaving their former peers far behind, their exhaust barely visible in the distance. An ineffable sense of regret began to take root and spread. Among them, none felt more conflicted than Yang Hao. Once, he had deemed Qingyang Peak a dead end and resolved to depart. Driven by his admiration for Su Lianxin, he had implored her to leave with him, only to be met with rejection. To say he was not angered would be disingenuous. He had anticipated the dissolution of Qingyang Peak, envisioning a moment of heroism to rescue the beauty he admired. Yet now, upon their reunion, everything had changed. He remained the same Yang Hao, lacking in progress, while Su Lianxin had grown into someone he could only look up to. To express admiration for her now felt almost like an insult. A myriad of complex emotions swirled within him, as if an artist had spilled colors in a dye vat, saturating his heart with shades of regret and self-mockery. He couldn't help but smile wryly, engaging in bitter self-reflection. To say that she would regret it later now seems rather ironic, as it is I who should feel remorse. The sect competition concluded without any surprises, yet it was filled with intrigue. Even the master of Qingyang Sect, who had witnessed countless storms, could not help but glance towards Lu Tianqing when he saw the list of victors. Lu Tianqing, with his head bowed. Only the tight line of his lips was visible, revealing an impassive expression, yet one could easily surmise that his spirits were utterly shattered. The sect competition was now over. The master of Qingyang Sect sighed inwardly and ascended the high platform, surveying the eager disciples, particularly those gathered together, such as Su Lianxin and her companions. After a brief pause, he spoke with authority to announce the results. One by one, he called out the names. and those who heard their names could not contain their excitement, clenching their fists, while the others held their breath in tense anticipation. Finally, the top 5 were revealed. 4th place, the Holy Maiden Li Fufeng. 3rd place, Wang Yin from Qingyang Peak. 2nd place, Qu Yuming from Qingyang Peak. And 1st place, Su Lianxin from Qingyang Peak. Although the outcome was anticipated by many, they could not resist casting glances at Lu Tianxing. Lu Tianxing remained expressionless, but the tension in his lips and the bulging veins on his forehead betrayed the tempest within him. Wang Yin, however, accepted his position well. He had never expected to rank highly, and securing a spot among the top 3 exceeded his expectations, leaving him with a beaming smile. Losing to Qu Yuming did not bother him. After all, they were both disciples of the same peak, under the same master. As for the Holy Maiden Li Fufeng, upon hearing her name, she slowly lowered her eyelids, a mix of emotions swirling within her. After dedicating so much effort and countless hours, she could only achieve 4th place? Her exquisite beauty was marred by a hint of bitter amusement. Truly, it was fate and fortune intertwined. A result no one could have foreseen. Yet, once the names of the top 3 were announced, she regained her composure and even smiled lightly, releasing a long-held breath of frustration. What did it matter that she was 4th? Lu Tianxing hadn't even made it to the finals. And the top 3 were all from Qingyang Peak, which meant they were on her side. The spoils ultimately fell into their own pot, regardless of who ate them. Moreover, today had effectively quelled the arrogance of the Holy Sun's faction. From now on, Lu Tianxing would likely find it difficult to hold his head high for some time. The dynamics between their factions would undergo a complete transformation, shifting from offense to defense. While feeling relieved, Li Fufeng also experienced a twinge of fear. She had never regarded Qingyang Peak as a significant competitor. Unlike Lu Tianxing, she was not blinded by arrogance, understanding that even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. Thankfully, she had thought this way. Otherwise, had Lin Xian joined the Holy Sun's faction. Just envisioning that scenario sent chills down her spine. She had no desire to endure the same fate as Lu Tianxing. For every moment of relief, there existed an equal measure of regret. For instance, Lu Tianxing, suppressing madness amid tranquility, exuding fury through his insanity, intermingled with humiliation, unwillingness, and resentment. Furthermore, consider the master of the 9th peak. When the results of the competition were revealed, darkness enveloped him completely. At that moment, he sat not far from Lin Xian, suddenly feeling that Lin Xian's disregard for him was somewhat preferable, as it spared him a modicum of embarrassment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he unexpectedly heard a light chuckle beside him. The owner of the laughter was none other than Lin Xian, and as the master of the 9th peak turned to look, he found Lin Xian gazing at him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it, slowly uttering a phrase. I fear my position as peak master may never be attained. It is now evident who truly regrets their choices. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 34. The Return of the 9 Nether Inferno Body. The countenance of the master of the 9th peak was as dark as the depths of water. Having aimed to strike back, he found himself instead on the receiving end of humiliation, his face turning a shade akin to that of a liver under the gaze of all present. The grand competition concluded with an outcome that none had anticipated. Yet no one dared to question its validity. After the assembly dispersed, Lu Tianxing stood in silence for an extended period, gazing at the retreating figures of the members from the Starfall Peak, his expression somber as he turned to leave. Subsequently, Starfall Peak transformed from its previous state of neglect into a bustling hub of activity. The newcomers primarily comprised those disciples who had once distanced themselves from Starfall Peak. To outsiders, the emergence of the prodigies Su Lianxin, Wang Yin, and Qu Yuming from Starfall Peak was attributed to their exceptional innate talents. However, those who had been part of Starfall Peak knew better. Not to mention Qu Yuming, when Su Lianxin and Wang Yin were still within the confines of Starfall Peak. They were merely ordinary disciples, not even among the core students. Yet now, they had ascended to positions of prominence, overshadowing even the Holy Sun. To claim that the influence of Peak Master Lin Xian was absent in their rise would be implausible. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to return to Starfall Peak. Their abilities and talents were not inferior, at the very least surpassing those of the former Wang Yin. They were prepared to offer their loyalty and trust to the current Starfall Peak, all for a chance at redemption. Yang Hao was among them. After much effort, he finally found Su Lianxin, junior sister Su. Yang Hao swallowed nervously, his eyes revealing an unmasked yearning. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Lianxin interrupted him. Senior brother Yang, you have not come to ask me to plead your case with the master for your return to Starfall Peak, have you? Caught off guard by Su Lianxin's perceptive remark, Yang Hao's face flushed. It was indeed what he had in mind, and being so succinctly exposed left him feeling awkward. Yet, he could not help but think there was nothing wrong with his intentions. Just as water flows downward and people aspire to ascend, it was only natural for him to leave previously, especially given his commendable talents, even praised by Elder Huang. If senior brother Yang harbors similar thoughts, then it would be best to forget it. Su Lianxin regarded Yang Hao with a cold stare, discerning his unspoken thoughts even before he uttered a word. Her voice grew increasingly frigid. Su Lianxin decisively rejected him without hesitation. Starfall Peak is not a place where one can come and go at will. Having chosen to forsake Starfall Peak and betray the Master, we shall not welcome such faithless individuals. Senior brother Yang, safe travels, I shall not see you off. With her words, Su Lianxin's expression hardened, clearly conveying her sentiments, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Hao's countenance darkened, the embarrassment of rejection engulfing him. Yet he understood that Starfall Peak had indeed changed. Even in his shame and indignation, he found himself powerless, ultimately turning to depart. As he looked back at his retreating figure, Su Lianxin's voice followed him softly. Senior brother Yang, were you not the one who once urged me to leave with you? You said I would regret it. Now, I return those words to you. I ask, do you regret it now? Regret? Yang Hao paused momentarily, neither turning back nor uttering a word, departing silently. Regret undoubtedly lingered within him. Had it not been so, he would not have returned. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. After bidding farewell to Yang Hao, Su Lianxin turned to seek Lin Xian. Facing her master within the hall, Su Lianxin bowed respectfully. Master, Wang Yin and I have intercepted all the disciples wishing to return, refusing them entry so as not to disturb your tranquility. Excellent. Lin Xian commended Su Lianxin, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. Since the conclusion of the sect competition, he had come to a clear realization. Neither he nor the Starfall Peak required a multitude of disciples. He sought not a plethora of direct disciples, but rather aspired for every single disciple, whether from his own ranks or from Starfall Peak, to become an absolute prodigy. Starfall Peak would accept no one who was not extraordinary. All disciples wishing to rejoin the sect had been turned away, ensuring Lin Xian's peace remained undisturbed. Yet tranquility was a fleeting luxury. Master, the Saintess requests an audience. Wang Yin had blocked other disciples but brought the news of the Saintess and the head of Xianyu Peak seeking an audience. Upon Lin Xian's consent, he ushered them in. Unlike the previous occasion when a trivial Peak Master was sent to negotiate, this time it was Li Fufeng and the esteemed head of the first Peak who had come in person. Greetings, Peak Master Lin, Li Fufeng spoke with utmost respect, adhering to all formalities. Despite her status as the Saintess exempting her from such courtesies, she still performed the act of homage. Raising her head, Li Fufeng articulated her purpose. Today, I come bearing a gift to celebrate the remarkable achievement of your 3 disciples in securing first place. Her smile was gentle, radiating warmth, and her moon-white silk gown accentuated her graceful stature, embodying the essence of a celestial prodigy. With a deft motion, she produced a jade box, presenting it solemnly to Su Lianxin, who would then present it to Lin Xian. Once the jade box was in Lin Xian's possession, Li Fufeng continued with her explanation. This is a top-grade 5th-tier healing elixir, a precious item I acquired at an auction some years back. I present it to you, esteemed Peak Master, out of gratitude. Had it not been for Starfall Peak's assistance, I would have surely found myself in an irretrievable predicament, for which I am immensely thankful. This was her greatest fortune. Had her actions faltered, allowing Lu Tianxing to gain the upper hand and the 3rd Peak Master to ally with him, her fate would have been perilous. The mere thought of the 3rd Peak Master stirred memories of his prior rejection of her overtures, yet after the competition, he sought the 1st Peak with earnestness and courtesy, showing no inclination towards Lu Tianxing. The stark transformation was so pronounced that one might wonder if he had become a different person altogether. It was worth noting that when she had initially sought an audience with the 3rd Peak Master, it had taken her 3 attempts for him to finally present himself. Now, however, he seemed to go to great lengths merely to meet her. Such was the capricious nature of fate. All of this transpired solely because of Starfall Peak. A glimmer danced in Li Fufeng's eyes. She is certainly not the fool Lu Tianxing, who would carelessly offend an unassuming Peak Master. How many dark horses have emerged in the realm of cultivation in recent years? She has a foreboding that the individuals from Qingyang Peak will undoubtedly overturn everyone's perceptions, leaving them utterly astonished. And she, too, shall rise with the tide. The position of the young sect master will certainly not fall into Lu Tianxing's hands. Li Fufeng departed with grand ambitions, yet today, Qingyang Peak was destined for unrest. After her departure, the sect master of Qingyang followed closely behind, arriving fashionably late. The sect master, whom they had never seen before, now displayed an extreme amiability, his gaze towards Wang Yin burning with intensity. However, as a sect master, he possessed both composure and grace. After casting a few more glances at Wang Yin, he shifted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. I have come to deliver the rewards of the sect's grand competition to the victors. The sect master of Qingyang smiled, producing 3 storage bags. His demeanor was exceptionally gracious as he presented the bags to the 3 disciples of Qingyang Peak, without uttering a single unnecessary word. The 3 fine disciples cultivated by Peak Master Lin truly bring honor to our Qingyang Sword Sect. Lin Xian was equally pleased, exchanging compliments with him. To date, he had not faced any malice from the sect, aside from Lu Tianqing's arrogant demeanor, which attests to the sect master's capable governance. After a brief exchange of praise, the sect master excused himself, as though his visit was merely to bestow rewards, a task anyone could undertake. He said little, and Lin Xian refrained from pressing further. Master. After the sect master departed, Su Lianqing eagerly presented the contents of the storage bag to Lin Xian. Her demeanor was exceedingly sincere, her eyes brimming with warmth and respect. I have not disgraced your teachings. I successfully secured first place in the sect's grand competition. I wish to dedicate this reward to you, Master. I hope you will not disdain it. The elixir she offered was the long-anticipated reward for the competition, the 6th grade Xianlong pill. This time, the sect had indeed made a considerable investment by bestowing such a precious pill upon its disciple as a reward. Lin Xian accepted the elixir without hesitation and inquired, "What do you desire in return?" Simultaneously, he rummaged through the storage bag, pondering what he could offer Su Lianqing, yet she promptly declined. She gently shook her head, a hint of shame crossing her face as she said, "The disciple needs nothing. It is said that the master bears the burden, and the disciple must repay the labor. I have already caused you much worry, and the Xianlong pill is a gift for you, Master. If I were to seek further rewards, it would be rather ungrateful of me." She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with determination, her resolve unwavering. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Su Lianqing, his disciple, was indeed to his liking, grateful and deserving of the investments he had made in her. However, his intent in rewarding her was not merely for the sake of recognition. The essence of it lay in reciprocity. The Xianlong pill was a gift from Su Lianqing. Yet gifting it again would not trigger any reward. Lin Xian pondered briefly before extracting the 5th grade elixir contained within the jade box. Before Su Lianqing could refuse, Lin Xian stated, "This 5th grade elixir serves no purpose for me. You will inevitably venture out into the world, so it would be wise to keep it for protection. This is not a reward, but a reflection of my concern as your mentor." Having just received the elixir from Li Fufeng, he had barely warmed it in his hands before passing it on, yet Lin Xian felt no regret. Upon receiving it with profound gratitude, Su Lianqing immediately triggered a return. Ding. Investment returns the Spirit Restoration Elixir, X1 8 patterns. The Spirit Restoration Elixir, an ancient elixir of the 7th grade, is a premium concoction capable of aiding one in the reconstruction of their physical form. Though of great value, the 7th grade elixir was of no use to Lin Xian, and he cast it into his storage ring. After instructing Su Lianqing to summon Wang Yin, Lin Xian wasted no time in producing the Xianlong pill. The single-pattern Xianlong pill was an absolute treasure, which Lin Xian generously bestowed upon Wang Yin to encourage his continued efforts. In Wang Yin's grateful gaze, Lin Xian triggered the return of the Xianlong pill. Ding. Investment in the Xianlong pill returns the 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Pill, X1. The 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Pill, an exceedingly rare ancient elixir, yields no immediate effects upon consumption, yet it possesses the potential to awaken a unique constitution known as the 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Body. Though the 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Body is merely a 3rd-grade destiny, it far surpasses that of Nangong Yaoyue throughout the entire Xian domain. This elixir was perfectly suited for Wang Yin, especially since it bore the character Yin in its name, signifying a connection to him. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Xian's mind as he once again retrieved the 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Pill to present to Wang Yin. "What is this?" Wang Yin inquired, peering into the porcelain vial containing the unfamiliar elixir, perplexed. "This is the 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Pill. Upon ingestion, it will awaken a special spirit body, a reward from your master for your commendable performance in the recent sect competition. A special spirit body." Despite being aware of his mentor's generosity towards him and his peers, Wang Yin nearly forgot to breathe, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. It is well known that a special spirit body signifies extraordinary talent. To receive such a gift was beyond his comprehension. Master, Wang Yin was so elated that he scarcely knew how to express himself. His face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Lin Xian. Thank you, Master, for your nurturing. I pledge to traverse fire and water for you in the future, without hesitation, to repay your grace in my rebirth. Though not as gifted as Su Lianqing, who possessed exceptional innate talent, Wang Yan's honesty and loyalty made him a reliable disciple. Lin Xian waved his hand, urging him to return and consume the elixir to transform his constitution. Wang Yan's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. At present, none of Lin Xian's 3 disciples could be deemed worthless. Each possessed a destiny above the orange grade, rendering them unparalleled within the entire Xin domain. Without even mentioning Su Lianqing's 9th grade Golden Icewind True Blood or Wang Yan's imminent awakening of the 3rd grade 9 Nether Mysterious Flame Body. Even Chu Yoming's 9th grade Orange Water Mysterious Body was an extraordinarily rare spirit body. Ironically, this meant that Chu Yuming, initially the most talented, had now fallen to the bottom of the hierarchy. One wonders what her thoughts would be if she were to discover this. Chu Yuming found herself unable to discern the changes in Wang Yan's talent, yet despite this uncertainty, she could not summon joy. Since the grand competition, even though she had secured the 2nd prize, her spirits remained low, and she was perpetually despondent. Others might revel in the glory of 2nd place, but her aspirations were solely for the 1st, for only the 1st would grant her access to the Qingyang secret realm. How could she possibly feel elated? Although the rewards were substantial, they held no significance for her. Furrowing her delicate brows, she sat at the table, quietly consumed by her despondency, feeling increasingly resentful. When Yunli, the celestial sovereign, awakened, the sight that greeted her was one of gloom. Disciple, her gentle call pulled the contemplative Chu Yuming back to reality. Initially, she felt a flicker of joy, but this quickly faded as bitter thoughts clouded her expression. What troubles my disciple? The ethereal voice, imbued with a light-heartedness, accompanied a pure white figure that gracefully manifested beside Chu Yuming. This woman appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a slender figure and a serene countenance. Upon closer inspection, she was even more exquisite than Chu Yuming, who was already a rare beauty. This soul form was breathtakingly enchanting, akin to a celestial fairy. She was none other than the celestial sovereign residing within Chu Yuming, also her revered master. Finally, after the conclusion of the sect's grand competition, she had awakened. The first thing Yunli did upon regaining consciousness was to perform a brief calculation, her face displaying a hint of bewilderment. Have I truly slumbered for such an extended period? Disciple, has the grand competition concluded? Did you secure the 1st place? Chapter 35. The shock of Yunli Tianzun. What is meant to come will always arrive. Chu Yuming, feeling a tinge of guilt, averted her gaze and lowered her head in despair, shaking it gently. She felt she had disappointed her master, lamenting her inability to secure 1st place in the grand competition. Oh? Yunli Tianzun was taken aback, not expecting such a response. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed her eyes, yet upon seeing Chu Yuming's remorseful demeanor, she ultimately exhaled softly without uttering any words of reproach. It matters not. I understand you have done your utmost. Do not be too harsh on yourself. However, if not you, then who could possibly claim the 1st position? Yunli Tianzun's curiosity was genuinely piqued. She was well aware of the so-called geniuses of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the 2 holy sons and daughters lacked the prowess to pose a threat to her disciple. She was acutely aware of her disciple's talents. In this sect competition, there should be no one capable of rivaling her. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuming's face flushed with embarrassment. The 1st is senior sister Su Lianqing. Now it was Yunli Tianzun's turn to be astonished. Su Lianqing? Senior sister? She was well aware of her disciple's pride and was taken aback that she could sincerely refer to anyone as senior sister. This Su Lianqing, could it truly be the one she knew? But was not that Su Lianqing merely a small fry at the 9th level of body refinement? How could she possibly interfere with her disciple's victory? And to claim 1st place, no less. How could this be? Yunli Tianzun was perplexed. It must be noted that the difference between the 9th level of body refinement and the 4th level of the Earth profound realm was not merely a few minor realms, but several significant ones. To triumph through sheer strength would be akin to reaching for the stars. No, it could even be said to be utterly impossible. Moreover, she knew her own disciple well, having learned many of her techniques. It was inconceivable that even a mere Qingyang Sword Sect disciple, let alone a top-tier prodigy within the same realm in the Xin domain, could not pose a challenge. The defeat at the Qingyang Sword Sect's competition was thus rendered even more unbelievable. Chu Yuming, aware of how unfathomable her second-place finish was, sighed in resignation and began to explain. Master, the situation is as follows. After a brief moment, Chu Yuming's expression of bitter amusement deepened as she recounted the entire sequence of events from the Qingyang Sword Sect competition. Only after hearing Chu Yuming's explanation did Yun Li Tianzun finally grasp the situation, and the ensuing shock nearly caused her to lose her composure. Imperial-level cultivation technique. The depth of Yun Li Tianzun's astonishment was unparalleled. The cultivation technique bestowed upon her disciple by the master of Starfall Peak. Was it an imperial-level technique? This, one must understand that even at the height of her powers, in her prime, and possessing the strength of a Tianzun, she had never wielded an imperial-level technique. Such techniques were typically found only within the illustrious imperial palaces and holy lands, far beyond the reach of a mere Tianzun. Despite her current status, seemingly just a step away from the imperial realm, the chasm between the two was known only to her. Though having reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm, in the presence of an emperor-level powerhouse, one is no different from an insignificant ant. As one progresses, the chasm between each major realm becomes increasingly terrifying. For countless years, there have been but a handful of emperors. And these beings are either the leaders of great sects or the sovereigns of sacred lands, each a formidable force in their own right. The rarity of emperor-level techniques, on par with emperor-tier warriors, is evident. How astonishing it is that the unassuming master of a humble sect, like the Qingyang Sword Sect, possesses an emperor-level technique, even imparting it to disciples. It is worth noting that even within supreme sects, emperor-level techniques are exceedingly precious, reserved only for the most core members to cultivate. Who, then, is Lin Xian? Unbeknownst to the venerable Yun Li, the Qingdi scripture is not merely emperor-level, but rather saint-level. However, the version in Chu Yuming's possession is merely the first layer of the Qingdi scripture. The scripture comprises 7 layers, the first 3 are emperor-level, while the fourth and beyond is into saint-level. Yuming, take me to meet your esteemed master. On another note, shortly after sending Wang Yin away to cultivate, Lin Xian was approached by a young woman with a troubled expression. This fair maiden was none other than Chu Yuming, Lin Xian's nominal disciple. Her appearance did not surprise Lin Xian. He glanced at the virtual frame above her head, fully aware of her status. Name, Chu Yuming. Age, 17. Realm, Earth. Profound 4th level identity, disciple of Starfall Peak destiny. Ethereal water. Profound body, orange. Grade 8. Recent events, discouraged due to the awakening of her venerable level soul, having failed to secure first place in the sect's grand competition. Master. As she stepped into the hall, Chu Yuming slowly spoke, realizing that she had only called him master once or twice in the past few months. Unlike Su Lianxin and Wang Yan, she had not only been inconspicuous, but had also intentionally distanced herself from everything related to Starfall Peak. She believed that she would not remain at Starfall Peak, or even in the Qingyang Sword Sect, for long, deeming it unnecessary to forge significant connections with those here. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she confronted her own arrogance. Though she had taken Lin Xian as her master, she had never genuinely regarded him as such. A mere disaster realm warrior, not even at the king realm. What right did he have for her to call him master? In her heart, the only true powerhouse had always been the venerable Yun Li, the soul within her, whom she acknowledged as her master. Yet, she now realized she had been gravely mistaken. Especially after perusing the Qingdi scripture, Chu Yuming profoundly understood that her seemingly unremarkable master was far from what he appeared. The Qingdi scripture. Not only should it not exist in the Qingyang Sword Sect, but indeed, not in the entirety of the Xin domain. Even her master, the venerable Yun Li, would be astonished by its existence. Lin Xian gazed calmly at the awkwardly speaking Chu Yuming, perceiving her innermost thoughts with clarity. This realization came about through Su Lianxin's prompting, leading me to revisit the Qingdi scripture, which has resulted in your allegiance to me. Whether or not this allegiance holds significance is trivial. What truly matters is, your address of me as master feels exceedingly forced. Very well, since you are unaccustomed to it. Simply refer to me as Peak Master. I fear that should you repeatedly use the term master, the true master residing within you might grow displeased. Without reservation, and leaving no veil of modesty, Lin Xian boldly unveiled the deepest secret that Chu Yuming had concealed. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Yuming, who had been bowing her head, suddenly lifted it in disbelief, her pupils constricting and her complexion paling unnaturally. Terror etched upon her features as she gazed at Lin Xian. Within her, a true master? Lin Xian, you know. He is aware that a soul of the celestial realm lies hidden within her. How could this be? The fear swelling within Chu Yuming reached a crescendo, and had she not possessed sufficient composure, she might have instinctively fled. After all, her master had once explicitly stated that even at the level of a sovereign, as long as she wished to remain hidden, the opponent would not necessarily perceive her existence. What on earth is happening with Lin Xian before me? Not only was Chu Yuming taken aback, but even the celestial venerable Yun Li found herself similarly startled. She almost believed that she had not concealed herself well, only to dismiss that thought, gazing in horror at Lin Xian's composed countenance. How could he possibly be aware of her existence? Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Even without witnessing the expression of the celestial venerable Yun Li, it was evident how profoundly startled this master and disciple pair were. Lin Xian offered a gentle smile, attempting to soothe their apprehension. Chu Yuming, however, struggled to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to ask with difficulty, Master, has Peak Master known all along? Naturally, Lin Xian replied with ease. Though I am unaware of your intentions, I perceive no malice in you, nor do you pose any threat to me, so I shall let matters unfold as they will. Ultimately, who is not utilizing one another? Lin Xian too was leveraging her, harnessing her innate talents to aid his own cultivation. Of course, Lin Xian had also provided compensation. The initial level of the Qing scripture served as such. Regrettably, Chu Yuming had lacked the patience to examine it thoroughly in the past, which led her to only now recognize the profundity of the Qing scripture. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yuming could not help but take a deep breath. Master. Oh, Master, it seems your existence has long been known to Peak Master. A wave of inexplicable shame washed over her. How foolish they had been to believe that within the modest confines of the Qingyang Sword Sect, no one could influence them, and that no one could uncover their secret. It was, in fact, their own arrogance that had blinded them. Observing the myriad expressions of Chu Yuming, Lin Xian leisurely added, Since I have granted it to you, I shall not take it back. You may cultivate the Qing scripture, but should you wish to access the subsequent sections, you must genuinely acknowledge me as your master. Though, of course, this hinges upon the consent of your other master. The latter parts of the Qing scripture would not be bestowed lightly by Lin Xian. The first 3 levels were merely of the emperor grade, but beyond the 4th level, the Qing scripture transcended to the holy grade. Unless absolute loyalty was assured, Lin Xian would not grant such knowledge. Having referred to herself several times, the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan let out a soft sigh within Chu Yuming's body, understanding that Lin Xian sought her acknowledgement. With a graceful movement, she emerged from Chu Yuming's form, gliding elegantly into the grand hall of Qingyang Peak, where she performed a respectful greeting towards Lin Xian. Yunli pays her respects, dear friend. I have not introduced myself until now, and I hope for your understanding regarding my concealment. She was aware that, upon Lin Xian's revelation, both she and her disciple had fallen from grace. Yet at this juncture, she had no alternative. Now, she could only muster the courage to inquire whether Lin, her companion on this path, might extend a hand of assistance. The resplendent fairy who stepped forth from Chu Yuming offered a slight nod to Lin Xian, her expression serene and amiable. She was indeed Yunli Tianzuan, a sole entity of the esteemed realm, and the true master whom Chu Yuming had long hidden. This was Lin Xian's first genuine encounter with the revered soul. She appeared less ethereal than he had envisioned, yet undeniably captivating. Her demeanor was devoid of arrogance as she addressed him as a friend, placing herself on equal footing with Lin Xian, showing no signs of presumption. Despite her former status as a Tianzuan, faced with the enigmatic Lin Xian, the present circumstances rendered her unable to maintain any semblance of superiority. Are you the master of Yuming? Neither Lin Xian nor Yunli Tianzuan exhibited any inclination towards conflict. Their meeting was remarkably harmonious. However, one curiosity lingered in Lin Xian's mind. Though you are a sole entity, you were once a Tianzuan. Why do you remain concealed in this modest Qingyang Sword Sect of the Tangxing Empire? Even if it is due to Chu Yuming's burgeoning strength, could you not lead her to a greater sect in the Xian domain for superior cultivation? Upon hearing this, a hint of bittersweet amusement appeared on Yunli Tianzuan's face as she slowly shook her head. You see through me, dear friend. The reason for my actions is linked to an item within the Qingyang secret realm. She did not shy away from revealing her intent. The Qingyang secret realm of the Qingyang Sword Sect can only be accessed by its members, and within lies a treasure that could aid me in reconstructing my physical form. However, as you can see, her expression grew somber. I am indeed not from the Qian domain. I hail from beyond its borders. Unfortunately, I was betrayed by my disciple and fell victim to the machinations of several rivals, leading to my demise and the loss of my corporeal body. As she spoke, a bittersweet smile graced her lips as she looked at Lin Xian. It seems that we share a similar fate. Yunli Tianzuan's words evoked a sense of sympathy in Lin Xian, reminding him of Nangong Yaowei, who had forsaken Qingyang Peak. He regarded the regal Tianzuan before him with a sigh. Indeed, she was a figure deserving of compassion. His plight was merely one of betrayal. Whereas Yunli Tianzuan had endured far greater tragedy. After losing her physical form, she had narrowly escaped with her soul, wandering the Qian domain until she encountered Yu Ming. Drawn by her talent, recognizing their destined bond, she finally took her as a disciple after a series of trials. Yu Ming, having been mentioned, straightened her back with determination. Gazing at her translucent master, worry etched upon her brow. Master, has her spirit become even more tenuous? The celestial master Yun Li remained oblivious to her disciple's concerns, calmly and helplessly recounting the tale of her journey thus far. Later, I sensed that within the Qingyang Sword Sect, there existed an object that could aid me in reconstructing my physical form. Thus, I allowed Yu Ming to temporarily join this place, intending to secure that treasure before deciding on the next course of action. I had anticipated a smooth endeavor, but unexpectedly. With a sigh, Celestial Master Yun Li expressed her lament. Over the years, her dedication to nurturing Chu Yu Ming had been nothing short of fervent. Although she harbored plans for her resurrection, she genuinely regarded Chu Yu Ming as her beloved disciple, imparting all her knowledge. However, fate took a different turn. Chu Yu Ming was cut down by a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere, rendering her unable to enter the Qingyang secret realm and acquire that object. And her yearning for rebirth transformed into a distant dream. Yet, as Yun Li thought of Su Lianxin, her gaze shifted, and she lowered her graceful swan-like neck, pleading mournfully, "Lin, my friend, I have an unreasonable request. If you would be so kind as to assist me in retrieving the treasure within the Qingyang secret realm that can reconstruct my physical form, I am willing to offer a corresponding reward. After my rebirth, I shall guard your path for a century." A protector of the celestial master level is indeed a rare gem. Not only would the Qingyang Sword Sect struggle to find one, but even the Tangqing Empire or the Qian domain would be hard-pressed to produce a single individual of such caliber. A celestial master as protection for a century is a testament to my sincerity. Yun Li was well aware of the generosity of her offer, and after speaking, she gazed expectantly at Lin Xian, yearning for the response she wished to hear. Under the hopeful gazes of Chu Yu Ming and Yun Li, Lin Xian slowly shook his head. In an instant, both Yun Li and Chu Yu Ming were engulfed in disappointment, their expressions revealing bitterness. Yet they could hardly blame Lin Xian. It was evident that a fleeting promise would not compel another to risk their safety. The treasure required for physical reconstruction was not easily obtained. Just as their hopes dwindled, Lin Xian spoke again. "I cannot assist you in retrieving that object, but if it is merely the reconstruction of your physical form you seek, I possess alternative methods." Upon hearing this, Yun Li's heart trembled, disbelief flooding her gaze as she looked at Lin Xian. Did he truly understand the gravity of his words? Even if she were to acquire the treasure within the Qingyang secret realm, it was uncertain whether she could resurrect. That treasure was but one of the necessary components in her arduous journey to reconstruction, a process that would demand decades, if not centuries, of dedication to once again walk the path of cultivation. Yet, Lin Xian claimed what? That it was merely a simple matter of reconstruction? How absurd. No wonder Yun Li's initial reaction was one of disbelief. After all, the difficulty of reconstructing one's physical form was no trivial challenge. It was a matter of life and death. Not only did it require several supreme treasures, but it also necessitated the intervention of an emperor-level powerhouse. The costs to summon such a being were indeed unfathomable. However, the fleeting thought of doubt quickly dissipated as Yun Li recalled Lin Xian's enigmatic nature. He was, after all, someone capable of presenting emperor-level techniques. Though it is not the realm of emperors, it possesses an air of profound mystery. Perhaps he truly has a way to assist me? Do you genuinely possess a solution? Lin Xian refrained from elucidating his words and instead produced the Source Rejuvenation Pill. This pill, known as the Source Rejuvenation Pill, is a pinnacle-grade 7th-tier elixir that aids in the reconstruction of the physical form, even consumable by spiritual entities, allowing one to once again traverse the mortal realm. The delicate, exquisite pill rested within Lin Xian's palm, emanating a potent wave of spiritual energy. In that brief moment of its manifestation, Even the celestial sovereign Yun Li sensed the extraordinary nature of this elixir. Although it is merely 7th tier, its spiritual fluctuations surpassed those of certain 8th tier pills. However, the source rejuvenation pill? She had never before encountered such a creation. Yet in the next instant, celestial sovereign Yun Li's attention was drawn to the distinct patterns adorning the pill. Chapter 36. The News of Nangong Yaoyue, the 8-pattern spirit pill. Hiss. Even the esteemed Yun Li, with her vast experiences, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. 8 intricate patterns. Was she truly not mistaken? Such an item should not exist in the Xian domain. No wonder this pill exuded a force far surpassing that of certain 8th grade pills. After all, it was an 8-pattern spirit pill. What does this signify? Even at her pinnacle, she had never encountered such a marvel. 7th grade pills were trivial to her, yet 8 patterns. While a proficient alchemist might create a few patterns on lower grade pills, the higher the grade, the more challenging it became to produce such intricate designs. Otherwise, would the mere presence of a single pattern on the 6th grade Xianlong pill from the Qingyang Sword Sect astonish so many? And this pill, a high-tier 7th grade with 8 patterns. Could it possibly be forged by the alchemy emperor himself? No. The thought flickered in her mind for just a moment before Yun Li swiftly dismissed it. Even the alchemy emperor might struggle to craft a 7th grade pill with 8 patterns, wouldn't he? She had initially believed she had overestimated Lin Xian, only to realize she had underestimated him instead. Who was he, truly? An imperial grade technique, an 8-pattern 7th grade pill. Such prowess was not something an ordinary peak master could possess. Yun Li was rendered speechless by her astonishment, while Lin Xian merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to the pill in his hand. I can offer you this pill, he stated, observing the flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. However, the terms must be adjusted. A century is too brief. Let it be 500 years of protection. This demand was not unreasonable, was it? Lin Xian's proposition was made with careful consideration. 500 years, while not excessively long for a celestial master, was certainly a considerable request for Yun Li, given that a typical celestial master's lifespan barely exceeded a few thousand years. Yet for her, this was not a trivial favor. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be reborn and reshape her very body, if she were to gather the materials necessary for reconstructing her body on her own. The challenges would be immense, not to mention the time it would take to collect the various treasures of heaven and earth. Enlisting the aid of an imperial-level expert was no simple task. Such beings had transcended the ordinary realm, shrouded in mystery, relentlessly pursuing the great Tao, their whereabouts nearly undetectable. Without a significant bond or karmic ties, finding one was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, let alone persuading them to assist in reshaping a body, thereby incurring karmic consequences. All these formidable obstacles had been smoothed over by Lin Xian, presenting her with a singular pill, round and inviting, before Yun Li. This 7th grade 8-pattern spirit pill, with its multitude of intricate patterns, promised to fulfill its intended effects, as Lin Xian had assured her, potentially enabling her to reconstruct a flawless body. Yun Li could not suppress her fervent imaginings. Should the reconstruction succeed, she would undoubtedly surpass her former self during her prime. Even the path ahead could become far less treacherous, and perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope for her to attain the status of emperor in the future. All of this could be achieved simply by swallowing a single pill, should she embark on the arduous quest to gather those extraordinary treasures herself. Even if fortune favored her and she managed to summon a formidable sovereign of the imperial realm to successfully reconstruct her corporeal form, it would merely result in an ordinary vessel, one that could only rival that of a mortal. Not only would she need to commence her cultivation anew, but she would also have to devise means to harmonize and elevate her innate talents, even if she were to attain the pinnacle of her former glory. The passage of years required for such an endeavor remains uncertain. Were it not for Lin Xian, the esteemed Yun Li Tianzuan would not have pondered these matters so deeply. The act of resurrection and the reconstruction of one's body is an audacious defiance of fate, and encountering numerous obstacles along the way is entirely to be expected. Yet, before her lies a path that reaches the heavens, why then should she tread upon the treacherous and muddy trail? After but a fleeting moment of contemplation, Yun Li Tianzuan nodded decisively. Very well, I shall commit to 500 years of guardianship. For 500 years post-reconstruction, I shall stand by your side, with heaven and earth as witnesses and my inner demons as my oath. 500 years is no trifling span, yet in comparison to the rebirth of her corporeal form, every moment becomes worthwhile. At that juncture, Yun Li Tianzuan found herself reflecting on whether 500 years might be excessively long. oblivious to the fact that in the near future, she would not only cease to consider 500 years lengthy, but would come to feel that such a duration was far too brief. Let alone 500 years, she might very well come to regret not having set a pact for a millennium. Or even for 10,000 years. As Yunli Tianzuan swore her vow, Lin Xian readily presented her with the coveted source-refining elixir. Gazing at the potent pill radiating immense spiritual energy in her hand, a tumultuous wave of emotion surged within Yunli Tianzuan. The tide of hope crashed upon her heart. A yearning named vengeance. The grudge of betrayal weighed heavily upon her mind, one she dared not forget for a moment. Having lost her physical form and been forced into a desperate flight to the Xin domain, she could never erase from her memory the identity of the one who had wrought such a fate upon her. Thank you, my friend Lin. Yunli Tianzuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her lips curling upward as she gazed at the elixir. She had long declared that one day she would personally address that treacherous disciple. That very disciple had likely ascended to the position of the master of the Cloud Sea Palace by now, with grand ambitions and deceptions aplenty. With the cunning of that treacherous disciple, the people of the Cloud Sea Palace might believe their unexpected demise was merely fate. Unaware of the expression that would grace that disciple's face upon discovering her survival in the future, amidst her surging emotions, Yunli Tianzuan's gaze toward Lin Xian grew increasingly sincere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian turned his attention to the adjacent Chu Yuming. Chu Yuming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet with Yunli Tianzuan having secured the opportunity for rebirth, her revered master could finally live once more. A sense of relief washed over her, and she regarded Lin Xian with newfound warmth. Master! The exclamation rang out, clear and melodious, prompting a slight nod from Lin Xian, tinged with playful banter. This call resonated with far more sweetness than before. Indeed, it was delightful. He chuckled softly, holding no grudge against Chu Yuming. She was exceptionally gifted. Having never received any protection from the meteorite peak, and it was evident from their occasional interactions that Yunli Tianzuan genuinely cherished Chu Yuming, imparting her wisdom freely. Were Chu Yuming to betray her master outright, Lin Xian would not deign to accept her. A disciple devoid of gratitude, regardless of innate talent, is destined to merely become a shadow of Nangong Yaoyue. The Starfall Peak has no need for those with treacherous hearts. Lin Xian's playful teasing caused Chu Yuming's cheeks to flush. Her face puffed in playful indignation as she turned towards the esteemed Yunli, revealing a rare display of girlish charm. The address of master was a heartfelt call, one that received a tacit acknowledgement from Yunli. No, it was not merely an acknowledgement, it was a gesture of consent. In Yunli's eyes, what harm is there in having two masters? Chu Yuming's exceptional talent rivals the top prodigies of the Xin domain. She is currently her only beloved disciple, and Yunli does not wish for her to miss such an opportunity. Lin Xian is shrouded in mystery, and she cannot uncover the true origins of his being. Should they miss this chance, not only would Chu Yuming regret it, but she herself would also lament it for eternity. After all, 500 years is but a fleeting moment. A debt of gratitude for saving a life is worth 5 centuries. After briefly soothing her beloved disciple, Yunli turned her gaze to Lin Xian, proactively bidding farewell. Friend Lin, the matter of safeguarding shall be expedited. I will retreat with Yuming to absorb the medicinal essence, and upon completion, I shall promptly come to assist you, with no second thoughts. Lin Xian nodded slightly, watching the master and disciple depart. The process of reconstructing his physical form would require some time. Given Yun Li's level of cultivation, it wouldn't be overly brief. Thus it is best to commence without delay. Once they departed, Lin Xian casually fiddled with his storage bag, a contemplative look passing through his eyes. To date, he still possessed over 10 million spirit stones, not an insignificant sum, yet not excessively abundant, at the very least. It was sufficient for him to procure a 6th-tier royal spirit sword. A 5th-tier spirit sword would be somewhat inadequate for his current needs. Lin Xian eagerly sought a 6th-tier spirit sword to serve as the foundation for his immortal slaying sword array. At that point, the array's might would undergo a transformative leap. Perhaps even the monarch could be vanquished. Just as Lin Xian was assessing the timing for the auction yet to be finalized, Su Lianqin hurriedly arrived, carried by the winds. What is the matter? Inside the hall, Su Lianqin sought an audience but appeared hesitant, stammering, unable to articulate a complete thought even after several breaths. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, offering full reassurance to his most favored disciple. What has transpired? Speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation. After a moment's further indecision, Su Lianqin finally opened her lips, her voice trembling. Master, I have received some news. Would you care to listen? It concerns Nangong Yaoyue. Nangong Yaoyue. This name seemed almost a relic of a bygone era. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he slightly raised his hand and inquired as usual. What has happened to her? He had long since released the bond of their master-disciple relationship. Thus, upon hearing of Nangong Yaowei again, he felt no emotional upheaval. Nor could he be compelled to worry for her. Such sentiments were impossible. Su Lianxin observed Lin Xian's demeanor, relieved when she saw his indifference. Clearing her throat, she stated plainly. A few days ago, Nangong Yaowei defeated several top talents from the Hidden Dragon rankings, forcefully entering the top 10, creating an undefeated legend through her own strength. This matter has recently stirred a tempest in the Xin domain, with numerous individuals establishing arenas to wager on how far Nangong Yaowei can progress. Is that so? Quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian merely smiled, as if he had encountered an inconsequential tidbit. In truth, he was unconcerned. No matter how formidable Nangong Yaowei may be, she is not his disciple. Furthermore, Lin Xian harbored no belief that his own disciples would be inferior. Observing his master's tranquil demeanor, Su Lianxin closed her mouth, refraining from further comment. Yet, within her heart, she secretly took note, vowing softly, "It is merely the potential dragon ranking. Rest assured, master. I shall decisively trample Nangong Yaowei beneath my feet, making her rue the day she betrayed our Starfall Peak. And she will deeply regret betraying you." In Su Lianxin's eyes, a hidden flame flickered, potent enough to scorch the very dome of the Xin domain. She understood that Lin Xian had dismissed the matter of Nangong Yaowei's betrayal. But her master's magnanimity was not a trivial reason to forgive a traitor lightly. Over the years, she had witnessed her master's decline, etched it in her heart. Anyone who dared to harm her master was her enemy. While her master bore no grudge, she did. She was determined to ensure that Nangong Yaowei would regret her actions for a lifetime, personally apologizing before her master. Although the news of Nangong Yaowei brought by Su Lianxin did not disturb Lin Xian's composure, it did lead him to temporarily set aside his plans for the auction. Before he could resume, he received an urgent summons from the Lord of Qingyang Sect. Such summons were reserved for matters of great importance. Once invoked, they signified an urgent crisis, though not necessarily a threat to the sect. They were seldom issued. Upon receiving the urgent summons, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The Lord of Qingyang not only requested his presence, but also insisted he bring Wang Yan. The brief message conveyed little. Yet it was evident that something significant had transpired. Bringing Wang Yan along, Lin Xian pondered, ultimately rising and taking Wang Yan toward the main hall. As they approached the hall, Lin Xian sensed a heavy atmosphere, far more serious than usual. Upon entering, he beheld the upper echelons of the sect, including various peak masters. The Lord of Qingyang, and even a venerable elder with a head of white hair, exuding a formidable aura, the Elder Xianjian. The most powerful figure of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Typically elusive, Elder Xianjian was present today, indicating the gravity of the situation. The solemn expressions of those gathered further confirmed this. As Lin Xian and Wang Yan stepped into the main hall, they instantly garnered the attention of all present. The gazes directed toward them were a tapestry of emotions: accusation, inquiry, disdain, hatred, mockery, and derision, a complex array of sentiments. Unlike Lin Xian, who maintained his composure, Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback, his complexion paling, before he belatedly swallowed hard, a vague suspicion surfacing in his mind. Without granting the master and disciple a moment to speak, a thunderous voice erupted beside Wang Yan's ear. "Wang Yan, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Let me ask you, did you not slay the young master of Lingyu sect? Your audacity knows no bounds. What punishment do you deserve?" As soon as the conversation commenced, it was filled with inquiries. Wang Yan's complexion turned ghostly pale, and his eyes betrayed a sense of panic, even without uttering a word. The gravity of the situation was evident. The countenance of the elder of the Qingyang sect darkened ominously, resembling the oppressive clouds that gather before a tempest. He and Qingyang were entirely unaware of the unfolding crisis, particularly him. The elder of the Qingyang sect had long since detached himself from worldly affairs, dedicating his energies to cultivation in pursuit of transcending to the realm of immortals. However, not long ago, he unexpectedly received a missive from an old acquaintance. The message was succinct, consisting of but 2 sentences. "My friend, a formidable presence from the Lingyu sect is advancing towards your sect's mountain gate, arriving imminently. It is said that a disciple within the Qingyang Sword Sect has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect. Is it true? Whether false or genuine?" The Lingyu sect is exceedingly enraged and urges immediate preparations. A disciple has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect? Upon realizing this, the elder of the Qingyang sect was consumed by a profound fury. who possessed such audacity to dare slay even the young master of the Lingyu sect. Although the Lingyu sect did not rank among the top 10 sects of the Morning Light Empire, it was nonetheless a first-rate institution, renowned far and wide. And what of the Qingyang Sword Sect? While it bore the title of one of the top 10 sects in the Qing Empire, how could such a comparison hold any merit? The Morning Light Empire stood as the preeminent among the 7 nations of the Moonlit Realm, while the Qing Empire languished at the bottom. One was a tail of a phoenix, the other a head of a chicken. Is there any basis for comparison? Even if the Lingyu sect was not within the top 10 of the Morning Light Empire, and the Qingyang Sword Sect was one of the 10 in the Qing Empire, the disparity between them was akin to that between a phoenix's tail and a chicken's head. Among the top 10 sects of the Morning Light Empire, even the lowest-ranked sect boasted a 7th-level king as its guardian. The Lingyu sect, being a first-rate sect within the Morning Light Empire, although lacking a 7th-level king, possessed a 5th-level king with complete mastery. As for the Qingyang Sword Sect, its mightiest member was none other than him, the elder of the Xianjin sect, a 4th-level king. Although he could dominate the vast majority of peers within his realm through his sword intent, he was utterly outmatched against a 5th-level existence. Most crucially, this calamity was entirely unwarranted. He was utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. Wang Yin's face was ashen, unable to meet the elder's gaze. Yet he struggled to find words of justification. Before he could utter a sound, Lin Xian interjected calmly. The death of the young master is not the fault of my disciple Wang Yan. Rather, it is he. Enough. The elder of the Xianjin sect interrupted Lin Xian brusquely, his gaze piercing and his tone brooking no dissent, each word heavy with gravitas. At this juncture, right and wrong are of no consequence. What matters is that the young master of the Lingyu sect lies dead, and at the hands of a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The wrath of the Lingyu sect is upon us, and they shall soon arrive at our gates. The consequences, when they come, are unimaginable. He exhaled slowly, striving to quell the rage within him, casting not a glance at Wang Yin as he surveyed the assembly. Today, esteemed elders and peak leaders have gathered here. What course of action do you propose for this situation? Shall we fight or concede? If we fight, is it worth the cost? If we concede, how shall we appease the fury of the Lingyu sect? What complexities do we face in this matter? A voice suddenly interjected, laced with a hint of mockery, resonating loudly to capture the attention of all present. One must bear the consequences of one's own actions. Since Wang Yin has slain the young master of the Lingyu sect, the fault lies squarely with him. Regardless of whether he was aware of the young master's identity prior to the act, the deed remains irrevocable. Thus, it is only fitting that Wang Yin personally seek forgiveness from the Lingyu sect. Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld the healed Lu Tianxing, who smiled lightly, his eyes gleaming with malice and arrogance. Noticing Lin Xian's attention, the smile on Lu Tianxing's lips widened further. How could the folly of one individual implicate an entire sect? Surely, sect leader Lin would not permit us all to be ensnared in a web of complicity for your misdeeds. Chapter 37. I withdraw from the sect. Lu Tianxing's brows were laced with provocation, and as Wang Yin cast a glance in his direction, his resentment intensified. The emergence of Lin Xian and his disciples had disrupted his meticulously laid plans, and he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Lin Xian's rejections and his own 3 defeats in the arena, compounded by the 3rd peak master's deliberate avoidance, had become a source of profound humiliation for him. His animosity towards Lin Xian and Xingyun Peak had reached a boiling point. Now, with a rare opportunity to strike back, he would not let it slip away easily. Following Lu Tianxing, several elders voiced their opinions, most of whom aligned with the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was correct. Why should the sect bear the burden for Wang Yan's actions alone? Surrendering Wang Yan to quell the anger of Lingyu sect was a simple solution. To rally the entire sect against Lingyu sect for the sake of one individual was grossly unfair and unjust to the other disciples. The sect leader ought to make plans early. The peak masters of Lu Tianxing's faction were all in agreement, their words further darkening Wang Yan's expression. However, after a moment of hesitation, the Xianyang sect leader furrowed his brow, whispering a single sentence in the ear of the old ancestor of Xianjian. This Wang Yan is no ordinary disciple. He is the young man I mentioned earlier, who shone brilliantly in the sect's grand competition and comprehended the essence of sword intent. The old ancestor of Xianjin paused, casting a profound glance at Wang Yan. To grasp sword intent at such a tender age is a mark of extraordinary genius. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly surpass him and become a pillar of Qingyang Sword Sect in the future. Yet, Lingyu sect. Before the old ancestor could articulate his thoughts, A woman standing opposite Lu Tianqing stepped forward, seething with fury. Lu Tianqing, how can you utter such words? What is your true intention? Li Fufeng's chest heaved, her fair visage tinged with a flush of indignation. Clenching her teeth, she shot an angry glare at Lu Tianqing before turning her gaze towards the Qingyang sect leader. This matter is in no way Wang Yan's fault. In the course of external training, how can one expect to avoid casualties? The sword knows no mercy. It is merely a reflection of that Lingyu sect's young master's incompetence. If we surrender Wang Yan, how will the outside world perceive Qingyang Sword Sect? Who would dare to join us in the future? They might even mock our sect, claiming we lack the capacity to protect a single disciple. Such actions would only dishearten our followers. Her words rang with conviction, unwavering as she disregarded Lu Tianqing's changing expression. Li Fufeng declared emphatically, I propose we fight to the death against Lingyu sect. Though Lingyu sect is formidable, Qingyang Sword Sect is not without the strength to engage them, and moreover, Lingyu sect is a force of the Morning Dawn Empire. Should war break out, the royal family would not remain indifferent. Li Fufeng's conviction was palpable, her gaze sincere and resolute. It was not merely because Lin Xian stood by her side that she chose to speak out in support. Even if the one at fault were an ordinary disciple today, she would still rise to defend them. Her convictions were unwavering. One might label her foolish. Yet she steadfastly believed that if a sect could not protect its own disciples, what purpose did its existence serve? Even ordinary disciples should not be surrendered simply because another sect demanded them. However, Li Fufeng lowered her gaze slightly, acutely aware of the surrounding silence. A chill settling in her heart. Despite having articulated her stance so clearly, no one stepped forward to support her. In that moment, she suddenly grasped the reality of the sect, and the position of vice leader she had long desired began to lose its significance, even becoming somewhat repulsive to her. Navi. Before long, a voice abruptly pierced the stillness of the hall, but it was not the response Li Fufeng had anticipated. The peak leader who stepped forward to reproach her wore a look of thinly veiled anger and could not help but mock her. The saintess had likely been ensconced in her lofty position for too long, unaware of the struggles of the mortal realm and the difficulties of managing the sect. What contributions had Wang Yan ever made for the sect? For his sake, countless lives would be sacrificed. Foolish. Navi. His reprimands echoed through the hall, nearly drowning out all other voices. Even so, some peak leaders and elders who aligned with the saintess remained silent, unwilling to rise in solidarity with Li Fufeng against their common adversary. Clearly, for the majority, this matter was of no concern to them. If it did not pertain to them, they could easily turn a blind eye. Was it necessary to risk the entire sect's existence for a single disciple? Even if that disciple possessed extraordinary talent, what of it? How many prodigies existed in this world? Yet only those who survived could truly be called geniuses. Countless gifted individuals had fallen before they could rise. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with him for failing to recognize the gravity of his actions, for slaying those he should not have. Ultimately, they believed that Lingyu sect was too powerful. Should war break out, Qingyang Sword Sect stood no chance. To rely on the intervention of the Qing royal family? That was sheer folly. Upon reflecting on this, many peak leaders and elders could no longer contain themselves and began to speak. Your Highness, we do not wish to pay the price for another's mistakes. Indeed, if one sought death, they should step forward themselves, without dragging innocent parties into the fray. One should bear the consequences of their own actions. The Saint's son speaks truly. In that moment, the hall was filled with fervent debate, emotions rising and falling. Yet as Li Fufeng listened to these words, her heart grew colder and heavier. A bitterly ironic smile crossed her lips. Was this truly the sect she had longed for? Suddenly, amidst the clamor, the revered elder Xuanjin's voice rang out, commanding silence from all. His authority was such that none dared to defy him. In an instant, the hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Li Fufeng could not help but feel a flicker of hope. What were the elders' thoughts? Since there were differing opinions, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of surrendering Wang Yan, please step forward. With a sharp sound, all eyes turned. Lu Tianqing, unfazed, stepped forward first, disregarding the central figure in the hall, his stance unmistakable. Immediately following were the masters of the 2nd and 9th peaks. The majority of the peak leaders swiftly positioned themselves behind Lu Tianqing, including some who belonged to the Holy Maiden faction. The light in Li Fufeng's eyes extinguished. These masters, unwilling to meet Li Fufeng's gaze, felt no remorse for their actions. Why should they? Even if they were allied with Li Fufeng, they found themselves more in agreement with Lu Tianqing's perspective on this matter. To surrender a disciple and quell a disturbance was a deal too advantageous to refuse. After all, it was Wang Yan who initiated the conflict. handing him over a line perfectly with reason. The outcome was already evident. Observing all of this, along with the peak leaders who dared not face her, Li Fufeng felt utterly disheartened. She had never anticipated that the sect she had devoted herself to for so many years, a sect for which she had sacrificed everything, would exhibit such heartlessness. Did they not realize that today they could abandon a Wang Yin, and tomorrow they could easily forsake them as well? No, it was not that they were oblivious, rather. They believed that this fire would not scorch them. Li Fufeng scoffed. How laughable it was that she once fought tooth and nail against Lu Tianxing for the position of sect master, only to find it utterly ridiculous in hindsight. Just then, a clear voice suddenly shattered the silence within the hall. There is no need for further trouble. I, Lin Xian, see the unyielding faces of this assembly, and my eyes gleam with cold light. This farce must come to an end. There is no need for a vote. I, Lin Xian, along with my disciple, hereby withdraw from the Qingyang Sword Sect. From this day forth, our fate shall be separate and unrelated. Chapter 38. The Doomed Ones with a single, resolute statement. Lin Xian turned his back and departed without a glance. Wang Yin followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. He opened his mouth, yearning to articulate his thoughts. Yet before the words could escape, Lin Xian silenced him. What purpose would further words serve? If they bore no fruit, they were better left unspoken. A flicker of guilt shone in Wang Yan's eyes as he reluctantly closed his mouth. He wished to avoid burdening his master with his own troubles. However, in Lin Xian's perspective, to blame his disciple for an unfounded accusation, even to forsake him, was unconscionable. What fault lay with Wang Yan? Moreover, what was a Mirlingu sect to fear? The Qingyang Sword Sect might tremble, but Lin Xian had never quaked in the slightest. Initially, Lin Xian had intended to represent the Qingyang Sword Sect at the Seven Nations competition, striving for an admirable standing. Yet now, it seemed unnecessary. Neither master nor disciple looked back. They felt no pang of nostalgia for the heartless sect. As they departed, Lu Tianxing observed their retreating figures, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He opened his mouth, wishing to voice his thoughts, but was halted by the elder of the Qingyang Sword. The elder shook his head slightly. Let them go. They were no longer entwined with the Qingyang Sword Sect. In his eyes, Lin Xian had embarked on an irrevocable path, for the sake of a disciple. No matter how gifted, what did it matter? Both Wang Yin and Lin Xian had become marked for doom. Thus, there was little worth contesting. Without the Qingyang Sword Sect, they were but ants easily crushed by the Lingyu sect, pitifully unaware of who had once provided them the audacity to challenge it. Departing from the Qingyang Sword Sect might just awaken their senses, preventing them from living foolishly in their final moments. Though Lu Tianxing felt a twinge of resentment, he bowed to the elder's silent command and retreated into silence. Unbeknownst to them, they ought to be grateful that they had not forcibly retained Lin Xian and his disciple. Otherwise, a graceful figure brushed past him, moving in the opposite direction to stand before the elder of the Qingyang Sword, directly in front of Lu Tianxing. Li Fufeng, expressing her gratitude for the sect's nurturing over the years, sought the understanding of the sect leader and elder. Declaring her intention to leave with Lin Xian and his companions, her decision astonished all present. For a moment, they were left speechless. She offered a courteous bow to the sect leader of Xianyang, glanced back at the master of Xianyu Peak with mild reluctance, smiled lightly, and then, after another bow to the elder, turned resolutely to pursue Lin Xian. The ideals of the sect diverged too greatly from her own aspirations. She was unwilling to compromise her integrity, let alone become the lesser sect master of Qingyang Sword Sect, assimilated and lost within such a sect. Li Fufeng understood that she was not a person of great significance, her words often falling on deaf ears. However, speaking or remaining silent, acting or abstaining, were entirely different matters. She refused to conspire with the corrupt, and such a sect was one she would not endure. Seeing Li Fufeng storm out in indignation, the master of Xianyu Peak furrowed her brow slightly and opened her mouth to call after her. Li Fufeng heard his voice, her figure stiffened momentarily. Before she could utter a word, the master of Qingwei approached helplessly, blocking her path. The fairy of Qingwei gazed at Li Fufeng with concern, her delicate willow brows knitting together. Fufeng, must it truly be this way? Do not act on a moment's impulse. However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Fufeng resolutely interrupted her. She shook her head. Master of Qingwei, master of Xianyu, I am grateful for your unwavering support over the years, but my mind is set, and there is no need for further persuasion. I shall take my leave. And I wish you both well. There was no hint of reluctance in Li Fufeng's eyes, only a gentle sense of release. She bowed to the masters of Xianyu and Qingwei before stepping away once more, observing Li Fufeng's ethereal figure receding into the distance. The Grand Elder of Xianjian wore a grim expression, mirrored by the Master of Xianyang. The departure of Wang Yin and Lin Xian was somewhat bearable, yet Li Fufeng. No matter how one viewed it, she was the holy maiden of the sect, and her departure was undeniably a blow to morale. Very well, let her go. The Grand Elder of Xianjian slowly narrowed his eyes, and once Li Fufeng had vanished from sight, he abruptly turned to the others in the hall, posing a sudden inquiry. Apart from the few of us, is there anyone else wishing to depart? If you choose to leave now, I shall allow it without conflict. After a brief pause, no one stirred or responded. The master of Qingwei lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet ultimately, she chose silence. Unlike Li Fufeng, who was young and impetuous, able to depart with a mere flick of her hand, she herself felt bound by circumstances, with reasons that prevented her from leaving. Fufeng. The master of Qingwei felt a profound sense of loss, as if she had lost something significant. In that moment, the one most pleased was undoubtedly Lu Tianqing. With the despised Qingyun peak dismantled, he reveled in the unfolding events. The prodigious talent Wang Yin had been expelled from the sect, and it was likely that Su Lianxin and Chu Yuming would also depart alongside Lin Xian. Even Li Fufeng, who had always opposed him, was now gone. The position of young master, once just out of his reach, was now destined for him. How utterly delightful! A joyous expression illuminated Lu Tianqing's face, and it took him some time to suppress the genuine elation swelling within him. Only the master of Xianyang sighed sincerely. Wang Yin possessed exceptional talent. What a pity. There is nothing to lament, the Grand Elder of Xinjian replied curtly. Old things must pass for new ones to arise. My Qingyang Sword Sect possesses sufficient resolve to endure loss. Moreover, a genius must survive to be deemed a genius. If they perish, it is merely a regret. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of Xinjian paused slightly, retrieving several items that caught the attention of the gathered crowd. A hint of self-satisfaction flickered across his expression. These are treasures I acquired some time ago in the Burning Heaven secret realm. It is but a loss of a few disciples, it matters not. As he spoke, the Grand Elder revealed a jade-white porcelain vial, showcasing it prominently. What is this? In an instant, the collective breath of the crowd was suspended as they beheld the treasures held by the venerable Xianjian ancestor, nearly succumbing to the euphoria that threatened to cloud their judgment. Such an abundance of treasures. Indeed, the Xianjian ancestor had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities within the Burning Heaven secret realm. Figures such as Wang Yin and Li Fufeng were momentarily cast aside from their thoughts, their gazes lingering with unquenchable desire for the gifts bestowed by the ancestor. Among them was Lu Tianqing, who shared this fervent yearning. To his astonishment, the Xianjian ancestor turned his gaze toward him. Tianqing, take good care of these 2 elixirs. The porcelain vial fell into Lu Tianqing's hands, and before he could ponder the nature of the elixirs, the ancestor spoke with measured calmness. These are 2 dragon soul pills, each bearing a unique pattern. Refine them diligently. The ancestor eagerly anticipates your growth. Dragon soul pills. Lu Tianqing nearly faltered, almost dropping the porcelain vial. Upon regaining his composure, he glanced at the vial in his grasp, his eyes brimming with astonishment and elation. Dragon soul pills. These were exceedingly rare treasures capable of enhancing one's innate abilities and significantly augmenting one's strength. Grade 7 elixirs. To have acquired such a precious Grade 7 elixir so effortlessly was beyond his wildest dreams. Lu Tianqing could hardly believe his fortune, yet exhilaration coursed through him, nearly provoking an outburst of laughter. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, he quickly steadied his demeanor, bowing his head to mask his expression, and clasped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, Tianqing shall not disappoint the ancestor's expectations. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Li Fufeng, had she not departed. He might not have encountered such an opportunity. He could hardly wait to see the regret etched on Li Fufeng's face upon learning of this. Surely, she would be filled with such remorse that it would render her inconsolable. Chapter 39. Today, we shall flatten the Lingyu sect. The fervent gazes of the crowd within the sect converged upon Lu Tianqing's hand. This was indeed a 7th-grade elixir, adorned with a single medicinal pattern, an object that would entice even a sovereign. The Xianjian ancestor had acquired such a treasure, and the fact that he possessed 2 was nothing short of fortuitous. At this moment, the thoughts of the other peak masters coincided with Lu Tianqing's own. How great would the regret be for the saintess if she were to discover this? The Xianjian ancestor's imposing gaze swept through the hall, and when it settled upon Lu Tianqing, a subtle ripple of emotion flickered in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Originally, these two elixirs were intended for you and Fu Feng. His words trailed off, yet all present comprehended the implication. Blame could only lie with Li Fu Feng for lacking fortune. The expression of the Xianyue peak master darkened further. Her heart filled with regret as she silently cursed herself for not having spoken more, urging Li Fu Feng to stay. Unperturbed by the thoughts of the peak masters, the Xianjin ancestor gazed calmly into Lu Tianqing's eyes, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a tranquil, ancient well, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of one's soul. These two elixirs possess the potential to transform your innate talent. Our Qingyang Sword Sect shall rely on you in the future. His words ignited a surge of joy within Lu Tianqing. Indeed, he found it nearly impossible to contain his elation. With Li Fu Feng and Wang Yin gone, his talents would multiply, and the endorsement from the Xianjin ancestor essentially confirmed his position as the future vice master. From this moment forth, no one could usurp his standing. How could he not be thrilled? However, I have one stipulation. The Xianjin ancestor's tone shifted, a keen glint appearing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Tianqing. In the forthcoming Moonlit Seven Kingdoms Grand Competition, I expect you to secure a position within the top 100. The rewards for this competition are extraordinary, and as the holy son of our Qingyang Sword Sect, it is only fitting for you to shine and achieve a commendable rank. Can you accomplish this? The proclamation elicited a stir throughout the hall. Achieving a rank within the top 100 in the Seven Kingdoms Grand Competition is akin to scaling the heavens. Since the establishment of the sect, the Qingyang Sword Sect had participated in this competition numerous times, yet no genius had ever managed to break into the top 100. The best result recorded was merely in the 200s. Were it not for the exceptional luck in acquiring 2 dragon soul elixirs within the Burning Heaven secret realm, the Xianjin ancestor would not even have dared to entertain such thoughts. Even the imperial family of the Tangqing Empire, or the foremost disciples of the top 3 sects within it, would not confidently assert their ability to secure a position in the top 100. Historically, these coveted spots have been monopolized by the prodigies of the Qinci Empire and the Qingyang Empire. For the lesser empires, including the Tangqing Empire, attempting to claim a share from their hands is fraught with challenges, making it exceedingly difficult to attain even a single slot. Yet, should the Qingyang Sword Sect manage to secure a position within the top 100 in the Seven Kingdoms Grand Competition and emerge as a dark horse, it would undoubtedly shine brightly, bringing renown to the sect and compensating for the loss of talents such as Li Fu Feng. Moreover, the departure of Li Fu Feng may not be a misfortune. Rather, it has proved advantageous for Lu Tianqing, as he no longer needs to share the Dragon Soul Pill with Li Fu Feng. By consuming the Dragon Soul Pill alone, and given his already exceptional innate talent, he is certain to surpass Wang Yin and Su Lianqing. Contemplating this, the elder Xianjin felt a subtle regret dissipate within him. It was only recently that he had managed to unlock the dilapidated storage ring acquired in the Burning Heaven secret realm, obtaining 2 7th-grade Dragon Soul Pills, which inadvertently caused him to miss the sect competition, having only heard about it from sect master Xianyang. Initially, he had intended to focus on nurturing Wang Yan, but unforeseen events had transpired. Upon receiving the elder Xuanjin's instructions, Lu Tianqing displayed no hesitation, bowing respectfully. Rest assured, elder, I shall not disappoint you. Nor shall I waste these 2 Dragon Soul Pills. The top 100 is far from my limit. Had this been the former him, perhaps he would have lacked confidence. But from this moment forward, he would be an entirely different person. Observing Lu Tianqing's ambitious demeanor and unwavering confidence, Elder Xianjin nodded, a sense of expectation blossoming within him. The top 100 in the 7 Nations competition. This time, the Qingyang Sword Sect would undoubtedly outshine the various sects of the Tangqing Empire. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had returned to the Starfall Peak, closely followed by the anxious and apprehensive Wang Yin. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Su Lianqing rushed forward, and coincidentally, Qi Yuming was by her side, both glistening with perspiration and retaining a lingering combat fervor, clearly having engaged in sparring before Lin Xian's return. Master, you have returned. Lin Xian regarded his 3 disciples and thoughtfully declared, from this day forth, I shall sever ties with the Qingyang Sword Sect. Before he could finish his statement, Su Lianqing hurriedly interjected, wherever Master goes, I shall follow. Qi Yuming echoed her sentiments. Master, my intentions for coming to the Qingyang Sword Sect were never pure. I harbor no attachment to it. Wherever you go, I shall naturally accompany you. Lin Xian did not divulge his reasons, and they did not inquire further, showing no concern. Once they had exited the confines of the Qingyang Sword Sect, Lin Xian adjusted his pace and spoke slowly, although I am parting ways with the Qingyang Sword Sect. I will still participate in the Seven Nations competition. My goal for you in this competition is to secure a position in the top 3. Just the top 3. He believed in his disciples. With the blood of the Ice Phoenix, the profound water body, and the 9 Netherflame body, along with the Qing Emperor scripture he bestowed upon them, if they could not secure a mere top 3 in the 7 nations, how could they contend with the prodigies of the Xian domain? We shall not disappoint, Master. The 3 responded in unison. Lin Xian, too, intended to be transparent. Offering a brief explanation for his departure from the Qingyang Sword Sect, he refrained from embellishing the truth, calmly elucidating the reasons for leaving, yet even so, it ignited the ire of Su Lianqing and Chu Yuming. They were ashamed to associate with such individuals. Master, where shall we go next? To participate in the 7 Nations competition, we must belong to a sect that has a quota for participation. Solitary cultivators cannot compete. This was precisely the concern Lin Xian had contemplated. They currently find themselves without a guiding faction, and naturally, there are no available slots. However, to join a sect at random may not guarantee one will not become a second Qingyang Sword Sect. Relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to placing trust in oneself. Why not consider establishing a sect of one's own? Why must one always join another's sect? Yet, the creation of a sect is not a trivial endeavor. Are you contemplating the search for a suitable location? At this juncture, the celestial venerable Yunli gracefully emerged from within the ethereal form of Chu Yuming. Her gaze now imbued with a gentle light, contrasting the impatience that had previously marked her demeanor, as a hint of a smile graced her lips. The vexing dilemma of reconstructing her corporeal form had been resolved, and all that remained was to find a secure place to assimilate the medicinal energy. Thus reclaiming her own body, the shadows that had loomed over her heart dissipated, and she no longer concealed her presence. During this period, she had become well acquainted with all the disciples under Lin Xian's tutelage, and would often personally instruct them. Thus, Su Lianqing and Wang Yin were not taken aback by the sudden appearance of the soul entity. Upon her manifestation, the celestial venerable Yun Li proceeded directly to the matter at hand. If you find yourself without a destination for the time being, why not consider the Zhonglu Empire? I once established a faction there, though I am uncertain if it still exists after all these years. You could temporarily settle there and then plan your next steps. The suggestion put forth by Yun Li was indeed commendable, and Lin Xian nodded slightly in agreement. With no immediate destination, he needed a few slots for his participation in the 7 Nations competition. Contemplating this, Lin Xian conveyed his thoughts to his disciples. He intended to establish his own faction, named the Sword Pavilion, but it would not easily accept disciples. Only those of extraordinary talent would be permitted entry. This was not a matter of arrogance, rather. Lin Xian had considered this decision with clarity in his heart. He would designate the first 3 levels of the Qing scripture as the primary cultivation method for the Sword Pavilion, available for the disciples to comprehend and practice. In the future, should he encounter more profound and formidable cultivation techniques, he would contemplate incorporating the 4th and 5th levels of the Qing scripture into the curriculum. It is noteworthy that the 4th and 5th levels are already of a saintly caliber. If others were to learn of Lin Xian's intentions, they would likely be incredulous, their eyes widening in disbelief. The Qing scripture, despite being limited to its first 3 levels, serves as a primary cultivation method of imperial rank. Such extravagance is indeed rare. Even some titans of the mysterious realms would hesitate to entertain such thoughts, irrespective of their resolve. It remains uncertain whether they possess any imperial-level cultivation techniques themselves. Lin Xian's aspirations were straightforward. He sought to establish a sect that would not be an ordinary one. He envisioned the Sword Pavilion as a transcendent force. He did not desire disciples spread across the world, but aimed for the name of the Sword Pavilion to evoke fear and trepidation in those who heard it. The disciples within the sect need not be numerous, but each must be a paragon of unparalleled talent, capable of dominating their respective realms. However, reflecting on the words of Yun Li, Lin Xian found himself in contemplation. The 7 nations of Yingwei include the Morning Light Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, the Great Jin Empire, the Lingzhen Empire, the Silver Frost Empire, the Tangqing Empire, and the Zhonglu Empire. The force she once established within the Zhonglu Empire is indeed unexpected. As the Zhonglu Empire ranks lower among the 7 kingdoms, weaker than the Tangqing Empire, sitting at the very bottom. Thus, let us proceed to the Zhonglu Empire. He turned to his disciples and instructed, "You all shall wait for me in the Zhonglu Empire. I must make a trip to the Qinci Empire to attend to certain matters." Upon hearing that Lin Xian would personally journey to the Qinci Empire, Wang Yin felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly inquired, "Master, your purpose for going to the Qinci Empire is?" For a moment, He hesitated to continue. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips, and a glint of frost flickered in his eyes. Isn't Lingyu sect seeking us? There is no need for unnecessary complications. I shall deliver myself to their doorstep. Though he spoke with a smile, anyone could discern the chilling undertones and deeper implications in his words. I shall be back shortly. You will accompany Yunli Tianzuan for now. Farewell, Canglu. Yes. Watching Lin Xian depart, Wang Yin and the others were deeply moved, especially Wang Yin, who felt immense gratitude. Their master was venturing to the Lingyu sect for his sake. They were confident that since Lin Xian dared to go, he possessed unwavering assurance. They held boundless trust in their master and had no reason to doubt him. Thus, they declared, farewell, Canglu. Days later, at the gates of the Qinxi Empire's Lingyu sect. Nestled amidst towering mountains, the Lingyu sect is renowned for its superior spiritual veins. 8 small floating peaks surrounding the main peak, where the air is thick with ethereal energy, almost tangible, shrouded in white mist. And the ground is blanketed with an abundance of spiritual flowers and herbs. Here, the terrain is utilized to its fullest, with layers of formations intertwining to contain the sect's spiritual energy and protect the mountain gates and numerous peaks, with intricate prohibitions preventing any outsiders from prying. In comparison, the Qingyang Sword Sect pales in insignificance. A mere glance reveals the stark contrast, with the drab Qingyang Sword Sect appearing defeated from the outset, let alone the disparity in the prowess of their respective experts. Here, one could sense the presence of at least 20 king-level powerhouses traversing the sect, safeguarding the mountains. While the Qingyang Sword Sect could boast only half that number, it is no wonder that the Qingyang Sword Sect would consider surrendering at the first hint of a crisis from the Lingyu sect. Though not a top-tier sect and not ranked among the top 10 of the Qinxi Empire, it is still vastly superior to the Qingyang Sword Sect. Countless disciples and elders bustle in and out of the sect, undertaking tasks and returning, some bearing slain spiritual beasts or injuries, swiftly receiving prompt and appropriate care. Even the disciples guarding the mountain gates exude vigor. However, the tranquility outside the sect does not extend to the Lingyu sect's main hall. The sect leader, having only one son over the years, has indulged him greatly, believing that others would fear the reputation of the Lingyu sect. Even in the event of conflict with his only son, he thought the sect would provide protection, ensuring no significant danger would arise. Yet, unexpectedly, after just one outing, his sole son never returned. How could he not be furious? How could he maintain composure? The uncontrollable rage of the Lingyu sect leader surged forth, spiritual energy swirling chaotically around him, with a murderous intent etched upon his brow. Calm your wrath, sect leader. Elder Li and his companions have already set off for the Qingyang Sword Sect to retrieve the individual responsible. Upon their return to the sect, they shall ensure that the wretched creature shall find no solace in life, nor in death. The higher-ups of the sect have gathered within the hall, seeking to console the lord of the Lingyu sect. The elder speaking bears a visage etched with sorrow. After all, the young lord was one he had personally nurtured. How could he simply let this transgression go unpunished? The Lingyu sect's master, his gaze icy and menacing, forced through clenched teeth. Whoever dares to slay my son shall face 1,000 torturous deaths, their essence cast into the serpent's lair to be refined into elixirs. All to guard my son's grave and appease his spirit in the afterlife. As his words lingered in the air, his countenance suddenly shifted. A terrifying aura surged forth, sudden and overwhelming, sweeping across the entire expanse of the Lingyu sect's mountains, brazen and unabashed, revealing the malign intent of the intruder. Countless disciples found themselves gasping for breath, their jaws clenched as they gazed upwards, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, the rage of the Lingyu sect's master seemed to find an outlet. He surged forward, bursting from the grand hall and arriving at the main entrance. Tilting his head to the heavens, there, he beheld a solitary figure clad in white, a sword cultivator standing aloof, perched beyond the protective barrier of the sect, gazing down upon the entirety of the Lingyu sect like a deity surveying its dominion. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Lingyu sect felt his fury boil over, and he bellowed fiercely, "Who dares to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Lingyu sect?" The figure suspended in the air was none other than Lin Xian. He cast a dispassionate glance at the agitated master of the Lingyu sect, disregarding him entirely, and concentrated his spiritual energy within his throat, allowing his voice to resonate throughout the expanse of the Lingyu sect. All ordinary disciples vacate the Lingyu sect within the span of an incense stick's burn. Should you remain beyond that time, you shall meet your demise. Today, I shall raze the Lingyu sect to the ground. Chapter 40. A sword shatters the formation. The disciples of the Lingyu sect, while resolutely resisting the oppressive force, peered through the protective array at the white-clad sword immortal outside. Fortunately, the protective formation shielded them from a portion of the spiritual pressure. Otherwise, most would have been brought to their knees, unable to rise. How bold this individual is. Daring to provoke our Lingyu sect single-handedly. Fear not, Junior Liu, for the sect master and the elders are present. This person cannot stir up significant trouble. Such a formidable sword intent. Alas, we are fortunate to have the protective formation. The disciples, amidst their struggles, engaged in light-hearted banter. While the higher-ups of the Lingyu sect were incensed by this audacious act. This is the mountain gate of the Lingyu sect. Their own territory, now brazenly challenged. It is intolerable. The anger of the high-ranking members surged, their hair standing on end, their faces contorted in fury. Whether elders or ancients, all were present within the sect. And yet someone dared to exert pressure upon their gate. This was a blatant provocation. If they did not respond with force, others might think the Lingyu sect was without defenders. In a collective surge of anger, several beams of golden light erupted simultaneously, hurtling toward the mountain gate. Who dares to act so recklessly at my Lingyu sect? A daring fool, seeking death. The elders of the Qing realm soared forth, releasing their terrifying pressure as they charged toward the white-clad sword immortal. Hearing the shouts and curses from within the Lingyu sect, the white-clad sword immortal, Lin Xian, remained expressionless. He unsheathed his sword and unleashed a devastating strike against the mountain gate before him, showing no mercy. At that moment, a fourfold sword intent erupted. A terrifying force that swept through all in its path, rushing forward with the might of 1,000 horses, crashing into the Lingyu sect's mountain gate. The myriad lights of the sword converged, forming a colossal spiritual sword in Lin Xian's hand, aimed at the protective array that had functioned peacefully for over a century. Delivering a furious cleave, this strike was unstoppable. Like a mountain collapsing under its own weight, countless disciples of the Lingyu sect witnessed this apocalyptic scene, rendered speechless and motionless. Their eyes wide and mouths agape. The spectacle of this sword was enough to shatter the hearts of thousands of Lingyu disciples, its dazzling impact overwhelming. While the fourfold sword intent contained within the colossal spiritual sword left them in a daze, some weaker disciples, unable to withstand the gaze of the sword intent, suffered grievous injuries and coughed up blood. Impudent, daring to strike at the protective array of my Lingyu sect. The Qing realm elders, far surpassing the disciples in strength, were both shocked and furious, their gazes toward the white-clad sword immortal filled with a desire to tear him apart. Such audacity was a slap in the face to them all. Without hesitation, they prepared to retaliate. Did he intend to wage war against their sect? This provocation. It seemed he sought an end to their peace. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire Lingyu sect, filled with anger, shock, and awe, the colossal spiritual sword descended directly upon the protective array. Crack, crack, before the incredulous gaze of the elders of the sect, the protective array of the Lingyu sect shattered. Countless fissures, akin to a spider's web on the brink of collapse, swiftly spread above the heads of the disciples, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds, until it ultimately disintegrated into a cascade of shimmering fragments. The shock was palpable. Countless disciples and elders stood frozen in astonishment. How could the proud protective array of the Lingyu sect be so easily breached? Moreover, it was shattered by a single sword strike. Who could this formidable individual be? His strength was utterly terrifying. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot forth. It was the long-awaited sect master of the Lingyu sect. The agony of losing a son had already left him heartbroken. And now he was faced with the humiliation of being trampled upon by an adversary right at the doorstep of his sect. Yet, this person's overwhelming strength left him aware that, without even engaging in combat, merely sensing the oppressive sword intent lingering in the air, he knew he was no match for the intruder. Not only him, but even the ancestors would surely be outclassed. With this thought, the sect master nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face ashen, as he struggled to suppress his fury, feeling utterly humiliated. The grief of losing a son, the disgrace of his sect. Did this person even regard him as human? He stifled his indignation and called out to the sword immortal in white. Esteemed senior, my Lingyu sect bears you no grudge. Why must you humiliate my mountain gate in such a manner? He felt a deep sense of frustration and even grievance. He did not recognize this powerful figure, having never crossed paths with him, so why had such a vendetta against his sect arisen? Unexpectedly, the white-clad sword immortal did not acknowledge him, but instead laughed. Indeed, when one is far superior, they begin to expound on reason. Amusing. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, observing the Lingyu sect master's face, which was a mask of restraint. No grudge or feud. Did you not seek me out for trouble? Now that I have come personally, you claim there is no grudge? His series of rhetorical questions, coupled with a sardonic smile, made it difficult for anyone not to feel irked, and the sect master felt this irritation even more acutely. Trouble the esteemed senior? You jest. How could my Lingyu sect dare? He spoke only half of his thought when a sudden realization flashed through his mind, causing him to halt mid-sentence. He looked up in astonishment at the white-clad sword immortal, his expression shifting through various stages, ultimately settling into one of terror as he contemplated a possibility that rendered his voice hoarse. Senior, might I inquire about your connection to Wang Yin of the Qingyang Sword Sect? Lin Xian replied in a nonchalant tone, he is my disciple. Your Lingyu sect wields considerable authority, yet without inquiry into the reasons or discerning right from wrong, you sought to apprehend him from the Qingyang Sword Sect. Now that I have come in person, what, are you afraid? His tone was laced with mockery, a smile playing on his lips. Yet his eyes revealed nothing but cold disdain. The Lingyu sect master, under the weight of Lin Xian's indifferent gaze, was drenched in a cold sweat. This man was actually the master of Wang Yin? How could this be possible? Previously, he had personally investigated Wang Yin, who was merely an ordinary disciple within the Qingyang Sword Sect. Even the Starfall Peak he belonged to was unremarkable, ranking near the bottom. How could he possibly have a master of such formidable strength? The prowess of this swordsman in white was so exceptional that it seemed inconceivable that even the entire Qing Empire could possess someone of his caliber. The head of the Lingyu sect found himself almost unable to comprehend the situation. His mind was in disarray, and he could hardly focus on the anguish of losing his son. He awkwardly chuckled, stammering as he attempted to extricate himself from the predicament. Senior, you jest. This is all a misunderstanding. How could I dare to ask you for jest? Lin Xian interjected brusquely. Who said anything about jesting? Before he could finish his sentence, another sword strike cut through the air with ruthless determination, leaving the sect leader no opportunity for defense or rebuttal. He was a fiercely protective individual. How could he not safeguard his own disciple? To threaten his disciple was to become his enemy. And Lin Xian had never known mercy towards foes. The sect leader's display of submission stemmed solely from the overwhelming superiority of Lin Xian's strength. Had his own power been sufficient, it was evident that the attitude of the Lingyu sect would have undergone a drastic transformation. It would not be the Lingyu sect facing demise, but rather himself and Wang Yin. To show kindness to one's adversaries is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, Lin Xian offered no words of farewell, his sword descending with the swiftness of thunder, striking downwards relentlessly. No one could have anticipated such brazen audacity. He acted without delay, providing the Lingyu sect no time to react. Senior, please wait. The sect leader's agonizing shout echoed, yet it elicited not a shred of compassion from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was indifferent. The time he allotted had expired, and henceforth, the fate of all within the Lingyu sect lay in the hands of destiny. The sword fell. Chapter 41. Is it reasoning now? Too late. With an oppressive force, a sword was unleashed, and as the leader of the Lingyu sect had anticipated, no one possessed the strength to contend. Under this onslaught, several elders in the Qing realm fell, bloodied on the spot, while the sect leader himself suffered grievous injuries. Losing half an arm, repeatedly spitting blood before collapsing, the once prosperous and thriving Lingyu sect was now a desolate scene. Surveying the surroundings, the entrance of the sect lay in ruins, with countless disciples caught in the aftermath of the sword's energy, fleeing in terror amidst a cacophony of blood and screams. Those who survived knelt in fervent supplication. Forgive us, esteemed one. We acknowledge our wrongs. Please, spare us. This matter does not concern us. The square of the Lingyu sect was in utter disarray. Witnessing this chaos, Lin Xian found it amusing. These individuals truly had not taken their previous words to heart. Did they truly believe he would grant them time to escape? The sect leader, forcing a healing elixir into his mouth, struggled against his pain to rise and lament. Esteemed one, you have slaughtered my Lingyu sect without mercy. Do you not fear the retribution of the Seven Kingdoms? Is there no sense of right and wrong in your heart? He indignantly accused. I indeed harbor resentment towards your disciple for slaying my son. But it was your disciple who struck first. I merely seek justice. Lin Xian could scarcely contain his amusement, yet found the exchange tiresome. When he had sent others to retrieve the culprit, had he ever contemplated his own sense of right and wrong? All that was now uttered was mere nonsense. The so-called reasoning had always been predicated on the strength of one's fist. Those who wielded power defined the truth of the matter. Lin Xian had recognized this long ago. The current leader of the Lingyu sect, having realized he could not match Lin Xian's might, feigned a posture of reasoning. Had Lin Xian's sword lacked its sharpness today, even if he possessed 1,000 justifications, the sect leader would never have afforded him the opportunity to speak. At that moment, the leader, adorned with a guise of feigned sorrow, revealed a glint of cruel delight and excitement in his eyes. Behind Lin Xian, an elderly figure with a childlike visage, gaunt and silent, stealthily extended a hand towards the back of Lin Xian's head. His hand, akin to an eagle's claw, bore a sinister force that approached inch by inch, causing the sect leader to quiver with exhilaration. Elder. The wind stirred silently. No one witnessed Lin Xian's movement. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at a distance. While the elder who had stood behind him, the round head rolled to the feet of the Lingyu sect leader. The old face still etched with the smirk of a successful plot, forever frozen in a visage of terror. Elder. The Lingyu sect leader, stricken with grief, let out a wail, nearly fainting on the spot. That was their sect's ancestor, a being of the fifth realm of kings. How could he have perished so easily? The anguish was unbearable not only for the sect leader, but for the other remaining disciples and elders, who were rendered speechless by shock. This was indeed the ancestral master of their sect, the very source of their confidence. Yet, the result was slain by a single sword? Was this a dream? The ancestral master was beheaded by a sword? Who could it be that whispered this despairing truth in a tone so ethereal, shattering the profound silence that enveloped the scene? Shock. Terror. These emotions descended simultaneously, leaving all disciples bereft of spirit, trembling in fear. Flee, flee. It was someone unknown who uttered that word, igniting the onset of chaos. For every soul that sought to escape, there were 10, 100 more. Countless disciples, disregarding the honor of their sect, only concerned with their lives, fled in panic, their bodies stained with blood as they hurried away. The farther they escaped, the better. Lingyu sect would surely be annihilated today. Many disciples, tears streaming down their faces, cast a lingering glance at their once proud sect, only to behold a desolate ruin. Who could have foreseen that not long ago, the illustrious Lingyu sect, a premier sect of the Dawn Empire, would be laid to waste by a solitary, enigmatic sword cultivator, one man, one sword. Gazing at the figure standing amidst the ruins, many disciples shivered, feeling a bone-chilling dread, hastening their flight. This individual would undoubtedly cast a long shadow over the remainder of their lives, potentially evolving into a profound inner demon. Yet Lin Xian remained utterly indifferent. He paid no heed to the fleeing ordinary disciples. Those marked by his gaze would not escape fate. Senori, the master of Lingyu sect, upon meeting Lin Xian's gaze, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Instinctively, he attempted to utter something, hoping to secure even a fleeting chance at survival. The noise was unbearable. Lin Xian, however, was unwilling to listen to the final ramblings of the doomed. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, its intent sharp, severing the head of the Lingyu sect's master, allowing him to reunite with his ancestral master in the afterlife. Then, the wind ceased, the sword stilled. Many elders breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping their cold sweat. With the instigator dead, surely this harbinger of death would cease his onslaught? Those elders, who had once rallied in solidarity against the master, had forgotten their prior words, incessantly cursing the now-fallen master for bringing such a harbinger of death upon Lingyu sect. Yet, their relief was short-lived. The sword hovering beside Lin Xian moved once more. By the time everyone realized it, it was too late. The explosive brilliance of the sword enveloped Lingyu sect in an instant, ensnaring all who had not escaped this realm in eternal silence. A moment, eternal. As the sword light dissipated, the true visage of Lingyu sect's stronghold was gradually revealed. Those who witnessed it gasped in astonishment. The mountain gate of Lingyu sect was gone. The entire entrance, along with the task hall behind it, the peaks of the outer disciples, everything had vanished. Amidst the suffocating ruins, the most striking figure was that of the white-clad sword immortal. He remained unblemished, casually traversing the debris, drifting away. The white-clad sword immortal moved with an ethereal grace, yet his presence was indelibly etched in the minds of all witnesses. No. One might even say it is an unforgettable scene. A solitary figure, wielding a sword, has subdued a force that is considered a top-tier sect within the Morning Dawn Empire. Amidst the swirling dust and profound silence, someone cautiously swallowed a lump in their throat and tremulously retrieved a communication talisman from their storage pouch. It is I. A momentous revelation, indeed. The Spirit Jade sect of the Morning Dawn Empire has been obliterated, vanished. Who that individual is remains a mystery. All that is known is that he, with but a sword in hand, has flattened the Spirit Jade sect, akin to a sword immortal. Chapter 42. You. From the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? In the borderlands of the Zhonglu Empire, after several days of arduous travel, Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination. This place was a border city named Jinsong City, which, due to its proximity to the Silver Frost Empire and the deteriorating relations between the Zhonglu Empire and the Silver Frost Empire in recent years, was heavily fortified. This city was also the agreed meeting point for him, Yunjing Tianzuan, and several disciples. As soon as Lin Xian made his appearance, Su Lianqing, who was in an inn within the city, sensed his arrival and hurriedly came to greet him, ushering their master into the inn where they had temporarily settled. Upon seeing their master safe and sound, the disciples immediately rose to their feet, their hearts finally at ease. Although they had confidence in Lin Xian, they were still unaware of their master's true capabilities, making their concerns inevitable. As they prepared to journey to the Morning Dawn Empire, their master was to face the challenges armed with only a sword. Moreover, Lingyu sect, despite its reputation, was ultimately a more formidable entity than the Qingyang Sword Sect. Master Wang Yin asked with a hint of trepidation, "What of the Lingyu sect?" "Annihilated," Lin Xian replied, his two words reverberating with a profound impact on his disciples. Wang Yin and Su Lianqing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep astonishment. The simplicity of their master's words seemed to trivialize the monumental event of a sect's destruction. Yet how could the fall of an entire sect be dismissed as insignificant? This was not merely a minor power. It was a sect even stronger than the Qingyang Sword Sect, obliterated by their master. The implications were terrifying. At this moment, the three disciples found themselves pondering a singular question: just how powerful was their master? The Lingyu sect was not only superior to the Qingyang Sword Sect but was also under the protection of a formidable ancestor at the 5th level of the Wang realm, a being even more powerful than the Xianjian ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The 5th level of the Wang realm was a rarity throughout the Tangqing Empire, known only to the royal family and a select few top-tier sections. Amidst their chaotic speculations, the one most profoundly affected was Yunjing Tianzuan, who had yet to successfully reconstruct her physical form. She remained within the body of Chu Qiuming and in recent days had been lucid enough to overhear their conversation. Unlike her younger counterparts, Yunjing Tianzuan had once been at the pinnacle of power, a true Tianzuan. As a formidable being of the Tianzuan realm, she had encountered many prodigies, her vision far surpassing that of these novices. The prodigious talents she had seen were such that any one of them would dominate the realm of Xian, eclipsing even those at the forefront of the Xian list. Yet, despite her elevated perspective, she had never witnessed a phenomenon of such magnitude. How could one at the 2nd level of the Wang realm annihilate a sect guarded by an ancestor at the 5th level? Was this truly a prodigy born within the Xian realm? For that was a first-rate sect. In the illustrious Morning Dawn Empire, it stood as a premier force. Logically speaking, even a being at the 6th level of the Wang realm might struggle to obliterate the Lingyu sect, for the mightiest warriors could indeed dominate. Yet the structure of a sect is never comprised of mere handfuls. The Lingyu sect, aside from its ancestral leader who is at the 5th level of the Wang realm, is also home to several 4th and 3rd level Wang realm masters, with no fewer than 20 formidable individuals throughout the sect. Otherwise, the Lingyu sect could not maintain its esteemed position as a first-rate force in the Morning Dawn Empire, the foremost among the 7 kingdoms. Coupled with the existence of the protective sect formation, the Lingyu sect is indeed as solid as a fortress. Yet, despite such overwhelming strength, the sect was annihilated. How much time did Lin Xian spend to achieve this? Merely a single day? Even the venerable Yun Li, well-versed in the ways of the world, could not help but draw a deep breath. She had encountered many prodigies, yet none had reached the extraordinary level of Lin Xian prior to him. She had never even heard of such talent, let alone witnessed it. Could this truly be a genius born of the Xin domain? It seemed unlikely that the heirs of the supreme imperial palaces or the great sacred lands could rival such a prodigy. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Yunli struggled to quell the tumultuous reflections and chose to manifest herself in the external realm. She offered a graceful bow to Lin Xian and began to address the matter at hand. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your safe return. Regarding our prior conversation, I have recently gathered some insights." The group gathered around the table, listening as Yunli, with a hint of nostalgia on her face, recounted her tale. "Years ago, I established a sect called the Qingyang Sword Palace. By fortunate chance, it still exists to this day. Moreover, after years of development, the Qingyang Sword Palace has ascended to become one of the 7 major sects in the Conglu Empire. Within the sect, there are 3 masters of the Wang realm, with the most formidable being the Deputy Palace Master, Han Yu, who is at the 2nd level of the Wang realm." Wang Yin scratched his head, puzzled. If the Deputy Palace Master is the strongest, then what of the Palace Master? Typically, the most powerful figures in a sect are the Sect Master, the Elder, or the Ancestor. How is it that in the Qingyang Sword Palace, the Deputy Palace Master holds the highest cultivation? Chu Qiuming shot him a glance, speechless. How foolish. The Palace Master is indeed far away, yet closer than one might think. Yun Li smiled wryly. lowering her gaze, warmth flickering in her eyes. From the information she had gathered, it seemed that the authority within the Qingyang Sword Palace rested solely with the Deputy Palace Master, Han Yu. Since the sect's founding, Han Yu had claimed the title of Deputy Palace Master, and no one had ever laid eyes on the Palace Master, nor was there any certainty of their existence. Many had questioned this, but all were silenced by Han Yu. Yet, while others may remain oblivious, Yunli understood well the reason behind Han Yu's self-proclaimed title. That little girl, who would often cry and throw tantrums, had now grown capable of standing on her own. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, filled with fond memories of her old friend. Upon learning that the Qingyang Sword Palace had only Han Yu as its deputy palace master, she realized that time had passed. Yet that girl had never ceased to remember her. Truly, Yunli shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she stood. Let us depart. Lin Daoist has arrived. It is time for us to journey to the Qingyang Sword Palace. She found herself eager to reunite with that little girl after so many years. What expression would she wear upon seeing her? Yunli was filled with anticipation upon mentioning the jade-balanced sword palace. A gentle and resolute warmth shimmered in the eyes of the celestial venerable Yunli, who spoke with a determined tone. I shall be away for a considerable time. With Daoist Lin by my side, I can conveniently consume elixirs to reconstruct my corporeal form. I entrust the journey ahead to you, Daoist Lin. Naturally, Lin Xian responded without hesitation. In the vicinity of the Conglu Empire, near the Xianwei forest, a voice echoed with a chilling finality. Cease your futile struggles, Chen Xiong. Your demise is imminent. The shadows flickered as a group of figures traversed the tranquil forest, their forms darting swiftly amidst the towering mountains. Leading them was a burly man. His bronze skin taut with muscle, his tattered robe stained with blood that trickled down in erratic lines along his beard. Though he gasped for breath, he valiantly pushed forward. His pain suppressed as he quickened his pace. From the fluctuations in his aura, it was evident that this man, at the first level of the Qing realm, was a notable figure in the Conglu Empire. He should not have been in such a dire predicament. Unfortunately, his pursuers were both formidable individuals at the second level of the Qing realm. Despite Chen Xiong's desperate flight, the gap between them narrowed swiftly, and it would not be long before they caught up. As Lin Xian sensed the disturbance ahead, his mind swept across the scene, absorbing everything with an indifferent demeanor. Choosing not to intervene, he had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Suddenly, a disheveled figure darted from the woods, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Xian and his companions. Just as he intended to disregard them and continue his escape, he keenly sensed the aura emanating from Lin Xian. A Qing realm expert, Chen Xiong exclaimed with elation, urgently calling out, Fellow Daoist, please help me. Assist me in escaping my pursuers. And I promise to offer my entire fortune in gratitude. As he spoke, two more robust men emerged behind him, each also possessing Qing realm prowess. They, too, recognized Lin Xian's unexpected presence and, upon discerning his strength, wore expressions of caution and warning. However, Lin Xian merely cast a cursory glance at them, ignoring their pleas for help, and continued onward without the slightest hesitation, undaunted by trouble yet disinterested in inviting conflict. Lin Xian regarded the plight of a first-level Qing realm individual as beneath his concern. As he maintained his pace, a flicker of despair crossed Chen Xiong's face. Overwhelmed by grief and frustration, he felt his injuries worsen and his spiritual energy deplete rapidly. Death awaited him on the path ahead, and he lamented, Is this fate's decree? Why must it be so cruel? The two Qing realm pursuers, relieved by Lin Xian's apparent indifference, closed in on Chen Xiong with cold laughter. Chen Xiong, do not resist. Your demise is unavoidable. Before you perish, let me divulge a truth that is no secret. Those who targeted your jade-balanced sword palace include not only my illusory feather sect, but also the Lingxiao sect. Have you been curious about who stands beside me? Today, allow me to enlighten you. This is Elder Han Guang of the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect? Elder Han? Chen Xiong's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a profound sense of despair in his eyes. The strength of the illusory feather sect was not significantly inferior to that of the jade-balanced sword palace. Had it merely been the illusory feather sect, he would not have succumbed to such hopelessness. However, the addition of the Lingxiao sect, a formidable entity within the top tier of the Conglu Empire, boasting powerful figures at the fourth level of the Qing realm, rendered the jade-balanced sword palace, recently ascended to one of the 7 great sects, utterly insignificant in comparison. He had not anticipated that the individual beside the elder of the illusory feather sect was, in fact, a Qing realm practitioner from the Lingxiao sect. Initially, he had speculated that it might be someone from the Thundercloud Pavilion. No wonder. Qin Xiong's expression grew increasingly somber, his grip on the long sword weakening. As an overwhelming sense of despair and depression threatened to engulf him, how could he possibly escape? What hope remained for him? At that moment, Lin Xian, who was preparing to depart, suddenly halted, turning back to gaze at Qin Xiong with a look of bewilderment. You, hail from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? Chapter 43, Will you not greet the Lord of the Palace? Despair enveloped Qin Xiong as he felt utterly powerless, awaiting the inevitable end of his solitary journey. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Xian came to a halt. Stunned, Qin Xiong had yet to respond when the two pursuers, both at the Qing realm, regarded Lin Xian with cold, fierce gazes, their voices laced with threats. Esteemed friend, this matter concerns only the Lingxiao sect and the Huan Yuman. It is of no concern to you. We kindly ask you to depart swiftly and avoid unnecessary troubles. The warning was unmistakably clear. Their self-identification served as a reminder to Lin Xian that meddling in their affairs could be perilous, urging him to weigh his own capabilities lest he sacrifice his life in vain. Upon hearing this, the two believed Lin Xian would surely retreat. Although the Huan Yuman might be inconsequential, the Lingxiao sect was a prominent force within the Zhonglu Empire, and few dared to interfere in its matters. Yet, Lin Xian paid them no heed, merely lifting his hand to lightly tap the air. Two invisible sword chi erupted from the void, spilling forth blood. The two Qing realm pursuers, boasting their formidable status, had no time to react or defend themselves before they fell lifelessly to the ground. The swift and merciless sword chi was accompanied by Lin Xian's indifferent voice, brimming with authority. Did I permit you to speak? As the words echoed, two bloodied heads rolled away, their lifeless eyes staring vacantly. The two Qing realm cultivators were vanquished without a chance for resistance. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiong stood frozen, overwhelmed by shock. Such strength. The aura emanating from Lin Xian seemed comparable to his own, yet he could annihilate two formidable adversaries in an instant. What extraordinary power was this? And at such a young age? When had the Zhonglu Empire produced such a figure? These were seasoned Qing realm cultivators who had long plagued him, and he had been powerless against them. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. I, Qin Xiong, am willing to offer my entire fortune in gratitude. In a world where strength commanded respect, Lin Xian, despite his youth, was indeed a senior, and Qin Xiong felt a profound sense of gratitude. As he prepared to present his valuables as a token of thanks, Lin Xian raised his hand to refuse him. Are you from the Qingyang Sword Palace? Lin Xian inquired once more. Qin Xiong, realizing the significance, quickly nodded. In response to your esteemed senior, I am Qin Xiong, the second elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace. A flicker of understanding ignited within him. Could it be that this esteemed senior had ties to the Qingyang Sword Palace? If so, he was indeed fortunate to have received assistance. Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone light and cheerful. Precisely. Just as he was about to say more, he sensed a disturbance in the air, prompting an amused smile. Do you know why I saved you? The latter part of the question was directed at Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong responded with a bewildered, Huh? Senior, I humbly request your guidance. Just as his words fell, a sudden expression of joy appeared on Chu Yoming's face, for the master had awakened. A figure clad in white gracefully materialized beside Chu Yoming. No longer in a spectral state but grounded, ethereal as a celestial being, radiating an aura that commanded reverence. Master Yinli had successfully reconstructed her physical form. The elixir had shaped her body, sparing her the arduous process of recultivation, allowing her to be human once more. The essence emanating from Master Yinli was profound and unfathomable, like an abyss. She could not help but feel elated, her gaze towards Lin Xian brimming with gratitude. Before Master Yinli could express her joy at her rebirth, Lin Xian pointed towards Qin Xiong with a hint of playful mockery. Clearly amused, even as an elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace, should one not pay their respects upon encountering the palace master? Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Doppelganger. What a remarkable coincidence! Just as the person from the Qingyang Sword Palace was rescued, the celestial venerable Yunli awakens. Ah, the palace master. Qin Xiong appeared utterly bewildered, gazing in disbelief at celestial venerable Yunli, feeling somewhat dazed. Paying respects was a minor matter. He would not hesitate to bow his head in gratitude, for his very life had been saved by her. Yet, the title of palace master left him perplexed. Since his entry into the sect, he had never laid eyes on the master of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Nor did he dare to inquire about the existence of such a figure from Vice Palace Master Han Wei. Now, suddenly, someone proclaimed to be the palace master? How could he believe such a claim? Beside him, celestial venerable Yunli, having received a whispered explanation from Chu Yuming, began to understand the situation. She had no intention of putting Qingyang in a difficult position. With a gentle smile, she raised her hand and tossed out a jade token. Do you recognize this item? As the token appeared, Qingyang hurriedly caught it, and upon examining its design, his pupils widened in astonishment. He was exceedingly familiar with this token. It resembled the one worn by Vice Palace Master Han Wei, yet this token's patterns were even more exquisite and noble. As he carefully infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, he felt the familiar spiritual patterns and the unique aura of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Leaving no room for doubt, Elder Qingyang of the Qingyang Sword Palace pays respects to the Palace Master. He bowed deeply without hesitation, his heart brimming with excitement. The enchanting celestial before him was indeed the Palace Master, the one whose name he had only ever heard but never seen. He was so overwhelmed that his voice trembled. And before he could formulate a response, he felt an irresistible force gently lifting him, preventing him from kneeling. Astonished, Qingyang looked up to see Celestial Venerable Yunli slowly retracting her delicate hand. She gently shook her head. There is no need to kneel. Please rise and speak. Her gaze fell upon the token in Qingyang's hands, and a warm light of reminiscence flickered in her eyes. Initially, she had never envisioned developing the Qingyang Sword Palace into such a formidable force, nor had she provided Han Wei with substantial guidance, let alone resources. The arduous journey that had led the Qingyang Sword Palace to its current status as one of the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire was a struggle only Han Wei truly understood. At this moment, Qingyang's heart was engulfed in shock. The Palace Master was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but her cultivation. That overwhelming power left him with no thought of resistance. Was she at the 5th level of the Wang realm? Perhaps even higher? Before he could contemplate the implications, he heard Celestial Venerable Yunli's smiling inquiry. Is that little girl Han Wei currently within the sect? Is everything well with the Qingyang Sword Palace? And what of those 2 who pursued you? Speak of it all, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Little girl? Qingyang shivered. Only the Palace Master could dare address that famously frosty beauty in such a manner. He swallowed hard. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Vice Palace Master is currently not within the sect, and the reason those 2 pursued me is quite a lengthy tale. Thus, he hurriedly recounted the events, striving to keep his explanation concise, allowing them to finally grasp the situation. Wealth is a source of peril for humanity, just as sustenance is for birds. Within the 7 kingdoms of the Zhonglu Empire, the Zhonglu sect stands as a lesser power, with only 7 esteemed sections. Among these, the Huanyu sect and the Qingyang Sword Palace are both part of the 7 sects, with the former slightly surpassing the latter in strength. One sect resides in the north, the other in the south, and historically, they have had little interaction, with their disciples rarely clashing. Thus, there exists no enmity between them. However, the allure of riches can stir the hearts of men. Recently, the Burning Heaven Secret Realm was opened, leading to a fierce contest between 2 elder kings from both sects over treasures, resulting in injuries on both sides. Upon exiting the secret realm, each elder held steadfast to their own narrative, with the elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace fortuitously acquiring the coveted treasure. This led to resentment from the Huanyu sect elder, who, upon leaving the secret realm, allied with several other King realm members to pressure the Qingyang Sword Palace into surrendering the treasure. Naturally, the elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace refused, and thus, conflict erupted. Though the Huanyu sect boasted 4 King realm members, the formidable Huanyu fought valiantly, single-handedly contending against both the sect leader and the deputy leader of the Huanyu sect, ultimately prevailing and forcing them to retreat. Despite their unwillingness, the Huanyu sect had no choice but to withdraw in discontent. Yet, this matter did not conclude there. Just a few days prior, the Qingyang Sword Palace received confidential information indicating that the Huanyu sect intended to forge an alliance with the Lei Yun Pavilion, another of the 7 sects, to strike against the Qingyang Sword Palace. The Lei Yun Pavilion, ranked above the Huanyu sect in strength, also surpassed the Qingyang Sword Palace. Should the Lei Yun Pavilion join the fray, the Qingyang Sword Palace would find itself in a precarious situation. Upon learning of this, Hanyu recognized the urgency of the situation and swiftly dispatched Qingyang to seek aid from Songnan City. Songnan has historically maintained a favorable relationship with the Qingyang Sword Palace. Though not one of the 7 sects, it holds a unique position. Within the city resides a single King Realm expert, the City Lord, who has attained the 3rd level of King Realm and possesses formidable strength, making even the 7 sects wary of provoking him. Meanwhile, Hanyu immediately set forth toward the Inchuang Empire, where the Qifeng Valley, a King-level sect, owed a favor to the Qingyang Sword Palace. If she could persuade the Qifeng Valley to offer assistance based on this favor, The Qingyang Sword Palace could withstand the combined forces of the Huanyu sect and the Lei Yun Pavilion. However, to Qin Xiong's dismay, en route to Cangnan, he encountered an ambush by two Qing realm assassins. One was familiar to him, an elder from the Huanyu sect, while the other, though unknown, was a second-level Qing realm expert, far beyond his capabilities. Had it not been for Lin Xian, he would surely have met his demise. Initially, he presumed that the unknown Qing realm assailant was dispatched by the Lei Yun Pavilion, but to his astonishment, it was from the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect. Upon realizing this, Qin Xiong nearly lost his composure. The Lingxiao sect is not to be compared with the Lei Yun Pavilion or the Huanyu sect. It ranks within the top 3 super sects of the Songlu Empire. How could they conspire with the Huanyu sect? Merely to target the Qingyang Sword Palace? In that instant, despair engulfed Qin Xiong. If the Huanyu sect had allied with the Lei Yun Pavilion, the Qingyang Sword Palace might still possess a fighting chance. But with the Lei Yun Pavilion transformed into the Lingxiao sect, what could the Qingyang Sword Palace possibly contend with? Combined, the forces of the Qingyang Sword Palace would not suffice to challenge the might of the Lingxiao sect. If the Lingxiao sect truly allied with the illusory Feather sect, then the so-called plea for assistance from the Qingyang Sword Palace would be utterly futile, devoid of any significance. Even if the Lord of Cangnan City and Qifeng Valley extended their hands in support, it would be of no avail. With a bitter expression, Qin Xiong shook his head and sighed. The Vice Palace Master has already exerted every effort. The Qingyang Sword Palace has mobilized all available forces, yet, how could we possibly contend with the Lingxiao sect? A sense of despair welled up within him. So it is. At this point, Lin Xian and his companions had unraveled the situation and gained a rudimentary understanding of the power dynamics within the Songlu Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian took out a black jade containing a magical doppelganger and tossed it into Qin Xiong's hands, instructing him, "You must go to the illusory Feather sect. Take this black jade with you, and upon arrival, shatter it." Qin Xiong caught the black jade, but upon hearing Lin Xian's words, he stood dazed. Him? Go to the illusory Feather sect? As a mere first-level Wangjing cultivator, would he even return alive? However, lifting his gaze to Lin Xian, Qin Xiong tightened his grip on the black jade and nodded resolutely. "Yes, I shall obey." This man was his savior. And the palace master of the Qingyang Sword Palace stood beside him. It was clear they shared a deep bond and would not wish him harm. Moreover, his very life had been saved by Lin Xian, and he trusted that this senior would not send him on a futile errand. With that, Qin Xiong took the black jade and departed after bowing to the others. Observing his self-sacrificing demeanor, one might mistakenly think he was heading to his demise. Though he did not believe Lin Xian would send him to certain death, uncertainty lingered in his heart. After all, he was going alone to the illusory Feather sect. He hurriedly made his way, finally arriving at the illusory Feather sect stronghold within what he considered the fastest time. Qin Xiong did not conceal his aura, nor did he possess the techniques to do so. Upon his arrival, the formidable members of the illusory Feather sect almost immediately sensed his presence. Who dares to trespass upon the mountain gate of the illusory Feather sect? 3 streaks of light swept through the air, landing before the mountain gate with tremendous force. No, not 3, but 4. Following the 3 oars of Wangjing, another streak of light shot forth, landing behind the sect master and vice master of the illusory Feather sect. However, he did not don the sect's attire, nor bore its insignia. In total, there were 4, all of Wangjing caliber. A chill ran through Qin Xiong's heart. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his fear and confusion. For Wangjing cultivators, had it not been for Lin Xian's instructions, he would never have dared to approach recklessly alone. If faced with a united front of 4 Wangjing warriors, he would have no chance of escape. However, among these 4, only 3 belonged to the illusory Feather sect. Who was the unfamiliar Wangjing? The Lingxiao sect? They had previously dispatched a Wangjing cultivator to assassinate him, who had unfortunately met a tragic end at Lin Xian's hands. Could it be that they were sending 2 Wangjing cultivators to assist the illusory Feather sect against the Qingyang Sword Palace? With a slow exhale, Qin Xiang steeled himself. He thought to himself, whatever the case, the palace master and senior Lin would not wish me harm. The 4 formidable kings of the Phantom Feather sect emerged in unison, their overwhelming strength poised to crush. One of the kings stepped forward slowly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Qin Xiang, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk. "Qin Xiang, you are still alive? Truly, you are fortunate." This man was none other than the sect leader of the Phantom Feather sect. A consummate figure at the 2nd level of the King realm, his foundation was robust, standing on par with the celestial maiden of Cold Moon. Although he was not as powerful as she, the sharp aura emanating from him sent shivers down Qingyang's spine. He suppressed the unease within. What is the matter? My survival disappoints you? With a disdainful scoff, the sect leader regarded Qingyang with the contempt one might reserve for a dead dog, casually waving his hand. Oh, the brashness of a foolish child is somewhat amusing, though I am perplexed by how you escaped from Elder Han. Your audacity to approach my phantom feather sect instead of fleeing suggests you are weary of life. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his aura reaching its zenith. And as he finished speaking, he lunged forward with ruthless ferocity, his face a mask of savagery and bloodlust. Since you are here today, you shall not leave. Prepare to pay with your life. At the moment the sect leader's words fell, the other two kings coordinated their attack, surrounding Qingyang from 3 directions, effectively sealing off any escape routes. In that instant, fear gripped Qingyang's heart. Yet, swifter than his fear was his hand. With a barely audible crack, he crushed the black jade Lin Xian had given him, and a shadow as dark as ink swiftly emerged to stand before him. This shadow was none other than Lin Xian, or rather, Lin Xian's shadow clone. The appearance of the shadow clone immediately unsettled the sect leader and his companions. The sudden emergence of the shadow, unnoticed by any of them, stood before Qingyang. Was it a technique? No, it bore no essence of technique. Nor did it resemble a spirit tool or spirit entity. What on earth was this? Who are you? Sneaking about. Why do you hide your true form? Are you afraid to reveal yourself? But Lin Xian paid him no heed. As soon as he touched the ground, the shadow clone wasted no time and swung a sword towards the sect leader. He intended to hold nothing back. His first strike was a lethal blow aimed to annihilate his enemy. In an instant, a magnificent brilliance erupted from the sword light, engulfing the sect leader entirely. There were no screams, no curses, and no sounds. As the blinding light dissipated, the once vibrant leader of the Phantom Feather Sect had simply vanished. In the place where he stood, not a speck of dust remained, let alone a trace of life. The sect leader was dead. All present, including Qingyang, stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The leader of the Phantom Feather Sect, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the second level of the Qing realm, a prominent personage within the entire Zhonglu Empire, yet, following a single sword strike, both his physical form and his reputation had been obliterated. The 2 other kings, along with the unfamiliar king, were similarly engulfed in profound shock. To slay the sect leader with 1 sword strike? What kind of power was this? Such prowess, even if their sect's ancestors were to descend in person, they could never achieve this. The unknown king mused inwardly, overwhelmed by astonishment. He is not a member of the illusory feather sect, but rather one of the elders of the Lingxiao sect. His presence here is at the behest of the sect leader, to negotiate with the illusory feather sect regarding the distribution of benefits following the annihilation of the jade-balanced sword palace. The elder accompanying him was dispatched to hunt down Qingyang but has yet to return. While discussions remain unresolved, that is not the crux of the issue. What perplexes him is the absurdity of his current predicament. Who, exactly, is the shadowy young man? Qingyang's shock and confusion are no less than anyone else's. He is aware that the elder who saved him is formidable, yet he could not have anticipated such overwhelming power. Others may be oblivious, but does he remain unaware? The figure cloaked in shadow bears an uncanny resemblance to that elder, unmistakably a mere projection, yet capable of effortlessly vanquishing a sect leader, a seasoned powerhouse at the pinnacle of the second tier of the Qing realm. How immensely powerful must the elder himself be? In an instant, the presence of the shadow quelled any intent to fight. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, as if even the air held its breath. After effortlessly dispatching the leader of the illusory feather sect, Lin Xian's voice resonated softly from within the dark figure. Within 7 days, the illusory feather sect, along with Lin Xian paused briefly, casting his gaze toward the unfamiliar Qing realm figure who remained motionless. He immediately noted the subtle patterns hidden within the folds of his robe, identical to those of the Lingxiao sect elder he had previously slain. The Lingxiao sect is to bring along 10 million spirit stones to the jade-balanced sword palace as an apology. Otherwise, both the illusory feather sect and the Lingxiao sect would find their existence rendered unnecessary. Remember, this is strictly limited to 7 days. Chapter 45, Dominance. As the voice faded, Lin Xian's figure dissipated, transforming the inky black shadow into a piece of black jade that once again fell into Qingyang's hands. In that moment, even surrounded by 3 formidable opponents of the Qing realm, Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. This was the assurance bestowed upon him by the black jade gifted by Lin Xian. One might ponder, with just a squeeze of the black jade, who among them could escape alive? With the prowess of Lin Xian's avatar, Neither the two Qing realm members of the Feathered Gate nor the elder from the Spirit Sky sect could withstand a single strike from him. He surveyed his surroundings, leaving no words behind, akin to a messenger delivering an edict, before calmly turning away, with no one daring to obstruct him. At the moment he distanced himself from the Feathered Gate, Qingyang nearly lost his composure from sheer excitement, single-handedly breaching the Feathered Gate, confronting 5 Qing realm opponents, vanquishing one, and departing unscathed. Who could define strength better than this? What constitutes dominance? This is the epitome of dominance. The elders of the Feathered Gate, along with the deputy sect master and the elder from the Spirit Sky sect, were left in a profound silence, exchanging glances. Ultimately, the highest-ranking deputy sect master of the Feathered Gate broke the stalemate. Elder Zhou, what should we do next? You ask me, who shall I inquire? Elder Zhou coldly glared at the deputy sect master, who was now preoccupied with how he would report this to the sect leader. The death of a Qing realm member was a bitter pill for the Spirit Sky sect to swallow. At this moment, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with the Feathered Gate's fate. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed, intent on returning to the Spirit Sky sect to inform the sect leader that the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, regardless of past circumstances, was now in existence they could no longer provoke. 10 million spirit stones. After Elder Zhou's departure, a bitter smile crept upon the deputy sect master's lips. The sect master had perished, and they were also liable for 10 million spirit stones. Even for the Feathered Gate, one of the 7 great sects, 10 million spirit stones was no trifling sum. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? They had yet to even embark on their expedition to the Jade-balanced Sword Palace, and already found themselves embroiled in such turmoil. At the gates of the Spirit Sky sect, as the grand tournament among the 7 nations approached, the senior members of the Spirit Sky sect gathered in the main hall. With the exception of those in closed-door meditation, to deliberate on the impending competition. The tournament was of great significance, and the Spirit Sky sect was acutely aware of its importance. In contrast, the alliance with the Feathered Gate to confront the Jade-balanced Sword Palace seemed trivial in comparison. No senior member of the Spirit Sky sect had given this matter a second thought. The Jade-balanced Sword Palace was merely a weak entity, struggling to squeeze into the ranks of the 7 sections. To the outside world, it was considered one of the 7 great sects alongside the Spirit Sky sect. But to the members of the Spirit Sky sect, it was a mere matter of dispatching a few elders of the Qing realm to obliterate it. Just as their discussions grew fervent, a figure abruptly burst into the hall. It was Elder Zhou, who had previously ventured to the Feathered Gate. His expression was grave. Upon seeing this, the sect leader and the senior members of the Spirit Sky sect were taken aback. Was Elder Zhou's return a tad too swift? Could it be that the Phantom Feather sect is so accommodating, having swiftly resolved the issue of profit distribution? However, it stands to reason, as it was the leader of the Phantom Feather sect who sought out the Lingxiao sect. Coupled with the fact that the Lingxiao sect's power far surpasses that of the Phantom Feather sect, even if they were to receive a greater share of the benefits. What objections could the Phantom Feather sect possibly raise? Elder Zhou, how have you returned so quickly? Has the negotiation with the Phantom Feather sect already concluded? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou shook his head, his countenance severe, as he respectfully bowed to the sect leader and spoke candidly. Sect leader, an unforeseen incident has occurred. Elder Han has tragically fallen, and furthermore, he briefly recounted the matters concerning the Shadow Demon, his expression grave. That individual has proclaimed that you must personally present 10 million spirit stones to the Jade-balanced Sword Palace as an apology, or else the annihilation of our Lingxiao sect. Preposterous. What audacity. Do they take the Lingxiao sect for naught? How dare they issue such threats? Elder Zhou's words ignited an uproar. In that moment, not only the sect leader but also the other senior elders voiced their ire, their faces flushed with indignation at such disdain and contempt. This was no mere provocation. A profound humiliation. Such a grievous insult. What stature does our Lingxiao sect hold within the entire Conglu Empire? Even the top 2 sects would not dare to speak so brazenly to them, lest they wish to incite chaos in Conglu. The Lingxiao sect is no minor faction. It ranks among the top 3 of the 7 sects, boasting numerous formidable figures within its ranks. What impertinent fools dare to threaten them so frivolously? Listening to the fury of his former colleagues, Elder Zhou maintained a stoic silence, regarding their words with a hint of disdain. If only they were aware of the might of that cloaked youth. Otherwise, even with their combined courage, they would not dare utter such things. As the clamor for vengeance persisted, Elder Zhou chose to ignore it, instead retrieving a recording stone from his storage bag and handing it to the sect leader. Unwilling to elaborate further, the sect leader, still simmering with anger, accepted the recording stone instinctively probing it with his spiritual sense. Upon gazing into it, he fell into a stunned silence. In an instant, the sect leader, clutching the recording stone, resembled a deflated balloon. All his fury dissipating entirely as he stared in disbelief at the stone in his hand, his pupils trembling as if witnessing the extraordinary. Silence. A prolonged silence. The earlier fury was now matched by profound stillness. Prepare 10 million spirit stones. I shall personally go to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to offer an apology. In that moment, all the enraged elders were rendered speechless. What? Did they mishear? This was entirely contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated the sect leader would take a stand and send someone to the Jade Balanced Sword Palace to demand accountability. Yet, unexpectedly, the sect leader truly intended to bring spirit stones as an apology. What could this possibly mean? All the elders were bewildered. But as they observed the sect leader's enigmatic expression, some began to instinctively glance toward the recording stone in his hand. From that moment onward, the demeanor of the sect leader shifted unfavorably, an unsettling change that began the instant he gazed upon the illusory stone. Previously, he had shared their indignation, seething with rage and wishing to tear apart anyone who dared to disrespect their Lingxiao sect. However, now, the illusory stone bore troubling revelations. The eyes of several elders blazed with intensity. The sect leader, rather than maintaining an air of suspense, remained silent and cast forth the illusory stone. As the stone soared through the air, it was struck by spiritual energy, shattering and releasing its contents. Within the ensuing imagery, there appeared only a solitary figure clad in black robes, surrounded by advancing foes. The elders of Lingxiao sect recognized them immediately. They were the leader of the illusory feather sect and its elders, 3 of whom were at the Qing realm. Before they could utter a word of analysis, the black-robed youth calmly drew his sword and, in a single stroke, swiftly dispatched the grim-faced leader of the illusory feather sect, accomplishing the feat in less than a breath. In an instant, the Grand Hall of Lingxiao sect was engulfed in an eerie silence. Chapter 46. Ancestor, something major has happened. The situation was akin to the previous incidents involving the head of the Lingxiao sect. The elders nearly had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. To slay a formidable warrior at the peak of the second realm with a single stroke? Even their esteemed ancestor could not accomplish such a feat. What kind of power was this? Most importantly, some keen-eyed elders discerned that the deceased was the leader of the Huanyuan, and the slayer appeared to be merely a projection of sorts. At this moment, Elder Zhou spoke up. This must be a projection, summoned by an elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace using a peculiar stone. This statement once again plunged the senior members into an indescribable shock. If a mere projection possessed such strength, how formidable must the original be? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. One elder promptly rose and declared, "Sect leader, I shall immediately command the preparation of 10 million spirit stones to be sent to the Qingyang Sword Palace." They were not foolish, nor did they doubt the veracity of the Shadow's words. If they failed to present 10 million spirit stones as an apology, should that shadow descend upon the Lingxiao sect? The sect leader did not intervene, wearily waving his hand to disband the meeting. Alone in the hall, he reflected upon the visage of that cloaked youth, his expression inscrutable as he exhaled slowly. Observing the absence of any sect insignia on the young man and his unfamiliar demeanor, coupled with a sword technique unheard of, he mused that he likely was not from the Zhonglu Empire. Yet, how could such a powerful figure be connected to the Qingyang Sword Palace? He was baffled, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the Qing Empire, at the Qingyang Sword Sect, the elder from the Lingyu sect had not arrived for a single day, leaving them in a state of unease. Their resentment towards Lin Xian and his disciples grew, feeling unjustly burdened by the trouble they had caused. They found it incomprehensible why the sect leader and the ancestor allowed Lin Xian and his apprentices to depart unimpeded. They believed the logical course would have been to apprehend a few individuals and hand them over to the Lingyu sect upon their arrival, appeasing their wrath to prevent any repercussions on the Qingyang Sword Sect. Now, they could only hope that the Lingyu sect would not direct their ire towards the Qingyang Sword Sect upon learning of Lin Xian and his disciples' departure. The elder of the Xianjin sect had also lost the desire for seclusion, remaining at the sect to await the impending crisis. Ancestor, sect leader, a grave matter has arisen. A disciple responsible for intelligence rushed in, breathless and visibly agitated upon encountering Elder Xin Jian and sect leader Xianyang. Sect leader Xianyang furrowed his brow, mildly reproaching. What is the matter? Why such a flurry of panic? This is unbecoming. The intelligence officer struggled to catch his breath and, in a hurried manner, reported, Sect leader, ancestor. Something has happened. The Lingyu sect has been annihilated. What? Elder Xuanjian's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on the reporting disciple. Are you certain of what you say? Indeed, the intelligence officer hastily clarified. It is said that not long ago, the entire sect was annihilated, reduced to mere ruins. Its disciples either perished or fled. The Qing Empire, being distant, received the news belatedly. Hence the current awareness of these events. The elder from the Lingyu sect, who intended to come to our sword sect to take individuals, turned back midway. And now no one knows his whereabouts. Allegedly, he was an unparalleled sword cultivator who single-handedly quelled the Lingyu sect, slaughtering nearly all of its high-ranking members. Including the sect's ancestor, who has perished. Everyone is dead. What? The Xinjian ancestor and the Qingyang sect master were utterly astonished, their hearts filled with profound shock. The ancestor of the Lingyu sect was a formidable presence at the 5th realm of the Wang realm, reportedly but a step away from the 6th realm. To think he died just like that? Without even an opportunity to escape. Taking a deep breath, the Xinjian ancestor felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. Even the Lingyu sect, which was significantly stronger than the Qingyang Sword Sect, was obliterated overnight. At this moment, the Xinjian ancestor increasingly felt that his initial choice had been the right one. This world is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead one to a fate as tragic as that of the Lingyu sect. The power of choice surpasses all else. Yet, how did the Lingyu sect provoke such an extraordinary sword cultivator? In light of this, Lin Xian and his few disciples have indeed salvaged their lives. After dispatching a disciple to report the intelligence, the Qingyang sect master let out a sigh. He had always believed that the sect should not abandon Lin Xian and his disciple Wang Yin, yet despite being the sect master, he had no final say in such matters. That authority rested with the Xinjian ancestor. The news of the annihilation of the Lingyu sect swiftly spread throughout the Qing Empire, and Lu Tianxing also received word. At that moment, he was absorbing the residual potency of the medicinal pills and suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing the news. A glint of gloom passing across his brow. What fortuitous luck indeed. Calm yourself. The master of Tianjin Peak approached Lu Tianxing and gently shook his head. They are but a few scattered dogs, unworthy of concern. The most pressing matter now is the grand competition of the 7 nations. Lu Tianxing nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath to center himself. Yet he could not help but utter a sarcastic remark. Fear not, master. I harbor no intent to settle scores with them. However, should fortune favor me with another encounter, I shall demand their demise. As he spoke, a cold glimmer flickered in Lu Tianxing's eyes. He still harbored resentment over the defeat inflicted upon him by Lin Xian's 3 disciples, which had caused him to lose face in the sect's grand competition. Your awareness of this is commendable. By the way, you must remember well the guidance the ancestor has provided you during this time. Do not disappoint him, for he harbors great expectations for you. Steady your mind and thoroughly absorb the potency of the Longbao Dan without leaving any residue. The 2-1 pattern Longbao Dan represent a significant investment from the Xinjian ancestor, who was determined to shine brilliantly in the grand competition of the 7 nations, ensuring that the name of the Qingyang Sword Sect resonates across all 7 nations. Lu Tianxing nodded slightly, closing his eyes once more to absorb the medicinal potency, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Though this substantial enhancement was not solely due to his innate talent, what of it? He feels no shame, but rather an indescribable pleasure, such as fate. Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, despite their remarkable talents, what does it matter? They have now been left far behind. I understand that should they challenge me again, I could easily defeat them. In the upcoming grand competition of the 7 kingdoms, I shall undoubtedly represent the Qingyang Sword Sect and secure a position within the top 100, perhaps even beyond. As for them, they will never again have the opportunity to compete alongside me in this lifetime. Chapter 47. The enemy approaches previously pursued. Qin Xiong had fled far from the Yuheng Sword Palace, which is why the location at which Lin Xian encountered him was still a considerable distance from the palace. As Lin Xian and his companions made their way to the Yuheng Sword Palace, the Cold Moon Fairy had also traversed 1,000 miles to reach the Silver Frost Empire, specifically the Qifeng Valley. Nestled within a verdant valley rich in wind spiritual energy, Qifeng Valley primarily cultivates the path of wood and possesses formidable strength. Not long after her arrival, the Cold Moon Fairy met the master of Qifeng Valley. She spoke candidly, disclosing the dire predicament facing the Yuheng Sword Palace and, with a hint of anxiety, articulated the purpose of her visit. If only Qifeng Valley could extend a helping hand to the Yuheng Sword Palace, it would be akin to repaying the favor I received years ago. Furthermore, the Cold Moon Fairy then produced several jade vials, each containing precious elixirs. Merely from their aura, one could discern their extraordinary value. In her endeavor to persuade the master of Qifeng Valley, the Cold Moon Fairy spared no expense. The master listened, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, the Cold Moon Fairy furrowed her own brow, feeling an unsettling uncertainty. Although the master of Qingfeng Valley owed her a significant favor from years past, the trouble confronting the Qingyang Sword Palace was indeed grave. Any misstep could lead to its annihilation. Had she not been left with no alternative, she would not have resorted to such measures. After a moment of deliberation, however, the master of Qingfeng Valley gently shook his head at the Cold Moon Fairy. I am truly sorry, Cold Moon Fairy, but I cannot acquiesce to this request. He sighed softly, exuding an air of melancholy yet helplessness. The conflict between the Qingyang Sword Palace and the Huanyu sect is a matter between sects and, furthermore, a conflict within your Tsanglu Empire. As an external force, Qifeng Valley cannot intervene. Additionally, the debt I owe you is personal, not one of the valley itself. Should I extend my assistance and involve myself in your struggle against the Huanyu sect, it would be perceived that Qifeng Valley is participating as well. I cannot jeopardize the future of our sect. If you face other difficulties, I am willing to assist. Though he spoke with righteous conviction, upon closer examination, it was clear that his objections were mere excuses born from reluctance. In his view, while he indeed owed a significant favor to the Cold Moon Fairy, it was not of such magnitude that he would risk offending both the Huanyu sect and Layun Pavilion for the sake of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Although he held the title of Master of Qifeng Valley, decisions were not solely his to make. Moreover, it was utterly impossible, in his view, to embroil Qingfeng Valley in a sectarian war for the sake of a single favor. Master Yang, the Cold Moon Fairy felt a surge of urgency. Her brow furrowed as she sought to speak further, but the master of Qifeng Valley waved his hand, interrupting her. There is no need for further discussion, Cold Moon Fairy. My mind is made up. Please take your leave. He then retrieved an item from his storage bag and tossed it to the Cold Moon Fairy. This object was also a rare treasure, intended to settle the debt he owed her from years ago. The Cold Moon Fairy caught it. Gazing at the precious item in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. Indeed, the master of Qifeng Valley did not speak falsely. The object was undeniably valuable. Yet, with her sect on the brink of destruction, what use were treasures to her? However, the master of Qifeng Valley had resolutely closed the doors to visitors, evidently dismissing her and unwilling to engage in further conversation. No matter how eloquently she pleaded, it would be a futile endeavor. Despair enveloped her heart as she clasped her hands tightly and gritted her teeth in departure. Now, her only hope rested on Elder Qinxiang, praying that he could summon the city lord of Cangnan, for otherwise, the Qingyang Sword Palace would face dire peril, with Qifeng Valley declining to intervene. The celestial maiden of Cold Moon refrained from attempting to persuade Master Yang any further. She departed Qifeng Valley and hastened back to the Qingyang Sword Palace. Upon her return, she stirred no disciples, yet the sight of harmony within the sect pierced her heart with anguish, leaving her countenance shrouded in gloom. The Qingyang Sword Palace. After safeguarding the palace for so long, how could it possibly perish before her return? But what could she do? In the conference hall of the Qingyang Sword Palace, all the elders, including the Grand Elder and the steward, had gathered. Each bore a heavy heart, their faces etched with worry and despair. Just then, upon witnessing the return of the celestial maiden, they turned their anxious gazes toward her, eagerly inquiring, Deputy Palace Master, what news? Is Qifeng Valley willing to assist us? Initially silent, the celestial maiden eventually took her seat and shook her head. Her silence cast a pall over the questioning elder, who quickly resumed his place, his face ashen. What shall we do now? With a bitter smile, the celestial maiden sighed. What has been the reaction of the disciples behind closed doors? They remain unaware of the situation. Elder Li and I have kept the news contained. The alliance between Huanyuman and Layun Pavilion targeting our sect has not yet leaked. One elder responded, though with a hint of reluctance. Is Qingfeng Valley truly unwilling to lend us aid? We can offer spirit stones, elixirs, anything we can provide. Before the celestial maiden could respond, a stern-faced elder interjected with a sigh. It is already meaningless. Even if Qingfeng Valley were to change their minds now, it would be too late. Taken aback, the celestial maiden asked in confusion, what do you mean? Deputy Palace Master, unbeknownst to you, shortly after your departure, our informants relayed news that the collaboration with Huanyuman does not involve Layun Pavilion, but rather, Lingxiao Sect. What? Lingxiao Sect? The celestial maiden gasped in disbelief, shock rendering her momentarily dazed. How? How could it be Lingxiao Sect? She struggled to grasp the reality. The despair of being cornered by two sects was already overwhelming, and now with Leyun Pavilion aligning with Lingxiao's sect, it plunged her into an abyss of hopelessness, extinguishing any flicker of hope within her heart. Was there truly no salvation left for the Qingyang Sword Palace? It felt as though the heavens themselves were conspiring against them. Yet, this was not the most disheartening revelation. What about Elder Qingyang? Since his departure, there had been no word from him, likely portending grave misfortune. Though the elder refrained from voicing this thought, it was an unspoken truth understood by all present. Silence fell over the hall. An oppressive stillness enveloping the space as despair hung heavy in the air. The situation appeared irrevocably dire, utterly devoid of resolution. In the face of the formidable alliance between the illusory Feather Sect and the Lingxiao Sect, how could the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace possibly contend? Could they stake their lives? The fear of such a gamble loomed large, for they would likely fall short. At that moment, the celestial maiden of the cold moon abruptly raised her head, her expression shifting as she swiftly exited the conference hall. Standing outside the main peak, she furrowed her brow, gazing solemnly towards the horizon. The other elders hurriedly followed, their faces paling even before they could inquire about the situation. They sensed it outside the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Powerful auras surged from the distance, among which the presence of Wang Jing was overwhelming, surpassing tenfold. Activate the protective formation of the sect. Instruct the disciples to form ranks and ensure the lower-tier disciples are safely concealed. The people from the illusory Feather Sect and Lingxiao Sect are coming. They rushed to make arrangements alongside the celestial maiden of the cold moon, hastening towards the mountain gate. But upon arrival, they were rendered motionless. Before the mountain gate stood three figures from the Wang realm of the illusory Feather Sect. Although the sect leader was absent, the vice leader and others were present. The Lingxiao Sect, meanwhile, boasted a complete assembly of 10 from the Wang realm, including the sect leader himself. They have arrived. A heavy despair settled in the hearts of the elders of the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace and the Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon. Separated by the protective formation, the Celestial Maiden inhaled deeply, her expression resolute, prepared to sacrifice herself for righteousness. However, before she could draw her weapon, she noticed that the leader of the Lingxiao Sect had acted swiftly, but not with a weapon. Instead, he retrieved 2 storage rings and offered a respectful bow towards the Celestial Maiden of the Cold Moon within the Jade-Balanced Sword Palace. Chapter 48. The astonished Cold Moon Fairy. The Lingxiao Sect and the Huanyu Sect have, as requested, delivered a total of 20 million spirit stones. We implore the Cold Moon Fairy to accept this offering to resolve the misunderstandings between our parties. The words, laden with sincerity, left all members of the Qingyang Sword Palace, including the Cold Moon Fairy, utterly stunned. What on earth is happening? As per whose request? 20 million spirit stones. To the Qingyang Sword Palace? One elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace, caught off guard, stumbled back, his countenance reflecting sheer disbelief. Am I dreaming? The elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace were momentarily paralyzed, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. The individuals before them were indeed from the Lingxiao Sect and the Huanyu Sect, yet they were not here to cause trouble but rather to offer an apology. How could this be? The elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace could hardly accept this reality. They were acutely aware of their own limitations and did not believe that their sect possessed anything that would warrant fear from the Huanyu Sect and the Lingxiao Sect, particularly the Lingxiao Sect. To put it bluntly, confronting the Lingxiao Sect was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. This was the Lingxiao Sect, one of the top 3 powers in the Zhonglu Empire. What could they possibly have to fear? Including the Cold Moon Fairy, all were rendered speechless. As they gazed at the storage ring presented by the sect master of the Lingxiao Sect, none dared to extend their hand to accept it. They even began to suspect that this was a ruse concocted by the Lingxiao Sect and the Huanyu Sect to humiliate them. Until they could ascertain the truth of the matter, everyone refrained from taking any rash actions. Seeing that the Cold Moon Fairy was unwilling to accept, the sect master of the Lingxiao Sect and the vice master of the Huanyu Sect grew anxious. Fairy, we implore you to accept this offering. We genuinely come to apologize. We hope you can convey to that esteemed senior that this misunderstanding stems from our ignorance of the connection between the senior and the Qingyang Sword Palace. We present these gifts with utmost sincerity, and we shall certainly be more cautious in the future, never daring to offend the esteemed senior again. His words were earnest. Yet the Cold Moon Fairy became increasingly perplexed. What esteemed senior? As the vice master of the palace, how could she be unaware of such a formidable figure within her own sect? Could there have been a mistake? However, their grand gesture of apology could not simply be a misunderstanding. As the Cold Moon Fairy remained in a state of confusion, hesitating to act. A streak of light suddenly darted across the sky, and a figure materialized before everyone, none other than the long-absent Qin. Elder Qin, you are alive? The elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace gasped in astonishment and delight. Qin scratched his head and chuckled. Of course. I lost my communication talisman while being pursued, which is why I have been unable to contact the sect. But let us discuss that later. Vice Master, you should accept their apology. If you refuse, they are unlikely to leave. The higher-ups of the Qingyang Sword Palace had believed that Qin had perished, and they were astonished to see him again. However, his words left them even more perplexed. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? Faced with the confusion of his fellow sect members, Qin glanced at the external sect's master and elders nearby, chuckling as he shook his head. This matter is rather lengthy to recount. First, please accept these spirit stones. I shall elaborate on the details later. In summary, the crisis of our sect has been resolved. Henceforth, the Lingxiao sect and the Huanyuan will no longer dare to trouble the Qingyang Sword Palace. His confidence and nonchalance radiated from him. Yet it left the high-ranking members of the Qingyang Sword Palace in a state of anxiety. The leaders of the Lingxiao sect and Huanyuan were present, and uttering such words felt akin to slapping their faces. However, the ensuing scene plunged the elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace into confusion. The deputy leader of Huanyuan and the leader of Lingxiao sect exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles tinged with bitterness. Indeed, we do not dare to provoke your esteemed sect any longer. The previous matters were our fault. The leader of Lingxiao sect wore a look of deep sorrow, hastily agreeing, and one could scarcely believe he held the position of sect leader. The celestial maiden, after a moment's hesitation, extended her hand and ultimately accepted the storage ring. Then I shall accept it. The leader of Lingxiao sect sighed in relief as she took the ring. Having delivered the apology, we shall not inconvenience you further. Farewell. He hurriedly led the elders of his sect away, while the Huanyuan, bereft of their leader, could scarcely find the words, hastily following behind. A multitude of powerful figures transformed into fleeting lights, leaving the high-ranking members of Qingyang Sword Palace in a daze. As for our protective array, is it still necessary to activate it? Clearly, there was no longer a need. In the midst of haste and confusion, the protective array was deactivated just as it had been activated. Qin, meanwhile, was escorted to the council hall. Faced with a sea of eager gazes, he swiftly recounted his experiences along the journey. Upon reaching Songnan, his narration was meticulous, though it was straightforward language. When the audience learned of his encounters with two formidable pursuers, they collectively felt a chill of apprehension. Recalling the perilous moments, even Qin himself was taken aback, filled with relief. Despite the danger, fortune was not entirely unkind, as I happened upon Senior Lin and the palace master. Otherwise, I fear I would not have returned to the palace today. He shook his head with a sigh, laden with trepidation. Yet the listening elders keenly caught the mention of a palace master in his words. The elders, half astonished and half bewildered, turned their gazes towards the celestial maiden. Many of them had been with the Qingyang Sword Palace for years, yet had never laid eyes upon the palace master nor heard tales of her deeds. Their knowledge was solely derived from the words of the deputy palace master, leading some to believe that the palace master had long perished, or perhaps that there was no palace master at all, but merely a pretext used by the celestial maiden to ward off the prying eyes of certain factions. Upon hearing the term palace master, the celestial maiden's expression transformed into one of profound excitement, and she stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "You have seen the palace master? You truly have seen her?" Qin, not daring to delay, nodded vigorously and recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding his encounter with Lin Xian and her entourage, particularly emphasizing the appearance and demeanor of the white-clad palace master. Upon hearing Qin's account, the eyes of the cold moon fairy shimmered with a glistening light. Her excitement and elation barely contained, nearly leading her to tears of joy. The palace master truly is the palace master. After vanishing for so many years, has she finally remembered herself and the existence of the jade-balanced sword palace in the Songlu Empire? It was as if the heavens had opened their eyes, responding to the innermost feelings of the cold moon fairy. Just as her joy became difficult to conceal, several powerful auras surged into the jade-balanced sword palace, landing directly outside the main hall. Prior to this, not even the elders had sensed the intrusion. It was only when the foreign presences approached the main hall that they became aware. Who could it be? Chapter 49. The quota revealed all the high-ranking officials emerged in succession, yet at the forefront stood the enchanting cold moon fairy, who was momentarily taken aback upon encountering one of the intruders. Qin, brimming with excitement, hurriedly admonished the surrounding elders. "Stop. You must not offend the Palace Master and Senior Lin. They are esteemed guests of our Jade Balanced Sword Palace. The arrivals were none other than Lin Xian and his companions. Due to various circumstances, their journey had been delayed, but it was not too late. Startled by Qin Xiang's exclamation, the Cold Moon Fairy regained her composure and, gazing at the exquisite woman not far away, felt her eyes well up with tears as she knelt without hesitation. Palace Master, you have finally returned. Yunli, the Heavenly Sovereign, smiled gently. Her gaze lingering on the cold yet emotional young woman, her heart stirred by the sight of the once small girl who had now blossomed into this remarkable figure. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible force gently lifted the Cold Moon Fairy, leaving no room for dissent. You have grown. Those words nearly overwhelmed the Cold Moon Fairy with emotion. The elders, witnessing the profound strength of Yunli, were struck dumb, rendered speechless. After a moment of reminiscence, they proceeded into the main hall, where Yunli promptly addressed the assembly with grave seriousness. She dropped a bombshell upon the gathered members of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. From now on, there is no need to refer to me as Palace Master. Cold Moon, you may consider the deputy in your title as obsolete. Before the Cold Moon Fairy could express her anxiety, Yunli introduced the young man beside her, reigniting the astonishment of everyone present. This is Lin Xian, the master of the Lin Pavilion. Henceforth, I am under the command of Master Lin, serving as the first sword master. As Yunli's declaration echoed in the hall, gasps of surprise filled the air. For the first time, they regarded Lin Xian and his companions with newfound respect. Initially, they had presumed these individuals to be disciples or subordinates of Yunli, but they were astonished to discover the reversal of roles. The Palace Master was now subordinate to him. The Cold Moon Fairy opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head. I will defer to the Palace Master. Yunli, with a hint of exasperation, looked at the now somewhat antiquated girl after all these years and chuckled softly. Shaking her head, you stubborn girl. I have told you not to call me Palace Master. Anyway, to get to the point. My purpose for returning also includes having the 3 beloved disciples of Master Lin participate in the 7 Kingdoms Grand Competition, for which we need 3 quotas from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. It is well known that the 7 Kingdoms Grand Competition is a contest among the 7 nations, exclusively open to disciples of the respective sects, and participation requires quotas. As one of the 7 sects of the Conglu Empire, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace possesses such quotas. However, the number of quotas is contingent upon the strength of the sect, and the Jade Balanced Sword Palace has only 10. Upon hearing this, the Cold Moon Fairy readily agreed. Of course, that is no problem. Besides, you are the Palace Master. This is merely a trivial matter that does not require my input as the deputy. The other elders remained silent, clearly in agreement with this decision. How absurd. They were not foolish. Had it not been for the Palace Master and the esteemed Senior Lin, the Jade Balanced Sword Palace might well have perished. They merely sought 3 slots, and even if they were to claim all of them, they would harbor no objections. Observing that no one voiced dissent, the Celestial Lord Yun Li slightly nodded. Thus, it is settled. A few days later, at the martial arts arena of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, a venue typically bustling with disciples engaged in combat, today it was cleared for a special occasion. All the disciples stood poised with excitement, for the forthcoming event would determine their future honors. The slots for the 7 Nations tournament were to be announced today. Silence. As the time approached, Qin Xiang gathered his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, sternly quelling the din below. Standing tall with a grave expression, he exuded the authority befitting a second elder. Today, I shall announce the candidates from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace who will partake in the 7 Nations tournament. Henceforth, all disciples whose names I call shall ascend the stage. Ao Phone. Present. Qingyu. Present. Han Shuang. Su Lianqin. Wang Yin. Zhi Yuming. Very well, the aforementioned 10 individuals should prepare diligently upon their return. A month from now, we shall journey to the Dawn Empire for the 7 Nations tournament. Chen Xiong, an unyielding name-calling machine, paid no heed to the commotion that might ensue after he finished announcing the 10 slots. He simply descended the stage, having fulfilled his task. However, once the list was revealed, the arena erupted in astonishment. The first 7 names were expected, all distinguished talents within the sect. Yet, when the names of Su Lianqin and the others surfaced, it left everyone utterly bewildered. Su Lianqin? Who is that? Is there such a person in the sect? Where is Xian Mo? How could Xian Mo be absent? Mo Qingyun is also missing from the list. This shouldn't be the case. Liang Chu as well. What is happening? Su Lianqin, Wang Yin, Zhi Yuming. Who are these individuals? How come we have never heard of them? Are they truly disciples of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace? The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Not only the onlookers, but even Qianmo and his companions stood frozen, their faces reflecting profound surprise. They had all assumed their names would undoubtedly appear on the list. Yet, what does this mean? Their names were conspicuously absent, supplanted by 3 unfamiliar names. Who were these 3 interlopers that had usurped the slots that rightfully belonged to them? How could they endure such an indignity? The trio struggled to comprehend the situation, casting incredulous glances at the unfamiliar Su Lianxin and her companions, their resentment palpable and their sense of injustice mounting. How could they possibly accept this? They had diligently prepared for the 7 Nations tournament, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to showcase their talents. But now, what does this signify? What were the higher-ups of the sect truly contemplating? Regardless of their shock and dismay, once Qingyang concluded the list, he departed briskly, leaving no room for suspense. Qianmo wore a cold expression as he gazed at Su Lianxin and the others for an extended period, before abruptly turning away, his demeanor exceptionally frigid. This matter required a definitive explanation. The 2 others, filled with indignation, unhesitatingly followed suit, directly confronting Elder Qin. Elder Qin, we failed to comprehend why those 3 individuals were permitted to seize our quota. Qianmo, suppressing his fury, fixated his gaze on Qin, yearning for an answer. Yet, to his dismay, Qin merely cast a cursory glance at them. Why? There are no myriad reasons. This is the decision of the Palace Master. I am aware of your dissatisfaction, yet you must trust that the Palace Master has her reasons for such arrangements. Beyond that, you need not inquire further. Elder Qin, known for his good temper within the sect, did not show anger even when faced with the impudence of these disciples. After all, the quota belonged to the sect, not any individual disciple. Its allocation was solely at the discretion of the sect. However, Qianmo and his companions nearly erupted in protest. How can this be fair? That was rightfully our quota. Yet they recognized that they would gain no further clarity, left only with grim expressions of resentment as they watched Qin depart, neglecting the significance of the term Palace Master in his words. To this day, the Jade Harmony Sword Palace has only one Vice Palace Master, and many disciples privately refer to Han Yu as the Palace Master, leading the 3 to instinctively assume that the Palace Master Qin spoke of was indeed Vice Palace Master Han Yu. Their bewilderment was not theirs alone. The entire Jade Harmony Sword Palace was engulfed in confusion, including the foremost prodigy, Chu Jianqin, who simultaneously was the cherished disciple of the celestial Han Yu, nurtured with high expectations. Unlike Qianmo and his peers, Chu Jianqin approached celestial Han Yu directly, softly inquiring, "Master, there is something I do not understand. Why have you allowed those 3 to replace Qianmo and the others? Have you forgotten our wager with the Jade Qian Sword Palace?" The Jade Qian Sword Palace was once an integral part of the Jade Harmony Sword Palace, specifically its leading peak, Jade Qian Peak. However, the peak's lord held radical views that starkly contrasted with those of celestial Han Yu, leading to profound disagreements and estrangement. Following a decisive rupture, Jade Qian Peak announced its withdrawal from the Jade Harmony Sword Palace, choosing to exist independently, later relocating to the Silver Frost Empire. Though Jade Qian Peak departed, it took with it numerous powerful figures from the Jade Harmony Sword Palace, resulting in a significant decline in the latter's strength. Had this not occurred, the Jade Harmony Sword Palace would have long ascended to become one of the 7 sects of the Zhonglu Empire, rather than waiting until now. Meanwhile, the exiled Jade Qian Peak thrived vigorously, evolving over the years into one of the top 10 sects of the Silver Frost Empire. Throughout these years, although the 2 sects share a history, old grievances ensure that whenever they meet, it is accompanied by open and covert strife, a relentless tug of war. The Lord of the Jade Qian Sword Palace has never forgotten the past conflicts, even after all these years. He still desires to prove that celestial Han Yu is in the wrong. Thus, a year ago, during a friendly sparring match between the 2 sects, a wager was established. The contest was a profound humiliation for Chu Jianqin. At that time, both the Yuheng Sword Palace and the Yushuan Sword Palace sent forth 10 disciples to engage in a friendly competition. Regrettably, the outcome was far from favorable, with Yuheng Sword Palace suffering a defeat of 4 victories to 6 losses against Yushuan Sword Palace. This setback left the entire Yuheng Sword Palace in a state of dismay for an extended period, rendering them unable to hold their heads high in the presence of their Yushuan counterparts. It was during this occasion that the 2 sects established a wager, agreeing to hold a friendly contest on the sacred Silver Egret Mountain following the 7 Nations Grand Competition. The disciples participating in this contest would be the same individuals competing in the Grand Competition. Thus, Qingyang Sword Palace was not only tasked with partaking in the grand competition but also bore the weighty responsibility of reclaiming their honor and winning the long-standing bid against Dongxuan Sword Palace. As the moment approached, the sudden replacement of familiar juniors with strangers left Chu Jianshan in a state of disbelief. He had meticulously prepared, gathering his strength, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to redeem last year's disgrace and to surpass Dongxuan's Sword Palace. Initially brimming with confidence, he was dismayed when his master unexpectedly substituted 3 unfamiliar disciples for Xuanma and his companions. For Chu Jianshan, this felt akin to dousing his fervor with a bucket of cold water. Had Xuanma and his peers remained, he was certain of victory. But the capabilities of these 3 unknowns were shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him bereft of confidence. However, upon hearing his grievances, Fairy Hanwei merely cast a calm glance at her disciple and gently shook her head. You shall understand in due time. There is no need to dwell on this matter. My decision is final, and I implore you not to argue further. Go. Understood. Chu Jianshan inhaled deeply, recognizing the futility of his protests in the face of his master's resolute stance. Suppressing the disappointment in his eyes, he refrained from further comment and turned to depart. Though his heart ached tightly, he could not act out in anger and could only stifle his discontent, hoping that the substitutes for Xuanma would prove competent. Watching Chu Jianshan's retreating figure, Fairy Hanwei shook her head in resignation. Her disciple possessed considerable talent but tended to be overly serious and impulsive, which was not ideal. As for the contest, she harbored no concerns, with the 3 beloved disciples of Senior Lin present. The 7 Nations Grand Competition and the ensuing contest against Dongxuan Sword Palace would be anything but straightforward. She had witnessed their prowess firsthand. Moreover, she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding last year's victory for Dongxuan Sword Palace, a knowledge that the disciples lacked. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in her eyes as her lips curled into a subtle smile. Since Dongxuan Sword Palace chose to disregard the rules, she too would not adhere to conventionality with her old rival. She would seek external assistance. If they invited help, so would she. It would be intriguing to see whose allies proved to be the most formidable. Chapter 50. The Cloud Garment seeks a mentor with the grand competition of the 7 kingdoms approaching. Su Lianxin, Wang Yin, and Chu Yiming found themselves subjected to countless unfriendly glances as they traversed the halls of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Shen Imo, Imo Qingyun, and Liang Chu, renowned prodigies within the palace, held steadfast positions among the top 10 of their generation, known for their valor and integrity, thus commanding a considerable following. To those adherents, it appeared that Su Lianxin and her companions had inexplicably usurped the opportunities that rightfully belonged to their esteemed seniors. Consequently, cordiality was far from their disposition. However, Su Lianxin and her companions remained unfazed, though it seemed they had claimed 3 coveted spots at the Qingyang Sword Palace. The reality was that the palace itself had benefited immensely from their presence. The following day, the celestial maiden of the cold moon appeared before Lin Xian with a flash, her demeanor imbued with respect. Despite their apparent parity in age, the young man before her far surpassed her in strength and status. Even the palace master was merely one of his sword subordinates. In the central region of the Zhonglu Empire, the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain was set to host the Ascension Ceremony. Lin Xian expressed mild confusion, inquiring about this ceremony. The Cold Moon Maiden paused, then recalled that Lin Xian was not a native of her realm, and promptly explained that the Ascension Ceremony was a grand event where the 7 major sects of the Zhonglu Empire convened to recruit disciples. This event, held annually at this time, attracted talents from across the empire, all seeking the opportunity to join one of the 7 sections. These 7 sects monopolized nearly all cultivation resources within the Zhonglu Empire, harboring countless advanced techniques. 4 talented individuals lacking a sect, being chosen by one of the 7 could be a meteoric rise, providing not only a powerful backing and resources, but also alleviating the burdens of solitary cultivation while granting access to numerous sacred sites reserved exclusively for sect members. Lin Xian, would you be interested? The Cold Moon Maiden inquired, treating the formidable Lin Xian with utmost courtesy, mindful of the formidable prowess he had demonstrated. Of course, Lin Xian replied, his interest piqued and his eyes sparkling after hearing the maiden's explanation. Currently, he had but 3 disciples, yet his disciples' slots numbered 10, leaving 7 vacancies. The more disciples he had, and the greater their talents, the swifter his own cultivation would progress. If he could fill all 10 slots with exceptionally gifted disciples, his cultivation speed would be nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, with his system, Lin Xian possessed the ability to perceive the destinies and experiences of others. enabling him to identify those with unique physiques or remarkable talents who had been overlooked. Thus, the Ascension ceremony, with its multitude of participants, was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Noticing Lin Xian's burgeoning interest, the Cold Moon Maiden refrained from further elaboration and retrieved a token from her storage pouch. This token represents my Qingyang Sword Palace. If you are interested, you may take this token and proceed to the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation, contemplating the time. With the Seven Nations Grand Competition still some time away, this round trip would not be a hindrance. It was quite fortuitous. Han Yu seized the opportunity to add, "The rules at Silver Egret Sacred Mountain are not many, but knowing someone familiar would certainly make it more convenient for you. Let Chen Xiong accompany you." Naturally, Lin Xian had no objections to this. "Then I shall prepare for your journey to Silver Egret Sacred Mountain." Meanwhile, at the border of the Zhonglu Empire. At last, they had entered the territory of the Zhonglu Empire. The clouds drifted lazily above the border, while a small spiritual vessel glided through the skies. Appearing slow, yet moving with remarkable speed. At the bow of the boat sat a graceful woman, her back adorned with an ancient guqin. Yunyi, the pride of the Lingjin Empire, specialized in the art of the guqin and had already comprehended its essence at a tender age, leaving many in her wake. She had crossed paths with Lin Xian and Su Lianxin within the Burning Heaven secret realm. That fleeting encounter was of little significance to Lin Xian, yet for Yunyi, it remained an indelible memory, often resurfacing in her thoughts as if etched into her mind. The sight of that white-clad sword cultivator, who vanquished the bronze-armored wooden man with just 2 swords, along with her enigmatic master, left her bewildered. What level of power could possibly nurture such a prodigious disciple? Yunyi found it unfathomable and unforgettable. This expedition into the secret realm completely transformed her aspirations. Initially, she intended to venture beyond the 7 nations to join one of the great sects, the Qingyang Pavilion, but after her experiences in the realm, her mindset shifted entirely. Once indifferent to the sword, she now developed a profound fascination for swordsmanship, even contemplating the union of the guqin and the sword. When this idea emerged, Yunyi found herself restless. She yearned to take that individual as her master. However, her aspirations met fierce opposition from her clan. Yet, she remained undeterred. The woman aboard the spiritual vessel gently strummed the guqin, her gaze lifting to the clouds nearby. What did it matter if they disagreed? Her resolve was unyielding. The decisions she made were unalterable by anyone, not even her father or the ancestors of her family. Previously, Yunyi had planned to seek a master at the Qingyang Sword Sect. But upon receiving news that Lin Xian and Su Lianxin had departed from the sect to join the Yuheng Sword Palace in the Zhonglu Empire, she altered her course. The Qingyang Sword Sect, truly foolish. A fleeting expression of disdain crossed her face as she recalled the news. But as the majestic peaks of the Zhonglu Mountains loomed closer, she regained her usual composure, the curve of her lips revealing her confidence. Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. The Ascension Ceremony. I have arrived. Chapter 51. The Madwoman at Silver Egret Sacred Mountain nestled in the heart of the Zhonglu Empire. The Silver Egret Sacred Mountain becomes a vibrant hub during this season, hosting the Grand Ascension Ceremony. This year, it is particularly bustling, with a steady flow of visitors. Almost every prominent faction within the Zhonglu Empire has made its presence known, yet curiously, the renowned 7 major sects are conspicuously absent, with only 5 in attendance. It is unusual for the 7 major sects to be incomplete. Even the illustrious Huanyu sect and Yuheng Sword Palace are unrepresented. Perplexed whispers fill the air as onlookers speculate. I have heard some whispers regarding the Huanyu sect. It seems they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances and have closed their gates. A voice interjects suddenly. What? To seal their mountain at such a time? What could have transpired? Pray share with us. The surrounding individuals gaze at him with eager anticipation. Alas, I cannot divulge further. I had hoped to join the Huanyu sect myself. The discussions among the cultivators surrounding the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain grow animated. The 2 sects most frequently mentioned are the Yusu Sword Sect and the Qingwan Pavilion. The foremost and second most prominent sects within the Zhonglu Empire, surpassed only by the imperial family. Both sects boast profound heritage and formidable strength, consistently dominating the rankings of the 7 sects. In recent years, the Lingxiao sect has posed a subtle threat to the Qingwan Pavilion. But it remains merely a threat. As venerable sects with deep-rooted legacies, the Yusu Sword Sect and Qingwan Pavilion enjoy elevated status within the Zhonglu Empire. Deeply embedded in the hearts of its people, countless prodigies and noble heirs aspire to become their disciples. The skies above Silver Egret Sacred Mountain shimmer with ethereal lights as elders and high-ranking members from various factions arrive. Lin Xian and Qin Xiang soon follow suit, their presence quickly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. While Lin Xian remains an unfamiliar face, Qin Xiang, being a formidable figure of the Wang realm, is well known throughout the Zhonglu Empire. Ah, the Qingyang Sword Palace has finally arrived. We thought they might forego this year. Observers remark on the slightly delayed appearance of the Qingyang Sword Palace, which has historically shown great enthusiasm for this event. That must be Elder Qin Xiang, the second elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace, one of the 3 Wang realm experts. They speculate. And who might that young individual beside him be? He appears unfamiliar. Perhaps he is Elder Qin's disciple. Qin Xiang holds a degree of renown, being one of the only 3 Wang realm experts in the Qingyang Sword Palace. In the context of the Zhonglu Empire, known as the weakest among the 7 kingdoms, a Wang realm expert is undoubtedly a figure of immense strength. As for Lin Xian, he remains unnoticed by the crowd, who are preoccupied with their own conversations. Upon hearing some derogatory remarks, Qin Xiang feels a twinge of displeasure and turns to confront the speaker, but Lin Xian gently restrains him. There is no need for that, Lin Xian reassures. Qin Xiang can only smile wryly. Senior Lin, you truly seem indifferent to these trivialities. As the 2 individuals had just landed on the elevated platform prepared by the Qingyang Sword Palace, a figure clad in earthy tones ambled over, appearing disheartened and apprehensive. Qin Xiang, my friend, and Lin. Senior Lin, he stammered. The attire of this person bore the emblem of a soaring cloud-penetrating falcon entwined with everlasting verdant vines, unmistakably identifying him as an elder from the Lingxiao sect. This elder, Yin, had been dispatched by the Lingxiao sect to recruit disciples and was also of the Qing realm. Upon recognizing the young man in the recorded image, he hurriedly approached to extend his greetings. Lin Xian offered a slight nod in response. Though he did not know this elder from the Lingxiao sect personally, the latter's enthusiasm warranted a courteous acknowledgement. One does not strike a smiling face. As for past grievances, they had faded into oblivion. Lin Xian had no desire to dwell on them, especially since the sect's master had personally come to apologize and fulfilled his demands, rendering the matter settled. At this moment, the Silver Egret Holy Mountain was bustling with representatives from the 6 major sects, all of elder status, save for the sealed-off Huanyu sect. After all, this was merely an ascension conference. It was beneath the dignity of sect masters to lower themselves to such events, as the presence of Qing realm elders sufficed. Elder Yin, hesitant to intrude upon Lin Xian further, positioned himself beside Qin Xiang, engaging in a somewhat disjointed conversation that left onlookers taken aback. Though distant, the cordiality and warmth of Elder Yan's demeanor did not go unnoticed. Elder Yan's cultivation was commendable. At the 2nd level of the Qing realm, yet his noble status elevated him far beyond the ordinary. He hailed from the Lingxiao sect, second only to the Yushu Sword Sect and Sword Pavilion. Thus, even the leaders or vice-leaders of lesser-ranked sects would treat him with deference, if not outright respect. It was indeed surprising to witness Elder Yin lowering himself to engage warmly with elders from a lesser sect, like the Qingyang Sword Palace. While the presence of the cold moon fairy of the Qingyang Sword Palace might have been justifiable, the surrounding murmurs of astonishment were palpable. Elder Yin noticed the whispers and astonishment of those around him but chose to disregard them. Did they not realize that the Qingyang Sword Palace was no longer the same entity it once was? Presently, the Qingyang Sword Palace was beyond his reach. Not only he but even their sect master and the entire Lingxiao sect could not afford to provoke them. After the sect master had visited to apologize, he had sternly cautioned all members against offending the Qingyang Sword Palace and advised seeking ways to foster goodwill. His fervent demeanor was not aimed at ingratiating himself with Lin Xian, but rather to leave a favorable impression. Engaged in animated conversation with Qin Xiang, Elder Yin discreetly gauged Lin Xian's expression, finding no signs of displeasure, which reassured him that his strategy was indeed astute. However, just as Elder Yin was in high spirits, an unwelcome voice disrupted the atmosphere. Who is this? Is the Qingyang Sword Palace truly so bereft of talent that they could only send a first-level Qing realm elder? The Qingyang Sword Palace has truly fallen into disgrace, providing ample amusement for all. The untimely remarks, laced with mockery, echoed behind Elder Yin. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions revealed a sense of realization upon recognizing the speaker. It was none other than Elder Feng, who had come to recruit disciples on behalf of the Sword Pavilion, possessing a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the Qing realm. Although there was no significant enmity between Elder Feng and the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, a considerable grudge existed between her and the Frost Moon Fairy. The specifics of their conflict remained a mystery to outsiders, likely known only to the two female cultivators themselves. Each encounter between them was marked by Elder Feng's sour demeanor, akin to someone who had consumed gunpowder, often resulting in a barrage of derision and mockery. However, the Frost Moon Fairy, known for her icy beauty, seldom acknowledged Elder Feng. Nevertheless, Elder Feng's eyes never lacked a glimmer of animosity whenever she beheld the Frost Moon Fairy. During the annual Immortal Ascension ceremony at the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, attendees were accustomed to witnessing the quintessential spectacle of Elder Feng ridiculing the Frost Moon Fairy. This year, with the Frost Moon Fairy's absence, Chen Xiong and Lin Xian from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace naturally became the targets of Elder Feng's scorn. Upon encountering Elder Feng, Chen Xiong's eyes flashed with disdain as he turned away with a cold huff. Who we send from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace has nothing to do with you, Elder Feng. He was well aware of the animosity between the Frost Moon Deputy Palace Master and Elder Feng. In fact, apart from Lin Xian, it seemed that no one else was oblivious to it. Thus, Chen Xiong found the erratic behavior of this madwoman particularly irksome. Elder Feng regarded Chen Xiong with contempt, rolling her eyes dismissively. Unrelated to me? Aside from the absent Illusory Feather Sect, which of the 6 major sects has not sent at least one elder of the second stage of the King realm? Yet here you are from the Jade Balanced Sword Palace, sending forth just this. TSK, you truly lower the status of our 6 sections. What? That woman, Frost Moon, doesn't come, and you can't find another second stage king among you? What about that old dog, Lu Ming? Has he died? She regarded Chen Xiong with disdain, her gaze shifting as she clicked her tongue, as though she had encountered something unsavory. Chen Xiong clenched his fists, glaring at Elder Feng, wishing he could slap her twice. However, he understood the futility of such an action. Not only was this the venue for the Ascension ceremony, but his own strength paled in comparison to that of this madwoman. Disgusted, he turned away, treating Elder Feng as if she were but a mere figment of air. This woman was perpetually deranged, year after year, never seeming to tire of her venomous tongue. At times, he wondered whether she had spent all these years not in secluded cultivation, but rather honing her verbal skills, striving to ensure that her insults were not repetitive in the following year. It was truly baffling what could have transpired between her and the Deputy Palace Master to incite such relentless animosity, as if she were a rabid dog ready to bite. The onlookers, observing Elder Feng's tirade, cast sympathetic glances towards Chen Xiong of the Jade Balanced Sword Palace. The absence of the Frost Moon Fairy had caused Elder Feng to unleash all her ire upon Chen Xiong. Elder Feng, perhaps it would be wise to temper your words, Elder Yin interjected, frowning as he attempted to counsel her. He bore no grudges nor affection towards Elder Feng. Yet the relationship between Lingxiao Sect and Sword Pavilion was relatively amicable, which prompted him to offer a word of caution. The current situation at Qingyang Sword Palace was markedly different from before. Lingxiao Sect was not to be trifled with. Although Sword Pavilion possessed slightly greater overall strength, it was but marginal, and when confronted with the present Qingyang Sword Palace, it would be utterly overwhelmed. Should one inadvertently provoke Elder Lin, even her affiliation with Sword Pavilion would not shield her from certain demise. Had it not been for the connection between the two sects, Elder Yin would have been disinclined to utter even a single word of warning. His intentions were benevolent, yet it was uncertain whether they would be received as such. Leave. Elder Feng glared at him fiercely, showing no regard for Elder Yin's dignity in his words. Witnessing this, Elder Yin's countenance shifted dramatically. Being publicly humiliated in front of so many was intolerable. This woman was beyond redemption. Humph. With a cold snort, Elder Yin ceased to speak. He had delivered his warnings, yet they had fallen on deaf ears. There was little more to discuss. As long as they did not blame him later for the lack of forewarning, he was content. Elder Lin, let us depart and ignore this madwoman, Chen Xiong discreetly conveyed to Lin Xian. His thoughts mirrored those of Elder Yin. He was reluctant to engage in a verbal spat concerning status and femininity. Together with Lin Xian, he swiftly took a seat. Elder Yin offered a slight bow and proceeded to his position within Lingxiao Sect. As the 6 sects assembled and the incense for ascension burned out, the grand ceremony officially commenced. Atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, the 7 sects were positioned in a formation reminiscent of the 7 stars, occasionally accompanied by other first-rate forces lingering behind them. Although these forces were not as formidable as the 7 sects, they were not devoid of king-level guardians. Notably, the vacant space at the peak of Silver Egret Sacred Mountain drew significant attention due to the absence of Illusory Feather Sect. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Yet only Chen Xiong, Elder Yin, and a few others understood the true reason for their absence. with the demise of their sect leader. It was indeed remarkable that illusory feather sect could muster any inclination to attend. The loss of their sect leader left only 2 king-level figures within illusory feather sect, a power insufficient to sustain them. This had caused them to plummet from a position stronger than Yuhing's sword palace to the very bottom of the 7 sections. The Songlu Empire, eyeing the positions of the 7 sects with intent, was not lacking in ambition. For now, illusory feather sect ought to focus on preserving its precarious standing. Elder Yin contemplated this with a mixture of trepidation and relief, fearing that illusory feather sect might not re-enter the public eye for a considerable time. The process of the grand ceremony was not overly complex. It resembled a collective apprenticeship ritual among the 7 sections. Once the ceremony commenced, there was but one segment, the assessment of aptitude. In cultivation, innate talent remained paramount. While other factors were not insignificant, none could eclipse the importance of innate ability. At the center of the plaza constructed atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain stood a colossal spirit tablet. This tablet was designated for testing aptitude, featuring 10 luminous pillars. The pillars that a tester could illuminate would signify the extent of their innate talent. The testing spirit monument is exceedingly precious. Aside from the foremost sect, the Yushu Sword Sect, only the Songlu Holy Mountain possesses one, shrouded in intricate formations that render it nearly indestructible. The elder presiding over the ascension ceremony has taken the stage each year. A different elder is chosen from the 7 sects to ensure fairness and impartiality through a rotation system. The ascension ceremony is officially underway. The testing spirit monument has been activated. Esteemed guests, please prepare yourselves. As the ceremony commenced, the Silver Egret Holy Mountain fell into a profound silence, leaving only the elder on stage, who recited the rules. This is a customary procedure. Although all present had likely heard it numerous times before, none interrupted, choosing instead to listen attentively. As you can see, the spirit monument boasts 10 luminous pillars. To touch the monument and successfully illuminate it signifies the presence of innate talent and cultivation, presenting an opportunity to enter a sect and attain great fortune. Conversely, failing to light the monument is simply destiny's decree. No grievances or disturbances are permitted. Should one illuminate 4 pillars, it indicates exceptional aptitude, granting entry to our 7 sections. 5 or 6 illuminated pillars qualify one for the inner sect as a true disciple. The rare occurrence of 7 illuminated pillars has only been achieved by our Yushu Sword Sect's young master and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion, who both demonstrated this prodigious talent in their youth. Now, they stand at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, truly deserving of the title Heaven's Chosen. The elder conducting this year's test hails from the Yushu Sword Sect, and when mentioning their young master, his tone naturally reflects pride and honor. Chapter 52. Do you wish to die? The audience was abuzz with excitement. Even the young sect master and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion could only manage 7 beams of light. The spirit testing steel boasted a total of 10 beams. Could anyone truly achieve such a feat? This question lingered in the minds of many, presenting a perplexing conundrum. After all, the 2 prodigies from the Yushu Sword Sect and the Qingyang Pavilion barely managed to illuminate 7 beams. What of the subsequent 8, 9, or even 10? Could anyone possibly reach such heights? The elder on stage seemed to discern the thoughts of the crowd, a familiar topic that he addressed with a gentle smile. 8 beams of light have only been achieved once in the annals of the Songlu Empire's history. That was by the founder of our Yushu Sword Sect. It is said that he once ignited 8 beams of light. This statement was primarily directed towards the uninformed and the outsiders. As the elder spoke, a ripple of astonishment coursed through the audience. The founder of the Yushu Sword Sect, a legendary figure who, it was said, had 1 foot already in the realm of emperors, half a step into imperial territory. It is worth noting that in the present day, the 7 kingdoms of Ingwe do not even have a single emperor. The notion that someone could indeed reach 8 beams was nothing short of breathtaking, stirring the hearts of many. As for the 9 and 10 beams, there were no records. Throughout the ages, such achievements had never been documented. Even if such existences were to arise, they likely would not emerge from our Songlu Empire. The testing elder sighed softly, contemplating that perhaps only those prodigies listed on the Qianlong and Xian rankings possess such extraordinary talents. The Qianlong and Xian rankings were well known among the people of the 7 kingdoms of Ingwe. The Qianlong ranking enumerated geniuses under the age of 20, while the Xian ranking catered to those between 20 and 30. Currently, no individual from the 7 kingdoms had managed to ascend either list, underscoring the immense difficulty. The 7 kingdoms of Ingwe, when viewed within the broader context of the Xian domain, were but a remote and insignificant place. With idle chatter concluded, The testing elder ceased his discourse, reigniting the incense of ascension and calling out, "Let the testing commence. Those wishing to be tested, step forward." The spirit testing steel was impartial and unforgiving. Not only did wandering cultivators seek to leverage this opportunity to enter the seven sects, but countless young men and women gazed at the steel with longing, hoping to soar to new heights through this trial. However, Yu Chong failed to illuminate a beam. Yang Wenmao failed to illuminate a beam. And Ai Jingzhen managed a single beam. Su Xier failed to illuminate a beam. So many had taken the stage to be tested, yet those who could spark even a single beam were exceedingly rare. The mere illumination of one beam indicated a modicum of talent. However, the seven sects sought far more than mere potential. Even 2 or 3 beams fell short of the entrance threshold for the 7 great sections. Then came Yin Qingji, who illuminated 5 beams. As time passed, a talent worthy of being recruited by the 7 sects finally emerged. He was a youth clad in rough hemp garments, his skin darkened by the sun. Yet his eyes shone with brilliance. The elders of the 7 great sects gazed upon the exceptional talent of the young man, casting their attention towards him. One elder, with a slow smile, took the initiative to speak. 5 beams of light nearly heralded a 6th. Indeed, Yin Qingji. I ask you this, would you be willing to join my Yuling sect? Upon entering the sect, you shall be a true disciple, receiving guidance from a master. Furthermore, you may claim a medicinal pill from our Dan Peak that is suitable for your needs. The Yuling sect, ranked 4th among the 7 sects, possesses considerable strength. Other sects also extended their olive branches, making offers of recruitment. However, given that it was merely 5 beams of light, each sect maintained a degree of reservation. Without much hesitation, Yin Qingji turned towards the elder of the Yuling sect who had spoken first and offered a respectful bow. Disciple Yin Qingji wishes to be accepted into the Yuling sect. The elder of the Yuling sect immediately beamed with joy, waving his hand and saying, "Come, step forth to my Yuling sect. After the grand ceremony concludes, I shall personally escort you to select your medicinal pill." Following the elder's instructions, Yin Qingji approached steadily, each step firm and assured. As the onlookers witnessed Yin Qingji being sought after by the 7 great sects, envy surged within the hearts of those who had not been selected. If only they too could manifest 5 beams of light, they would surely receive similar treatment. Alas! Following Yin Qingji, a prolonged silence ensued, perhaps indicating that this year's fortunes of the Zhonglu Empire were not favorable, as no other testers emerged displaying 5 beams of light for quite some time. Lin Xian, however, did not merely observe passively. While the elders examined the testing spirit monument, he utilized his system to scan the candidates below. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory. White, white, white. Black? Green. No blue at all? The scanning results left Lin Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. The system could not scan the entire area at once, forcing him to examine each individual one by one. However, after half a day, he had only witnessed the most common of talents, with even green aptitude being rare. Only one had been found, that being Yin Qingji. Yet, it is worth noting that a green aptitude was comparable to Lin Xian's own past potential, having cultivated to the high stages of the tribulation realm. Although not entirely reliant on innate talent, a green aptitude at least indicated the possibility for a cultivator to reach the celestial profound realm or even the tribulation realm. As Lin Xian continued to scan, feeling somewhat despondent, he suddenly noticed a peculiar fluctuation on the spirit monument in the square. He paused, his expression shifting. Wait, is that purple? Lin Xian could not help but feel intrigued as he turned his gaze towards the young man approaching the testing spirit monument. A purple aptitude, while not quite matching that of his own disciples, was nonetheless impressive when compared to the likes of the lesser sect master of the Yusu Sword Palace and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion. The emergence of a genius with purple destiny within the Zhonglu Empire was indeed a rarity. Lin Xian's curiosity piqued. How many beams of light would he produce? 8? 9? Or perhaps 10? Upon the high platform, the young man ascended step by step, placing his hand upon the testing spirit monument, his brow concealing a subtle tension and anticipation. However, moments passed, and the testing elder glanced at the monument, announcing the final result in a flat tone. Shi Huan, no beams of light have been illuminated. What? At this moment, Lin Xian could not help but sit up straight, unexpectedly glancing at the Supreme Elder. A purple talent, yet the testing spirit monument remained unlit? According to the system's standards, individuals detected with purple talent possess immense potential to advance to the royal realm. and it is inconceivable that not a single beam of light would illuminate. 8 beams of light would merely be considered normal, and even 9 beams are not out of the question. Lin Xian remained composed, studying the information of the youth, and after a brief moment, he comprehended the situation. Name, Shi Huan. Age, 15. Realm, body refinement, 7th level identity, side branch of a third-rate family in Dongxuan City, Songlu Empire destiny, clear wind spirit body. His physique was destroyed due to an attack in childhood, requiring wind restoration pills or Yunxian 9 bamboo grass for repair recent events, bullied by his family's direct lineage. He resolved to exert himself and journey to Silver Egret's sacred mountain, vowing to wash away the shame. No wonder. Lin Xian immediately ceased to be perplexed as to why Shi Huan had failed to illuminate the light beam. His physique had been ruined. No matter how extraordinary his innate talent had once been, the destruction of his spirit body rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker. The clear wind spirit body is exceedingly difficult to detect, and activating it requires a considerable amount of wind attribute treasures, not to mention the challenges in restoration post-destruction. At the very least, the wind restoration pills and Yunxian 9 bamboo grass mentioned by the system were terms Lin Xian had never encountered in the Xian domain. Additionally, the testing spirit monument could not detect his ruined spirit body. In comparison to Lin Xian's system, the spirit monument was vastly inferior. A mere scan from him could unveil secrets that no one could conceal before him. Observing the pale, desperate youth standing before the testing spirit monument, yet harboring an undercurrent of unwillingness, Lin Xian nodded slightly. His talent was commendable. Although his physique had been destroyed and the wind restoration pills and Yunxian 9 bamboo grass were exceedingly rare, they held little significance for him, who possessed the system. This young man, indeed, was worth considering as an apprentice. Immediately, Lin Xian stepped forward and inquired with a resonant voice, clearly perceiving the disappointment etched on the youth's face. "Would you be willing to acknowledge me as your master?" The voice emanating from the high platform reached the youth's ears like a celestial melody, causing him to momentarily freeze, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Was it him? Was this esteemed elder truly addressing him? He trembled all over, unable to believe it. And only when he sensed the envious gazes of the crowd upon him did he finally ascertain that it was indeed himself. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward Lin Xian's position, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation and profound gratitude, though he did not know this esteemed elder. The position Lin Xian occupied was undoubtedly that of the Qingyang Sword Palace, one of the 7 great sects. Although Qingyang Sword Palace ranked last among the 7 sects, it was still one of the paramount sects of the Songlu Empire, with not just one but several royal realm guardians. Regardless of which elder he could become an apprentice to, being able to enter any of them was a remarkable opportunity. Shi Huan could scarcely believe it, after all. He had not even lit a single beam of light, yet he had been noticed. Such tremendous fortune descended upon him, nearly overwhelming him. Those around, filled with envy and jealousy, gazed at the still-standing Shi Huan on the platform, wishing they could take his place. What extraordinary luck was this? Not illuminating a single beam of light yet still being recognized? Had this lad been a savior in a past life? It is worth noting that some testers, who previously illuminated the light pillars, were ultimately not selected by the 7 sects due to the scarcity of their light, and instead ended up in lesser sects beneath the 7. Elder Yan, situated in Lingxiao sect, felt a twinge of envy. Unlike others who remained oblivious, he possessed a keen awareness of the situation. They perceived the young man's mediocre talent as the reason for his selection by the 7 sects. Yet he discerned that it was the esteemed Lin who had taken notice of the boy, a fact that stirred his own envy. The record within the Shadow Stone vividly depicted Lin Xian's decisive strike that felled the leader of the illusory Feather sect, revealing him not merely as a swordsman, but as an extraordinary one. It was evident that he had mastered the sword intent, and it was highly plausible that he wielded more than one layer of it, perhaps even 2, or dare one say, 3. Although both individuals were of the Qing realm, they were not of the same caliber. Had it not been for a lack of innate talent, Elder Yin might have even entertained the thought of shamelessly seeking him as a master. The excitement within Shi Huan was palpable and required no elaboration. Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, he took a deep breath, preparing to kneel and pledge himself as a disciple. However, at that moment, a piercing voice erupted in his ear. "Young man, I am an elder of the Sword Pavilion and wish to recruit you. Would you consider joining us? I can offer you a position as a core disciple." The voice belonged to Elder Feng, who had previously clashed with Qin Xiong. With her chin held high and a hint of disdain curling her lips, she stepped forward. Casting a dismissive glance at the jade-balanced sword palace before fixing her gaze on Shi Huan, her intention unmistakably assertive. The conditions she presented left everyone present momentarily breathless. The Qingyang Pavilion. A core disciple. The core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, ranked second among the 7 sects, carried immense prestige. Even Shi Huan, who was on the verge of kneeling, could not help but gasp, his knees freezing in place. The Qingyang Pavilion, second only to the Yushu Sword Sect in the Zhonglu Empire, boasted profound heritage and a long-standing tradition, vastly superior to the jade-balanced sword palace, which languished at the bottom of the 7 sects, to say nothing of Elder Feng's cultivation, which was comparable to that of the renowned Cold Moon Fairy of the jade-balanced sword palace, yet she merely held the title of Elder in the Qingyang Pavilion, a testament to its might. Furthermore, should he accept, he would obtain a coveted position as a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, an opportunity that many could only dream of. To join the ranks of core disciples, receiving focused cultivation from the outset, was akin to ascending to great heights in a single step. Should he acquiesce, not only would he be able to confront those who had once looked down upon him, but he could also elevate his family's status to that of a first-rate lineage in no time. Such an enticing offer could hardly fail to stir one's heart. Even among the 7 sects, the disparity was profoundly significant. Instinctively, Shi Huan swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a struggle and hesitation. Meanwhile, the gazes of those around him shifted swiftly from envy to intrigue. They had all witnessed Elder Feng's earlier confrontation with the jade-balanced sword palace, and it was well known that she harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Cold Moon Fairy. Elder Feng's actions were transparent. She had no genuine intention of accepting a disciple but sought merely to vex the jade-balanced sword palace, to irritate Qin Xiong and Lin Xian. Her motives were overtly malicious and conspicuously insidious. Otherwise, how could a mere youth, devoid of even a single beam of light, provoke the Qingyang Pavilion to contend fiercely? Is it a matter of seizing individuals, or merely an act of disdain? The answer is quite evident. If not, why did she only speak of capturing the opponent after Lin Xian had initiated the conversation? After Elder Yin heard Elder Feng's words, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced towards the Yuheng Sword Palace. Upon witnessing Lin Xian's displeased expression, he promptly abandoned any thoughts of persuading Elder Feng further. Truly a reckless endeavor. He shook his head and sighed. Even a clay figurine retains some semblance of anger. What more can be said of such a formidable figure as Elder Lin? Elder Lin's previous indifference stemmed from regarding her as inconsequential, merely a jester unworthy of attention. Yet, her repeated provocations towards Lin Xian aside from courting disaster, Elder Yin felt no desire to comment further. Lin Xian had never anticipated that someone would dare to contest him for a disciple, particularly one deemed a waste by the masses. He turned his gaze towards Elder Feng, who met his stare unflinchingly, her eyes gleaming with provocation as she disdainfully curled her lips in contempt. The deliberate nature of her actions was unmistakable. With a slight lift of his brow, his cold, unfathomable eyes narrowed as he regarded Elder Feng with a chilling gaze. Do you wish for your own demise? Chapter 53. No one to collect? Lin Xian's audacious proclamation rendered the entire venue silent, his words echoing with an unsettling clarity. On the elevated platform, one could hear a pin drop, as all eyes widened in astonishment at Lin Xian, a stranger exhibiting unparalleled audacity. From the tone of his voice, the crowd began to surmise that Lin Xian was not the disciple of Qin Xiong as they had speculated, but rather an elder of the jade-balanced sword palace. However, how could an elder of the jade-balanced sword palace dare to threaten Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion? Hadn't they just witnessed Qin Xiong endure ridicule? Was he perhaps out of his mind? It was common knowledge that the jade-balanced sword palace boasted only 3 realm kings. Though they could not discern Lin Xian's cultivation level, it was inconceivable to associate him with the realm kings. Besides, among the 3, who in attendance was not acquainted with them? Qin Xiong was present, the Cold Moon Fairy was a female cultivator, and Lu Ming had already grown into an elderly man. This individual was extraordinarily bold. Even Qin Xiong beside him dared not speak so brazenly. The crowd regarded Lin Xian with a mixture of pity and incredulity. To threaten Elder Feng, known for her volatile temper and reckless disregard for kinship when enraged, was a grave miscalculation. The fate awaiting him seemed dire. Did he truly believe that his affiliation with the jade-balanced sword palace would shield him from Elder Feng's wrath? A madman. Audacious yet blissfully ignorant of the peril he courted. Even should Elder Feng slay him, what could the jade-balanced sword palace do? Elder Feng held no fear even for the vice-master of their own palace. Indeed, would the jade-balanced sword palace dare to confront the Qingyang Pavilion? Whispers filled the air, yet Elder Yin felt a sudden chill. He discerned clearly that Lin Xian's voice, though calm, was laced with an unmistakable undertone of murderous intent. Elder Feng, too, grasped the gravity of the moment. She stared at Lin Xian in disbelief, never having anticipated such a brazen threat from him. A sardonic smile crept across her face, though it was tinged with anger. Her expression was sinister, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Xian, her fury palpable and barely contained. Everyone sensed the wrath of a formidable realm king, akin to a tempest descending upon the jade-balanced sword palace. Fortunately, Qingyang reacted swiftly. Rising to his feet with wide eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his own aura, bellowing in outrage. How dare he be disrespectful to Elder Lin? This was nothing short of seeking death. The two auras clashed midair, erupting in a cacophony that sent the surrounding spectators reeling, forcing them to squint against the overwhelming pressure. As the tension dissipated, Elder Feng disregarded Qingyang's watchful glare, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. If you possess the courage, repeat your previous statement. Lin Xian chuckled, disinterested in engaging with the volatile woman. As he drew his sword, preparing for confrontation, the observing elder of the trial unexpectedly stepped forward, his voice tinged with reluctance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the arena for your quarrels and conflicts. If you must engage in combat, I implore you to wait until the celestial ascension ceremony concludes. Consider it a favor to my esteemed Yushu Sword Sect. We have gathered here today not for personal grievances, but in pursuit of worthy disciples. I beseech you both to cease your hostilities. The formidable aura of Wang Jing, at the pinnacle of the third realm, radiated from him with each step. Solid and grounding as the earth itself, calming the unrest within the hearts of those present. This elder, a testing official, is the most powerful among the elders of the 7 sects and possesses the deepest connections, hailing from the illustrious Yushu Sword Sect. His words undoubtedly carry significant weight. Elder Feng let out a huff, retracting her folding fan. While she could disregard the sentiments of others, she could not afford to dismiss the authority of this elder from the Yushu Sword Sect. Though she may be somewhat deranged, she is far from foolish. The Yuhing Sword Palace may have its grievances with the likes of the Cold Moon Fairy and the individuals before her, but the Yushu Sword Sect is a different matter entirely. Despite suppressing her aura, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xian as she stated, enunciating each word deliberately. Had this not been the sacred silver egret mountain, and had elderly not intervened, you would already be dead. Lin Xian chose to ignore her, sheathing his sword and returning to his seat, regarding Elder Feng as a mere specter in his eyes. He refrained from engaging in conflict to preserve the sanctity of the celestial ascension ceremony as he still intended to take on a disciple. Feeling disregarded, Elder Feng's expression soured as she cast a venomous glance at Lin Xian's back before shifting her attention to the pallid youth upon the high platform. Moments earlier, her clash with Qin Xiong had unleashed a wave of energy that had inadvertently affected Shi Huan, despite the protective formation near the testing spirit steel. Though he was at a distance, he still sustained some injury. Such trivial turbulence could inflict harm, Elder Feng thought disdainfully. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her words simply to save face against the Yuhang Sword Palace. I must ask you, do you wish to join my Qingwan Pavilion? Shi Huan glanced between Lin Xian and Elder Feng, the turmoil within his gaze reaching its zenith. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and bowed deeply towards Elder Feng. Disciple Shi Huan, I wish to join the Qingwan Pavilion. Excellent. A smile finally graced Elder Feng's lips. Her spirits lifted as she cast a triumphant look at Lin Xian. The anger that had consumed her began to dissipate as she gestured for Shi Huan to stand behind her. Observing the youth stride towards the Qingwan Pavilion, Lin Xian felt an absence of sentiment. Ultimately, it was merely a choice of his own. He could only hope that the boy would not harbor regrets in the future. The rejection of his own path in favor of joining the Qingwan Pavilion was not a loss for Lin Xian, but rather for Shi Huan himself. Or perhaps the youth does not truly believe that by joining the Qingwan Pavilion and securing a position as a core disciple, he would be nurtured with ample resources? The larger the sect, the more coveted the distribution of resources becomes. Ultimately, no matter the circumstance, talent remains paramount. This youth's spiritual body could only be repaired by one possessing a system like Lin Xian. The wind-soothing pill was a term Lin Xian had never even encountered. It likely belonged to the realm of ancient elixirs. As for the destruction of his spiritual body, it is not only that the Qingwan Pavilion remains unaware. Even the ancient ancestors of the pavilion would find it challenging to perceive even the slightest hint. Only the celestial sovereign might catch a glimpse of it. But that would merely be a perception. To assist the young man in restoration is a task as arduous as ascending to the heavens. without a spiritual body. Shi Huan is, in essence, no different from an ordinary person. This life, it seems, is destined to remain thus. However, Lin Xian would naturally refrain from voicing such matters, for they hold no significance. Ultimately, every individual is responsible for their own choices. Despite Lin Xian maintaining a composed demeanor, Elder Feng could not help but imagine the tempest of emotions brewing within him, while she could only suppress her own grim expression. Her cold laughter resonated, successfully unsettling the Qingyang Sword Palace, which undoubtedly lifted her spirits considerably. The grand ceremony continued unabated. Alas, following Shi Huan, Lin Xian beheld no further signs of destiny beyond the green. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly erupted before the spiritual testing monument, with beams of light soaring skyward. 3, 4, 5. 5 beams of light. This equaled the best performance thus far. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The 6th, the 7th. The beams trembled and wavered, poised to ignite the 8th beam when they extinguished, stabilizing at 7 beams of light. 7 beams. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even the typically stoic elders of the Yushu Sword Sect opened their eyes and cast their gazes forth, ready to recruit disciples. However, Lin Xian waited for a moment, and the arena fell into profound silence. 7 beams of light, yet not a single elder from the 6 sects uttered a word. An unexpected hush enveloped the scene. Chapter 54. The 4th disciple, in air of silence, enveloped the arena, as the examiner slowly lowered his hand, neither surprised nor disheartened, as if he had anticipated this moment. When the elders discerned his identity, the words that had risen to their lips were swallowed back, their gazes laden with complexity. It was Qin Feng. Indeed, it was him. The others, too, recognized the examiner, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. It was him, so it was hardly surprising. Only Lin Xian remained perplexed. This individual possessed such extraordinary talent, rivaling the young master of the Yushu Sword Sect and the saintess of the Qingyang Pavilion. Yet no sect had made a move to recruit him. This was exceedingly unusual. It is worth noting that previously, even those who had ignited 5 beams of light were fiercely sought after by various sections. Now, this young man had ignited 7 beams, yet no one was interested? This was indeed peculiar. The stage was steeped in an eerie stillness, while the spectators below murmured amongst themselves, speculating on his purpose for being there. Could he possibly believe that the 7 great sects would welcome him? A source of trouble? Alas, how pitiful! Were I in his position, I would have acquiesced to the Red Ghost King. He was nothing but a harbinger of calamity, and no one wished to involve themselves, preferring to keep their distance. Many recognized this young man, pointing and whispering as they observed his reluctance to descend from the stage. Yet, judging by their expressions, it appeared that none were his friends. They all seemed to shy away, their demeanor evasive. Even the elders on the high platform averted their gazes. The elder responsible for recruiting disciples for the Yushu Sword Sect even closed his eyes once more, as though he had never opened them at all. Only Lin Xian remained fixated on Qin Feng. Senior Lin, you do not intend to take him as your disciple, do you? Qin Xiang, who stood beside Lin Xian, noticed the direction of his gaze and let out a bitter laugh. Although he understood that Senior Lin possessed formidable strength, he felt compelled to voice a warning. Senior, your cultivation is profound, and I should not overstep, but I must advise you to steer clear of Qin Feng if possible. Qin Xiang spoke earnestly. Once entangled, one might provoke untold dangers. This individual has previously spurned the Red Ghost King's invitation to become his disciple, incensing the king, who then declared that anyone who dared to harbor Qin Feng would be opposing him. The Red Ghost King aims to torment Qin Feng, driving him into a corner until he has no choice but to kneel and plead for acceptance. This is why none present dare to take Qin Feng in. Not even the Yushu Sword Sect, which is reluctant to engage with such a thorny dilemma. Lin Xian listened attentively for a moment, and once Qin Xiong concluded, he posed a single question. And who is the Red Ghost King? Qin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Senior Lin was unaware of the Red Ghost King? Then, recollecting that Lin Xian was not from the Songlu Empire and thus unfamiliar with the king, he began to explain. The Red Ghost King is one of the foremost powers in the Songlu Empire, ranking second. No, he is quite possibly the strongest in the empire. However, his character is exceedingly vile. He has committed countless atrocities, is capricious in temperament, and is quick to annihilate entire families, treating people as mere livestock for his amusement. He delights in sowing discord and wreaking havoc upon the loyal and virtuous. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of the dark arts, possessing a terrifying strength. In the Songlu Empire, no one can contend with him, not even the esteemed ancestors of the imperial family. In the past, The Red Demon King clashed with an ancestor of the Zhonglu imperial family, resulting in a mutually destructive battle. However, that confrontation irrevocably established his position of power. Aside from the royal ancestor, even the venerable ancestor of the Qingyang Sword Sect proved no match for him. The royal ancestor is a formidable figure at the peak of the fifth realm of the Qing's domain, indicating that the Red Demon King possesses at least the same level of cultivation, if not a complete mastery of it. With such prowess, who would dare provoke him? In his daily interactions, the Red Demon King maintains a delicate balance with the 7 major sects, ensuring they do not conspire against him. The question of whether they could defeat him is one matter. The repercussions of attempting to do so, including the casualties among their ranks and the potential shifts in power, are quite another. Therefore, even the Qingyang Sword Sect is reluctant to offend the Red Demon King. Consequently, Qin Feng, marked by the Red Demon King, remains unclaimed and untouched by anyone, despite his extraordinary talents. Indeed, Qingyang affirmed with utmost certainty, even if he possesses remarkable talent, anyone who accepts Qin Feng would incur the wrath of the Red Demon King. Who in the Zhonglu Empire would dare to do such a thing? Observing the contemplative expression on Lin Xian's face, Qingyang quietly exhaled in relief. His intention in conveying this was to make Lin Xian understand that while offending Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion may not carry grave consequences, entangling oneself with the Red Demon King is a perilous affair. He is not a figure comparable to Elder Feng. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. I see now, Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. No wonder the elders have remained unmoved despite Qin Feng's exceptional talent. It was not a lack of interest, but rather a fear of taking action. Just as Qingyang believed he had sufficiently dissuaded Lin Xian from the notion of taking Qin Feng as a disciple. Lin Xian's voice resonated across the mountaintop plaza. Qin Feng, do you wish to take me as your master? At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. Even the previous whispers ceased immediately. Everyone, including the elders on the platform, turned in disbelief towards Lin Xian. Even Elder Feng, who had previously contended for a disciple, stood frozen in shock. Elder Yan, who was well aware of Lin Xian's remarkable strength, was equally taken aback. He understood the magnitude of what was at stake. Yet, that was the Red Demon King. Madness. Absolute madness. Everyone thought Lin Xian had lost his senses. How could he dare to utter such a challenge? Did he comprehend the identity of the adversary he was inviting? That was the Red Demon King. To accept Qin Feng would mean opposing a being at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the Qing's domain. Next to Lin Xian, Qingyang was equally stunned. Elder Lin this, as he realized Lin Xian had seemingly disregarded everything he had just said. Not only the onlookers, but even the subject of this offer, Qin Feng, looked up at Lin Xian in confusion and uncertainty. He had come here merely to numbingly attempt, harboring no real hopes. Time and again, all his friends and family fell victim to the hands of the Red Demon King. The few who remained avoided him like the plague, wishing for him to either bow his head in submission or to perish swiftly. Yet, to his astonishment, someone was willing to accept him. He gazed blankly at the dark figure before him and instinctively inquired, "Senior, are you not afraid of the Red Demon King?" He yearned to take on a disciple. Yet he was adamant about not involving any innocence. If this senior was unaware of the peril, he would have no choice but to decline, albeit with a heavy heart. Lin Xian smiled reassuringly and said, "You need not concern yourself with that matter. Simply answer me. Do you wish to accept this offer or not? Do you wish to?" He certainly did. Looking into Lin Xian's profound eyes, Qin Feng inhaled deeply. "I am willing." "Good." Lin Xian responded without hesitation. "From this day forth, you shall be my fourth disciple." No one dared to interrupt Lin Xian. All stood in stunned silence, gazing at the high platform, uncertain whether it was Lin Xian who had lost his sanity or if they themselves had succumbed to madness. He truly accepted Qin Feng? Observing this scene, Elder Feng let out a cold chuckle, swiftly opening her folding fan to obscure half of her face, thereby concealing the malice that lay beneath. Initially, she had intended to wait until after the ascension ceremony to personally eliminate this audacious individual. However, it seemed she had spared herself considerable effort. For the Red Demon King's strength and ruthless methods far surpassed her own. To dare disregard the Red Demon King's warnings? How brazen! She was eager to witness whether he had the audacity to accept Qin Feng as a disciple, and if he possessed the ability to teach him as well. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed by such thoughts. Were he to discern Elder Feng's current musings, he would only find amusement in them. This madwoman thought to observe how he would instruct his disciple. Apologies, but once the ascension ceremony concluded, it would herald her demise. She might not even have the chance to witness the dawn of another day. As he beckoned the hesitant Qin Feng to his side, the ascension ceremony progressed amidst an odd atmosphere. At that moment, a shimmering celestial vessel darted across the horizon, and a breathtaking maiden descended from the mountains. Swiftly approaching the square, clad in a flowing pink and white gown, cradling an ancient zither. Her eyes sparkled with a watery brilliance as she beheld the testing spirit monument still present on the platform. Her lips blossoming into a smile reminiscent of a fairy from a painting. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late. I made it just in time. Chapter 55. Innate. Meeting the master, the uninvited woman exuded an air of serene elegance, cradling an ancient guqin that was evidently of exceptional quality. As she gracefully traversed through the crowd, none dared to impede her passage. They instinctively parted to make way for her. With her eyes half closed, she scanned the platform and immediately caught sight of Lin Xian, a flicker of amusement blossoming in her exquisite gaze. Lin Xian, upon noticing her, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be her? His memory served him well. At that very moment, he recalled the remarkable figure he had encountered in the burning heaven secret realm, the prodigious Innate of the Lingzhen Empire, who had grasped the essence of the guqin. What fortune had brought her to this place? Just as Lin Xian pondered the mystery, the young woman with the guqin stepped onto the high platform, approaching the spirit testing steel. She extended her delicate hand, gently placing it upon the steel. In an instant, beams of light erupted. 1, 3, 6, 8, 10. Without the slightest hindrance or obstruction, 10 beams of light ascended almost simultaneously, radiating a blinding brilliance. 10 beams. The unexpected spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. As realization dawned upon them, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with countless individuals rising to their feet, their gazes fervently fixed on the enchanting maiden upon the platform. 1, 2, 3. A full 10 beams. There could be no mistake. It was indeed 10. In the annals of the Qingyang Sword Sect, even their founder had only managed to manifest 8 beams, and he was a half-step into the Emperor realm. The 9th and 10th beams had never been recorded. Could this not signify the emergence of the first 10-beam tester in the Zhonglu Empire? How extraordinary must her talent be? The words of the testing elder echoed in the minds of the spectators, repeating the mantra of 8 beams, 8 beams. They gazed at the antiquated yet ethereal woman with a mixture of awe and trepidation, struck by her dazzling gift. The 9th and 10th beams. Levels of achievement that the former strongest of the Zhonglu Empire, the founder of the Qingyang Sword Sect, had never attained, were effortlessly reached by this youthful maiden. What an astonishingly defiant existence she represented. Regardless of whether they were the reticent elders of the Qingyang Sword Sect, the eccentric matron of the Qingyang Pavilion, or the ever-observant Elder Yin, nearly all the elders present were enraptured. They rose simultaneously, their eyes alight with fervor and exhilaration, fixated on the ethereal figure. Would you consider joining the Qingyang Sword Sect? I can take you as a disciple on behalf of the ancestors of the Qingyang Sword Sect. Furthermore, you may select any elixir or cultivation technique you desire, and the sect will devote its utmost efforts to nurture you. Fearing that the young woman might not fully grasp the value of their sect, the elder of the Qingyang Sword Sect fervently began to list a plethora of high-quality elixirs and techniques, each name pronounced with urgency, all of which were enough to incite envy. Yet he pledged them all in a bid to entice the guqin maiden. Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion, unwilling to be outdone, promptly followed suit, enumerating the benefits he could offer. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as she gazed at the guqin maiden, seemingly yearning to devour her whole. If she could secure this prodigy, the Qingyang Pavilion would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Zhonglu Empire. No. Why settle for being the foremost in the Zhonglu Empire? If one is to compete, let it be for supremacy among the 7 nations of Yingwei. Elder Yin was no exception. All the elders were clamoring to recruit the talent, while simultaneously frantically transmitting messages through their jade communication talismans. Something monumental has occurred. Ancestor, Sect Master, hurry. This is a once-in-a-century, no, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. We must secure her for our sect. In response to their fervor, the guqin maiden appeared unfazed, her demeanor calm and collected. Upon hearing the maddening offers, she exhibited no emotional upheaval. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she gently shook her head, directing her gaze towards the direction of the Yuheng Sword Palace, her lips curving into a faint smile. Predecessor, would you consider taking me on as your disciple? Lin Xian, taken aback, had not anticipated that Innate had come for him. To take him as her master? He found it difficult to comprehend the young girl's intentions. It was not that he doubted his qualifications to accept her as a disciple, but rather a crucial point: his cultivation was centered around the sword, while Yin was devoted to the guqin. He had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, whereas she had long since grasped the principles of the guqin. These were two distinct paths, and she should have been acutely aware of this. What could possibly lead her to desire him as her mentor? While Lin Xian felt a sense of surprise, the others were left in utter shock. Had they misheard? The extraordinarily gifted guqin maiden, disregarding the invitations from Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion, had proactively chosen to seek out the Qingyang Sword Palace. Furthermore, she sought to apprentice herself not to the illustrious Qin Xiong, but to that young man who had offended Elder Feng. Had the world gone mad? Or were they the ones losing their minds? How could anyone forsake the prominent Yushu Sword Sect and Qingyang Pavilion to pursue the least esteemed Qingyang Sword Palace? Elder Feng was equally bewildered. What was happening? Had she failed to convey her message clearly? This prodigy desired to be mentored by that individual? Blindness. It was utterly absurd. The elders of the 7 sects had promised an abundance of treasures, techniques, and even offered to act in place of their respective sect masters to accept disciples. Yet she was willing to forsake these readily available benefits to seek out a youth who had yet to utter a word? Moreover, he belonged to the weakest of the 7 sects, the Qingyang Sword Palace. Was this not sheer folly? Elder Feng could hardly believe that a mere Qingyang Sword Palace could produce any formidable warriors. She could not help but exclaim, "Young lady, have you truly considered this? That individual you referred to is merely from the Qingyang Sword Palace, ranked the lowest among our 7 sects, while our Qingyang Pavilion stands at second. There are countless strong individuals. No need to waste your efforts." Before Elder Feng could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yin. Her master was not someone just anyone could qualify to claim. With a single statement, she left Elder Feng momentarily speechless. Yun's intentions were unmistakably clear. Her sole objective was Lin Xian. If not, why would she abandon the grand sect of Qingyang Pavilion to journey thousands of miles to this place? Yet, when faced with the radiant gaze of Yin, Lin Xian did not hesitate and readily agreed. "Very well, you shall henceforth be my 5th disciple." Simultaneously, the system scanned her details. Name: Yun age, 19 realm, 8th level of the Earth Profound Realm Identity, disciple of the Sword Pavilion Destiny, dual mastery of the Qin and Sword, Orange Grade 1. Recent events. Shocked by the prodigy Su Lianxin within the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, she defied her clan's objections and declined the invitation from Qingyang Pavilion to seek Lin Xian as her master in the Songlu Empire. Orange Grade 1. Mastery of both Qin and Sword? Such talent rivals that of Nangong Yaowei. As Lin Xian's words fell, Yun, cradling her guqin, approached him with a light and bright smile. Yun pays her respects to master. She moved gracefully, disregarding the complex gazes of others, leaving the onlookers sighing in lament. What a gifted disciple. How could one so young be so blind as to join the Qingyang Sword Palace? It is akin to a golden phoenix finding itself in a chicken coop. By accepting Yun as his disciple, Lin Xian emerged as the undeniable victor of the ascension ceremony. Occasionally, curious glances were cast toward him, one with 7 beams, another with 10. Even though the one who illuminated 7 beams was burdened with tremendous troubles, it was undeniable that Qin Feng was a genius. How could this young man possess such extraordinary fortune in taking on disciples? It is truly perplexing. Until the ceremony concluded, Lin Xian could not find a 3rd disciple that piqued his interest. There were indeed talents with 5 or 6 beams of spiritual light. But even if Lin Xian wished to accept them, they were more inclined to seek masters from other grand sects rather than a dying man such as himself. Everyone knew he had offended the Red Ghost King. As the ceremony ended and each returned to their respective sects, Qin Xiong followed closely behind Lin Xian. A look of deep concern etched on his face. He struggled to find the right words but could only remain in a state of hesitance. Elder Feng stood far from the Qingyang Sword Palace, casting a distant glance at Lin Xian, her lips curling into a sneer of derision before she turned away without hesitation. Initially, she had intended to confront Lin Xian after the ceremony, but this fool, oblivious to danger, had accepted Qin Feng, thereby relieving her of the burden of dealing with the aftermath. The Red Ghost King would undoubtedly not spare him. If she were to preemptively slay the one he wished to kill, she would only provoke the Red Ghost King. Not only could she not bear the consequences, but the Qingyang Pavilion would also struggle to withstand his wrath. A dead man is a dead man, regardless of by whose hand he falls. Let us depart. Elder Feng casually called out, leading her gathered disciples and Shihuan away. Yet unbeknownst to her, although Lin Xian did not direct his gaze toward her, he sensed the venomous glare she cast and subtly moved his fingers. A dark shadow then sank into the ground, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the Qingyang Pavilion departed. Elder Feng spoke one truth. A dead man is merely dead, regardless of the hand that delivers the final blow. Naturally, whether it be by his true self or a doppelganger, death remains death. Chapter 56. Do you know who she is? On the journey back to the sect, the celestial vessel of the Qingyang Sword Palace glided leisurely through the skies. Lin Xian sat at the bow, gazing pensively at the drifting clouds. Behind him were Chen Xiong, whose expression was laden with worry, and Qin Feng, who appeared hesitant to speak. Observing them was Yin Yi, who was scrutinizing her senior brother. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. Senior, I believe, perhaps it would be best to reconsider? While my talent may be acceptable, the Red Ghost King is undoubtedly a formidable foe. If you were to accept me as a disciple, he would not let you off easily. At the mention of the Red Ghost King, a flicker of anguish crossed Qin Feng's brow, yet he earnestly sought to dissuade Lin Xian, unwilling to endanger his kind-hearted mentor. Lin Xian did not turn his head, casually holding a fishing rod as he fished amidst the clouds. I have already stated that this matter does not concern you. If I dare to accept you, I certainly do not fear the Red Ghost King. Sitting nearby, Yuni diligently polished her guqin, her demeanor serene as she listened to the exchange between her senior brother and mentor. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, Master, who is the Red Ghost King? He sounds quite formidable. Being from a different realm than the Songlu Empire, she was unaware of the significance of the Red Ghost King. The task of explanation fell to Chen Xiong, who, with a grim face, began to elucidate. He recounted the heinous deeds committed by the Red Ghost King, emphasizing that he was a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the King realm. After hearing this, Yuni nodded thoughtfully, observing the bitter fear etched on Qin Feng and Chen Xiong's faces, a mixture of amusement and disbelief crossing her features. Master, should I send someone to slay the Red Ghost King? Her suggestion was nothing short of shocking. Chen Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment, and Qin Feng appeared utterly dumbfounded, staring at his junior sister in disbelief. Send someone to slay the Red Ghost King? Does she truly comprehend the gravity of her words? The Red Ghost King was a being whose power could rival that of the ancient ancestors of the Songlu Empire. Moreover, years had passed, and he had likely ascended to the peak of the King realm, far from being a foe to be trifled with. Yet, in Yun Yi's tone, the Red Ghost King seemed merely a trivial creature, easily crushable underfoot. Is this reasonable? Lin Xian, upon hearing Yun Yi's well-intentioned remark, smiled faintly and shook his head nonchalantly. There is no need. This is a predicament caused by your senior brother, and I shall handle it. Should he dare to come, I will personally deal with him. Not to mention that Lin Xian himself was unafraid of the Red Ghost King. He had the protection of the first master of the Sword Pavilion, Yunli, whose strength, though not at its peak, had reached the realm of the Emperor. A mere Red Ghost King could easily be vanquished. What was there to fear? Of course, Lin Xian did not dismiss Yun Yi's words as mere bravado. Others might be oblivious, but Lin Xian was very much aware. Yun Yi indeed possesses remarkable abilities. After all, she is recognized as the foremost genius of the Lingzhen Empire, and her background is anything but ordinary. From the information provided by the system, it is evident that the Yun family, to which she belongs, is a reclusive, prestigious clan within the Lingzhen Empire. Her assertion sufficed to demonstrate that, in her eyes, even a formidable entity like the Red Demon King, a being of the 5th realm, could be effortlessly obliterated. Seeing Lin Xian's refusal, Yuni did not insist but chose to linger by his side, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at the ocean of clouds below, engaging in casual conversation. The master and disciple shared a harmonious rapport. However, as they exchanged words, Chen Xiong and Qin Feng, standing behind them, were rendered utterly bewildered. To them, the Red Demon King seemed nothing more than an insignificant pawn, an ant that could be crushed at will, rather than the terrifying figure that instilled fear across the Songlu Empire. One suggested sending someone to slay him, while the other proposed taking matters into his own hands. Was this truly normal? The two were momentarily dumbfounded, their mouths agape, their faces flushed with suppressed words. Observing the expressions of Chen Xiong and Qin Feng, Lin Xian could not help but chuckle. He shook his head and remarked, Do you truly believe Yuni is jesting? Chen Xiong and Qin Feng remained silent. Could they dare to speak? They not only felt that Yuni was joking, but they also considered Lin Xian's words to be mere folly. After all, the Red Demon King was a notorious figure who had haunted Qin Feng for an interminable time, a being of complete mastery in the 5th realm. As if sensing their thoughts, Lin Xian reeled in his fishing line, pulling up a cloud-winged fish and tossing it into the nearby empty bucket, shaking his head nonchalantly. If you were aware of her true identity, you would not harbor such doubts. Chapter 57. Welcome. Qin Xiong was contemplating what exquisite dish he could prepare for Senior Lin using the cloud-wing fish, a rare delicacy that thrived in the clouds and was composed entirely of spiritual energy. Upon hearing a voice, he instinctively responded, yet his heart was filled with confusion. Could it be that she had another identity? Yun Yi, the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire, was indeed she. Leaving behind a single phrase, Lin Xian calmly set aside his fishing rod and stepped into the cabin. Yun Yi also offered a slight bow to the two men, smiling as she introduced herself. Yun Yi, it is a pleasure to meet Elder Qin and Brother Qin. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Although she did not believe that either of the two could truly instruct her, she felt it necessary to observe the proper courtesies. After Yun Yi finished speaking, she followed Lin Xian back into the cabin. Left behind were Qin Xiong and Qin Feng, both enveloped in a haze of bewilderment and disbelief. Though Lin Xian and Yun Yi had departed, their words continued to echo in the ears of the two men. Yun Yi, the foremost genius of the Lingzhen Empire? She is Yun Yi. Qin Xiong stood there in a daze, unintentionally murmuring to himself. While Qin Feng, being of a younger generation, may not have heard of Yun Yi, Qin Xiong was all too familiar with the name. She was a celebrated figure within the Seven Nations. A remarkable prodigy. She belonged to the same echelon as the Crown Prince of Qingyang from the Great Qin Empire and others of that caliber. To think that such a prodigy would appear in their Zhonglu Empire and even come to study under Senior Lin. Qin Xiong was so astounded that he nearly gasped for breath. After taking a few deep breaths, he staggered a couple of steps and grabbed several cloud-wing fish before departing. It was too bewildering. He decided it was best not to dwell on it and hurried off to prepare the spiritual fish for his senior. Once Qin Feng regained his composure, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. While he was unaware of Yun Yi's name, he understood the significance of the Lingzhen Empire, the foremost prodigy in the 10 brilliant pillars. At that moment, he was rendered almost speechless by the shock. Such a prodigy had become his junior sister? Junior sister? Even now, he struggled to believe it. Truly, what merit did he possess to deserve this? Thus, when Yun Yi mentioned sending someone to eliminate the Red Ghost King, she was not jesting nor boasting. She genuinely possessed that capability. It was overwhelming. Qin Feng felt somewhat numb. Yet, once he regained his senses, the first thought that sprang to his mind was, what kind of existence was his master that the foremost prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire would personally seek him as her mentor? If Yun Yi were to learn of his doubts, she would likely shake her head and chuckle. For the title of foremost prodigy was merely a distinction of the Lingzhen Empire. She never took pride in her identity, for she understood that her accolades paled in comparison beneath her master's tutelage, not to mention her exceptionally talented senior sister, the sword cultivator girl she encountered in the Burning Sky secret realm, who surpassed her by leaps and bounds, even after considerable time had passed. The formidable presence of Su Lianxin remained indelibly etched in Yun Yi's heart. In the stillness of midnight, she would often dream back to the Burning Sky, once again captivated by the breathtaking elegance of those two swords. This was also the reason she had chosen to apprentice under Lin Xian. Qin Feng stood in place, buffeted by the cold wind, hesitating for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and stepping into the cabin, a cautious expression etched upon his face. Master, I am unable to return with you just yet. There is a matter I must attend to. After a moment of indecision, he glanced at Lin Xian's impassive visage and, with a bitter smile, briefly recounted his personal affairs. What I wish to address concerns the last remaining relative in my life. She is my sister. At the mention of his sister, Qin Lan, a veil of guilt clouded Qin Feng's eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness toward her, a burden too heavy to articulate. Especially after Qin Lan's marriage, this guilt intensified beyond measure. Several years prior, she had wed the young heir of a noble family in the Zhonglu Empire, and at that time, both he and Qin Lan believed him to be a commendable match. Thus, Qin Feng had sanctioned this union. However, everything changed after Qin Feng's rejection of the Red Demon King. For Qin Lan, the gentle companion she once knew transformed abruptly into a monstrous fiend, hurling insults and casting her aside with a divorce decree, urging her to leave and ensuring that he remained untarnished by their association. The venomous words recounted by Qin Lan were beyond belief for the siblings. The terror instilled by the Red Demon King was such that avoidance seemed the only option, while others sought to distance themselves from the fallout. Both Qin Feng and Qin Lan could comprehend this instinct, yet the drastic shift in the young heir's demeanor, his eyes now resembling those of a plague, was difficult to fathom. It became evident that love could, indeed, be feigned. Qin Lan did not weep or wail. She quietly departed the noble household, harboring no animosity toward her heartless spouse. Only regret for her own blindness. She returned silently to her brother's side. For Qingyang, witnessing his once vibrant and spirited sister reduced to such a tranquil and subdued state was a painful sight. He pressed his lips together, unable to mask the bitterness that clouded his expression. It is I who have wronged her. I have brought her misfortune. Master, I cannot abandon her. I must first pave a path for her future before I accompany you back to the sect. For the first time, Qingyang laid bare his innermost thoughts to another, his demeanor suffused with affection and anguish. What he refrained from voicing was that, prior to this, he had contemplated submitting to the Red Demon King, if only for his sister's sake. Survival was the utmost priority. The outside world perceived him as proud and obstinate, willing to witness his suffer rather than bow his head in submission. Yet, what they did not know was that he had sought the Red Demon King's favor countless times, only to find himself met with emptiness. It was during this period that Qingyang fully grasped the Red Demon King's intent, to torment him, to sever his ties, and to reveal the consequences of his defiance. Upon hearing Qingyang's heartfelt plea, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Since she is your sister, and you cannot bear to part with her, let us bring her to the Qingyang Sword Palace. It is merely one more person. A pie from the heavens nearly left Qingyang in a daze, causing him to stutter in his speech. Is it truly possible? Was it not said that the 7 great sects do not harbor idlers? This time, Lin Xian remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Qingyang's inquiry. Upon confirming the authenticity of the news, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within Qingyang, prompting him to hastily kneel, his expression brimming with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Had he not been mindful of still being aboard the spirit vessel, he would have been eager to return immediately and share this delightful tidings with Qingyang. As the various sect spirit vessels raced through the skies, a group led by Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion was also making their way back to their sect. Shihuan, aboard the Qingyang Pavilion's spirit vessel, was filled with excitement. The vessel moved at astonishing speed, yet due to the protective formations, not a single gust of wind disturbed those within. Not only was there no wind, but he could even sense that the concentration of spiritual energy inside the vessel was significantly higher than that of the outside world. This spirit vessel must have been enhanced with a spirit-gathering formation, truly befitting of the second-ranked sect, the Qingyang Pavilion. The mere thought that he would soon become a core disciple of the Qingyang Pavilion, stepping into the realm of immortality, embarking on a path of cultivation beyond that of the majority, filled him with uncontainable exhilaration. However, glancing towards Elder Feng at the bow of the vessel, the joy on Shihuan's face slightly waned. He was uncertain why he was being coveted by 2 sects, yet after being brought back by Elder Feng, he sensed a hint of disdain emanating from her. Following the initial excitement, a subtle, almost imperceptible worry began to creep into his heart. Shihuan observed Elder Feng's silhouette, opening his mouth to utter some flattering words, but before he could take a step forward, he heard Elder Feng let out a sudden, fierce shout from the bow. Who goes there? Startled, Shihuan looked up to see a figure cloaked in black, having appeared out of nowhere, obstructing their spirit vessel. The vessel came to an abrupt halt, and Elder Feng regarded the ominous silhouette with caution, sensing a malevolent aura that instilled a sense of foreboding. She demanded angrily, "Who are you to dare obstruct the Qingyang Pavilion's spirit vessel? I am Elder Feng of the Qingyang Pavilion. If you know what is good for you, retreat at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Though Elder Feng had a penchant for eccentricity, she was not foolish. Yet, the figure in black seemed oblivious to her warning. No one could discern how the cloaked figure moved. He spoke not a word, but with a swift motion, he advanced towards the Qingyang Pavilion's spirit vessel, aiming directly for Elder Feng's face. Instinctively, Elder Feng took a step back, her gaze catching the shimmering barrier of the vessel's formation, and in an instant, she regained her composure. Foolish. Our Qingyang Pavilion's formation is not so easily breached. The final word was swallowed by Elder Feng's throat, the unfinished sound escaping her lips as a strange choking noise. Meanwhile, the youths behind her stared wide-eyed in fear and disbelief. The visage of Elder Feng was gripped tightly within a colossal hand, her cheeks contorted as if squeezed from between the fingers. Her eyes bulged in horror as she beheld the silent figure in black who effortlessly shattered the protective formation of the spirit vessel, leaving her no time to mount a defense. In less than a heartbeat, the once reliable spirit vessel formation, cherished by Elder Feng and the youths, disintegrated like fragile parchment. The elder, who presided over the vessel, found herself ensnared by the black-clad figure without so much as a finger raised in resistance. He seized her by the neck and wrenched her from the vessel with an overwhelming force, her hurling her towards the valley below. Elder Foam, a formidable presence at the second level of the Wang realm, resembled a helpless chick, futilely struggling against a fate sealed. During her descent, a blade of light shot forth from the figure's sleeve, piercing her heart and nailing her to the low valley floor. A torrent of blood erupted from her mouth and nose, her heart pierced and her organs shattered. Her demise was imminent. Yet, she remained fixated on the figure in black. A desperate howl escaping her lips, thick with the taste of blood. Who are you? I am the one who will end your life. Came the figure's voice, faint yet imbued with an inexplicable familiarity that unsettled Elder Foam. As the black hood was lifted before her, revealing the true identity of her assailant. Her pupils constricted in disbelief, her mind momentarily frozen. It was him? Could it truly be him? Chapter 58. What of the one I killed? With the hood removed, Lin Xian's doppelganger regarded Elder Fang's contorted, shattered visage, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. I recall asking you atop Silver Egret Sacred Mountain if you desired death. You did not reply, and I took your silence as acquiescence. At the moment those words fell, Elder Foam gasped, unable to catch his breath. His eyes wide with hatred as they fixated on Lin Xian's face, the spark of life within them extinguished completely. A second-tier Qing realm elder of the Sword Pavilion met his end in the lowly hollow of the mountain, without even a moment to resist. Disinterested in Elder Fang's woeful demise, Lin Xian casually brushed off the dust clinging to his black robe, vanishing from the spot. As for how the youths of Sword Pavilion would navigate their spiritual vessel back, whether they would assist in collecting Elder Fang's remains, or if the pavilion would trace the incident back to him, such matters did not occupy his thoughts. A killing is a killing. Should Qingyang Pavilion take issue and seek him out, then they too would be dealt with. It would merely result in their transition from the second position among the 7 sects to that of the second rank within the illusory Feather Sect. Elder Fang's demise stirred not a ripple within Lin Xian's heart. Upon Qin Feng retrieving Qin Lan, and Lin Xian and Qin Xiang's return from Silver Egret Sacred Mountain, Cold Moon Fairy did not inquire about the disciples' recruitment, but rather directly assigned all of them to Lin Xian's Sword Pavilion. This was precisely in line with Lin Xian's wishes. He did not slight Cold Moon Fairy's standing. For several consecutive days, he patiently discussed the upcoming 7 Nations tournament with her and the other elders. Subsequently, the agenda was left to Lin Pavilion Master to determine, and he refrained from further commentary on the matter of the tournament. Within the conference hall of Qingyang Sword Palace, Cold Moon Fairy's ethereal voice resonated like pearls falling, yet her words were abruptly halted mid-sentence as her countenance swiftly turned frosty, her head snapping towards the entrance. Who approaches? In a flash, Cold Moon Fairy darted outside, confronting the powerful presence rushing towards her. Upon seeing the white-haired crone hovering in midair, Cold Moon Fairy's expression momentarily faltered. Though aged and frail, the aura exuded by the elder was unsettling. In an instant, Cold Moon Fairy recognized the visitor, her demeanor shifting with urgency. It was none other than the master of Qingyang Pavilion. She hastily extended an invitation. Given the weakness of Qingyang Sword Palace, it was inevitable that they would lower their heads before such a formidable sect. Moreover, the master of Qingyang Pavilion, being a senior to Cold Moon Fairy, bowing to her was not a matter of shame. However, curiosity gnawed at her. What could prompt such an unexpected visit from the master, when the relationship between Qingyang Sword Palace and Qingyang Pavilion was merely slight? Additionally, the visitor's expression was exceedingly grim. Despite her perplexity, Cold Moon Fairy did not neglect the necessary courtesies and respectfully ushered the elder into the main hall for deliberation. The master of Qingyang Pavilion, suppressing a simmering rage, coldly huffed and took her seat. Once settled, Cold Moon Fairy finally voiced her confusion. Might I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit, master of Qingyang Pavilion? Her question, though innocent, only darkened the elder's countenance further. What matter? After the conclusion of the Ascension ceremony, Elder Foam has mysteriously vanished, and it seems increasingly likely that his fate is dire. Vice Palace Master Hanwei, what do you believe is the purpose of my visit? Initially taken aback, Hanwei's brow furrowed in thought. That madwoman has actually perished? Yet, her demise bears no relevance to the affairs of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Could it be that due to her past grievances with Elder Foam, the leader of Qingyang Pavilion has mistakenly attributed blame to my palace? Absurd. Hanwei's expression darkened, and her tone grew far from cordial. What does the esteemed elder mean by this? Are you implying that I, the Qingyang Sword Palace, am to be held accountable? Although she harbors no fondness for the madwoman, the notion of resorting to murder was unfathomable. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. What a curious proposition. The leader of Qingyang Pavilion, perceiving Hanwei's impatience, let out a cold laugh and laid her cards on the table. I have heard that during the Ascension ceremony, Elder Qingyang and another elder from your sect had a confrontation with our elder Feng, who subsequently vanished under mysterious circumstances after departing from the Silver Egret Sacred Mountain. Vice Palace Master Hanwei, I must ask you, would you not harbor suspicions towards your own Yuheng Sword Palace? Hanwei opened her mouth yet found herself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the elder Qingyang, whose name had been invoked, underwent a series of emotional shifts, gradually revealing a contemplative expression. Silence enveloped the hall as the white-haired crone slowly rose, casting a sweeping gaze around the room. Indeed, I possess no evidence, nor do I know who could possibly be responsible for Elder Feng's demise. You may choose to disavow any involvement, and I will refrain from taking any rash action. However, it would be prudent for you to hope that I do not uncover any evidence, for if I do, as her words fell, an overwhelming and fierce pressure, characteristic of a perfected fourth level of the King realm, abruptly swept across the chamber. The elders within were caught unprepared and turned pale under the oppressive force. The fourth level of the King realm is among the most formidable in the entire Zhonglu Empire, with no rivals aside from the Yushu Sword Sect. The pinnacle of strength within the Yuheng Sword Palace resides with Hanwei and Elder Luming, both of whom found their expressions grim as they endured the tumultuous energies, glaring at the leader of Sword Pavilion. Yet, they were powerless to retaliate, struggling to maintain their composure while secretly hoping that the palace master, who was in seclusion, would emerge to defuse the crisis. Unbeknownst to them, although Lord Yunli sensed the approaching threat posed by the leader of Sword Pavilion, she remained unfazed, continuing her seclusion to restore her strength. With Lin Xian present, a mere fourth-level king posed little challenge. There is no need for investigation. I am the one who killed him. What of it? Chapter 59. Draw your sword and face me. No one anticipated that Lin Xian would suddenly speak. However, what astonished the lord of the Qingyang Pavilion even more than his ability to speak amidst such overwhelming pressure was the content of his words. Once Lin Xian's voice resonated through the hall, a wave of shock enveloped everyone present, including the lord of the Qingyang Pavilion, causing her own formidable aura to falter for a brief moment. The lord had not intended to uncover any truths during her visit to the Yuheng Sword Palace. After all, would a murderer confess to their crimes unless faced with irrefutable evidence? Yet, she did not foresee that the people of the Yuheng Sword Palace would dare to acknowledge it directly. A fleeting thought of fear flickered within her mind, but it was swiftly dispelled by her own resolve. For in the next heartbeat after the young man in white spoke, an immense sword intent surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that crashed upon her like a tidal wave. The tumultuous force weighed heavily on the lord of the Qingyang Pavilion, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her own aura in defense. However, upon making contact with that colossal sword intent, her complexion drained of color. How formidable! Even in that brief exchange, she could ascertain with certainty that she was utterly no match for him. The lord of the Qingyang Pavilion gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief, struggling to accept the sensation she had just experienced. How old could he possibly be? Such sword intent? It was terrifying beyond measure. At that moment, despite the mutual cancellation of their pressures, the hall was still suffused with lingering sword intent, devoid of any deliberate targetings. Yet she felt as though her heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. It was the innate terror one feels in the presence of a true powerhouse. Lazily seated, Lin Xian regarded the lord of the Qingyang Pavilion, whose face had turned ashen, and asked nonchalantly, "What? Do you wish to accompany her?" I. The lord of the Qingyang Pavilion gasped for breath, her legs trembling involuntarily. Had it not been for her unwavering willpower, she might have succumbed to her knees, collapsing before him. This was utterly beyond her comprehension. The young man in white had not even drawn his sword. Merely the sword he wielded effortlessly compelled her, a perfected fourth-realm warrior, to contemplate submission. What did this signify? What terrifying power did he possess? Even the esteemed ancestor of the royal family could not achieve such a feat. Yet here, within the Yuheng Sword Palace, existed such a deity. With such strength, why would they remain in the ranks of the seven sects? The pale-faced lord of the Qingyang Pavilion swallowed hard. Leave. The single, emotionless word was akin to a divine decree, granting the powerful white-haired matriarch a reprieve. Without uttering another word, she hurriedly departed, her steps frantic, almost akin to a panicked flight. The lord of the Qingyang Pavilion arrived swiftly and departed even more swiftly. Even after identifying the true culprit, she uttered not a single threat towards the Yuheng Sword Palace. The sole reason for this was clear: strength. In the realm of the strong, respect is paramount. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, there exists no one daring to voice their opinions, regardless of the circumstances. The esteemed elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace, although already aware of Lin Xian's extraordinary nature, were nonetheless profoundly impacted and shaken upon witnessing his prowess firsthand. The master of Sword Pavilion, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the fourth realm of the Wang realm, was someone they could only look up to. Yet, she departed in a state of utter dejection, not daring to glance back, even in the knowledge that Lin Xian had slain an elder of her sect. Strength. This is the essence of power. With a light tapping on the back of his chair to capture the attention of the assembly, Lin Xian proclaimed, "I intend to enter seclusion and shall emerge before the Seven Nations tournament." After uttering this casually, he rose and departed. He sensed that the opportunity for a breakthrough was at hand, and this time, it was not merely a matter of transcending a single realm. Lin Xian's decision to enter seclusion sparked a wave of similar resolutions among the elders of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Having witnessed Lin Xian's mere words dissuade the master of Qingyang Pavilion, they felt an even clearer understanding of the significance of strength. Only power remains fundamental. Once Lin Xian had left, Chen Xiong abruptly stood, his voice resonating. "I shall also enter seclusion." Others among the elders followed suit, with a significant number echoing his sentiment. If someone as powerful as Lin Xian was seizing every moment to cultivate, what reason did they have to remain idle? The Fairy of Cold Moon paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Grand Elder Lu Ming, revealing a hint of helplessness mixed with a faint smile. "This is indeed a positive development," Grand Elder Lu Ming remarked. "In that case, the Deputy Palace Master should also enter seclusion, as we await the Seven Nations tournament." The Fairy of Cold Moon nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the affairs of the sect during this period would be entrusted to the Grand Elder. "Naturally, it is my duty," he replied. With only 2 months remaining until the Seven Nations tournament, the time was neither excessively long nor short, passing in the blink of an eye. In this brief span, Lin Xian entered seclusion and achieved a breakthrough, directly transcending to the 5th level of the Wang realm, overcoming 3 realms in total. He reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, a mere step away from the 6th realm. Such speed is nothing short of astonishing. It is noteworthy that each level within the Wang realm is notoriously difficult to penetrate, often taking years or even decades. Yet Lin Xian accomplished this in merely 2 months. A feat that defies belief. However, the resources he had previously acquired were now largely depleted. While his speed was impressive, the consumption was equally significant. As he gazed at the dwindling spirit stones within his storage ring, Lin Xian began to feel a sense of worry. Initially, he had intended to use these spirit stones to procure a high-grade spirit sword, to serve as the foundation for the killing immortal sword array. Alas, it seemed those plans were now in jeopardy, compelling him to seek alternative means. The Seven Nations tournament presented an excellent opportunity, with remarkable rewards for the top 3. While the first prize was noteworthy, the second place awarded a 6th-tier spirit sword, precisely what he required. Should he bestow this upon a disciple, he could potentially receive a 7th-tier imperial spirit sword in return, with a stroke of good fortune, perhaps even more. The mere thought of it stirred a sense of anticipation within Lin Xian. And so, over the course of 2 months, his disciples are indeed impressive. Su Lianxin has steadily advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Earth Profound Realm, mere steps away from the Celestial Profound Realm. After successfully merging with the 9 Nether Infernal Flame body, Wang Yan's innate talent significantly improved, resulting in a meteoric rise in his cultivation to the 5th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Utilizing her orange grade talent, Qi Yuming has benefited immensely from the dual guidance of Lin Xian and the celestial venerable Yunli, comprehending her unique sword intent. Moreover, after penetrating the sword intent and practicing the Azure Emperor scripture, Qi Yuming's cultivation has soared remarkably, reaching the 8th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. Although she does not surpass Su Lianxin, it is undeniable that Su Lianxin's talent is extraordinarily exceptional. The Azure Emperor scripture was imparted to the 2 newly accepted disciples by Lin Xian early on. Among them, Qin Feng, the weakest in terms of cultivation, had endured significant hardships and lacked the opportunity to cultivate. In just 2 months, despite his keen intellect, his progress remains relatively modest, currently standing at the 8th layer of gathering qi. However, this is understandable. Although he ranks 4th, he is the youngest and has the shortest training period. As for Yun Yi, being a natural prodigy, she now possesses strength equal to that of Su Lianxin, both achieving perfection at the 9th layer of the Earth Profound Realm. It is said that once one understands a principle, all principles become clear. With the assistance of the Azure Emperor scripture and her prior comprehension of the Qin intent, grasping the sword intent is not particularly challenging for this unparalleled prodigy. Possessing both sword and Qin intents, Yun Yi ranks just below Su Lianxin among Lin Xian's disciples. In her heart, Yuni muses that none of her peers are to be underestimated. Initially, she believed that with her exceptional talent and strength, she would rank first or second under Lin Xian's tutelage, only to find her talent insufficient to even secure a place in the top 3 among his 5 disciples, surpassing only the recently accepted Qin Feng. This realization astounds her and reinforces her belief that rejecting the Thousand Sounds Pavilion in favor of joining the protagonist sect was an astute decision. Each of her senior brothers and sisters holds the potential to become super prodigies who may someday reach the Xian rankings. No, they may achieve even more. The Xian rankings may merely be the beginning, especially in the case of senior sister Su Lianxin. Over the past 2 months, Yuni has sought to spar with Su Lianxin, only to be effortlessly defeated by a single sword strike, leaving her utterly powerless to retaliate. Previously, in the Burning Heaven secret realm, she had only glimpsed Su Lianxin's terrifying prowess without truly comprehending it. But now she has gained a profound understanding of Su Lianxin's monstrous talent. This revelation ignites Yun Yi's competitive spirit. She cannot be content with merely ranking 4th under her master. She must not bring shame to her master. In a sect where all are prodigies, she cannot afford to lag behind. Most astonishing to Yun Yi is the imperial grade technique bestowed upon her by her master. Even now, recalling it fills her with awe. In a realm devoid of even royal-level powerhouses, the existence of an imperial-grade technique is unfathomable. What manner of being is her master? When Lin Xian emerged from seclusion, he encountered the celestial venerable Yunli. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Yunli smiled and raised her hand in greeting. "Welcome back, Sect Master. Your timely return coincides perfectly with the impending 7 Kingdoms tournament, and we are preparing to head to the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire. The venue for this grand competition among the 7 nations is none other than the capital of the Morning Dawn Empire, the foremost among them." Lin Xian understood this implicitly, but chose not to take on the responsibility of leading the team. "You may proceed with them. I require some time for seclusion." "Is that so? That is indeed splendid news. As expected of the Pavilion Master, I extend my early congratulations on your remarkable enhancement of strength," Yunjing Tianzuan expressed, visibly astonished at Lin Xian's rapid ascension in power. She, possessing a higher realm, could discern that although Lin Xian advanced swiftly, he was not superficial. This was certainly not an achievement attained merely through the use of elixirs and resources. Truly, he was a prodigy beyond her reach. After a moment of reflection, Yunjing Tianzuan proposed, "In that case, let Han Yue lead the way. I shall remain to assist the Pavilion Master in breaking through." Lin Xian nodded slightly in agreement, confident that after his breakthrough, he would surely arrive before the competition commenced. Although Su Lianxin and her companions felt somewhat disheartened at not being able to accompany their master, they understood the greater significance of the situation. Together with Han Yue and the 7 outstanding contestants from Qingyang Sword Palace, they set forth to the capital of the Morning Dawn Empire. This time, Qingyang Sword Palace had 11 participants, with the additional member being Yuni. Coming from the esteemed and reclusive Yun family of the Lingjin Empire, securing a spot in the competition was effortless for her. Moreover, having joined her Master-S faction, she would naturally compete under the banner of her Master-S current power. As they journeyed to the Morning Dawn Empire, Han Wei led the way aboard the finest spiritual vessel within Qingyang Sword Palace. The vessel not only boasted ample space but also a high concentration of spiritual energy, making it suitable for cultivation. However, the last-minute efforts were of little use. So the disciples of various sects convened to discuss and strategize against their forthcoming opponents during the voyage. Yet, this discourse bore little relevance to Su Lianxin and her friends. The 7 disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace, including Chu Jianchen, conspicuously isolated Su Lianxin and her companions, their demeanor neither overtly hostile nor friendly, but laden with thinly veiled sarcasm. Clearly, they had yet to come to terms with the fact that Su Lianxin and her friends had secured their spots. Regrettably, Su Lianxin and her peers paid little heed to the opinions of others, indifferent to their petty machinations. Their veiled jibes and attempts to belittle were of no consequence. As Lin Xian's disciples, they were acutely aware of their promising futures, destined for greatness. Their rivals would only be the top-tier prodigies from the Xian domain. Chu Jianchen and his ilk, calling them frogs at the bottom of a well may seem harsh. Yet they were merely the talents of a lesser sect from a minor empire, akin to the most striking feather on a wild chicken's tail. Ultimately, they were just feathers, nothing more. While Su Lianxin and her friends remained unfazed, Chu Jianchen and his companions grew increasingly restless. A sudden thud resonated as someone slammed their hand on the table beside Chu Yuming, causing the tea to ripple. She halted her conversation, her delicate features turning as frigid as frost as she cast a sharp gaze toward the individual who had interrupted her. She and her companions were engaged in a quiet discussion about cultivation techniques, and Chu Jianchen and his group had been prudent enough not to disturb them, which suited their preferences perfectly. Unexpectedly, there are those who, lacking foresight, would dare to collide with me. You, with a sharp sound. The tip of the sword points directly at Chu Yoming's nose, and the visitor's tone is far from amicable. Draw your sword and engage me in battle. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to usurp Xianmo. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. Sixth stage of the Wang realm. The steam from the tea lingered in the air as Chu Yomen's gaze swept over the spilled white tea, a sense of regret inexplicably washing over her. The spiritual essence infused in the tea was of secondary importance. It was the tea leaves, shared by Yun Yi, that particularly suited her taste. Such a delightful brew. Now marred by interruption, felt like a lost opportunity. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who was aggressively drawing his sword. No, she thought, letting out a disinterested sigh as she rose to depart. To speak bluntly, he was not even worthy of her unsheathing her own weapon. He and she existed on entirely different planes. Even if they were of the same realm, he would never be her match, let alone the fact that his cultivation was inferior to hers. As she turned to leave, the man initially appeared stunned, followed swiftly by a surge of anger. What? Are you afraid? I expected more from you, but is this truly all you are? He was a friend of Xianmo and had long harbored resentment over his friend's plight. Today, he sought to avenge Xianmo. Chu Yoming's refusal to engage only intensified his fury. How dare someone who lacked the courage to confront him presume to take Xianmo's place? It was utterly unjust. Nearby, Chu Jianchen, observing the unfolding scene, felt a flicker of disappointment. He had anticipated that these individuals might possess some strength. Yet now it seemed they lacked even the audacity to compete. Any hopes of their success against the Jade Xian Sword Palace were futile. Sigh. At that moment, Chu Yoming's response drifted through the air. However, contrary to the anger or shame the disciple had anticipated, she merely spoke with calmness. If you believe so, then so be it. Such a rudimentary provocation held no weight for her. It stirred neither her interest nor her desire to retaliate. Provocation, after all, was predicated upon a balance of power. An uneven challenge was nothing more than a farce. There was no need for her to witness the folly of her sect members. It held no significance or amusement. She would rather conserve her enthusiasm for the prodigies of the Seven Nations Great Competition. Meanwhile, within the Jade Heng Sword Palace, the esteemed Yunli Tianzuan sat in her courtyard when she suddenly felt a shift in her brow, a trace of amusement flickering in her eyes. She looked up to find Lin Xian standing before her, his dark hair and white attire reminiscent of a celestial swordsman, exuding an elegance akin to jade. Before she could utter her congratulations, she noticed Lin Xian flash her a slight smile. Then, with a swift motion, he drew his sword. The strike appeared languid and unremarkable, yet as the sword intent was unleashed, it bore the sharpness capable of fracturing the heavens, an infinite surge of sword energy cascading forth, engulfing the modest courtyard. Although she understood that Lin Xian bore no malice and merely wished to test his current strength, Yunli Tianzuan instinctively narrowed her pupils, unwilling to be reckless, and vanished from her seat. She reappeared a short distance from Lin Xian, her delicate hand trembling as myriad runes, like flowing spiritual light, surged forth and coalesced into a colossal phantom. This phantom drew a bow, unleashing a brilliant golden arrow. The collision of sword light and arrow light erupted in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that trembled through the ground. Fortunately, the area had long been fortified by the esteemed Yunli Tianzun with intricate formations, preventing the residual waves from disturbing the external realm of the Yuheng Sword Palace. Otherwise, the mere remnants of this collision could have devastated the palace significantly. As the sword strike concluded, the haze dissipated and the waves calmed. Yunli Tianzun steadied her stance, having retreated several steps from her original position. Though unscathed, her enchanting eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. She had unexpectedly found herself at a disadvantage. During this exchange, she had indeed fallen behind. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained utterly unfazed. The shock within Yunli Tianzun was nearly palpable. It is essential to note that, although her strength had not fully returned, she possessed power at the imperial level. Coupled with the unexpected ferocity of Lin Xian's strike, she had not held back. Initially, she had harbored concerns that her blow might inadvertently harm Lin Xian. After all, despite his prodigious talents, his cultivation was merely at the king level. Even at the sixth layer, there remained a considerable gap between their realms, a chasm not to be trifled with. Yet, her imperial strike had been suppressed, Regaining her composure, Yunli Tianzun inhaled sharply. During this period, she had been astounded by Lin Xian on numerous occasions. Each time she believed she had grasped the extent of his prodigiousness, he managed to surpass her expectations once more. Truly remarkable. With a slow exhalation, a genuine smile of joy illuminated Yunli Tianzun's face as she approached Lin Xian. Congratulations, Sect Master, on your advancement in strength. The elegance of your swordsmanship fills me with humility. Lin Xian retracted his hand, content with his own prowess. He had exerted nearly all his strength in that sword strike. Aside from the immortal slaying sword formation, he had utilized nearly all his capabilities, including the Qing Di Sutra and the Hunyuan sword body. Thus, Lin Xian had formed a rough assessment of his current strength. Now, he could contend with Imperial-level opponents. If he were to unleash the immortal slaying sword formation, even Imperial adversaries could be vanquished. Testing his sword, he found it satisfactory. As he spoke, he and Yunli Tianzun made their way outward. How long had it been since their departure? Yunli Tianzun smiled. You emerged at the perfect time. Han Yu and the others have likely not yet arrived at the Morning Dawn Empire. Lin Xian nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed his calculations regarding time had indeed been accurate. Without further ado, as the Guardian, Yunli Tianzun naturally accompanied Lin Xian. With his emergence from seclusion, the two wasted no time and promptly set forth towards the imperial city of the Morning Dawn Empire to participate in the Seven Nations Grand Tournament. Two streaks of light traversed the sky with astonishing speed. Along the way, they passed numerous spirit vessels, inciting envy among all who beheld them. Soaring through the air with such swiftness, it was evident that they were two formidable beings. On the deck of a cerulean spirit vessel, a young man gazed at the fleeting lights with longing in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, unabashedly revealing the ambition within his gaze. I wonder when I will reach such heights. No need to rush. With my current talents, it won't be long before I can stand shoulder to shoulder with those powerful figures. Humph. The young man murmured softly to himself. And had Lin Xian been attentive to this side, he would have discerned that the azure spiritual vessel belonged to the esteemed Qingyang Sword Sect. The youth at the bow of the boat was none other than Lu Tianqing. In the present day, Lu Tianqing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to his former self, both his strength and prowess had seen a significant enhancement. With the aid of his ancestor, he had fully absorbed the potency of 2 one-pattern dragon soul pills, solidifying his foundation. His realm had also risen correspondingly, nearing the 8th level of the Earth Profound realm. This level of cultivation positioned him to rival the foremost prodigies among the 7 nations. Furthermore, his combat experience had improved even more substantially. All these advancements, apart from the dragon soul pills, were due to the exhaustive efforts of the entire Qingyang Sword Sect in nurturing his potential. Various spiritual elixirs and medicinal baths had been generously provided by the sect master of the Xinjiang. Lu Tianqing was acutely aware of the mission resting upon his shoulders. Yet he felt no fear, only unwavering confidence. As he sensed his current strength, he clenched his fists, filled with absolute conviction. In this upcoming grand competition of the 7 nations, my ambition extends far beyond merely securing a position within the top 100. Chapter 61, 10 million. Too little in the face of Lu Tianqing's grand aspirations, the master of Qingyang sect, standing beside him, gazed with anticipatory eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips in quiet praise. Indeed, with such ambition and a spirit of perseverance, you have become increasingly enterprising. Living up to the hopes of the ancestors, the elder of Xuanquang had not accompanied the team this time. He had invested a considerable amount of effort in Lu Tianqing early on and held high hopes for his ranking in the 7 nations competition. Thus, after the conclusion of the Burning Heaven Secret Realm, the elder did not enter seclusion but devoted himself to instructing Lu Tianqing. Now, as the seeds he had sown were about to take root, he could finally settle down to meditate and heal from the injuries sustained in the Burning Heaven Secret Realm. The elder had even more confidence in Lu Tianqing's potential achievements in the 7 nations competition than Lu Tianqing himself. Therefore, he felt no need to be present at the venue, remaining within the sect, awaiting the triumphant return of the prodigy he had anticipated, bringing back the best of news. As the venue for the 7 nations competition, Morning Dawn Imperial City had already seen a surge of cultivators a month prior, filling the city to the brim. Spiritual vessels traversed the skies, flowing incessantly, with numerous vessels landing at the city gate. Each disciple clad in sect attire paying the entrance fee and pouring into the imperial city, according to the prearranged signal with the Fairy of Cold Moon and others. Lin Xian and the celestial sovereign Yun Li arrived promptly before the competition commenced, successfully reuniting the Cloud Guest Inn, a renowned establishment spread throughout the entire Xuanyu region, was affiliated with the largest commercial organization, boasting branches in nearly every empire and city. Thus, it was the most suitable place for their gathering. However, when Lin Xian and the Celestial Sovereign found the Fairy of Cold Moon in Qingyang, they were surprised to encounter an unexpected guest beside her. A woman in a fiery red dress, with fox-like eyes, seemed oblivious to the cold gaze of the Fairy of Cold Moon, approaching with a graceful smile. "It has been a while, Hanyu. You seem to have gathered some new faces behind you." She chuckled lightly, her laughter tinged with strands of disdain. "It appears you have come prepared this time. How about we place a wager?" The newcomer was the master of Yushuan Sword Palace. Compared to the cold and serene Fairy of Cold Moon, she exuded a fiery beauty reminiscent of blazing flames. However, paths diverging. The Fairy of Cold Moon's voice grew a shade colder upon encountering this smiling tiger. "What do you wish to wager? Let us wager 1,000,000 spirit stones, shall we?" Before the Fairy of Cold Moon's words could fully settle, the master of Yushuan Sword Palace eagerly interjected. "The Seven Nations competition presents the perfect opportunity. If any disciple from our two sects ranks higher, regardless of which side prevails, it would be better than your constant belief that Yushuan Sword Palace's previous victory was unearned." It was evident that the one truly prepared was she. The very notion of a wager seemed to be a premeditated proposition from the master of Yushuan Sword Palace. Naturally, she had the confidence to suggest it. Her assurance stemmed from the young man who had silently followed her. The young man's expression was indifferent. In contrast to his master's enthusiasm, he showed no inclination to flatter. His gaze casually swept over the members of Yuheng Sword Palace, ultimately locking onto Chu Jianxin, a distinct hint of disdain flickering at the corner of his lips. Upon encountering this individual, Chu Jianxin's expression darkened instantaneously, his fist clenched tightly. The previous year, he had suffered defeat at the hands of this young man. A year has passed. He had never forgotten the humiliation of that failure. For this battle, he had prepared meticulously for an entire year. This time, Chu Jianxin was determined to redeem himself. However, the attention of the other disciples from the Yuheng Sword Palace was fixated on the wager. 10,000,000 spirit stones. Several disciples gasped in astonishment. This was no trifling sum, especially considering that the Yuheng Sword Palace, ranked at the bottom of the 7 sects of the Canglu Empire, notorious for its poverty. Would the Vice Palace Master even agree? The disciples turned their gazes toward the Cold Moon Fairy, only to find her expression unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. In fact, she even smiled faintly. The smile of the ice-cold beauty was indeed a rare sight, akin to the melting of first snow, yet before anyone could become entranced, they were met with the Cold Moon Fairy's audacious declaration. 10,000,000 is far too little. If we are to wager, let us not be timid. 50,000,000. Do you dare to bet? 50,000,000. Not 500,000, nor 5,000,000, but a staggering 50,000,000. What does this imply? Even the grand sects like Ling Xiao would feel pain to part with 10,000,000 spirit stones. And 50,000,000 is nearly the entire fortune of the Yuheng Sword Palace. At that moment, those who heard the Cold Moon Fairy's words were rendered speechless in shock. Even the disciples of the Yuheng Sword Palace, including the direct disciple Chu Jianxin, stared blankly at the Cold Moon Fairy's impassive visage, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Master, Vice Palace Master. Has she lost her senses? Otherwise, how could she utter such words? Even Chu Jianxin, despite his resolve to avenge his humiliation, did not possess absolute confidence in defeating his long-standing rival. 50,000,000. This was a wager that could jeopardize the entire sect. Not only them, but even the palace master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was taken aback. She had not anticipated the Cold Moon Fairy to exhibit such boldness. Yet she quickly regained her composure, regarding the Cold Moon Fairy with evident skepticism. 50,000,000? I have no objections, but can your Yuheng Sword Palace truly produce 50,000,000? The Cold Moon Fairy cast a dispassionate glance at her, her demeanor still aloof, simply inquiring. What? Are you afraid? Huh. The palace master of Yushuan Sword Palace laughed heartily, her expression shifting through various stages before settling on one of derision. If you dare, why should I not? Provocation holds no power over me. Since you are willing to wager 50,000,000 to the Yushuan Sword Palace, I shall gladly accept this immense fortune. This wager, the Yushuan Sword Palace shall take. She was absolutely confident of victory. Regardless of whether it was 10,000,000 or 50,000,000, in the end, it would all belong to her Yushuan Sword Palace. The palace master of the Yushuan Sword Palace departed gracefully with her disciples. Although her followers remained silent, they could not suppress their disdainful gazes towards the Yuheng Sword Palace, provoking ire among its disciples. Only Chu Jianchen furrowed his brow, waiting until the members of the Yuxuan Sword Palace had vanished from sight before disapprovingly approaching the Cold Moon Fairy. Master, you acted impulsively this time. I do not possess complete confidence in my ability to triumph. The words he uttered were laden with frustration, yet he could not deny the stark reality. The Ice Moon Fairy gazed upon her cherished disciple, perceiving the dissatisfaction shimmering in his eyes. She shook her head, having never held high hopes for this disciple from the outset. As for this matter, the decision rests with me. Now, return to your chambers and rest well, preparing diligently for the upcoming grand competition. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Since I am willing to wager, I naturally possess assurance. Chu Jianchen harbored a torrent of unspoken words, yet they remained locked within him. As he gazed upon his serene master, he felt a simmering frustration that he could not express, rendering her words almost inaudible to him. With a deep breath, he turned away, his footsteps betraying his discontent. The Ice Moon Fairy remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Su Lianxin and the others who had not yet departed, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Having tasted defeat previously, her disappointment eclipsed that of any disciple within the sect. If the contest were conducted fairly, she would accept her loss, but thus, this time, she vowed to plunge her opponent into despair. Chapter 62, The Imperial Ranked Spirit Artifact. The Grand Tournament of the Seven Nations is a magnificent gathering that unites numerous prodigies. As all cultivators converge at the peak moment towards the imperial city of the Dawn Empire, the Grand Tournament officially commences. Array formations shimmer with ethereal light, and the rare presence of venerable ancestors and esteemed elders graces the event, while the regional lords establish various formations to isolate the tournament grounds from the outside world, leaving no room for tardiness. Within the arena, each empire occupies its designated position, further divided by sects, as countless prodigies sit upright, gathering together to partake in this grand occasion. The elite of the Seven Nations are thus assembled. As noon strikes, the venue is completely sealed. Above the arena, 3 royal elders of the Dawn Empire silently manifest, their formidable presence sweeping across the venue. Their cultivation levels all exceed the 7th rank of the royal realm. Such a realm is indeed a pinnacle existence within the entirety of the 7 nations of the moonlit reflection. The 3 elders, with grave expressions, don royal insignia adorned robes that flutter fiercely in the wind, and together they raise their hands to unveil an ancient mirror. As the intricately patterned mirror materializes, the breaths of some attendees grow heavy. This mirror is recognizable to many, a 7th-tier spiritual treasure, an imperial-ranked artifact. The Dawn Empire truly possesses immense wealth, willing to showcase such a treasure. Is this not the legendary 10 Directions treasure mirror of the Dawn Empire? It is indeed extraordinary. Merely gazing upon it invokes a sensation as if one might be drawn into its depths. The foremost of the 7 nations, it undeniably boasts astonishing depth. The prodigies from various nations and sects, possessing discerning eyes, immediately recognize the value of the 10 Directions ancient mirror, engaging in animated discussions. Their murmurs reach the ears of those unaware, enlightening them to the remarkable worth of the mirror held by the 3 elders, igniting fervent admiration among the onlookers. An imperial-ranked artifact. Anything associated with the imperial path is, in their eyes, akin to a legendary existence. It is worth noting that within the current 7 nations, there is not a single sovereign-level powerhouse. However, not all individuals exhibit fervent emotions. The prodigies of the Dawn Empire maintain a composed demeanor, with little fluctuation in their expressions. After all, as the foremost empire among the 7 nations, the prodigies it nurtures cannot be short-sighted. Although imperial-ranked artifacts are rare, they are not entirely unfamiliar. Lin Xian's disciples also appear tranquil, revealing no signs of excessive greed or astonishment. After all, having encountered and even practiced imperial-ranked techniques, what significance does an imperial-ranked artifact hold? Compared to imperial techniques, it pales in comparison. Yet, their indifference does not imply others should feel the same. Upon regaining their composure from the astonishment, Chu Jianchen and others glance at the serene faces of Su Lianxin and her companions, their brows furrowing in discontent, with some unable to suppress their murmurs. Truly, they are putting on a fade. Enough. Chu Jianchen frowned to intervene, admonishing discontentedly. Regardless, we are teammates, and such harshness is unwarranted. As the eldest disciple within the sect, he holds considerable authority, and although his peers may feel displeased internally, they reluctantly fall silent. Aside from them, There were a few individuals present who not only displayed no surprise but also wore expressions of mockery. Ah, these people truly were unsophisticated. The youth clad in silver light armor casually toyed with the finger tiger in his hand, in stark contrast to the dignified demeanor of the prodigies from the Seven Kingdoms. He lounged with his legs splayed, his countenance brimming with derision. Nearly an imperial-grade spiritual artifact, these wastrels from the Seven Kingdoms had likely seen little beyond this. The two youths beside him chuckled in response, their expressions equally contemptuous and scornful. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, how truly tedious for the three of us. Yet, for the sake of this mirror. The gaze of the last individual lingered on the ancient mirror, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes as he softly murmured. The low-grade Imperial 10 Directions, ancient mirror. Though somewhat inferior in rank, would barely suffice for me. Once our divine martial dynasty unifies the moonlit Seven Kingdoms, this mirror. Ah, the thoughts of the prodigies on the ground were varied. While the three clan elders had already united to successfully refine the ancient mirror, the antiquated and enigmatic 10 Directions ancient mirror emitted a faint glow, hovering above the crowd, reflecting not a single silhouette, but rather displaying a constantly shifting panorama of forests, marshes, grasslands, and other terrains. It was at this moment that one of the elders announced the rules in a resonant voice. Esteemed guests, the grand competition of the Seven Kingdoms officially commences. I shall now proclaim the rules of this contest. The first round of the grand competition of the Seven Kingdoms shall take place within the 10 Directions ancient mirror. All prodigies must enter the ancient mirror within the span of a single incense stick's burn, commencing simultaneously. Within the mirror's realm, countless demonic beasts abound. Slaying these beasts will yield points. The more beasts one slays, the greater the points accumulated. The time is limited. When the incense burns out, all participants must exit the mirror immediately for a tally of points, ranked accordingly. To advance to the second round, one must acquire a minimum of 10,000 points. Now, let the contest begin. With a wave of the elder's hand, the 10 Directions ancient mirror erupted with resplendent spiritual light. The light surged, and jade tablets flew forth, landing in the hands of each prodigy. In the blink of an eye, those holding the jade tablets were orderly drawn into the realm of the ancient mirror. These tablets would record the points of the participating prodigies, displayed synchronously on the external leaderboard for all to see. Once everyone had entered, one elder positioned the leaderboard steel, while another elder produced a long incense stick, igniting it beside the mirror. As the fragrant smoke wafted upwards, the first round of the grand competition of the Seven Kingdoms officially commenced. All prodigies began their fierce battles simultaneously. Su Lianxin and Wang Yan were immediately separated upon entry. Although they had no intention of collaborating to slay the beasts, Wang Yan felt a brief discomfort at the sudden separation from his senior sister. However, as soon as he landed, he found himself encircled by demonic beasts, and any lingering tension dissipated in an instant. All around him were beasts. The weakest among them was at the earth-profound realm, and there were countless numbers. Were these beasts? No, this was pure. Tangible points laid before him. How could he not seize the opportunity? Wang Yan's eyes blazed with fervor as he unsheathed his sword without hesitation. He cracked a smile, his face brimming with excitement. Perfectly, having followed his master in cultivation for an extended period, he decided to use you all to practice his swordsmanship. Such an opportunity to assess his actual combat prowess was not one that Wang Yan would let slip away. However, as he thrust his sword forward, before he could even manifest his sword intent, and before he engaged in a fierce exchange with the beast, the fox demon, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, did not evade as he had anticipated. Instead, it was struck by his blade, meeting its demise on the spot. Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Blood flowed from the wound of the fox demon, provoking the remaining beasts to unleash their ferocity without hesitation. Witnessing this, Wang Yan ceased to ponder further and swung his sword once more. With several strikes, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the demons, leaving Wang Yan standing amidst the heap, somewhat speechless. Were they truly this feeble? No, it was that they were weak. Rather, was it that I am too powerful? Realizing this, Wang Yan understood that after sparring with his senior sister and the others, where he faced repeated defeats, he had developed a false sense of his own weakness. Unaware that it was merely in comparison to his senior sister and junior sister, Wang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of irony. It turned out, he too was a genius. Chapter 63, Results of the First Round in the Midst of the Elder Disciples. I, the frail one, pondered whether my presence outside was excessively formidable. This thought flickered through Wang Yan's mind as he hesitated, casting his gaze towards the distant mountains and forests. He shook the droplets of blood from his sword tip and stepped deeper into the wilderness. In the ancient mirror of the universe, waves of monstrous beasts surged forth endlessly. Every movement led to further encounters with these creatures. Soon, Wang Yin found himself besieged by a horde of beasts leaping from the dense forest. The gathering of cat demons with their fierce visages and blood-stained fangs and claws screeched as they pounced upon him. "Come forth!" Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he drew his sword. In an instant, the blade shimmered like a rainbow, splattering blood and sending a flock of frightened birds into the air with their shrill cries. Within the ancient mirror, there was neither the change of day and night nor the passage of time. Everything remained fixed at noon. Even as time advanced outside, the shadows within the mirror showed no inclination. All the prodigies were ensnared in relentless battles, striving vigorously to enhance their scores. None wished to be eliminated. All aspired for superior rankings, except for Wang Yin and a few others. The sword was coated with a thick layer of blood, and as Wang Yin stood atop the treetops, he casually wiped it clean, a blade of grass, unknown in origin, clutched between his lips. He gazed at the hazy treetops, sighing in boredom. How utterly tedious this was. It had been over a day since he was cast into the ancient mirror, and he surmised that a third of the incense, which could burn for 3 days, had already waned. The first round of the competition was limited to the duration of a stick of incense, which could burn for 3 days. For the first time, he found the span of 3 days to be interminably long. After a day of hunting, he had confirmed that the beasts within this secret realm possessed low intelligence and meager combat prowess. Even when he had thrown himself into the fray, surrounded by the horde, he felt no real peril. Of course, he also suspected that it was due to his own overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, his aspiration to gain practical experience from the first round had proven futile. It was merely a one-sided massacre, where then was the opportunity for learning. He was uncertain whether the world within the ancient mirror was vast or if it simply separated all the prodigies, but after so long and after slaying so many beasts, Wang Yin had yet to encounter any other competitors. Gazing at the jade tablet, which gleamed with a score of 10,078 points, Wang Yin couldn't help but marvel. His elder disciples had likely secured their qualifying scores by now. Reflecting on this, he settled cross-legged atop the treetop. In truth, with his current points surpassing 10,000, he was assured of advancing to the second round. There was little to cherish from the first round of trials. Instead, he resolved to devote his time to cultivation. Engaging in fruitless skirmishes with these beasts was hardly worthwhile. He would be better served by focusing on diligently studying the swordsmanship imparted by his master. The world within the mirror is woven from the fabric of rules, imbued with a profound essence of sword intent. Upon entering, he sensed an extraordinary quality about this place, as if it were particularly conducive to the comprehension of martial arts. Now, with merely a hint of perception, he swiftly validated his initial conjecture. Soon, Wang Yin closed his eyes and immersed himself in tranquil cultivation. In a similar vein, Su Lianxin and her companions, gazing at their substantial points exceeding 10,000, made the same decision. They were unwilling to squander 3 days on fruitless skirmishes. After all, the first round of assessments merely served as a filter. No matter how high their scores, they would not contribute to the final ranking, nor were there any tangible rewards, only ephemeral renown. They were not individuals who sought the limelight, thus remained indifferent to it. In this time, they resolved to either delve into martial techniques, rest, or gather their strength. The 3 days passed swiftly. As the disciples under Lin Xuanguan began their quiet meditation to rejuvenate, the other prodigies engaged in fierce battles. The leaderboard scores fluctuated incessantly, with individuals rising and falling in rank, indicative of intense competition. The outside world could not glimpse the realm within the ancient mirror. They could only discern the escalating fervor of the rankings, realizing the intensity of the conflict occurring within. As time progressed day by day, when the external clock finally struck the 3rd day at the hour of the snake, signaling the eve of the first round's conclusion, the leaderboard began to stabilize. At that moment, the score of the top contender had soared to a staggering 100,000. Even the 100th place boasted over 60,000. However, upon scrutiny, it became evident that the top 100 were predominantly populated by the 3 great nations: the Morning Dawn Empire, the Holy Sun Empire, and the Great Qin Empire, with other empires scarcely represented. Even when present, they lingered in the lower ranks, mostly from the 80s or 90s. The Zhonglu Empire had none among the elite, having been left far behind in the rankings. The leaders from the Zhonglu Empire, who had come to partake in the 7-nation grand competition, gazed at the leaderboard displaying only 100 names, unable to find any compatriots among them, and could only sigh in resignation. Alas, they had grown accustomed to this reality. Each seven-nation competition unfolded in a similar manner, without exception. Not merely accustomed, they were nearly numb to it. Yet, as they continued to observe, they could not help but lift their gaze toward the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Throughout history, many prodigies had made names for themselves that echoed throughout other nations. For instance, Qingyang and Xinli, both firmly entrenched within the top 20, evoked no surprise. After all, these individuals were among the most renowned top-tier prodigies across the seven nations. Their cultivation having already ascended to the heavenly profound realms far beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. Currently, most prodigies remained at the 7th or 8th levels of the earth profound realm, and thus the disparity was immense. Whether it was Qingyang or Xinli, both stood as formidable contenders for the championship in the seven-nation competition. Yet, beyond these familiar names, there were three individuals who evoked both surprise and a sense of unfamiliarity. Ao Tai, Shizhen, and Lin Xingzhou. Who are these extraordinary individuals? Their names have never graced my ears before. Yet they have managed to ascend into the ranks of the top 20. Moreover, they trail only a few thousand points behind the illustrious Changxia. It is indeed perplexing that such prodigious talents have only now emerged, seemingly unnoticed until this moment. The onlookers gazed at the unfamiliar names inscribed on the monument, engaging in fervent discussions and inquiries, yet no clarity could be attained. Just as their confusion deepened, the venerable elder, who had been seated in meditation high above, suddenly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, a resounding chime echoed through the air. The ancient mirror, suspended in the sky, erupted into a dazzling radiance. In an instant, a multitude of individuals were expelled from the mirror, landing abruptly on the previously vacated ground below. Some remained in meditative postures, others wielded their swords with aimless abandon, and one nearly stumbled to his knees in surprise. One of the elders casually waved his hand, quelling the chaos that threatened to arise from the sudden shift in scene. Observing the array of either disheveled or confidently radiant prodigies before him, he calmly declared, "The first round of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament has concluded." Chapter 64. Despair? At the very center of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament venue, the prodigies who had been teleported slowly regained their composure. Upon realizing their surroundings, most of them wore expressions of eager anticipation, lifting their gazes in unison. The disciples from the Qingyang Sword Palace shared the same sentiment, eager to discover the results of their hard-earned points after 3 arduous days. However, as they raised their heads to glance at the scoreboard, their expressions abruptly froze. Disbelief etched on their faces. To their astonishment, the top score on the leaderboard exceeded a staggering 100,000 points. How could this be? Gasps of shock escaped their lips, leaving the disciples of Qingyang Sword Palace utterly disheartened. They had fought valiantly against the ferocious beasts, leaving no room for complacency, and yet, they had barely managed to accumulate just over 10,000 points, scraping by into the second round. In stark contrast, the top 10 prodigies boasted scores all exceeding 100,000. This was simply terrifying. The first round had starkly illuminated the vast chasm that separated them from the elite prodigies of the Seven Nations. Despite having mentally prepared themselves for this reality, they were still profoundly impacted. At that moment, even Chu Jianchen found himself momentarily lost in thought. Lowering his gaze to the jade token in his hand, he was overwhelmed by an insidious sense of defeat and powerlessness that clung to his heart, refusing to dissipate. In the first round, he had garnered 29,300 points, nearing 30,000. This achievement was considered commendable among the historical participants of Qingyang Sword Palace. He had felt a flicker of pride, believing that even if he could not stand out, he would not fall too far behind. Yet now the pride he had felt turned to dust, replaced by a deluge of cold realization that extinguished any lingering hope. Chu Jianchen could not help but emit a bitter laugh. "Well, I never truly expected to make it into the top 100 anyway," he sighed softly, attempting to console himself. At that moment, several other participating disciples from Qingyang Sword Palace approached, their faces marred by discomfort and dissatisfaction. They leaned closer to Chu Jianchen, lowering their voices. "Senior brother, have you seen the scores of those 3? Huh?" Chu Jianchen turned to follow their gaze, only to see that Su Lianxin and her companions displayed scores just over 10,000, with Wang Yin barely scraping through to the third round by a mere few points. Chu Jianchen's mood, already sour, darkened further, his dissatisfaction with his master reaching a boiling point. "Master, what on earth are you thinking? Scores just over 10,000? With such prowess, it would be far better to have Xian Mo and the others compete instead. They would surely score much higher." He rubbed his temples in frustration, shadows falling across his eyes. Accompanying this was a particularly loud jeer. You were so boastful before. I thought you would be formidable. Yet, your score is merely 29,000? How laughable, truly laughable. Chu Jinshan's expression darkened instantaneously as he set his gaze upon the speaker with a wary and defensive demeanor. Gong Yuan, what brings you here? In the Jade Qian Sword Palace, the foremost disciple participating in this competition, Gong Yuan, bore a delicate countenance imbued with mockery and disdain. I had anticipated that after a year of preparation, you would present me with some semblance of surprise. However, I find myself profoundly disappointed. With a casual gesture, he let the jade tablet slip from his grasp, suspended by an ethereal golden chain, its brilliance suggesting that it was anything but ordinary. Yet, the attention of all from the Jade-hung Sword Palace was not on this golden chain, but rather fixated on the jade tablet itself. 70,000. 3,300 points. A staggering 73,000 points, more than double the total amassed by Chu Jianshan. Furthermore, it had already entered the top 100, a position notably advanced within that echelon. At that moment, the disciples of the Jade-hang Sword Palace were engulfed by a wave of astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes as a profound despair surged within their hearts. With such a vast disparity, how could they possibly hope to triumph? Gong Yuan, however, erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with derision as he inquired, "Are you despairing?" "You should be." Chu Jianshan, reflecting on his previous defeat, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness gnawing at him. Could they truly still claim victory this time? In their secluded corner, the onlookers were few, with only the elders from their respective sects observing with keen interest. An elder from the Jade Qian Sword Palace chuckled softly at the scene, turning to the side to address the Cold Moon Fairy, her voice laced with mockery. "Indeed, we have been treated to quite the spectacle. However, it seems, Deputy Palace Master Hanwei, that you were destined to lose once more in this contest." The presence of elders here was a result of the red-clad palace master retreating from meditation, having attained a heightened awareness. This elder, though a woman, bore the weight of age, her beauty marred by an unmistakable sharpness. What a pity, what a pity. Initially, you needed only to invest 10 million spirit stones. Yet you have escalated it to 50 million. 50 million spirit stones. What do you suggest we do with such a sum? Her smug demeanor was irksome to behold. Standing beside her, the Cold Moon Fairy clenched her silver teeth, her expression shadowed with gloom. This is merely the first round. What is there to be so pleased about? These demonic beasts are so feeble that, even if one were to score 70,000 points, or even reach 100,000, it would amount to little. Your joy appears rather premature. Yet, the perceptive could sense the undercurrents of resentment and insecurity in her words. The Grand Elder of the Jade Qian Sword Palace chuckled heartily. His spirits buoyed. Indeed, I concur that these demonic beasts are indeed weak. However, if they are so lacking in strength, why have you not managed to achieve 70 or even 100,000 points yourselves? Do you find the figure 29,000 particularly auspicious? With a derisive chuckle, he continued. Nonetheless, since Deputy Palace Master Hanwei disputes the outcome of the first round, I shall await your forthcoming stratagems with bated breath, hoping for a display of ingenuity rather than a parade of folly. Ha 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 ha. With that, she laughed arrogantly and strode away, her demeanor replete with haughtiness, as she gazed at the departing figure of the Grand Elder from the Jade Qian Sword Palace. The initially furious expression on the face of the Cold Moon Fairy gradually dissipated. A faint smile graced her lips, hinting at her concealed intentions. "Naturally, I shall not disappoint you," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible, her eyes beginning to glimmer with a playful mirth. Although the palace master of the Jade Qian Sword Palace was in seclusion and unable to witness her incredulity at her earlier failure, the Cold Moon Fairy was already anticipating the expressions that would adorn their faces once the second round of the competition concluded. It was akin to savoring an appetizer before a grand feast. Surely, their visages would be nothing short of spectacular, providing her with immense satisfaction. The results of the first round of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament had been announced. Disciples from their respective sects returned to their designated areas, some exuding pride while others bore a dejected demeanor. Within the ranks of the Qingyang Sword Sect, a group of disciples were flushed with excitement, their adoration directed towards the individual at the center of their circle, their eyes brimming with joy and trust. "Senior brother, you are incredible!" As expected of Senior Brother Liu, breaking into the top 100 in the first round. "You are truly a paragon for us disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect." The focal point of their accolades was Liu Tianqing. He wore a relaxed expression, a smile upon his face as he humbly waved his hand, attributing his success to mere luck. Yet, the pride sparkling in his eyes betrayed his true sentiments. Beside him, the master of the Qingyang sect nodded slightly, his gaze filled with commendation for Lu Tianqing. Well done, Tianqing. However, do not become complacent. The first round's beasts were not particularly formidable. They did not showcase the prowess of a top-tier prodigy. The upcoming second round's draw will be entirely different, as you will face peers of your caliber, competing fiercely against one another. Exercise caution. Do not underestimate your opponents. The events of the Seven Nations Grand Tournament were largely predetermined. The first round involved battling beasts, while the second round would see combat against fellow humans. The rules of the Qingyang Sword Sect's tournament mirrored this format, featuring a draw for matchups, with 5 arenas operating simultaneously. Now, with all the prodigies having departed, only a few clan elders remained on the elevated platform, joining forces to demonstrate their skills. From the ground, 5 arenas rose, arranged in a constellation-like formation at the center of the venue, awaiting the contestants. At the heart of it all stood the towering draw platform, alongside the spiritual monument displaying the match information. Lu Tianqing's gaze swept across the scene, confidence lifting the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Rest assured, Sect Master, I am well aware." While understanding the situation was one thing, fear was another matter entirely. The first round's beasts had not compelled those prodigies to reveal their true capabilities, yet had he truly exerted his full power? Lu Tianqing held unwavering confidence in himself. He could not possibly lose. The second round commenced at the hour of the unseen. Once it began, the spiritual monument flickered with a dazzling array of names before swiftly confirming the participants. A total of 10 individuals would engage in pairs. Lu Tianqing was, indeed, favored by fortune. As he had anticipated in his heart, he was selected to compete in an extremely favorable position. His performance, indeed, did not disappoint the expectations of the esteemed leader of the Qingyang sect. A resounding thud echoed across the arena, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. As the dust settled and the smoke dispersed, on the second stage knelt a valiant contender, blood spilling from his mouth, his form utterly disheveled. While standing before him was Lu Tianqing, adorned in flowing robes, unscathed and poised. With a flourish of his long sword, Lu Tianqing gracefully sheathed it, looking down with an air of authority. "My friend, do you wish to continue?" The injured contender, gritting his teeth, attempted to rise once more, but after several futile attempts, his trembling knees betrayed his inability to proceed. With a thud, he collapsed again, his complexion swiftly paling. "I concede," he murmured. A hint of a smile graced Lu Tianqing's lips as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "You have my respect." He watched as the defeated contender was assisted off the stage, then turned to face the direction of the Qingyang Sword Sect, met with a cacophony of jubilant cheers. "Our senior brother has triumphed again. Senior brother, you are remarkable." The entire Qingyang Sword Sect held Lu Tianqing in profound admiration, for in the second round, advancement hinged on a singular rule: one must achieve 10 consecutive victories to proceed. It was a test of both skill and fortune. Presently, Lu Tianqing had achieved an astonishing 9 victories in a row. In the face of his junior disciple's exultation, Lu Tianqing merely smiled faintly, unfazed. To him, his victories were the most natural occurrences, though he lamented, "If only I had encountered opponents ranked higher than myself." He shook his head in regret. Among the 9 contests, the 2 strongest challengers had ranked below him in the first round, positioned at 98 and 97, respectively. Thus far, he had yet to confront a true adversary worthy of his full effort. "I yearn for more," Lu Tianqing mused inwardly. "For the final match, I hope not to be disappointed. I seek an opponent who can compel me to engage earnestly." At that moment, the spirit monument he had been observing began to flicker once more. Lu Tianqing's spirits lifted as he focused intently on the name soon to be revealed. His next opponent was, Wang Yan. Chapter 65. A sword, a voice, tinged with disbelief and a hint of distortion, emerged from Lu Tianqing's lips as he gazed incredulously at the name displayed on the spirit monument. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically. How could it be? This name had long haunted his dreams. Was this Wang Yan truly the same Wang Yan he feared? What merit did he possess to compete in the grand tournament of the 7 kingdoms? Yet, upon noticing the paltry score displayed beside Wang Yan's name, Lu Tianqing's expression fluctuated. He exhaled in relief, a smirk of cold amusement gracing his lips. The score was just over 10,000, a considerable distance from the top 100. What was he even worried about? Regardless of which Wang Yan it was, he had long surpassed his former self. If he were to encounter an old rival, it would be all the more satisfying to avenge the grudge of that single sword strike. The humiliation inflicted upon him by Wang Yan and his companions at the Qingyang Sword Sect's arena still ignited a flame of fury within him whenever he recalled it. When he finally beheld the true visage of the contender, confirming his suspicions that it was indeed the Wang Yan he had anticipated. Lu Tianqing chuckled. Wang Yan, how long it has been since we last met. I never imagined you would stand before me once more, but alas, we are no longer of the same world. His tone was laced with a semblance of pity, yet it concealed malice and scorn. Just months prior, he had suffered defeat at Wang Yan's hands, a memory that lingered painfully in his mind. On that day, as the holy son of the Qingyang Sword Sect, he had fallen from grace, becoming the subject of ridicule among countless disciples. A nameless nobody had brought him immense shame, though he was no longer the same person he had been. The stain of that defeat would forever mar his reputation, unless he could erase the memories of all who witnessed that battle. The scene of his humiliation would be eternally etched in the minds of many disciples, elders, and even the sect leader. From that day forth, Lu Tianqing vowed to redeem himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Wang Yan, far from surprised at encountering Lu Tianqing in the grand tournament, regarded the other with indifference, raising his spirit sword to signal his readiness for battle. A mere former subordinate, Lu Tianqing had not been his match at the Qingyang Sword Sect, and he would be even less so now on the stage of the Seven Kingdoms, though he was uncertain of Wang Yan's newfound confidence or the opportunities he had seized. It mattered little. If he could not claim victory in this battle, he would be unworthy to be called a disciple of his master. His master had bestowed upon him so much. If he could not even defeat this former rival, he would have no face to confront his master. Today, he would demonstrate that Wang Yan had never been his equal then, nor would he be now, and in the future, their disparity would only widen, with no possibility of narrowing. However, Wang Yan's demeanor was misconstrued by Lu Tianqing as one of disdain. Instantly, Lu Tianqing's expression turned icy, and he let out a cold laugh. You do not truly believe that I am still the same person I was on the Qingyang Sword Sect's arena, do you? In a moment of fierce determination, Lu Tianqing relinquished all defenses and struck forth, a faint golden radiance shimmering in his eyes. After absorbing the potent energy of 2 dragon soul pills, his innate talents and various attributes had been significantly enhanced. With newfound confidence, he believed that today he would not repeat the missteps of the past during the sect's grand competition. On the second arena, 2 figures rapidly closed the distance between them. Suddenly, bang! One figure was sent hurtling backward, crossing the edge of the arena's railing and crashing heavily to the ground. This scene, though not uncommon in the Seven Nations tournament, did not elicit much astonishment from the onlookers. However, the fallen individual coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing in disbelief at the unattainable railing, shock written across his face. Had he truly been struck down by a single sword once more? No, this was inconceivable. He refused to believe it. Yet, regardless of Lu Tianqing's disbelief, Wang Yan slowly approached the edge of the arena, looking down upon him with that very face that had haunted him through numerous nightmares. Wang Yan sheathed his sword nonchalantly. Observing the humiliated Lu Tianqing sprawled on the ground, his expression devoid of contempt. He merely stated, "You are correct. We are indeed no longer inhabitants of the same world." Chapter 66. Bad luck? Perhaps not. Wang Yan was disinterested in humiliating his former adversary. Moreover, the one ensnared in the agony of defeat was none other than Lu Tianqing. Throughout, Wang Yan had never regarded him as a rival. His true aspirations lay among those who occupied the higher echelons of the rankings. Turning away, he did not even bestow a glance upon Lu Tianqing, leaving him alone at the arena's edge, his sword hand drooping in despair. Defeat is indeed painful. Yet what is more excruciating is to realize that the individual you considered a rival has never acknowledged you in the slightest. A few months prior, although he too had faced defeat, he still possessed the strength to fight again. But today, with a single strike, he was vanquished. This was Lu Tianqing's initial plan. Yet he could never have anticipated that the one to be defeated by a single blow would be himself. Suddenly, Wang Yan heard the sound of blood being expelled behind him and turned in astonishment to witness Lu Tianqing, blood gushing from his mouth. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, he was momentarily bewildered. What? Was that single strike truly so powerful? It shouldn't have been. His control had not been lacking to such an extent, had it? Senior brother, are you all right? The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect rushed to Lu Tianqing's side, supporting their bloodied companion as they helped him away. Everyone presumed he had been injured in combat, yet only Lu Tianqing understood the truth. He was incensed. Over the past few months, not only had he failed to catch up to Wang Yan, but the gap had widened even further. How could this be? Why had it come to this? He had consumed 2 dragon soul pills and received extensive guidance from the revered elder Qingyang, along with an array of miraculous elixirs. And what of Wang Yan? He and his master were merely like stray dogs. He could not fathom how Wang Yin had achieved such prowess. Yet he was acutely aware of one grim reality: in this lifetime, it was highly improbable that he would ever surpass his rival. With this thought, Lu Tianxing coughed up another mouthful of blood, exclaiming before succumbing to unconsciousness. As he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard the cheers and gasps of the crowd. But his consciousness sank into a dark abyss, severing all ties with the world around him. Wang Yin, walking away, slowed his pace slightly, glancing with surprise towards the distant first arena. It was uncertain whether Lu Tianxing's fainting was a boon or a bane. Even if he had remained conscious and secured victory in this match, no one would have paid him any heed, because it was an upset. An astonishing upset, no less. Defeated, heavens! Xinli had actually been vanquished. How could this be? Who was this individual? And how could he possess such formidable strength? As Wang Yin raised his gaze, he caught sight of a pale young man, staggering as he exited the arena, the very reason behind the crowd's astonishment. A pinnacle talent from the Seven Nations. Possessing Tianxian realm cultivation, Xinli was anticipated by many as a leading contender. According to reason, even if he could not breach the top 10, securing a place within the top 20 should have posed no trouble at all. Yet, he has met with defeat so easily. To falter in the second round, it is quite unfathomable. Especially upon seeing the one who vanquished him, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Lin Xingzhou of the Gallant Sect. What sect is this? I have never heard of it before. The name Gallant Sect sounds somewhat familiar. Ah, wait. I recall now. I do know of this Gallant Sect, but it is merely an exceedingly weak sect, one that has never even produced a king-level figure. How could such a remarkable genius suddenly emerge from such obscurity? Even Xinli was no match for him. Could this person be feigning weakness to deceive? This momentum is indeed fierce. Could he possibly ascend into the top 10? The crowd's discussions were rife, their voices unrestrained, inevitably reaching Lin Xingzhou's ears. As he descended from the platform, standing alongside his two fellow disciples, he listened to the speculations around him, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Top 10? What absurdity! He did not come here merely to vie for a place in the top 10. The three of them had their sights set on claiming the top 3 positions. He intended to ensure that all the so-called talents of the Seven Moon Kingdoms would only be left trailing in their wake, unable to catch up. He aspired to trample all the prodigies of the Seven Moon Kingdoms beneath his feet. Despite the arrogance swirling in his mind, Lin Xingzhou displayed little emotion, instead relishing the adoration and admiration directed towards him. Among those gazes, a portion undoubtedly came from the Qingyang Sword Palace. The instinct to admire greatness is inherent in all. They could not help but cast envious glances at the trio from the Gallant Sect, filled with awe and longing, yearning for the day they too might become such extraordinary talents. But at that moment, calamity struck. Oh no, Brother Chu has been knocked off the stage. What? The prodigies of the Qingyang Sword Palace immediately abandoned their concerns for others, turning anxiously towards Platform 5. Platform 5 was where Chu Jianxun was situated. Upon realizing who his opponent was, the faces of the panicked prodigies from the Qingyang Sword Palace drained of color. Lei Yuan. It is he. How unfortunate for Brother Chu to encounter him. Lei Yuan, one of the prodigies of the Holy Sun Empire, though not among the top 20 contenders anticipated to win. He certainly ranks within the top 100. To face him is indeed a stroke of misfortune for Chu Jianxun. With a bitter expression, Chu Jianxun limped back, shoulders hunched. His eyes filled with confusion and despair. He is lost. What should he do now? He did not even know how to proceed. Too afraid to meet the gazes of his fellow disciples. The competition among the Seven Kingdoms is ruthlessly unforgiving. Strength is paramount, yet luck holds equal significance. With this loss, he would not even advance to the third round. This also meant that the Qingyang Sword Palace would be entirely eliminated from the stage of the Seven Kingdoms competition. Furthermore, it signified that his master's wager would be lost. A tumult of emotions, unwillingness, fear, confusion, despair, and indignation swirled within Chu Jianxun's heart as he bit his lip, drawing blood, yet refusing to relent. Brother. The voice of a fellow disciple echoed beside him. And Chu Jianxun felt a wave of anguish. He dared not listen, fearing that the next words would be accusations, yet he was compelled to hear. What's wrong? The question escaped his lips, startling himself. In such a brief moment, his voice had turned hoarse from profound sorrow. However, the words spoken by the disciple were beyond his expectations. She also faced Lei Yuan. She? Who is she? A member of the Yushuan Sword Palace? Confusion clouded his mind as he looked up at the figure that had leapt onto the arena. It suddenly dawned on him that there existed external support for their Qingyang Sword Palace. But what good would that do? On the stage, Lei Yuan gazed at the frail girl before him, scratching his head in resignation. Are you with that person from earlier? Alas, your luck is truly unfortunate. He glanced down at himself, a robust figure akin to a bear, then at the delicate girl across from him, feeling a pang of pity. Why not concede? It would save me effort, and you would avoid injury. How does that sound? Though his demeanor was rough, Lei Yuan possessed a heart that could appreciate the beauty of a rose amidst thorns. Facing an opponent devoid of malice, Su Lianxin merely smiled gently, shaking her head as she raised her hand to weave a flourish with her sword. Thank you for your kind intentions, but it is unnecessary. Please. Lei Yuan could only shrug in defeat. Very well, I have offered my good advice, since you insist. A roar erupted from him, akin to a tiger's cry echoing through the mountains as his muscles tensed and his eyes glowed crimson. Boom. He lunged at Su Lianxin like a cannonball. Lei Yuan's path was that of a physical cultivator, his body forged in iron. Few could inflict harm upon him. When he entered combat mode, he was unyielding, ready to wreak havoc. Just moments ago, had it not been for Chu Jianxin's quick thinking, using force to deflect, he would have been sent flying off the stage by Lei Yuan's punch, risking more than just a broken leg. As Su Lianxin stood, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, Chu Jianxin and the others instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was evident what the outcome of this match would be. Crash. Bang. The sounds of collision and heavy objects hitting the ground resonated as they had anticipated, the dull thud echoing in their ears. Chu Jianxin couldn't help but press his lips together, unwilling to witness Su Lianxin's plight. However, gasped. Oh heavens! What the? The chorus of gasps around him, filled with disbelief, left Chu Jianxin momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why were they so astonished? Was Su Lianxin dead? No. The Seven Nations competition forbade any loss of life. What could be the matter? Instinctively, Chu Jianxin opened his eyes. And when he beheld the scene on stage, he was utterly dumbfounded. The figure lying on the ground, struggling to rise yet unable to, was not Su Lianxin, but Lei Yuan? How could this be? How could this happen? Staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle, Chu Jianxin was completely taken aback. No. It is not merely Chu Jianxin. At this very moment, everyone paying attention to this battle is utterly astonished, voicing their shock. Chapter 67, not out of fear, but out of disdain. The prowess that Su Lianxin ultimately displayed took everyone by surprise. The venue fell into an eerie silence, mouths agape, as they gazed in disbelief at the slender girl upon the stage. Lei Yuan wiped his mouth, smearing the blood across his face, and staggered to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, they all claimed I was a raging bear. Yet today I have encountered a true tempest. A girl, no taller than my arm, struck me down from the platform with a single sword, even shattering my berserker state. What does that even signify? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Lianxin frowned, directing a displeased glance at the still vibrant Lei Yuan below. Could it be that her strike had been too forceful, leaving him dazed? Or perhaps he was simply a fool who couldn't articulate, yet remained unscathed? No. Lei Yuan hastily waved his hands, shaking his head in resignation. I concede. Please, do not strike me again. I cannot withstand another blow. While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, those knowledgeable grasped the subtleties of the encounter. Despite the single strike, Lei Yuan sensed that Su Lianxin had held back. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rise. He was acutely aware of the razor-sharpness and unstoppable force of her sword. Thus, he smiled broadly, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. You have triumphed. I am grateful for your mercy. I, Lei Yuan, humbly acknowledge my defeat. Only then did Su Lianxin sheath her sword, nodding calmly before descending from the stage to reclaim her rightful place. The gazes of those around her fell upon her, each laden with a complex array of emotions. Yet Su Lianxin remained unfazed, gently polishing her spirit sword with a silken cloth, her expression serene. Nearby stood the proud disciple of the Yuheng Sword Palace, who had previously provoked Chu Yuming aboard the spirit vessel, seeking a duel that had been declined. After witnessing the prowess of Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, he felt a burning sting on his face, his mind a tumult of shock and disbelief, as his gaze towards Chu Yuming shifted constantly. This woman is undeniably formidable. Aside from him, many others around felt a twinge of shame. Earlier, they had deemed Su Lianxin and her companions cowardly for their reluctance to compete. In hindsight, it was clear that their hesitation was born not of fear, but rather of disdain for engaging in battle with them. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Boom. Meanwhile, on the adjacent platform, a figure collided violently with the railing, blood spewing from his throat as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. A flash of spiritual light signaled the dissolution of the arena's formation. The match concluded, and the victor's fellow disciples rushed to carry their fallen comrade away. The winner turned to the Qingyang Sword Palace, offering a radiant smile towards Su Lianxin and her companions. This individual was none other than Wang Yan. Wang Yan had claimed yet another victory, and the champion he had bested. The disciple defeated by Wang Yan ranked within the top 100. How extraordinary. He had already vanquished one opponent, and now, so powerful. Wang Yan, 100. Indeed. This was the esteemed challenger who had placed 81st in the first round. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace, albeit somewhat awkward, have begun to undergo a transformation. As the first individual called out to senior brother Wang Yan, a few others followed suit, mimicking the address. Regardless of the prior grievances, this moment now belongs to the glory of the Qingyang Sword Palace. Even Chu Jianxin, momentarily forgetting his own pain, held his breath as he gazed at Wang Yan on the stage, who seemed to radiate brilliance, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace, including him, finally recognized the folly of their previous thoughts. How foolish. How shallow. These individuals were far from mere decorative pillows. Chu Jianxin clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with exhilaration. If this continued, there might still be hope for the wager with the Yushuan Sword Palace. It was not just joy, but also relief, for at stake was a considerable sum of 50 million spirit stones. Such thoughts were not confined to Chu Jianxin alone. The imposing figure from the Yushuan Sword Palace loomed like an unmeltable iceberg, his brow slightly furrowed, the atmosphere heavy with silence. However, he quickly regained his composure, lowering his eyelids to conceal the fleeting ruthlessness in his gaze. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for him, yet inconsequential. To defeat the top 100 prodigies required some skill. But he was well aware of his own strength. These two were not a significant threat to him. Meanwhile, Wang Yan descended from the stage, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, looking particularly fatigued. This was his 8th match, having faced 2 consecutive opponents ranked within the top 100, which was indeed a considerable strain. After he took his seat, Lin Xian gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Well done, he praised. Hearing Lin Xian's compliments, Wang Yan felt a bit bashful and scratched his head sheepishly, then shook his head with a wry smile. Master, you flatter me. I am all too aware of my own limitations. I still fall far short compared to senior sisters. Lin Xian smiled lightly. There is no need for comparison with others. In life and in work, it suffices to be true to oneself. To surpass is not merely to outdo others, but to transcend oneself. After acquiring the 9 nether infernal flame body, Wang Yan's aptitude had risen to become second only to Su Lianxin among all of Lin Xian's disciples. However, the short duration of his training hindered his progress, making it somewhat challenging for him to face the top prodigies from the 7 nations. Yet, given his current standing, his performance had exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. Su Lianxin and her companions could aim for the top 3, but Wang Yan still lagged slightly behind. This disparity was not a matter of talent, but rather time. Reaching this point had already satisfied his master. Listening to his master's reassurances, Wang Yan's fighting spirit reignited, and he nodded firmly. Master, I will not disappoint you. No matter the opponent, I will give my all. Almost instantaneously as his words fell, the spiritual monument at the center of the stage erupted with a new brilliance. The list of 10 participants for the next round was announced, and Wang Yan's name was prominently featured among them. And his opponent, Li Jingyan. Wang Yan's pupils contracted, instinctively rising to his feet, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Li Jingyan, a prodigy of the Morning Dawn Empire, the direct descendant of the Li family, whose ancestral elder has reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the King path. Within the Li family, Li Jingyan is exceedingly favored, and his extraordinary talents are proportional to the affection he receives at such a young age. He has already attained the 1st level of the Celestial Profound Realm. This individual stands among the top 20 favorites for the championship. This adversary is formidable. Indeed, exceedingly formidable. Chapter 68. What a coincidence. Gradually recovering from his astonishment, Wang Yan rubbed his cheeks, attempting to erase the lingering bitter smile that seemed impossible to wipe away. It appeared that he had truly reached a point of no return, facing the prospect of elimination. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Instead, he steeled himself, invigorated and bright-eyed, gazing resolutely at the stage before him. Even if defeat were inevitable, he would never concede nor cower before the battle had begun. Gripping his sword tightly, Wang Yan ascended the arena step by step, undaunted. As Wang Yin stepped onto the stage, the spectators below regarded him with eyes full of sympathy and regret. What a pity. He was merely a few rounds away from advancing to the third stage, yet here he found himself faltering. Had it not been for his encounter with Li Jingyan? With his strength, a place among the top 10 would have been unattainable, but reaching the third round was certainly within reach. Alas, facing this fellow, Li Jingyan, was indeed unfortunate. One could only hope he would be able to walk off the stage on his own after this match. While there were not many who focused on Wang Yin, the infamous reputation of Li Jingyan drew considerable attention to this confrontation. Especially after noting that Wang Yin was merely at the 5th level of the Earth realm, the number of sympathizers grew. This was no longer a matter of mere skepticism. It was a mismatch of different realms altogether. Li Jingyan's fame was not that of a virtuous reputation, but rather a notorious one. He was known for his treachery and ruthlessness, often leaving his opponents severely injured, with many either dead or crippled after confronting him. On the arena, upon seeing Wang Yin approach, a twisted excitement flickered in Li Jingyan's eyes, marring his otherwise tolerable appearance. Without uttering a word, Li Jingyan struck directly. His assault was relentless. A heavy sword aimed squarely at Wang Yin's visage, as if an army of thousands were charging forth to deliver a crushing blow. Kneel before this young master, he bellowed, revealing his intentions. Wang Yin clenched his teeth and raised his hand to defend himself. As their weapons clashed, ripples of spiritual energy surged from the point of contact, causing Wang Yin's form to sink 3 inches into the arena, the impact reverberating with a resounding thud, reducing his stature significantly. Yet, he stood firm. The crowd fell into stunned silence, as did Li Jingyan. No one anticipated that Wang Yin could withstand such an onslaught. Not even Li himself, for there was a significant disparity in their realms. He was at the Celestial realm, while Wang Yin was merely at the 5th level of the Earth realm. Failing to overpower Wang Yin with a single strike left Li Jingyan momentarily embarrassed. His expression darkened. Unable to succeed with his first blow, he forcefully swept his heavy sword aside, unleashing a barrage of strikes with the ferocity of a tempest. Clang! Clang! The two engaged in a fierce and heated battle on the stage, rendering the audience speechless in astonishment. A full quarter of an hour passed. And though Wang Yin was covered in countless minor wounds, he remained undefeated. This was a considerable gap in realms. Li Jingyan gazed at Wang Yin, his body marred by tiny cuts, with increasingly malevolent intent. Very well. Very well. So you can endure? Then I shall see how you withstand this next strike. As his words hung in the air, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Yin's heart. Before he could react, Li Jingyan's frenzied visage loomed large before him, and a massive hand descended. Boom! Wang Yin's defenses were utterly shattered, sending him careening towards the precipice of the arena. Yet, how could Li Jingyan allow him to escape so easily? In the very instant Wang Yin was about to plummet from the stage, Li Jingyan summoned his strength once more. His pupils engorged with blood, as the remnants of his martial aura surged forth with renewed vigor, striking fiercely at Wang Yin's chest. Thud! At that critical moment, through sheer determination, Wang Yin managed to evade the blow, but the residual force still swept over him, causing him to violently expel a copious amount of blood. Thud! Stripped of his capacity to continue the fight, Wang Yin collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Su Lianqin and the others rose, their gazes fixed upon the arrogant and derisive Li Jingyan, their eyes brimming with barely contained fury. The Cold Moon Fairy was especially incensed, voicing her outrage. In a contest of skill, there was no need for such brutal force. On the stage, however, Li Jingyan merely scoffed, indifferent to the ire of others. Though he had vanquished Wang Yin, his expression remained far from triumphant. It was a humiliation for him to realize that he had to exert his full strength to defeat someone of a significantly lower realm. On the martial stage, where swords and blades are merciless, should one fall, it is a testament to their own inadequacy. One must not blame others, but rather oneself for being too weak. As Su Lianqin supported Wang Yin back, her steps faltered, her eyes icy as frost. Remember what you said. With this chilling remark, she led Wang Yin back to Lin Xian's side. Observing the pitiful state of Wang Yin, her expression shifted to one of concern. Junior brother, how are you faring? The other disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace gathered nearby, their faces etched with worry. Although Wang Yin had lost, they had long acknowledged his strength and were moved by his unwavering determination, filled with admiration. They questioned themselves. Had any one of them been in Wang Yin's position on the stage, none would have withstood even a fraction of that ordeal. After all, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. Yet Wang Yin, with his comparable realm, had managed to endure against Li Jingyan of the heavenly profound realm for so long, even forcing out his trump card. This was no simple matter of genius. As for Li Jingyan, his relentless pursuit of the defeated Wang Yan, even attempting to bring him to the brink of death, revealed a cruelty that sent shivers down the spine. Senior sister. Master. Struggling to rise. Wang Yan gritted his teeth as he bowed to Lin Xian, unable to contain the welling tears in his eyes. Master, I have disappointed you. It is my inadequacy. Despite his preparedness for defeat, he never anticipated such a humiliating downfall. Lin Xian raised his hand, halting Wang Yan's lamentations. With a wave, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Wang Yan, visibly calming his breath and restoring color to his face, healing his wounds in an instant. This is not your fault. Lin Xian reassured him. You have performed admirably, and there is no need for self-reproach. Your master has observed your efforts. As for Li Jingan's prowess, it is evident that he is capable of contending for a position within the top 20, if not the top 10, and has compelled you to exert your utmost. This sentiment is not merely a form of consolation from Lin Xian to Wang Yan. The disparity in realms is profoundly significant. And although Wang Yan possesses the 9 nether infernal flame physique, he has yet to grasp its application, thus, his defeat was to be expected. Had Wang Yan achieved even a rudimentary understanding of the 9 nether infernal flame, despite the vast difference in cultivation levels, he would have stood a fighting chance, with the potential to vanquish Li Jingan. Ultimately, if one must assign blame, it would be for Wang Yan's misfortune in encountering Li Jingan prior to the 3rd round. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. Observing that Wang Yan had sustained no serious injuries, Su Lianxin felt a sense of relief. She refrained from verbally comforting him. Yet her captivating gaze remained fixed upon Li Jingan on the stage. How dare this individual inflict such cruelty upon her junior? Amidst their conversation, the competition on the arena continued unabated, and Li Jingan had already drawn his next opponent. With a mere glance, he arrogantly proclaimed, "Who is Su Lianxin? Step onto the stage." Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin hesitated momentarily before turning her attention to the name shimmering upon the spirit monument. It was none other than Li Jingan facing Su Lianxin. In an instant, her eyes turned icy, and a cruel smile graced her lips. How fortuitous. This is not mere coincidence. Chapter 69. Ruin him on the arena stood Li Jingan, while beneath, Su Lianxin turned her gaze towards Lin Xian, her eagerness palpable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, granting a faint nod. Ruin him. His tone carried an unusual chill. Wang Yan's injuries were indeed a result of his own inadequacy. Thus Lin Xian would not intervene to avenge him. However, as Li Jingan had stated, in the arena, swords are merciless, and one must not blame others for the outcome. He hoped Wang Yan would not forget this lesson. Upon hearing this, Su Lianxin's lips curved into a slight smile as she clasped her hands and said, "Yes, master. Rest assured, your disciple understands. I shall not disappoint you." With her sword in hand, she ascended the arena step by step. Her gaze fixed upon Li Jingan across the platform, her smile now replaced by an icy demeanor. Li Jingan, too, squinted his eyes. The young man he had previously injured was indeed the one Su Lianxin assisted back to safety. You must be the elder sister of that lad. Not bad looking. How about this? If you agree to become my concubine, I might spare you and your junior brother. Su Lianxin remained expressionless, disinterested in his words. And without hesitation, she raised the sword's edge. Observing this, Li Jingan scoffed coldly and launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Though he outwardly dismissed Su Lianxin, he held nothing back in their confrontation. Yet, Su Lianxin's prowess was beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of cold light surged forth. With a splatter of blood, Su Lianxin's unwavering gaze remained fixed as her tightly gripped sword shattered Li Jingan's defenses. The unstoppable blade piercing directly through his dantian with a bizarre grace. Then, with a forceful twist of her wrist, Li Jingan emitted a piercing scream. Rendered powerless to react, his dantian lay devastated by Su Lianxin's strike, utterly annihilated. Simultaneously, the energy within him began to rapidly dissipate and weaken. In a mere breath, Li Jingan's realm plummeted, transforming him into a feeble mortal in the blink of an eye. Su Lianxin withdrew her sword, droplets of blood cascading down, blooming into crimson flowers upon the arena floor. Li Jingan, unable to withstand even this slight force, collapsed to his knees with a thud. Despite his dire predicament, his body trembled violently as he lifted his head, glaring at Su Lianxin with a face twisted in rage, embodying a ferocious specter. "You dare to ruin my cultivation?" Li Jingan stared in disbelief at Su Lianxin, astonished not only by her strength but also by her audacity to strike him down so ruthlessly. He howled in madness, clawing towards her. Yet, bereft of his powers, his attacks were feeble, hardly more than a kitten's swat. The onlookers were left dumbfounded at the scene. Gazing at the unflinching Su Lianxin atop the stage, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. This woman was truly ruthless. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Su Lianxin remained steadfast, her icy gaze fixed upon Li Jingyan, who now lay before her like a wretched dog. When you chose to harm my junior disciple, you should have been prepared for retaliation in kind. In the arena of combat, where blades are merciless, even in death, one cannot blame others. The fault lies solely with your own inadequacy. She articulated each word with precision, returning Li Jingyan's previous statements in kind. At this moment, the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They glanced around, first at Wang Yin in the audience, then at Su Lianxin, who stood imposingly on stage. Her demeanor icy and commanding, leaving them astounded. That resolute young man had indeed proven himself remarkable. To possess such an extraordinary and fiercely protective senior sister was nothing short of fortuitous. If they were not mistaken, this woman's cultivation must still be beneath the heavenly profound realm, yet she was capable of incapacitating Li Jingyan with a single stroke. Battling beyond one's rank may not be overly challenging for some prodigies, but when the one being surpassed is also a top-tier genius, the difficulty escalates exponentially. All are prodigies. Who among them cannot effortlessly crush their peers or even transcend ranks? However, to use Li Jingyan as an example to instill fear truly reflects this woman's audacity and arrogance. Upon hearing Su Lianxin's declaration, the retainers of the Li family reacted with palpable terror, rushing forward to assist their young master. One among them, his face twisted with venomous rage, shouted at Su Lianxin, "You are finished. You and your sect, your kin, everyone associated with you. To dare inflict such harm upon our young master. The Li family will never let this go unpunished." His hatred ran deeper than even that of Li Jingyan. Having witnessed their master's downfall, their primary concern now was how to endure the wrath of their patriarch. It was not that the Li family lacked strength, but they deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Who were they? The Li family, the foremost noble clan of the Dawnlight Empire. Even the imperial family of the Dawnlight Empire must show them due respect. Who would dare provoke them? Furthermore, this was the Dawnlight Empire. Traditionally, it was Li Jingyan who oppressed others. Today, however, he found himself on the receiving end of a harsh lesson, blinded by his own hubris. It was not just that someone disregarded the Li family's authority. They had taken action, directly incapacitating Li Jingyan. It is over. Everything is utterly ruined. In a frenzy, they hurriedly carried the deranged Li Jingyan away, while others gradually came to understand, casting sympathetic glances at Su Lianxin. Li Jingyan was the most favored scion of his generation within the Li family, particularly cherished by the family's venerable ancestor, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Wang realm. His immense power was not to be trifled with. How could this extraordinarily gifted female cultivator, hailing from a mere minor sect, withstand the wrath of the Li family's ancestor? Truly a pity. The members of the Qingyang Sword Palace were also extremely anxious. However, recalling Lin Xian's character, they regained their composure. Senior Lin is not one to act recklessly. If he has authorized his disciple to act thus, it must be. As for the Yushuan Sword Palace, it had fallen into a profound silence, with their external ally not daring to utter a word. What could be said? That was Li Jingyan. The Li family's Li Jingyan, reduced to nothing in an instant. Would he dare to confront her again? To seek his own demise? He is not foolish. A gamble. Defeat is but a mere defeat, after all. It is not one's own coin that is at stake. There is no need for concern. In stark contrast, Su Lianxin remained unperturbed by the impending retribution from the Li family. She calmly returned to her seat and offered a gentle smile to Wang Yin, saying, "Junior, I have avenged you." On the arena, while she could not take the life of her opponent, she could certainly render Li Jingyan's existence a torment. To be reduced to a mere shadow of oneself is a fate far worse than death. Wang Yin felt a swell of emotion within him. He lowered his head to discreetly wipe away the moisture from his eyes, and when he raised his gaze again, a radiant expression of gratitude illuminated his face. "Senior sister, enough with the sentimental remarks. Let us keep those at bay." Su Lianxin waved her hand dismissively. As for Lin Xian, he bore no ill will towards Su Lianxin. With a faint smile, he offered her a couple of compliments, dismissing the Li family entirely. What significance do the Li or Wang families hold? If they dare to approach, they shall be extinguished. Chapter 70. Aiming for the third. The atmosphere among the few master and disciples was one of warmth and harmony, a stark contrast to the bewilderment of onlookers. Faced with a formidable enemy, how could they still find cause for laughter? Truly, it was madness, struggling to suppress their voyeuristic inclinations. The crowd tore their gazes away from the duo and redirected their focus to the grand competition. In each round consisting of 10 participants, a single defeat meant instant elimination. Thus, despite the abundance of prodigies, they were swiftly consumed by the trials. Only those who secured victory in 10 matches would advance, their names etched off the spirit steel. Until the final triumphant emerged. A mere 100 individuals would earn the coveted advancement into the third round. The competition among the 7 nations was indeed a stage worthy of the most gifted. A moment's carelessness could see even the most talented fall behind. With a resounding rumble, the moment arrived when the 100 who would proceed to the next stage officially gathered, and the arena transformed once more. The 5 platforms emitted a deep resonance as they continuously shifted, the spirit steel descended, and all platforms converged into one. The third round, a chaotic free-for-all arena, commenced. All eyes turned eagerly to the 100 advancing into the third round, their hearts swelling with anticipation. None among them were weak. Each was a top-tier prodigy, possessing unique strengths. Prominently positioned among them were Lin Xingzhou and his 2 companions, their demeanor radiating confidence. They had every reason to stand tall, as all 3 ranked within the top 10. Exhibiting formidable prowess. The third round comprised free challenges, allowing competitors to confront one another at will. Based on the results of the second round, a victorious participant could usurp their opponent's rank. Should the 7th-ranked challenger face the 3rd-ranked, a victory would elevate them to 3rd, while the former would descend to 7th. And so forth, until no one remained to contest. In this assembly of 100, all exchanged glances, none daring to take the initiative. Just as curiosity piqued regarding who would ignite the first challenge, a figure boldly vaulted onto the platform, drawing his sword and pointing towards a corner of the crowd. Yunyi, step forward and face me. With his head held high, the man clad in a golden dragon robe was none other than the crown prince of the great Jin Empire, Qingyang. Also heralded as the foremost prodigy of his nation, currently ranked 5th. The individual he singled out for challenge, Yunyi, was the top prodigy of the Lingjin Empire. Presently in 32nd place. According to the rules, a higher-ranked individual could challenge a lower-ranked one, who possessed the right to refuse. However, Qingyang was unperturbed by the possibility of rejection. He taunted, "You wouldn't dare refuse me, would you, Yunyi? For ages, we have been compared by others. Let us settle this once and for all." Their rivalry had long been simmering, yet they had never had the opportunity to confront one another. The competition among the 7 nations provided the perfect arena for their long-awaited clash. Yunyi, cradling an ancient zither, stepped onto the stage. Her delicate fingers dancing across the strings, exuding a chilling pride in her tone. "Since you insist on exchanging ranks with me, I shall oblige you. What harm could it bring?" Her words were laced with audacity. The crowd largely held little faith in Yunyi, firmly believing that Prince Qingyang possessed the upper hand. The reasoning was simple. The Prince of Qingyang boasts a superior ranking, widespread acclaim, and a lineage far more illustrious than Yunyi's. The Great Qin stands among the top 3 empires, while Lingjin pales in comparison, resulting in a disparity in the caliber of prodigies they can nurture. Infuriated by Yunyi's arrogant words, the Prince of Qingyang narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he unsheathed his sword. "Arrogance! You should have been defeated long ago. Your luck merely allowed you to survive until now. Your sharp tongue is of no consequence. Today, you shall not escape." Previously, within the secret realm, he had witnessed Su Lianxin's extraordinary prowess, which had nearly shattered his composure and birthed a demon in his heart. Fortunately, just before the commencement of the 7 Nations tournament, his ancestor had personally bestowed upon him a treasured artifact. The thought of the precious item nestled in his embrace ignited a fervent gleam in the prince's eyes. With his newfound strength, he felt emboldened to confront Su Lianxin, the one who had cast a shadow over him. Not to mention the woman he had never deemed worthy of his attention, Yunyi. His gaze resolute. A smile gradually curled at the corners of his lips as he silently vowed, "First, I shall vanquish this woman, then I will defeat Su Lianxin, thereby obliterating my inner demons. In the 7 Nations tournament, the victor shall be none other than myself." In stark contrast to the prince's fervor, Yunyi remained unfazed. Her eyelids adorned with a delicate shade of purple that lent her an enchanting allure, akin to a soft eyeshadow. Cradling her guqin, she exuded an air of tranquility. Devoid of any murderous intent, her demeanor as serene and elegant as her instrument. Yet, her silent focus on her guqin only served to further infuriate Qingyang. "Yunyi, how dare you disregard me?" Enraged, Qingyang swiftly struck, his sword light bursting forth with unparalleled ferocity, imbued with the might to shatter decay, aimed directly at Yunyi. The crowd held their breath, anticipating the clash, but in the next instant, with a flick of her fingers, Yunyi did not even glance up from her guqin. Yet, the melody that flowed from her fingertips subtly shifted in tone. The 10,000 ambush melody reverberated through the arena, filling the air as Qingyang's furious assault commenced. All the notes transformed into tangible blades of intent, exploding forth with lethal precision. In a single move, he was defeated. Qingyang scarcely had time to react before he found himself pierced by countless strands of sword intent, enveloped by the very essence of the melody, shattering his defenses. He stood frozen, every movement causing droplets of blood to beat upon his skin. I cannot move. I will die. I will die. Qingyang's body stiffened, his mind racing with frantic alarms. Meanwhile, Yun Yi's calm voice drifted into his ears. If I were you, I would refrain from moving. Otherwise, should I activate the melody infused within you, the sword intent will erupt and bring you to your demise. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. Qingyang was formidable, yet Yun Yi had already mastered both the essence of the Guqin and sword intent, having transcended them through the Qingdi scriptures. She and Qingyang were no longer of the same world. Qingyang did not test her. He was no fool and could sense the imminent threat of the sword intent within him. Move, and I shall perish. I concede. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback. There were no flashes of blades, no fierce struggles, and certainly no life-and-death confrontations. The first match of the third round concluded in such an unexpected manner. Prince Qingyang conceded defeat, and Yun Yi, lacking any intent to complicate matters, collected her Guqin and casually descended from the stage. As the remnants of sword energy within her gradually dissipated, Prince Qingyang found himself in a state of profound disarray. How could this be? How could she be so formidable? Moreover, the other prodigies appeared to be deep in thought as they observed Yun Yi stepping down from the arena. If their perceptions were not mistaken, she had not only showcased her musical intent, but had also intertwined within her attack a sharp sword intent. Two genuine intents? Quite intriguing. Truly, she is a formidable opponent. It might be a bit too extraordinary, Yun Yi. I hope to encounter her at a later stage. Each prodigy pondered their own thoughts, while Yun Yi, returning to her position, remained remarkably composed. Before becoming a disciple of Lin Xian, she had never regarded Prince Qingyang highly. Now, as a disciple of Lin Xian, she was even less inclined to pay attention to this arrogant fool, rather than fixating on such hubris. She would be better served contemplating how to leverage the Qingdi Sutra to elevate her understanding of the two genuine intents to a higher realm. Boom. While the crowd was lost in contemplation, another figure leaped onto the stage. A confident and arrogant laughter pierced through the dust. Jingzong, ascend to the stage. I shall claim your third. As the dust settled, Lin Xingzhou's face emerged, along with the dual swords in his grasp. The swords pointed towards Jingzong, declaring third. Chapter 71. The Seven Nations Prodigy, unyielding and defeat the youth, adorned in garments of exotic flair and a talismanic vial hanging from his waist, slowly arched an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Lin Xingzhou, clad in glistening silver armor, swiftly ascended the arena, exuding an air of haughty confidence, barely bothering to extend a hand, instead casually lifting his chin. Come forth to battle. His arrogance was palpable, dripping with disdain. The audacity of his actions left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Jingzong, currently ranked third among the prodigies, had achieved the pinnacle of the second layer of the heavenly profound realm and was exceptionally skilled in the art of venomous insects. In combat, he was undoubtedly a master of poison, rendering adversaries defenseless, arguably more formidable than the top two contenders. Yet, upon realizing that the provocateur was Lin Xingzhou, their astonishment seemed to diminish in significance. After all, he was one of the unexpected dark horses of this tournament, a true wildcard. Perhaps he harbored some hidden talents? Contemplation aside, given the previous performances of the three contenders, they were indeed impressive, but among the crowd, jesting remarks persisted. And no one genuinely believed they could triumph, especially against Jingzong. Jingzong found the situation amusing, a faintly ominous smirk creeping onto his face. You wish to establish your reputation at my expense? You have mistaken your opponent. He accepted Lin Xingzhou's challenge without hesitation. He acknowledged that Lin's past achievements were remarkable, but he, Jingzong, was not the trifling adversaries Lin had encountered before. He intended to teach his opponent that blind arrogance comes with a price. However, holding such thoughts, Jingzong was abruptly confronted with a harsh reality. Not only he, but all who shared his mindset felt a stinging embarrassment when they witnessed Jingzong being sent flying from the arena. Jingzong had lost? This Lin Xingzhou. Merely at the first layer of the heavenly profound realm. I scarcely perceived how Lin Xingzhou executed his strikes. It was too swift. Initially, everyone assumed Lin Xingzhou's journey would come to an end. Surely he could not continue his unbroken streak? Yet now, Even the top-ranked prodigy, Jing had fallen before him, and with such effortless grace. It was abundantly clear that their strengths were not comparable. This was utterly absurd. A wave of shock spread among the crowd. Lin Xingzhou, however, seemed unsatisfied. He stretched his shoulders and surveyed the onlookers, ultimately fixing his gaze on a target. You. Come forth. The crowd gasped as they followed his pointed finger. This emerging dark horse, having usurped Jing Tsang's position, showed no signs of restraint. Rather, he grew even more audacious. The individual he indicated was none other than the current second-place contender. All participants in the Seven Nations tournament were prodigies. As such, they each possessed their own sense of pride. To be viewed as a stepping stone for another's ascent was intolerable, even for the most gifted. Naturally, the person named could not simply relinquish their ranking without a fight. Fueled by indignation, they charged forth, only to be met with a swift downfall. Their anger still simmering as they tumbled back down. Lin Xingzhou, victorious once more. On the stage, Lin Xingzhou, having sent his opponent flying with a kick, erupted into laughter, unable to straighten his back as he wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, the laughter dripping with sarcasm. How utterly amusing. Did you all see that? When he fell, he looked just like a turtle. Such humiliation nearly provoked the challenged prodigy to rush at him in a fit of rage. Yet, having been cast off the stage, it was only natural that he would not return unless he chose to challenge Lin Xingzhou. For a challenge between the two could only occur once, not to be repeated. Thus, despite the unbearable humiliation, he could only clench his fist tightly, refraining from casting a glance at Lin Xingzhou's face. Not just him, but even the onlookers found it difficult to endure Lin Xingzhou's infuriating demeanor. One reason was the opponent's arrogance, and the other was the undeniable prowess that allowed him to act as he pleased. This dark horse had truly emerged with a vengeance, and it seemed he intended to continue his rampage unabated. Having laughed enough, Lin Xingzhou wiped his tears and stifled his mirth, beckoning with a finger from the edge of the stage. Whoever it may be, come up here. I have grown weary of sitting in second place. After securing the second position, Lin Xingzhou's next choice was to challenge the first, Ming, the top contender of the Tianqin third layer. An undisputed pinnacle amongst prodigies, Ming. Even when treated with such disdain by Lin Xingzhou, Ming remained unperturbed. He calmly stepped onto the stage, his gaze towards his opponent indifferent. Your strength is commendable, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingzhou let out a cold laugh. Do you know what I despise the most? Before Ming could respond, Lin Xingzhou charged forward. His ferocious assault accompanied his words. What I loathe the most is the haughty faces of individuals like you. Facing Lin Xingzhou's brazen taunts, Ming remained unfazed, a derisive sneer escaping his lips, his contemptuous gaze unwavering. Just as he was about to utter a retort, he suddenly sensed something amiss as Lin Xingzhou advanced upon him. Something was wrong. This was entirely unexpected. The man before him possessed a fierce strength that was in stark contrast to his arrogant demeanor. Not only was his spiritual energy exceptionally pure and refined, but each of his moves was executed with seasoned skill, his offensive strikes akin to a tempest. I cannot withstand this. Ming's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he began to retreat. Yet, with each step back, he found himself steadily suppressed by Lin Xingzhou. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Ming was actually at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? The dynamics of the battle on the stage shifted rapidly, and within mere moments, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Bang! A figure was hurled from the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. The face of that individual was unmistakably Ming. What? Ming? How could this be Ming? Ming actually lost? Impossible. Where did this dark horse emerge from, to have truly defeated Ming? This was beyond the realm of the extraordinary. Was he truly at the first level of Tianqin? On the stage, Lin Xingzhou raised his hand to comb his disheveled hair, erupting into a hearty laugh upon hearing the remarks. Of course, I am undeniably a genuine first tier in the heavenly realm, but between different individuals of the same realm, there exists a disparity. What a bunch of fools. Your so-called prodigies are as fragile as sand in the wind when faced with my fellow brothers. Ha ha ha, useless. They cannot even withstand a single blow from me. Utterly pathetic. Let me be frank, my strength ranks at the bottom among my peers. How laughable. I once thought you could invigorate me, yet you are merely a group of pretentious weaklings. Lin Xingzhou's words dripped with scorn, mercilessly chastising everyone present. The onlookers gazed at the spirited Lin Xingzhou, their ears ringing with the humiliation, fists clenched in anger. However, when they glanced at the already defeated trio of Ming, a wave of dread surged within them. Ming was formidable, yet he had still succumbed to Lin Xingzhou. Was there truly no one capable of teaching this man a lesson? You are far too arrogant. Just as the crowd simmered with indignation and trepidation, a calm voice resonated, followed by the appearance of a young girl cradling a guqin. With graceful steps, she ascended the stage. She gently plucked the strings of the instrument, producing a clear, melodious sound. Simultaneously, Yini slowly raised her head, the guqin partially obscuring her face, revealing only the slight curve of her crimson lips. Let me see what prowess you possess that allows you to utter such audacious claims. Chapter 72, Lesser Than Ants? The duel between Yunyi and Lin Xingzhou. The audience held their breath, anxiously watching the two on stage. Although they did not believe that Yunyi could defeat Lin Xingzhou, she was indeed formidable. Stronger than Prince Qingyang. No amount of strength could surpass the top contenders from the 7 nations. Lin Xingzhou, on the other hand, was a being who could easily vanquish individuals like Jing Tsang and Shi Ming. The disparity was evident. Lin Xingzhou scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yunyi. Even the top talents from your Ingwei 7 nations cannot withstand a few of my moves, and you? Unfazed by his taunting, Yunyi merely raised an eyebrow internally, contemplating. You, from the Ingwei 7 nations? As a citizen of the Lingzhen Empire, she would never belittle herself by referring to them as you. Such speech patterns suggested either a novice in articulation or that the speaker was not truly from the Ingwei 7 nations. No wonder his words were laced with arrogance and derision. Were they not from the 7 nations? Yunyi narrowed her eyes slightly, choosing not to respond but instead storing this thought in the recesses of her mind. With her gaze lowered, her delicate fingers began to dance across the strings of her lute. The melody had already commenced with her entrance, wafting through the air to the audience's ears. Lin Xingzhou, however, remained unconcerned. He had witnessed Yunyi's previous tactics and had prepared himself. Yet, when the melody resonated, his expression shifted dramatically. He had assumed this was merely a sound wave technique, a form of illusion. While an ordinary person might falter, he, with his resolute heart, had no reason to fear. But with the sound of the lute, he soon realized his previous assumptions were utterly misguided. This was no mere illusion. Each note concealed a terrifying surge of spiritual power. Such lethal force could only be wielded by one who had comprehended the essence of the lute. As the music played, Lin Xingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of danger on the stage, utterly unavoidable and unpreventable. With a resounding thud, several notes struck Lin Xingzhou's chest, propelling him off the stage entirely. The victor was clear. The onlookers gasped, eyes wide with trepidation, as they observed Yunyi, brows furrowed, gracefully descend from the platform. Cradling her lute, Lin Xingzhou's 2 senior brothers, Ao Tai and Shizhen, hastily approached to assist their fallen comrade. Observing Lin Xingzhou's disheveled state, their faces darkened. They had anticipated that their arrival in the land of the 7 nations would allow them to dominate effortlessly. Instead, they had suffered an unexpected defeat. How could they endure such humiliation? With this thought in mind, Shizhen flickered into action, appearing on the stage with the intent to confront Yunyi. However, before he could utter a word, Chu Qiuming had already stepped forward onto the platform. Step aside. I have no interest in battling you. Shizhen's gaze turned icy upon realizing that someone dared to challenge their brotherhood. Wait until I deal with that girl named Yunyi, then I shall confront you. Huh. Chu Qiuming let out a cold smile. She did not utter a word, merely raised her delicate hand, allowing her spiritual power to flow. With this action, she conveyed her response. Observing Chu Qiuming's movement, Shizhen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Very well, since you seek your own demise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Shizhen let out a low growl. The spiritual energy within him surged, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of the 2nd level of the celestial profound realm. This caused the expressions of many young talents surrounding the arena to undergo a dramatic transformation. The 2nd level of the celestial profound realm, even stronger than Lin Xingzhou. Initially, when they saw Chu Qiuming ascend the platform and challenge Shizhen, there was a flicker of anticipation among the crowd. They thought, with such audacity, she must possess some hidden trump card. Perhaps she could indeed replicate Yunyi's previous achievements and bring down this arrogant trio of brothers. However, as Shizhen revealed his aura, their hopes swiftly dissipated. Shi Ming and others hung their heads in dismay, unwilling to witness the upcoming battle. The 2nd level of the celestial profound realm, in terms of realm and heritage, utterly overshadowed the talents of the 7 kingdoms. What chance could Chu Qiuming possibly have? Boom. Shizhen, indifferent to the crowd's thoughts, unleashed his full power with unrestrained fury. Unlike Lin Xingzhou's light and swift attacks, Shizhen's onslaught was grand and forceful, akin to a relentless drumbeat. Yet, his movements were simultaneously unpredictable and varied, making it increasingly difficult for others to anticipate his actions. Moreover, as his assault unfolded. Tendrils of a peculiar poisonous mist quietly spread around him, enveloping the entire arena. This is an incredibly potent toxin. The spectators below the stage changed color in response. Jing Song's eyes widened in astonishment. He too was an adept in the art of poison. Yet he believed he could not withstand the ferocity of Shizhen's toxic threat. Furthermore, there was a deeper intention behind Shizhen's maneuver. Even if Chu Yuming could initially evade the coverage of this poisonous fog, with the passage of time, the venom would ultimately saturate the entire arena. By then, this woman would have no choice but to endure the poison while engaging Shizhen in combat. Her already slim chances of victory would undoubtedly plummet to zero. Jing Song and the others presumed that Chu Yuming had fallen into a dire predicament. Yet, Chu Yuming's expression remained remarkably tranquil. The only change was a hint of disdain in her gaze directed at Shizhen, although she was not skilled in the use of poison. Her keen senses and the rigorous training she had undergone under the guidance of the celestial master Yunli had endowed her with an almost invulnerable constitution against toxins. She frowned in distaste and spat, despicable. While employing poison does not render one inferior, Shizhen's toxin was laced with emotional flowers. A chill swept across Chu Yuming's delicate features, and in that moment, she resolved to hold nothing back, denying Shizhen any further opportunity to act recklessly on the stage. Striking with the swiftness of thunder, Yunli's attacks combined softness with strength. Su Lianxin was fierce and relentless. Wang Yin poured forth all his might, and Chu Yuming, a disciple with a somewhat tumultuous background, launched her assault with an air of deep mystery and cunning, striking unexpectedly, a born assassin. Her movements were ethereal, transcending the ordinary. She was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. The techniques displayed by Shizhen seemed utterly trivial in comparison. Despite his prowess at the second level of the celestial mystique, he could not contend with such a true prodigy. The poison he unleashed did not hinder Chu Yuming in the slightest. Rather, she quietly collected it, channeling it into Shizhen's body alongside the intensifying wounds inflicted upon him by her blade. By the time Shizhen realized what had transpired, it was far too late. The die had been cast. With a resounding crash, Shizhen, flushed and feverish, found himself disarmed and sprawled at Ao Tai's feet, his breath shallow and labored. On the stage, Chu Yuming coldly sheathed her sword, having shown no mercy. Ao Tai first assessed Shizhen's condition, then raised his gaze to glare fiercely at Chu Yuming. His fury palpable. "How dare you poison my junior brother? What poison did you use?" Chu Yuming retorted disdainfully, "What poison? You should inquire with your junior brother. The poison he is afflicted with originated from his own hand, untouched by mine. Furthermore, that vile and despicable poison could only belong to your junior brother." Having spoken, Chu Yuming could not be bothered to exchange further words with Ao Tai and turned to leave the arena. As she made her exit, Ao Tai's expression darkened further. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, Su Lianxin had already ascended the stage. "It seems that among you three brothers, you are the only one left capable of fighting," she remarked, her gaze teasing as it swept over Ao Tai and his companions. Previously, the Ao Tai trio had boasted of their superiority, dismissing the talented individuals from the Seven Kingdoms as mere ants. Many present, including Su Lianxin, recalled their arrogance vividly. Yet, in an instant, only the eldest brother, Ao Tai, remained with any fighting spirit. If the talents of the Seven Kingdoms are ants, then what are you? Lesser than ants? Ao Tai's expression shifted dramatically. He surged to his feet, locking his gaze onto Su Lianxin, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Excellent. I was in search of someone to vent my frustrations upon. And you have conveniently presented yourself. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back." With a low growl, Ao Tai unleashed his aura, which erupted like a demonic specter, an overwhelming pressure surging forth towards Su Lianxin like a relentless tide. The spectators below the stage could only watch in astonishment, for it was revealed that Ao Tai, the last to strike, had achieved the remarkable prowess of the third level of the celestial mystique. Chapter 73. Regret is futile in the wake of Ao Tai revealing his true cultivation level of the third layer of Heaven's Profound. No one held any hopes for Su Lianxin, even though she had secured 10 consecutive victories prior, each with remarkable ease. Her cultivation level remained at the 9th layer of Earth's Profound, which paled in comparison. What did the third layer of Heaven's Profound signify? The higher the realm, the more arduous each ascent becomes, amplifying the disparity between practitioners. The chasm separating Earth Profound from Heaven Profound is insurmountable. Moreover, Ao Tai's achievements eclipsed those of Su Lianxin, as he too had comprehended sword intent. With his overwhelming cultivation and mastery of sword intent, how could she contend against him? Contrary to the anxiety of the onlookers, Su Lianxin remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any trepidation. In truth, Ao Tai did not strike her as formidable. Had she been in the fiery sky secret realm, perhaps she would have felt some pressure. However, at this moment, Ao Tai was hardly a source of fear. With no time for cunning tactics or contemplative strategies, Su Lianxin gripped her sword and swiftly engaged Ao Tai in battle. The two engaged in a pure contest of swordsmanship and sword intent. Emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, Ao Tai possessed commendable combat experience and skill. Yet, under the tutelage of Lin Xian, Su Lianxin was far from a weakling. In the blink of an eye, the clash of experts unfolded. The spectators barely had time to react before the outcome was determined. A stream of blood trickled from Ao Tai's throat, staining the tip of the sword that had pierced him, causing him excruciating pain with each swallow. Slowly regaining consciousness amidst the pain and the looming threat of death, Ao Tai realized he had been defeated. Without affording him a moment to speak, Su Lianxin exhaled and swept her sword, sending him tumbling off the platform. With a weary flicker in her eyes, she turned to the astonished crowd below and calmly declared the verdict. The outcome was unequivocal. Indeed, the result left others speechless and gaping in disbelief. Su Lianxin, a female cultivator from an obscure sect, had triumphed over Ao Tai, the superlative dark horse of this competition. It was utterly inconceivable. A hushed murmur spread through the crowd, leaving them in awe, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Yet, this meant that the champion would emerge from among these three female cultivators. Who among them would ultimately claim victory? This was the question that preoccupied the minds of the spectators. The notion of dark horses had become a relic of the past. The true dark horses were these three previously unassuming female cultivators. Who could have anticipated that the top three competitors would not be the well-known super talents they had come to expect? Let the battle commence. Though unspoken, it was evident that many onlookers were eager for the unfolding drama. However, it seemed that events would not transpire as they had envisioned. Qingyang tilted her head to glance at Yuni, then turned to Su Lianxin. Suddenly, her frosty yet enchanting face blossomed into a smile, and she waved her hand dismissively. I concede. I am no match for the two of you. Lianxin, sister, Yuni, junior sister, you may compete for the first place. As for me, I would be content with a third. Within the Linshan sect, Su Lianxin held the position of the eldest sister, followed by Wang Yin and Chu Yuming, then Qin Feng. With Yuni last. Upon hearing Chu Yoming's words, the others were initially astonished that she had spoken so much, more than she had against the three from the Jialan sect. As they reflected on her words. Wait, sister? Junior sister? Did I hear incorrectly? Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. As if they had seen a ghost. The three of them were actually from the same sect? But which sect were they affiliated with? Those three were indeed dark horses, and it seemed these three were as well. While the crowd remained in shock and indignation, Yuni shook her head after hearing Chu Yoming's words, embracing her zither. I am not a match for Sister Lianxin. Su Lianxin sighed with a wry smile, shaking her head. At this moment, she was not being overly modest, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Of course, she did not forget to seek the opinions of others. Is anyone here planning to challenge us? In response to Su Lianxin's inquiry, silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to speak. Even though Lin Xingzhou and her companions wore expressions of reluctance, they could not utter a word of dissent. The three of them had claimed the top three spots. Who would dare object? Who could possibly object? Even Ao Tai and Shi Zhan, who were not their opponents, had suffered humiliating defeats at their hands, leaving no room for struggle. Su Lianxin's first place was beyond question. Following her was Yuni in second, and Chu Yuming in third. Even after having been astonished once, the crowd could not help but feel a renewed wave of shock upon witnessing the results anew. A single sect claiming the top three spots. What a terrifying feat that was. One could only imagine how, after the competition concluded, the name Qingyang Sword Palace would resonate across the Seven Kingdoms, let alone others. Even the members of Qingyang Sword Palace themselves were taken aback. What? Chu Jianxian, nursing his injured leg, still felt phantom pains and struggled to comprehend the situation. It felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Claiming the top three spots, surely this cannot be a dream? Chu Jianxian managed a bitter smile. His Qingyang Sword Palace had achieved first place in such a manner? It was too surreal. An elder from the Yushuan Sword Palace was equally bewildered. Recalling the prior bet between the two sects, her vision darkened. How could this be? She nearly fainted from the shock. However, if this news were to be conveyed back home, would the palace master not be driven to faint from rage? That was beyond her control. Especially when she turned to glance towards Qingyang Sword Palace and caught sight of the Fairy of the Cold Moon smiling radiantly at her, followed by displaying 5 fingers and shaking them. 5 million spirit stones. Before the elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace, everything appeared bleak. What to do? What to do? Who could have imagined that the humble Qingyang Sword Palace, a mere remnant of the Zhonglu Empire, would emerge as the most dazzling force in this year's 7 Nations Grand Competition? Had I foreseen this, I would never have wagered. Truly, I am filled with regret. The elder of the Qingyang Sword Palace lamented. Yet, the most regretful of all was not her, but rather Lu Tianqing and the Qingyang Sword Sect, who found themselves relegated to a corner, unable to advance beyond the 3rd round. The disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect fell into a profound silence upon encountering Wang Yin and Su Lianxin, especially when Su Lianxin claimed the 1st position. Their breaths became almost imperceptible. A few of the prodigious disciples from the Qingyang Sword Sect even instinctively felt a sense of relief that Lu Tianqing had fainted. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed again. Among them, the one who regretted the most was none other than the master of the Qingyang sect. With a deep sigh, he gazed upon the brilliance of Wang Yin and his companions, feeling an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. If only, on that fateful day, the sect had chosen not to abandon them, but rather, had it been otherwise, the ones basking in glory today would have been the Qingyang Sword Sect. They ought to have been the ones claiming the top 3 positions, not allowing the Qingyang Sword Palace to reap such unearned rewards. Regret. Remorse. The master of the Qingyang sect felt as if his very insides were twisting in anguish. His heart ached, and a bitter taste lingered upon his lips as he silently lamented. Oh, ancestor, you have made a grave error this time. He could even envision the depth of regret that would envelop the ancestor upon hearing this news. Yet, the die has been cast, at this juncture. It is far too late for remorse. Chapter 74. Spirit Stones, perhaps no need to offer them the Zhonglu Empire, while the 7 Nations competition holds significant importance, does not exhibit much concern for the outcomes. Even as the competition has concluded and the rankings are poised to return home, the Zhonglu Empire remains largely indifferent. Accustomed as they are to languishing at the bottom, few pay any heed to the results. When the messenger bearing the rankings encountered the royal steward responsible for relaying news, he could not help but shake his head at the steward's somewhat aloof demeanor. You Zhonglu Empire have kept your secrets well. This time, you have truly made a splash. The royal steward was taken aback. A splash? What do you mean by that? As he pondered, he unfurled the rankings he had just received, casting a cursory glance. The royal steward's gaze froze. His mouth fell open in disbelief, his mind echoing only 2 words. What the hell? How could this be? The top 3? From our Zhonglu Empire? Uni? Isn't that the prodigy of the Lingzhen Empire? How has he become associated with the Qingyang Sword Palace of the Zhonglu Empire? What is happening? As he gradually regained his composure, the royal steward gripped the list tightly, swallowing hard. He sensed that once this list was unveiled, it would send shockwaves throughout the Zhonglu Empire. No, the entire Innate 7 Nations. Has the list already been released? Simultaneously, within the morning dawn Imperial City, the newly emerged leader of the Qingyang Sword Palace was also inquiring about this matter. Sensing something earlier, she had entered seclusion, and now, emerging revitalized, she felt it was time to welcome the joyous tidings brought back by her disciples. The leader of the Qingyang Sword Palace strode purposefully from her secluded quarters to greet the returning disciples. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with a group of disciples, just disembarking from the spirit vessel, whose expressions were vacant and devoid of joy. Even Gong Yuan, whom she had high hopes for, wore a solemn countenance. The atmosphere heavy with tension. A sudden alarm rang in the leader's heart. She composed her expression and stepped forward, immediately noticing the similarly distraught elders. What has happened? She inquired gravely, while her mind raced with speculations. Given their appearance, could it be that they had lost a bet? This shouldn't be. She was all too familiar with Gong Yuan's capabilities. While not necessarily a guarantee for the top 30, securing a position within the top 50 was all but certain. Conversely, the disciples of the Qingyang Sword Palace were not to be underestimated, yet entering the top 50, or even the top 100, seemed implausible. Throughout the entirety of the Zhonglu Empire, it was unlikely anyone would breach the top 100, let alone the Qingyang Sword Palace. After a prolonged silence, an elder from the Qingyang Sword Palace finally managed a bitter smile, shaking his head slowly, and spoke the truth with difficulty. Palace Master, we lost. How could this be? The leader's immediate reaction was disbelief, urgently inquiring, did we not even make it into the top 100? No. Our ranking in the 7 Nations competition this time is 46th. Then why do you claim that we lost? The expression on the elder's face grew more somber as he lamented. It is because because Gong Yuan has made it into the top 50. Yet the Qingyang Sword Palace has claimed the top 3 positions. What? The news struck the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace like a thunderclap. Shattering her composure as she sees the elder, her demeanor fraught with urgency and anxiety. What on earth is happening? Tell me everything in detail, and also the list. I must see the list. I need to understand the specifics. Inform me. Bewilderment and disbelief swirled within the heart of the Yushuan Sword Palace master. A tumult of emotions overwhelming her. Upon receiving the list and scanning it, all her hopes dissipated upon seeing the rankings. Indeed, the master of the Yushuan Sword Palace felt her shoulders slump, her hands trembling violently, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The Qingyang Sword Palace. How could this be? How could such a prodigy exist at this level? And her 50 million spirit stones were gone just like that. Merely imagining it sent her reeling, nearly causing her to faint from the pressure. Master! Master! The elder hurriedly sought to comfort the Yushuan Sword Palace master, fearing for her well-being in such distress. At that moment, however, the elder suddenly recalled a crucial matter, her mind racing as she leaned closer to whisper to the master. Master, do not despair. Perhaps we need not worry too much about the 50 million spirit stones. It is possible we may not have to pay them at all. The Yushuan Sword Palace master, struggling to regain her composure, pressed on. What do you mean? The elder's lips curled into a slight smirk. A hint of disdain evident as she clearly pondered a favorable turn of events. Though the Qingyang Sword Palace has garnered much attention, they have also invited calamity upon themselves. Their external aid has, no. They have incapacitated a young master of the Li family. Li family? Which Li family? The master of the Yushuan Sword Palace was momentarily taken aback. Then, as realization struck, a shiver ran down her spine, her disbelief palpable. The Li family. It cannot be. The one I am thinking of, can it? The elder nodded without hesitation, her expression gleeful. Indeed, it is the Li family of the Morning Light Empire. That young prodigy of the Li family was rendered powerless by a disciple of the Qingyang Sword Palace named Su Lianxin. The Li family will certainly not let this matter rest, especially that old monster of the Li family, who dotes on Li Jingyan. The Qingyang Sword Palace is already facing disaster, and they will have no time to concern themselves with our 50 million spirit stones. With the answer she sought. A peculiar smile slowly spread across the lips of the Yushuan Sword Palace master, uncontrollably bursting into laughter. Ha, ha ha ha, splendid. It seems the Qingyang Sword Palace is doomed this time. If we can merely delay the payment of the 50 million spirit stones, perhaps we truly need not part with them at all. However, out of respect for our past alliance, when they face extinction, we shall simply offer them some paper money. The master is wise. Chapter 75, The Return, the Royal Grade Spirit Sword. Following the grand tournament among the 7 kingdoms, the members of the Qingyang Sword Palace prepared to return to the Zhonglu Empire. Just then, the communication jade pendant carried by Yunyi began to glow. Shortly after receiving the message conveyed through the pendant, Yunyi arrived at an inn within the Dawn Emperor city. Yuner, this time. You have indeed brought great honor to our Yun family. As she entered the private room, the figure standing by the window turned around, revealing a face that surprised Yunyi somewhat. Beside this person stood a gentle and graceful woman. Father, mother, what brings you here? She could barely contain her emotions, her cool visage breaking into a hint of joy. Yun Yi's father, Yun Donglai, gazed at his remarkable daughter, chuckling as he stroked his magnificent beard, nodding in approval. Although you did not represent the Yun family in battle, it is not a significant issue. Who among the 7 kingdoms does not know that you hail from the esteemed Yun clan of the Lingzhen Empire? I have come to witness your participation in the tournament. Truly, you are my daughter, Yun Donglai. While you may not have claimed the top position, securing second place does not tarnish our family's reputation. However, after a brief pause, Yun Donglai turned his gaze towards the bustling street below, his words causing the joy on Yun Yi's face to vanish completely. Enough of this frivolity. It is time to return. An elder from the Qingyang Pavilion visited recently and holds high hopes for your potential. She has promised that should you choose to apprentice under her, you may become a true disciple and enjoy the benefits of the Qingyang Pavilion's teachings. Compared to the royal grade powers like the Qingyang Pavilion, this minuscule sect is hardly worth your consideration. I trust you understand what choice to make. The smile faded from Yun Yi's face as she stared at Yun Donglai for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Deep down, she knew precisely why she had secured second place in the tournament. It was undoubtedly due to her master, Lin Xin's guidance. Without the Qingdi scripture and her master's teachings, she could never have comprehended the sword intent in such a short span of time. Moreover, ever since she had become a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, she had grown indifferent to any royal grade powers. Royal-grade powers? Could they provide Imperial-level techniques? Not to mention Imperial-level techniques. Even the availability of respected-level techniques was uncertain. Even if such techniques existed, they would never be granted to her for cultivation. As for respected-level techniques, only a few ancient powers with enduring legacies within the Xian domain might possess them, but for ordinary disciples, the chance to cultivate them was virtually non-existent. Only the supreme elders, sect leaders, or those of the saintly offspring tier had the opportunity to practice. She would not sacrifice a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Yet, these matters were not to be disclosed without her master's consent. Even to those dearest to her. Enough of this nonsense. Upon seeing Yunyi shake her head, Yundonglai's anger flared. How long do you intend to persist in this folly? Do you truly believe that this trifling sect can offer you any advancement? Of course, she thought silently, yet remained silent. Moreover, both the Qingyang Sword Palace and the Sword Pavilion are not insignificant forces. Yundonglai continued. While the overall strength of the Qingyang Sword Palace may not be formidable, its master is an extraordinarily powerful figure. As for my master's Sword Pavilion, there is even less need to elaborate. Yunyi silently recited these thoughts in her heart, but remained downcast and unresponsive. Enough, enough. Yunyi's mother timely intervened to mediate. As she was inherently a gentle and protective woman, witnessing Yundonglai reprimand Yunyi so harshly, she felt a twinge of displeasure. The children have grown and developed their own thoughts. I have always maintained that we should not meddle too much. We must trust our daughter, she said softly. Smiling gently at Yunyi while affectionately stroking her head, warming Yunyi's heart. However, Yundonglai's expression remained grim, tinged with anger. You woman, that is the Qingyang Pavilion, not just any ordinary force. If we miss this opportunity, it will not come again. Yundonglai furrowed his brow tightly, clearly dissatisfied with Yunyi's passive resistance. To him, one was the imperial-level force of Qingyang Pavilion, aligned with Yunyi's own path of cultivation, while the other was an obscure sect he had never heard of, whose strongest members could not even compare to a casual elder of their family. Was there truly any basis for comparison? If one were not foolish, they would understand how to make a choice. Yet, his daughter, what on earth was she thinking? As she witnessed her parents' unending dispute, summoned to address such trivial matters, Yunyi's patience wore thin. Father, mother, I shall not join Qingyang Pavilion. My fellow disciples await me. I take my leave. You, unfilial daughter, come back. After her calm farewell, Yunyi paid no heed to her father's furious outburst and turned to leave. Upon returning to the residence of the Qingyang Sword Palace, the timing was impeccable and no one noticed her brief absence. Reflecting on her father's words, Yunyi smiled. Casting aside any thoughts of Qingyang Pavilion, regardless of whether it was Qingyang or Wanning Pavilion, she would not choose either. 4. She had already found the sect most suited to her, the Sword Pavilion. Beside the Qingyang Sword Palace, many onlookers gazed with mixed emotions at the preparations for departure. As the spirit vessel was about to take flight, no one had anticipated that the first place in the Seven Nations Grand Tournament would be seized by the Zhonglu Empire, which ranked among the lowest of the Seven Nations. No, not just first. The top 3 positions were entirely claimed by the force known as Qingyang Sword Palace from the Zhonglu Empire. The news would be hard to believe. Yet it had indeed transpired. It was evident that in the following days, this entity known as Qingyang Sword Palace would become renowned throughout the Seven Nations. When Yunyi re-entered the spirit vessel, she found several fellow disciples already aboard, with their master, Lin Xian, seated at the forefront. You have returned? Lin Xian glanced at Yunyi, his gaze sweeping over the information panel above her head, fully aware of the reasons for her recent excursion but refraining from inquiry. Instead, he lightly tapped the table, revealing a hint of contemplation. You all performed exceptionally well in the Seven Nations Grand Tournament. As he spoke, he began to tally the gains from the event, including the rewards for Su Lianxin and her companions. After receiving their accolades, they had all entrusted them to Lin Xian. For them, their remarkable standings were entirely attributable to their master's guidance, and they felt they had no means to repay him, regardless of their value. These treasures pale in comparison to the supreme gifts previously bestowed upon them by their master, possessions they could scarcely dare to dream of owning. For instance, the Qingdi Sutra. Only Wang Yin displayed an expression of shame, his head bowed in regret over his failure to advance beyond the 3rd round. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian resolved the fate of these treasures. Although the items awarded to the top 3 in the competition were exceedingly precious, they held little utility for Lin Xian himself. However, they could be bestowed upon his disciples. Yet, an exchange was necessary. After all, The treasures Su Lianxin received from her participation in the competition would not trigger a system return if returned to her, but bestowing them upon Yin Wang Yin, and others would indeed yield a return. The first place, Su Lianxin, was granted a 6th grade advanced elixir for enhancing cultivation. Lin Xian directly awarded this elixir to Wang Yin, who possessed the lowest cultivation level and truly deserved a boost. As the jade vial containing the elixir fell into Wang Yin's hands, he looked up at his fellow disciples, finding only encouragement in their expressions. Resolutely, he accepted the gift. However, Lin Xian did not return any elixirs related to cultivation. Instead, he received, Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the 6th grade Ascension Elixir, receiving a rebate of the Extreme Dao Spirit Fusion Pill, 9 patterns, 1. The Extreme Dao Spirit Fusion Pill, an 8th grade elixir that aids in the merging of the Great Dao, adorned with 9 pill patterns. This was precisely what Lin Xian needed. With this elixir, he could merge at least 5 or 6 Great Daos, resulting in a remarkable surge in his realm. He accepted the Extreme Dao Spirit Fusion Pill without hesitation. The second place, Yin received a 6th tier spiritual sword as her reward, the hilt of which bore a spirit stone infused with the power of the underworld, perfect for Wang Yin's use. Thus, it was also granted to him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the 6th tier spiritual sword, receiving a rebate of a 7th tier spiritual sword 1. A 7th tier sword is equivalent to a royal grade spiritual artifact, and Lin Xian felt a sense of relief. Finally, the foundation of the Xian Slayer sword array would no longer rely on that 5th tier sword. He glanced at his own sword, the 5th tier spiritual sword that had accompanied him through countless storms, and sighed inwardly. Old friend, it seems it is finally time for you to retire. Chapter 76, The Power of the Clan. Having acquired 2 invaluable treasures, Wang Yin found himself nearly unable to lift his head, his face flushed with embarrassment akin to the hues of a fiery sunset. Despite his usual fortitude, he felt a pang of awkwardness at this moment. The rewards painstakingly earned by the 1st and 2nd place elder sisters had all been bestowed upon him. Here, take them. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation henceforth. It is not in vain for the master to have granted you this pill, Lin Xian remarked with a casual smile, offering some words of comfort to Wang Yin. Clutching the elixir and the treasured sword tightly, Wang Yin resolved within himself that upon returning, he would diligently enhance his prowess, vowing never to be the one to hold back again. Next came the rewards for Chu Yuming, who had secured 3rd place. She received a Yuan sword pill, a 6th grade elixir that could aid cultivators in comprehending sword intent, allowing them to advance further towards higher realms of understanding. For a sword cultivator, this was indeed a rare gem. With a mere glance, Lin Xian handed the pill to Su Lianxin, who had already grasped the 1st level of sword intent and was not far from the 2nd. This elixir might very well elevate her sword intent to that 2nd tier realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Investment in Yuan Sword Pill yields a return of the Supreme Sword Heart Pill, 6 patterns, an 8th grade elixir, with a 6 pattern quality. Once the rewards were distributed, it was noted that Yin had not received anything from Lin Xian. However, she bore no dissatisfaction. Compared to the Qingdi Sutra bestowed by her master, the treasures she had gained from the grand competition paled in significance. Moreover, had it not been for her master, she would not have